Chapter 1. A Glimmer of Hope. The perfect life system has been activated, and the soul match is successful. Welcome to the Beast Realm, where one is cherished above all. Name, Lan Ning. Identity, the little princess of the Jing Kingdom. Form, a white cat with heterochromia. Status, endangered. Skill, beast transformation. A novice mission has been issued. Please escape the dungeon within 5 minutes. A successful escape will reward you with 5,000 points. Failure will result in death. The moment the electronic voice faded, an overwhelming wave of pain engulfed Lan Ning. She never anticipated that just a second after perishing in a car accident, she would be bound to a system, transforming into an inconsequential character destined to meet an early demise in this tale. Now transformed into a beast, her senses heightened beyond measure. She detected a cacophony of rustling sounds, compelling her to endure her discomfort and open her eyes. Before her lay a swarm of crimson spiders, no larger than a fingernail, surging towards her like a relentless tide. Instinctively, Lan Ning sensed that this horde of spiders boded ill. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she rose to her feet, only to be forced back against the cold, unforgiving brick wall. From the shadows of the skeletal remains, a mouse darted forth, only to be devoured by the spiders, reducing it to mere bones in an instant. Having just been reborn, she found herself ensnared in a lethal predicament. Her heart felt like ash as the ominous cawing of crows echoed nearby, their cacophony urging her to look up. The cheerful crows peered in from the railing of the skylight, their presence oddly fortuitous. The silvery moonlight streamed through the iron bars, casting an eerie glow upon the spiders, their scarlet hue intensifying. Yet, in that moment, Lan Ning glimpsed a flicker of hope. Drawing upon her extensive experience from years of playing online games, she invoked the thought of beast transformation. In an instant, she morphed into a frail little cat, drenched in blood. The will to survive ignited within her, and despite the pain, she leapt with determination, clawing her way up the wall after several attempts. The chilling sound of impending doom drew closer, and with her strength waning, Lan Ning mustered her last ounce of energy, propelling herself off the railing and into the unknown. There was no time for celebration as she crawled outside, stumbling and refusing to look back, running towards the distance until her breath became shallow, collapsing amidst the wild grass at that moment. The previously silent system finally stirred. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission A Glimmer of Hope. Points awarded, 5,000. The novice gift pack has been dispatched. Congratulations on receiving the double blessing pill, a 10 square meter space, 100 distributable attributes, and 10,000 incentive points. Please check your rewards. The Perfect Life dedicated customer service has been activated. I am Perfect Xiao Lu, delighted to assist you. Perfect Xiao Lu, congratulations on becoming the 67th strategist in this world. Your previous life has ended, and you have been chosen as the malicious female counterpart in this realm. This system has tailored a path of revenge for you. Please strive to complete the tasks and lead the most perfect life possible. A malicious female counterpart? A preordained path of revenge? Merely a means to burn oneself to serve as a stepping stone for the protagonist. Surviving against all odds, Lan Ning lay amidst the grass. During her car accident, she had been on the phone with her overbearing mother, believing that death would grant her freedom. Now, hearing the exuberant electronic voice of Perfect Xiao, Lu felt like plunging into an icy abyss. I refuse, Lan Ning declared, no longer wishing to be a puppet, even if granted the chance to live anew. Seemingly aware of Lan Ning's thoughts, the flawless Xiao Lu assured her, your primary mission is revenge. I shall not interfere with your journey or decisions. Upon the completion of your task, you may conduct a spatial leap to any location, retaining all that you have acquired. Lan Ning's interest was piqued. She had perused the tale of the beast world, which depicted a realm plagued by severe gender imbalance and reproductive difficulties. The ostensibly gentle and kind Princess Fu Rou, in her quest for singular favor, ruthlessly harmed her kin, indulged in seduction, and wielded power, nearly annihilating all the females of the beast world. After enduring numerous tribulations, Fu Rou experienced a profound awakening, forming bonds with the fated male protagonists of this world. Lauded as an empress, she expanded her harem, ensured the continuation of her lineage, and sent forth her daughters to assist the entire beast world in overcoming its reproductive challenges, ultimately gaining dominion over the realm and being exalted as a deity. Lan Ning was the last sister victimized by Fu Rou, having been imprisoned and tormented in a dungeon for 19 years prior. Now perfectly merged with this body, Lan Ning naturally inherited the deceased's hatred and fury. She consumed the fateful pill, and visions danced through her mind in a whirlwind. She quickly accepted her reality, dragging her battered body toward the palace gates. Revenge sounds splendid. I shall trample that hypocritical woman beneath my feet and ascend as the Empress of the Wanjing Kingdom. Flawless Xiao Lu felt a surge of confidence from Lan Ning's words. Given your outstanding initial performance, the system has unlocked the character compendium of this world for you. You may select one as a romantic target. Does the villainous task also include romance? Lan Ning inquired, surprised. She thought she was merely pursuing vengeance, not needing to engage with the foolish entourage surrounding the heroine. Flawless Xiao Lu replied, the philosophy of perfect life is to experience all the beauty of life, and romance is an integral part of it. Upon hearing this, Lan Ning couldn't resist opening the romance guide, gazing at a row of stunningly handsome faces, none of whom belonged to the heroine's entourage, yet fortuitously aligned with her aesthetic preference. She felt her heart flutter. I'm a mature adult, I want them all. Ambitious. Flawless Xiao Lu yearned to cheer for his new host, but from the management page, he could see that Lan Ning's lifeline had turned a dark crimson. The system marketplace is now open. You may exchange 3,000 points for a healing elixir that will instantly mend all your wounds, Flawless Xiao Lu urged. Ignoring his advice, Lan Ning perused the pharmacy section of the marketplace, ultimately selecting another option. Nurturing elixir fortifies the essence, capable of reshaping the internal channels, allowing one to cultivate their inner energy through another's hand, available at a discounted price of 5,000 points. Purchase, Lan Ning commanded, fateful doubling. Nurturing elixir effect 2. Barely clinging to life, Lan Ning painfully scaled the palace walls, advancing under the moonlight. Even in the dead of night, as one approaches the grand entrance of the royal palace, the number of encounters increases. Lan Ning was acutely aware that her blood-stained appearance could easily draw the attention of the guards. Thus, she meticulously chose to take the long way around. Without a map, she evaded detection until dawn began to break, finally managing to slip into the carriage of the regent, Xianheng. Master, have you truly resolved to begin with Xianheng? Perfect Xiao Lu trembled with apprehension, as its host had unwittingly entered the carriage of the world's greatest villain. Xianheng, the regent of the Wanjing Kingdom, possessed a visage that rendered others shamefaced, coupled with formidable strength and profound cunning. His temperament was capricious, and he wielded significant power within the kingdom, but he had repeatedly forced Fu Rou into dire straits, serving as her most formidable obstacle on her path to becoming the Empress. However, his fate was grim. He was ultimately undermined by Fu Rou, framed and brought to ruin, meeting his end on the execution grounds on the very day she ascended the throne. Lan Ning declared, in half a month's time, Fu Rou's birthday banquet will be held, and on that day, she will be proclaimed as the imperial princess. I must make an appearance at the banquet to prevent this from transpiring. He's a perilous individual. Perhaps we should consider other options first? Perfect Xiao Lu suggested. Chapter 2. Her purpose. Lan Ning was resolute. She was well aware of Xianheng's danger. Fate is shaped by our actions. I cannot abstain from action merely due to his threat. Moreover, the path of vengeance has never been safe. This sentiment held considerable truth. Yet upon witnessing the battered Lan Ning transformed into a cat, being hoisted by the scruff of her neck by Xianheng, Perfect Xiao Lu was exceedingly anxious. True to the narrative, Xianheng indeed possessed an extraordinarily striking face. His golden phoenix eyes, prominent nose, and thin lips eclipsed even the most celebrated male stars of the real world. Clad in a black robe adorned with golden python patterns, his half-bound black hair crowned with a golden diadem, he radiated an aura of immense nobility. Those chilling, slit-pupiled, golden eyes bore down on Lan Ning with keen interest. Xianheng recognized the peculiar dual-colored eyes, left blue and right green, similar to those of the Empress of the Wanjing Kingdom. However, the royal family had seemingly been cursed, as since Fu Rou's youth, many princes and princesses had met with unfortunate accidents, with none surviving. Looking at this unexpected guest in his carriage, wounded and barely breathing, with her inner core, a symbol of beast kind, Shattered One could easily deduce the source of such malice. The cat's feeble meow was a pitiful sound that tugged at the heartstrings, its exquisitely translucent, gem-like eyes gazing imploringly at Xianheng, evoking a sense of compassion. Before his arrival, Lan Ning had allocated all her attributes to grace and voice. She was accustomed to portraying a docile and delicate role, and at this moment, she sought to elicit Xianheng's pity, a task she believed would not be insurmountable. Xianheng's gaze flickered slightly. It seemed he had an epiphany, and then he smiled. Do you seek my protection? The cat let out another cry, imbued with a sense of pleading and appeasement. Xianheng gathered power at his fingertips and pressed it against the cat's forehead. Watching the creature writhe in pain, its trembling voice evoked a pang of sympathy. In the blink of an eye, he found himself holding a scarred one in his arms. Her hair was tangled, uneven in length, and her entire body was marred with flesh wounds and scars. Aside from her pair of eyes, there was not a single aspect to behold. Even Xian Hung, who prided himself on his ruthless nature, could not help but furrow his brow at the sight. What a profound grudge this must stem from. Lan Ning, entirely unclothed, trembled as she sat upon his lap. She was already in a state of extreme weakness, and Xian Hung's internal force had further catalyzed her transformation. Her inner elixir and meridians could hardly endure such tribulation. Thus, when she heard the prompt indicating an increase in Xian Hung's affection for her, she felt a sense of relief and promptly fainted. Despite her severe injuries, her resilience to hold on until now was something Xian Hung deeply admired. He picked up a nearby cloak, wrapped Lan Ning within it, and cradled her in his arms, using his own strength to stabilize her injuries. His gaze darkened as he fixated on the carriage curtain, coldly commanding, "Return to the royal residence at once and summon the physician." After uttering these words, a barely perceptible flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. "Make sure it is a female physician." Lan Ning had made a perilous gamble. She was wagering her own worth, and she had won. She fell into a deep slumber that lasted until the eve of Fu Rao's birthday banquet. Upon awakening, her eyes were greeted by an unfamiliar yet distinctive feeling. She attempted to move her body, only to be jolted awake by the pain radiating from her neck. The original soul had perished from a slit throat, bleeding out at Fu Rao's hands. Lan Ning, now belatedly aware, propped herself up and gently touched the bandages around her neck. "You have finally awakened," Perfect Little Six exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down. Having remained by her side throughout her prolonged slumber, fearing that Xian Hung might snuff out her life, Perfect Little Six was astounded by the turn of events that had unfolded. The notorious villain had brought Lan Ning back to the regent's residence, summoned the finest physician from the kingdom of Wanjing, and administered the most expensive medicines. To sustain her breath, he had even enlisted a cadre of formidable subordinates to take turns transmitting internal force to repair her inner elixir. The villain she had known was utterly transformed. Perfect Little Six succinctly recounted the events that transpired during Lan Ning's unconsciousness, concluding with a question, "Were all these occurrences within your expectations?" As Lan Ning perused the system log, she replied, "To some extent." Her eyes mirrored those of the Empress of Wanjing, revealing her identity as a female beastman. Regardless of his motives, Xian Hung would not allow her demise. Moreover, he would provide her with an exceptional stage for her performance. Perfect Little Six chimed in, "Tomorrow marks the birthday banquet of the leading lady. What do you intend to do next?" Lan Ning deactivated the system and reclined once more, her body too battered, her internal cultivation unstable, unable to maintain her human form completely. In pursuit of her plan, she had deliberately instructed the system to slow her recovery rate. At this moment, she felt utterly fatigued. "Conserve my strength." As night descended, upon returning home, Xian Hung was informed by the inner servant that Lan Ning had awakened. He hurried to the Narcissus Pavilion, where she had been accommodated, and before he could enter, he was met with a faint, pitiful sobbing. On the day he brought Lan Ning back to the royal residence, he discreetly dispatched individuals to scour the cold palaces within the palace, ultimately returning with a garden, a heap of bones. After a thorough interrogation, Xian Hung found himself with a newfound understanding of the kind and innocent Princess Fu Rou in the realm of Wanjing, which has flourished for centuries. A saying has been passed down through generations. Those with Thidong heterochromia are the divine messengers, safeguarding the nation's fortune from decline. Due to this belief, the throne has always been held by the Yitung heterochromic beast clan, and Furu, possessing a pair of green eyes, is no exception. It is no wonder that she has sought to eliminate all her siblings. Xuanheng is indifferent to the plight of the deceased, heirs. An opportunity now lies before him, and, as the regent, it is only natural for him to seize it. "I have discovered the remains of your siblings, and have taken the liberty to preserve them," Xuanheng stated, standing beside the bed, his golden pupils fixed intently upon the cat-eared girl weeping beneath her blanket. Her short black hair, which he had personally cut, trembled slightly as her white cat ears quivered with her sobs. Upon hearing his voice, the girl lifted her head, revealing a face marred by sorrow, her jewel-like eyes brimming with tears. Upon seeing him, the floodgates opened. "Thank you for saving me." The soft, melodious voice of Lan Ning softened Zunheng's gaze. The finest amenities have been provided in the regent's residence, and after a fortnight of medicinal baths, many of Lan Ning's scars had faded, gradually unveiling her beauty. A closer look would reveal that she was indeed a budding beauty. Lan Ning lowered her gaze, her voice choked with emotion. My sister said that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. I will repay you in the future. Her pitiable demeanor stirred memories of the torment she had endured within Zuanheng's heart. He inquired solemnly, I do not seek repayment, I ask you this. Do you wish to avenge your sisters? Revenge? A spark ignited in Lan Ning's eyes. But in the next moment, recollections of her plight caused her to lower her head once more, weeping even more fervently. She is powerful and has allies. I cannot match her strength. I will assist you, Xuanheng coaxed gently. Or would you rather stand idly by as Furu treads upon the corpses of your deceased siblings to ascend to the pinnacle of Wanjing? Lan Ning raised her swollen, tear-streaked eyes and shook her head vehemently. No. A smile curled upon Zuanheng's lips as he reached out to caress her trembling cat ears, a warmth spreading within his heart. Tomorrow is Furu's birthday banquet, where all the ministers of Wanjing will be present. I will take you there to publicly reveal the crime she has committed and seek justice for you. All right, Chapter 3. Life is a play. The following day, Xuanheng hurriedly returned to the palace after court, making preparations as the orange-hued hues of dusk illuminated the sky. He placed the prepared long hood upon Lan Ning's head, taking her hand as they boarded the carriage towards the royal palace. Wanjing Royal Palace, Penglai Hall. Within the hall, adorned with gilded walls and lavish red carpets, the atmosphere exuded opulence. The invited ministers donned exquisite attire, exchanging sycophantic smiles and engaging in conversation, their discourse invariably circling around the crown prince and the regent, Xuanheng. If Wanjing cannot produce another eating heterochromic heir, the position of Empress must rightfully belong to Her Highness Furu. Minister, you, as the leader of the Crane clan, you ought to consider the interests of your people. Xuanma, lifting his teacup, revealed a visage as smooth and radiant as jade, albeit bearing signs of fatigue. Do not speak of such matters again. The entirety of Wanjing thrives under the Emperor's grace, and we shall remain loyal to him. The speaker's face momentarily reflected a hint of embarrassment as he awkwardly lifted his wineglass, his gaze shifting to the golden python chair across the way. I have heard that the regent has been acquiring rare herbs for half a month now. What do you think his intentions might be, my lord? Xianmo maintained a composed demeanor, replying, How could I possibly fathom the regent's thoughts? Just as the man was about to inquire further, a palace attendant announced loudly, The regent has arrived. An immediate hush fell over the hall. All eyes turned to the entrance, where Xianheng, clad in black, entered with a smile as warm as a spring breeze, accompanying a delicate young lady adorned with a veil and dressed in the most fashionable Shaguang Furong gown from the kingdom of Wanjing. The iron tree has blossomed. In the realm of beasts, female beastmen are a rarity, and polyandry is a common norm. The female beastmen are well protected, which has fostered a character of arrogance and pride among them. A few years ago, in the realm of Wanjing, there were women who arrogantly proclaimed their status, attempting to coerce Xianheng into marriage. However, they found themselves ensnared and suspended in the serpent's lair, succumbing to terror, along with their husbands who sought retribution. Subsequently, Xianheng repeatedly rebuffed the advances of the enchanting Princess Furu, who was renowned for her beauty and kindness. Many believed that Xianheng would remain solitary for eternity, yet, to their astonishment, he arrived with a lady, igniting curiosity about the visage concealed beneath her veil. However, none dared to disturb them, mindful of Xianheng's temper. And thus they sat restlessly observing until the palace attendant announced the arrival of the Empress of Wanjing and Princess Furu. As the resounding greetings filled the air, Lan Ning peered through the curtain of her hat, catching sight of the Empress donned in a black and gold peony palace dress, crowned with a phoenix tiara. Her radiant face, though marked by the passage of time, bore piercing blue-green cat-like eyes that swept over Lan Ning's presence, causing her delicate brows to furrow momentarily. Behind her, Princess Furu, adorned in a crimson and gold hibiscus palace dress, with her dark hair elegantly styled and crowned with a golden hibiscus, resembled a blooming flower, delicate and resplendent. Truly unparalleled. Her emerald eyes fixated on Lan Ning's veil, a smile gracing her lips, yet her heart seethed with a desire to rend it asunder. Xianheng had cast a spell, rendering them unable to perceive Lan Ning's true appearance. This air of mystery vexed Furu. For Xianheng was one of the rarest of exceptional men, a conquest she believed was rightfully hers. She had incited many simple-minded women to throw themselves into the flames, only to be rejected by Xianheng when her turn came. He declared he sought a devoted wife, a dreamer as folly. Earlier, in the palace chambers, Furo had already learned of Xian Heng's introduction of an unfamiliar woman. She had deliberately adorned herself in a striking manner, aiming to outshine all. This lady. On the occasion of my birthday feast, why must she don a lengthy veil? Furo approached Lan Ning with a gentle tone, a glint of calculation flickering beneath her green eyes. She had encountered female beastfolk within Wanjing, yet the slender figure before her did not align with any of her previous encounters. An enigmatic woman cloaked in secrecy dared to sit beside Xian Heng within her domain. She could not let this opportunity slip away. Lan Ning placed her teacup down and slowly rose to her feet. Her eyes, concealed behind the brim of her hat, had transformed into slitted pupils. Confronting her adversary, her voice trembled slightly yet resonated distinctly in the ears of everyone present. I surmise that you do not wish to see me. This nonsensical statement caused Furo to furrow her brow. The voice felt unfamiliar. But upon seeing the indulgent smile on Xuanheng's face, Furo realized that this woman was asserting her dominance, warning her against harboring any intentions toward Xuanheng. Yet, I constantly pondered when I might see you again. Without granting Furo the opportunity to respond, Lan Ning circled around the long table, positioning herself before Furo. Her crystalline voice, tinged with an inexplicable chill, declared, I present to you this long-prepared gift. A hint of sarcasm crept into Furo's smile, having basked in luxury for over 20 years. This was her first encounter with a stranger threatening her, provoking her repeatedly. Anger surged within her as she disregarded the deeper meaning behind the woman's words. What kind of gift could possibly take a decade to prepare? Before Lan Ning could finish her statement, her swift movement surpassed her speech. She had already extended her claw-like hand to grasp Furo's neck, toppling her to the ground, refusing to release her despite Furo's desperate struggles. Die! The sinister voice echoed in Furo's ears, intensifying her fear, especially upon catching a fleeting glimpse of those peculiar eyes. The pitiful creature she had personally slashed across the throat had not perished. And here it was, brought by Xuanheng. Furo was engulfed by terror, her instinct to resist momentarily forgotten. Observers among the court, secretly watching the women in their rivalry, could hardly have anticipated that someone would dare to attempt an assassination before the Empress. Quick, protect the Empress. A voice rang out in the silent palace, prompting a swift reaction as several inner guards shielded the Empress from harm. The armored guards encircled Lan Ning and Xuanheng, while the leading inner guard, visibly agitated, pointed at Lan Ning, shouting, You rogue! Release Her Highness at once. To the many courtiers present, the woman brought by Xuanheng paled in comparison to the invaluable Furo. Moreover, the well-known discord between the two made it difficult to dismiss the implications of a stranger choking Furo. Regent, is this the person you have brought? Are you plotting treason? Furo's followers could no longer remain passive. They surged to the front of the crowd, vehemently accusing Xuanheng of treachery, eager for the Empress to order his immediate execution. Xuanheng slowly rose, approaching Lan Ning, and removed her veil, revealing a face marred by scars, an undeniably grotesque first impression. Yet, the strikingly similar blue-green eyes to those of the Empress were impossible to overlook. Not only the courtiers, but even the Empress herself was momentarily stunned. Having occupied the throne for over 30 years and bearing more than 20 heirs, she had only one surviving child, Furo. Yet, the essence of this woman was unmistakable. She was her offspring. Why did she appear in such a manner? Scars marred her face, neck, and hands, suggesting a history of torment. The Empress, noticing her daughter Furo's flushed complexion, hurriedly pushed aside the court official and spoke with concern. My poor child, what have you endured? Release Furo for now. Whatever grievances you have suffered, share them with me. I shall ensure that justice is served on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Lan Ning tightened her grip on Furo's hands, her voice piercing. I did not come here seeking justice. This woman has brutally murdered more than 20 of my siblings. I shall take her life to avenge them. Chapter 4. All dependent on performance. What? The words of Lan Ning are laden with profound significance. Without her veil, those present with considerable cultivation could discern the grievous injury she bore. With her gaze and the acknowledgement of the Empress, a palpable hesitation enveloped the crowd, as none dared to intervene, fearing that a heavy hand might inadvertently extinguish the life of this suddenly appeared princess. There were those, however, who were privy to the intricacies of the situation. They understood the necessity of keeping the truth concealed. In a desperate gamble, one of them teleported before Lan Ning, exerting all his strength to strike her with a palm, yet he was met by the prepared Xian Heng, who had no choice but to alter his trajectory in order to rescue Furo. Lan Ning, fully aware that her ambitions were futile, diligently portrayed a woman burdened with deep-seated enmity. Even while being enveloped in Xian Heng's protective embrace, she did not hesitate to glare fiercely at Fu Rou, who was coughing and weeping. Once Xian Heng had examined Lan Ning's injuries and confirmed her well-being, his voice suddenly turned grave. The strike from the minister of the left was no trivial matter. Was he truly intent on harming the young prince? The young man shielding Fu Rou scoffed, saying, "Your Highness, one must always adhere to evidence." Xian Heng commanded, "Bring forth the evidence." They had come today specifically to stir trouble, well prepared for the confrontation. Lan Ning had even ventured to the marketplace to procure a vial of residue potion, seeking an excuse to approach the remains and solidify the lingering resentment they held. Dozens of guards clad in black scale armor entered the grand hall, carrying a crimson wooden box. Xian Heng ordered the eunuchs to bring forth several long tables, upon which the wooden boxes were meticulously arranged. The black-clad guards then opened the boxes one by one, revealing the remains of various animals within. Upon encountering the skeletal remains, Lan Ning was overcome with sorrow, her gem-like eyes brimming with grief. Tears, resembling pearls, cascaded down her cheeks as she reached to tear away the bandage from her neck, revealing a wound stitched with thread. The movement caused the injury to split open, oozing blood, and in conjunction with her countenance, it was particularly harrowing. Even though it was merely a collection of bones, the Empress of 10,000 scenes could discern their essence, recognizing that the box contained her children, some large, some small, each one piercing her heart with profound anguish. Upon witnessing this, Lan Ning choked with emotion, proclaiming that her name was bestowed by her sister Wenjing. She recounted the tragic fate of Fu Rou, who had her eyes cruelly gouged out and was left to bleed to death in a dungeon. There was also sister Bai Ji and brother Chongming. She gestured to the grotesque scar on her neck, revealing that she too was meant to perish. Yet fortune favored her, allowing her to escape and be rescued. Her gaze shifted towards the pale-faced Fu Rou, who, with trembling hands, clutched her blood-soaked neck. Unable to meet her eyes, I was nurtured under their protection, only to witness their demise before me. And you, dare you tread upon our flesh and blood to ascend as Empress? By what right? Her vehement hatred resonated with the more than 20 lifeless bodies that lay before her. The long table trembled as wisps of black smoke began to rise from the corpses, and a sudden gust of wind swept through the hall, swirling the fallen leaves and filling every corner of the grand chamber with the ominous smoke. The chilling howl, accompanied by anguished cries, caused the color to drain from many faces. Every word spoken by Lan Ning pierces the heart. I have come here today to convey that I shall not grant you your desires. Just because I am powerless against you now does not signify that I will remain so forever. There will come a day when I will exact vengeance for them. Having uttered these words, Lan Ning appeared to expend all her strength, and without warning, she fainted. The tempest that had raged also began to subside alongside her unconsciousness. Lan Ning did not truly faint. Rather, her consciousness entered the system space, where she observed the unfolding events alongside the exquisite Xiaolu. Her raucous disruption rendered Furu's birthday banquet untenable. The royal offspring of the Wanjing dynasty had always been of paramount importance to the ministers, who had long watched the Empress bear children, hoping for the prosperity of their realm. However, as the heirs dwindled, only fewer remained, which left many harboring doubts, albeit without any evidence to substantiate their concerns. As the time for the selection of the heir approached, it was universally assumed that the position was rightfully Furu's. Suddenly, an injured princess with unique eyes emerged, drawing a celestial phenomenon and accusing Furu of having tortured her siblings to their demise. This incident ignited a fierce debate between the opposing factions, with the majority of ministers insisting that a thorough investigation was imperative. They could not allow someone who endangered their own kin and disregarded the safety of Wanjing to ascend the throne. Under the weight of this pressure, the Empress had no choice but to place Furu under house arrest and entrusted the investigation to the neutral Right Minister Xian Mo and the General Jing Yi. As for Lan Ning, she was taken back to the regent's residence by Xian Heng, citing the palace's lack of safety. Revenge mission progress. 5. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 5,000 points. My dear, your acting is truly remarkable. Perfect Xiaolu was nearly left speechless among all the hosts he had accompanied. Lan Ning was the first to earn his profound admiration. Lan Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. What is the current favorability rating of Xian Hong? The perfect little 6 brought up the favorability page for the targeted characters. Xian Heng's favorability has increased by 10 points, and 2 additional targets have been added, each starting with a favorability rating of 5 points. Lan Ning paused for a moment, gazing at the page of potential targets for conquest. The newly illuminated avatars caught her attention. Jing Yi, favorability 5. Xian Mo, favorability 5. Xian Hang, favorability 25. Lan Ning gazed at the meager increase in her favorability score, letting out a rare sigh. Wasn't the treatment of the female protagonist always different? I recall that in the original text, the men surrounding Fu Rou were all smitten with her at first sight. Here, however, my progress is painfully slow, incrementing only by a few points at a time. It feels as if I will not achieve success until the distant future. Perfect Xiaolu consoled her, suggesting that we should prioritize our careers, with romance being a secondary concern. Moreover, upon comparison, I find that our potential targets possess a much higher quality than theirs. At this point, Lan Ning could not help but feel perplexed. Wasn't this supposed to be a mindless sweet romance? Shouldn't exceptional men belong solely to the female protagonist? How could they possibly be within my reach? Perfect Xiaolu, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, because these targets for pursuit each possess some flaws. Flaws? Lan Ning, what defects? Perfect Xiaolu, this is a hidden side quest that you must discover on your own. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with free attribute points. The Regent's Palace, Narcissus Pavilion. After being brought back by Xian Cheng, Lan Ning slept for an entire day and night. Upon awakening, she instructed Perfect Xiaolu to accelerate her recovery speed. The immediate priority is to enhance Xian Cheng's favorability. Lan Ning's objective is clear: when the time is right, she intends to meet the Empress and seek an opportunity to attend court sessions. Though she expresses this intention, Lan Ning finds herself with limited chances to meet Xian Cheng. According to the palace attendants, the Empress has fallen ill, and Xian Cheng must oversee matters in court. He even arranged for a tutor for Lan Ning, prompting her to begin her studies with the history of Wanjing. Lan Ning, this sentiment is delightful. It spares me the effort of concocting tales. While she revels in her carefree demeanor, Furu, confined within the confines of the Furong Palace and deprived of information by Xuanheng, is on the brink of madness. The palace is teeming with Xuanheng's spies, ever vigilant over her actions. The mere news of the Empress's illness has left her in a state of anxiety, and she remains oblivious to the progress of the investigations outside. The thought of that woman, who has disrupted all her meticulously laid plans, fills Furu with an overwhelming desire to tear her apart. After much contemplation, Furu resolves to take action by approaching the Empress. You must inform the regent. Mother is ill, and as her child, it is my duty to show filial piety. I shall attend to her in the Fenghuan Hall. Chapter 5. Establishing a persona 3 days later. Lan Ning became aware of the situation. She jested with the impeccable Xiaolu, noting that Furu's move was rather astute. How so? Inquired Xiaolu. Despite being an ultra-intelligent system, he had long been guided by tasks to lead the host towards completion. Now, faced with the need for independent thought, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed. He could no longer foresee the future developments of events, nor could he decipher Lan Ning's intentions. Having grown up beside the Empress of 10,000 scenes, how could the bond of mother and daughter, forged over 2 decades, be forsaken simply because of my ruckus at the Palai Palace? Lan Ning reclined on the favored concubine's couch, her beautiful gem-like eyes filled with scheming. Moreover, many matters lack evidence, and Furu would certainly not concede to them. Lan Ning let out a sigh. A princess, meticulously nurtured over many years, yet one who is both unattractive and inept. One cannot help but ponder which holds greater weight in the eyes of the Empress. It is clear to her that as long as Fu Rou feigns madness and plays the emotional card, her ascension to the position of imperial consort is merely a matter of time. Evidently, Fu Rou has also recognized this, which is why she has sought out Xian Heng multiple times to discuss matters concerning the ailing attendants. After hearing the analysis, the astute Xiaolu also realized that this situation was disadvantageous for Lan Ning. So, what course of action shall we take next? Lan Ning, healing, studying, strategizing against Xian Heng. The Regent's Palace. Your Highness, may I not meet with the princess today? Xian Mo, the chief investigator of the case concerning the assassination of the imperial heir, had frequented the palace numerous times during this period. Each time he expressed his desire to see Lan Ning, Xian Heng would decline, citing the princess's recovery. During today's morning court, even the ailing Empress inquired about him through a messenger, to which Xian Mo merely replied that the investigation was ongoing. In truth, he was weary of the regent's constant obstructions. After court, he followed Xian Heng to the palace, determined to meet Lan Ning. What the right minister wishes to know, I have already conveyed to you. There is no need to trouble the princess further, Xian Heng remarked, scrutinizing Xian Mo, who donned a pristine white official robe. He was reluctant to allow Lan Ning to encounter too many men, particularly in this world where such encounters were fraught with peril. The experiences the princess had endured could not be replaced by the regent. Xianmo, usually mild in tone, spoke with an unusual seriousness. I kindly ask your highness to cease hindering my investigation. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to seek the emperor's decree to escort the princess away. A threat? Xian Heng's gaze sharpened as he regarded Xianmo, his vertical pupils glimmering ominously. Throughout his life, he had faced countless threats, eliminating those who dared to oppose him. Had it not been for Xianmo's utility, he would have never allowed him to leave the regent's palace today. Yet, standing opposite him, Xianmo exhibited no fear. His light brown eyes meeting Xian Heng's with a confidence that matched his own. Regent, please proceed. The Narcissus Pavilion. Under the guidance of her instructor, Lan Ning was diligently practicing her calligraphy. Set against a backdrop of an ancient, fantastical world, the characters she endeavored to master were traditional Chinese brush script. Alas, for Lan Ning, a modern individual, yet another sheet of paper had been wasted. Suppressing her frustration, she let out a deep sigh, perceptive of her emotional turmoil. Her faithful companion, the impeccable Xiao Lu, promptly emerged to offer consolation. My dear master, why not simply purchase calligraphy skills at the marketplace? Why endure the struggle of practicing yourself? After a brief moment of negativity, Lan Ning once again requested new paper from her instructor, simultaneously addressing Xiao Lu's inquiry in a bid to rationalize her actions. Lan Ning's past was a blank slate. Drawing from her knowledge of the narrative and its characters, she fashioned a tragic backstory for herself. With her character firmly established, how could she possibly jeopardize it through carelessness? Moreover, she possessed an abundance of patience, if nothing else. Once more, with unwavering confidence, Lan Ning grasped her purple brush and diligently practiced. Unbeknownst to her, every action was being observed. Clad in a dress adorned with flowers and sporting cat ears, the girl wrote fervently, biting her rosy lip, her gemstone-like eyes transformed into slits, exuding an air of utmost seriousness. Yet, upon closer inspection, the paper bore splotches of ink, and the strokes were so muddled that the original characters were rendered illegible. After numerous attempts, the sheet was rendered utterly useless. Lan Ning gazed at the exquisite purple hair brush in his hand, then cast a glance at the chaotic scribbles sprawled across the table. With a forlorn droop of his ears, he lamented under the comforting words of his mentor. I heard from the inner servant that this brush is worth a fortune, yet in my hands, it seems to have been ruined. Upon entering the room, Xian Heng chuckled softly at his words. A brush is meant to be used. You have made significant progress. However, to master the art of beautiful writing, one must engage in consistent practice over time. Take your time. Hearing a familiar voice, Lan Ning's white cat ears twitched slightly as she set her pen down and glanced towards the source of the sound. She observed Xian Heng entering with an unfamiliar gentleman. The man, of similar height to Xian Heng, was clad in a pristine white official robe, his black hair elegantly styled in a crane crown. His complexion was as smooth as jade, adorned with a gentle smile that captivated the eye, particularly his light brown irises that radiated warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Good day, Princess Lan Ning. I am Xianmo. He introduced himself respectfully, bowing gracefully before her. Lan Ning cast a curious glance at him, then trotted over to Xuanheng's side, gently grasping the sleeve of his garment. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "Who is this?" Her obedient and trusting demeanor filled Xuanheng with delight. The once grim and vengeful expression he wore moments ago transformed into one of tenderness. He took Lan Ning's hand, soothing her restless emotions. "Right, Minister Xuanma," he said, guiding her to sit down. "I wish to discuss Furu." At the mention of Furu, Lan Ning's countenance lost its lightness. "What do you wish to ask?" Lan Ning's presence beside the regent prince has incited myriad speculations within the court and among the populace. Despite his extended investigation yielding no conclusions, certain individuals have come to believe that this is a deliberate arrangement by the regent prince. In truth, Xianmo is acutely aware that this is most likely genuine. He suppressed his emotions, his voice tender, almost fearful of alarming Lan Ning. "Your Highness, could you recount your experiences from the past decade or so to me?" The Baihe clan has held the position of right minister since the founding of Wanjing and throughout the centuries. Every minister has been the most distinguished member of their lineage. They have never shown favoritism towards any royal heir, valuing instead the capability of the individual destined to ascend as the Empress in governing the realm of Wanjing. Upon first encountering Fu Rou, Xianmo discerned her unsuitability for the role. Her heart was too cruel, her nature too selfish, Yet Wan Jing possesses only this singular princess. Now, an alternative opportunity lies before him. His visit to the regent prince's residence serves not only to investigate the cause of the royal heir's demise, but also to assess whether this princess possesses the potential to shoulder such significant responsibilities. Lan Ning. I held my breath as I escaped from the dungeon, slipping into the prince's carriage near the palace gate. He rescued me and took me to the Palai Hall. The subsequent events are known to you all. This aligns closely with what Xian Heng mentioned. Though there remains no evidence to substantiate that it was Fu Ro's doing, Xian Heng cast a sidelong glance at him and thoughtfully offered Lan Ning a cup of tea. Noting that there was indeed some evidence, I discreetly dispatched individuals to scour the palace dungeons, apprehending a guard who was tidying up the aftermath. Since the right minister was commanded by the emperor to investigate, let us take him to report later. Xian Mo did not anticipate that Xian Heng had retained a card up his sleeve. He frowned in disapproval, questioning the regent's intentions. The right minister, astute as he was, recognized Fu Ro's inadequacy for substantial responsibilities. Xian Heng poured a cup of fresh tea and presented it to Xian Mo, stating, "This is a new option I offer to the minister." Watching the unfolding drama, Lan Ning silently observed, realizing that anyone capable of garnering the favor of Xian Heng, the powerful regent, was likely aligned with the neutral faction. Xian Mo declined the cup of tea, his gaze calm, yet resolute, expressing gratitude for the regent's kindness, but noting that Lan Ning had yet to meet his expectations. Chapter 6. I aspire to rise. Xian Mo stood, declaring that his tasks had been completed, and someone would soon arrive to escort the witness away. He took his leave. As he watched the white figure depart, Lan Ning feigned a delayed realization, gently tugging at Xian Heng's sleeve, questioning if he looked down upon her. Despite being a busy man, Xian Heng was concerned about Lan Ning's injuries. He would occasionally return to the Shui Xian Pavilion for a brief respite, sharing many insights with her, including the supportive stance of court officials and the Empress's punishment of Fu Ro, subtly tempting Lan Ning to take initiative. He conveyed to her that only by becoming Empress could she truly avenge her deceased siblings. Yet, given her severe injuries and her illiteracy, any grand schemes would have to wait until she matured. In light of her mission, she had originally planned to find an opportunity to hint at Xian Heng, but unexpectedly, Xian Mo's arrival allowed the two contemplative individuals to clarify everything with just a few words, presenting her with a legitimate opportunity. Xian Heng caressed the exquisitely soft cat ears, unfazed by Xian Mo's choice, and smiled. "What do you intend to do next?" Lan Ning, with her cheeks puffed in indignation, picked up the purple brush resting on the table and once again implored her instructor for a blank sheet of paper. As she wrote, she proclaimed, "Fu Ro said I wouldn't survive, yet here I am. He claimed I could never meet his expectations, but I am determined to prove him wrong and rise above." Her ambition and confidence were commendable. Xian Heng admired Lan Ning's vivacity, reminiscent of their first encounter, even in moments of despair. Her will to survive resonated with his own youthful spirit. However, his gaze fell upon the grotesque characters she penned, and a rare expression of helplessness crossed his otherwise composed features. He rose and positioned himself behind her, gently placing his large hand over her battered little one, guiding her stroke by stroke to write her first legible character. His voice softened, an unusual tenderness evident as he instructed, "This is how you should do it. Take your time." Xian Heng's affection increased by 5 points, bringing his total admiration to 35. From that day forth, Lan Ning meticulously divided her time. In the morning, she trained under the etiquette master. By midday, she studied in the study with her instructor. In the afternoon, she practiced her writing, and by evening, she learned to manage accounts from the steward of the regent's estate. As night approached and Xian Heng returned home, she eagerly sought opportunities to enhance her rapport with him, her diligence causing even the flawless Xiao Lu to feel a twinge of shame. One morning, after completing her ablutions, Lan Ning sat before the new dressing mirror, patiently awaiting the palace maid, Gong Yi, to apply medicine to her face. This mirror, a gift from the palace, reflected her visage with stark clarity, showcasing the grotesque scars that marred her skin. Lan Ning recognized the origin of this cruel jest, yet she felt no fear. Rather, she found a peculiar resemblance between her current appearance and that of her former self in another world. Lan Ning often gazes into the mirror in the modern world, perpetually questioning the purpose of her existence. Since her earliest memories, she has adhered to her mother's stringent demands, obediently navigating the path of compliance and learning for over 2 decades. Even in the final moments before her tragic demise in a car accident, She found herself in heated arguments with her mother, who, in pursuit of societal respectability, obliterated her dreams. In the depths of midnight, Lan Ning frequently dreams of her life as a marionette. It is only when she gazes into the mirror and perceives her scars that she becomes acutely aware of her liberation. Others believe these unsightly marks will diminish her self-esteem. Yet Lan Ning perceives them as symbols of rebirth, observing her lost in contemplation before the mirror. The perfect Xiaolu boldly speculates that her scars must be the reason for her distraction. After all, she is a girl. And how could she remain indifferent to her appearance? Perfect Xiaolu feels it is time for his intelligence system to make an entrance. Master, the Points Mall has undergone an upgrade and expansion. There is a product called Peach Blossom Powder, which, though only 10 grams, can be dissolved in water for a therapeutic bath that erases all your scars, rendering your skin as smooth as jade, for a mere 8,000 points. The electronic voice roused Lan Ning from her reverie. Upon hearing the unreasonable price, she laughed and remarked, 8,000 points for 10 grams of powder? After exhausting myself with tasks, I have only accumulated 5,000 points. Do you truly believe this points-to-product ratio is reasonable? If perfect Xiaolu had a physical form, he would likely wear an expression of conflict and shame. He refrained from mentioning that his low rank prevented him from offering discounts. Instead, he silently presented the product pop-up to Lan Ning and retreated to his corner, reflecting on how to improve. Lan Ning closed the pop-up and gazed at her reflection for a moment. The items used in the regent's residence were of the finest quality, and Xian Heng had sought out numerous skilled physicians to concoct medicines for her. After nurturing her body for so many days, the scars had begun to fade somewhat. However, due to the depth and repeated layering of the wounds, they appeared unchanged. Upon reflection, the Empress and Fu Rou she had encountered that day were both strikingly beautiful, and once her face returned to its original state, it should be no less stunning than theirs. With this thought in mind, Lan Ning felt a twinge of eagerness and began rummaging through the marketplace, deciding it was best to replace her current potion. At worst, she could simply instruct the perfect Xiaolu to slow the recovery process. That very night, she indulged in a medicinal bath, utilizing her new potion. Good fortune doubled. The effect of peach blossom complexion was amplified. As night fell, Xian Heng returned to the estate and made his way to the Narcissus Pavilion. He lingered outside Lan Ning's door for a moment, contemplating whether she was resting inside. Just as he was about to turn away, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a pair of pristine white cat ears peeking out. Lan Ning opened the door, raising her exquisite gem-like eyes to gaze at Xian Heng. Noticing the rare weariness etched on his face, she expressed her concern, inquiring, "You returned rather late today. Have you eaten?" Xian Heng met her clear, cat-like gaze, and his expression softened as he shook his head, indicating that he had not dined. Lan Ning ushered Xian Heng into the room, first pouring him a cup of tea, then instructing the wooden puppet, Gong Yi, by the bedside to prepare some food. She had long regarded the Narcissus Pavilion as her domain, commanding the puppet maidens with an air of authority more akin to that of a hostess than Xian Heng himself. The Empress's decree had been issued. Once Lan Ning had made the necessary arrangements and Xian Heng had finished his tea, he recounted the events that had transpired in the court that day. The attendant they had apprehended fell into Xian Mo's hands, and it wasn't long before he confessed. It was said that Xian Mo meticulously penned 10 pages of testimony, which was submitted to the Empress overnight. However, Fu Rou did not face any punishment. She was merely confined to the Furong Palace. Lan Ning was not surprised. She merely smiled, a reflection of bias. Such emotionless words caused Xuanheng to furrow his brow as he comfortingly stroked Lan Ning's cat ears. In this matter, Lan Ning was blameless, and neither were the ill-fated heirs who met their untimely demise. The only one at fault was the one who was shielded. The world is rife with injustice, and thus one must strive for change. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the palace. The Empress wishes to see you. Xuanheng gazed intently at Lan Ning's face and was astonished to observe that the previously stagnant scars had begun to fade, and even the inflamed new wounds were on the mend, albeit unevenly, which was somewhat alarming. "See me?" Lan Ning tilted her head in contemplation. The Empress's request at this juncture could hardly bode well. According to the narrative, it was likely an admonition to lay down her weapons and embrace a life of compassion, cherishing those around her. However, Xuanheng assumed she was apprehensive about the palace, the very place from which she had desperately fled. "Fear not, I shall accompany you." Lan Ning blinked her eyes, clutching Xian Heng's sleeve with a demeanor that radiated dependence. Chapter 7. The fault does not lie with me. Xian Heng cherished her submissive reliance. That night, he lingered at the Narcissus Pavilion for dinner, engaging in numerous conversations with Lan Ning. When the little cat was on the verge of falling asleep, her eyes barely able to remain open, he reluctantly returned to his own quarters to rest. Xian Heng's affection increased by 2, bringing his current affection level to 37. The perfect little six marveled at the speed of Lan Ning's conquest. Master, how did you discern that Xian Heng favors this type? He is the first antagonist in the difficulty ranking of this narrative. Lan Ning yawned nonchalantly. Men are generally fond of obedient partners, and in this beastly realm, who wouldn't he desire a wife uniquely theirs? She was bound to disappoint Xian Heng, for her ambition was to possess them all. The Empress's palace resided at the heart of the Wang Palace, adorned with golden tiles and white walls, imposing in its grandeur. Despite her illness, a throng of individuals clad in court attire knelt outside, their clamorous voices creating a scene of remarkable commotion. The eunuch stationed at the entrance spotted the regent in his dark attire and appeared as if he had found a savior. Calling out in a heightened voice, "The regent has arrived. Princess Lan Ning has arrived." The kneeling assembly, unable to bear the mention of Lan Ning's name, fell silent, lifting their flushed gazes towards the palace gate. The slender girl beside the regent, resembling a frail cat poised to collapse, had not changed much, however. The scars on her face appeared even more terrifying under the sunlight. "I have met His Highness, and I have met Princess Lan Ning," proclaimed a left minister, Heng Yu, as he stepped forward to obstruct their entry at the palace door. Xian Heng cast a casual glance at him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. What was the meaning of this from the left minister? Heng Yu lowered his head, instructing his attendant to produce a long veil hat. With a cold tone, he stated, "Her Majesty remains unwell. Given the princess's disfigurement, it may exacerbate Her Majesty's condition. I kindly request the princess don the veil hat before entering." Lan Ning regarded him with keen interest. "What if I choose not to wear it?" Heng Yu's expression was as frigid as ice. "I am afraid I cannot permit the princess to pass." It must be said, this left minister possesses quite a boldness upon uttering these words. The atmosphere in the surroundings shifted dramatically. Those aligned with him stood tall and poised, ready for action, while the others cautiously observed Xian Heng's demeanor. Who among them was unaware that Lan Ning's protector was Xian Heng? Those who dared to threaten him now found themselves buried beneath 3 meters of grass. Lan Ning smiled gently, tugging at Xian Heng's sleeve to signal him to refrain from intervening. With her gem-like eyes, she scrutinized Heng Yu, fully aware that he was one of Fu Ro's future suitors, having discreetly assisted her in resolving numerous predicaments. The criticisms aimed at Lan Ning in the court had also stemmed from him during this period. "Are you unable to let me pass? Or do you simply not wish to?" Lan Ning fixed her gaze on Heng Yu, her melodious voice cutting through the tension like a sharp blade, clearing the obstacles before her. "You fear that those within the palace will witness the wounds upon me and cause trouble for Fu Ro, thereby jeopardizing her path to becoming a princess." Heng Yu's lowered gaze flickered momentarily, yet his expression remained unchanged. "This matter has no bearing on Princess Fu Ro. I am acting for your own good." Confronting this unfamiliar man, Lan Ning felt no trepidation. She raised her chin defiantly and scoffed, "What a noble sentiment for my sake. I would like to inquire, sir, was I born to look this way? Am I fated to a wretched existence, deserving of such a fate?" Her gaze swept across the eager courtiers, with a palpable disdain glimmering in her eyes. "If you truly wished for my well-being, why not confront the one who has reduced me to this state? You merely see my lack of talent, beauty, virtue, and power, compelling me to acquiesce and remain silent." Though Lan Ning's words were icy and each utterance pierced the heart, she was unmistakably a fallen princess who had just escaped from the depths of a dungeon. Yet, her aura was one that could slay gods and demons alike, which even left this assembly of courtiers, seasoned by countless tempests, utterly awestruck. Most astonished among them was Heng Yu. He had not anticipated that in just a few short days, Lan Ning would transform into a master of eloquence. After a few exchanges, he found himself bereft of any counterarguments. Summoning his courage, he met her scornful yet detached gaze of blue and green. For a fleeting moment, he was unnerved by the tumultuous emotions reflected in her eyes. In an instant, he regained his composure, averting his gaze to rebut her. The past was already behind them. Excessive scrutiny would only lead to mutual destruction. As the esteemed princess of the kingdom of Wanjing, she must consider the future of her realm. Lan Ning cast a disdainful glance at him, unperturbed by Fu Ro's presence, "So why should I exercise restraint? A nation that harbors criminals and cannot distinguish right from wrong holds little value in existence. It would be far better to be obliterated sooner rather than later." thus achieving a semblance of purity. Such heretical words ignited the ire of those kneeling, prompting them to leap to their feet. Pointing fingers at Lan Ning and unleashing a torrent of vitriol, so offensive that even Qian Hong, who was merely an observer, furrowed his brow in dismay. At the eye of the storm, Lan Ning merely smiled with indifference, even finding the leisure to provoke the brooding Hangyu. One cannot urge others toward virtue without having experienced their suffering. The fault lies not with me. Why should I shroud myself in secrecy? I intend to expose my scars and bring Fu Ro's malevolence to light. What can you possibly do to me? After uttering these words, Lan Ning reverted to her previously obedient demeanor, turning to grasp Qian Heng's hand, her voice soft and devoid of the earlier sharpness. Let us go inside, ignoring them. After a prolonged silence, Qian Heng nodded gently. He did not even need to speak, as his attendants moved apart Hangyu from their path, allowing Lan Ning to lead Qian Heng into the hall. Inside the grand hall, opulence abounded, dazzling Lan Ning to the point of near overwhelm. Her attention was soon captured by the dozen or so handsome men clad in resplendent garments near the Empress's bed. Observing their distinctive attire, Lan Ning deduced that these were the Empress's 12 consorts, also referred to as noble lords in this realm. Since the Empress fell ill 3 years prior, various responsibilities had been assigned to them, and having been summoned back at great haste upon receiving news from Wanjing, they had been tirelessly journeying to inquire about the situation. I pay my respects to your majesty, Qian Hong addressed the Empress, bowing to the noble lords as he held Lan Ning's hand. Lan Ning greeted in a manner reminiscent of Qian Hong, yet her demeanor elicited an unexpected response from someone present, evidently incensed by her earlier defiant words. There is no need for such formalities, the Empress remarked, just as a tall, blue-clad man, his countenance both beautiful and aloof, hurriedly stepped forward to assist Lan Ning, fearing he had frightened her. His voice was cautious as he inquired, "Are you feeling better?" The beastmen possess an innate sensitivity towards those of their own bloodline. The moment Lan Ning entered the room, Bian Zhao sensed the familiar pull. He gazed at the cat ears adorning the girl's hair, his sapphire eyes momentarily shimmering with joy, only to be overshadowed by the sight of her ravaged visage, marred by scars that obscured her original beauty, her fragile form appearing as if it might shatter with a mere touch. "Oh, my poor child," Bian Zhao exclaimed, his heart aching, tears spilling forth. His towering frame dwarfed Lan Ning, shielding her from the prying eyes of others who might witness the shock reflected in her gaze. How could she not feel anxious with such a strikingly handsome man weeping before her? Lan Ning found herself at a loss, having never comforted anyone in her 20-plus years of life. In her panic, she turned to Qian Hong for assistance, asking silently, "What should I do?" Chapter 8, Never Surrender. Qian Hong, too, was taken aback. As the regent, he frequently interacted with noble lords, yet Bian Zhao was known for his cold demeanor. Typically, he would remain a passive participant in conversations, diligently attending to his assigned tasks. Never had he imagined witnessing Bian Zhao in tears. It was no surprise, given the innumerable tribes subservient to Wanjing, that the Empress would select only the finest among them. From birth, these individuals were taken by tribal elders for unified upbringing, and only after passing rigorous tribal selections were they sent to Wanjing City for the Empress's choosing. Once elevated to nobility, they spent nearly half of each year in the capital, serving solely to assist the Empress in bearing heirs. Male beastmen could have but one wife. After their union, a mark would appear on their inner core, rendering them incapable of receiving the singular affection they yearned for, with children becoming their sole aspiration. For over 20 years, every noble lord present had witnessed the Empress's pregnancies, yet most had never held their own offspring, transitioning from hopeful anticipation to profound despair, a pain that none could fathom. At this moment, they learned that they were, in fact, parents, their children having been slain by those with nefarious intentions. How could they endure such a revelation? The 10 pages of testimonies handed to them by Qian Mo had been perused, and now, seeing the one surviving child, they were deeply moved, contemplating how different things might have been had they discovered the truth sooner. Bian Zhao, "Do not frighten her," urged a man in resplendent attire, stepping closer to explain, "Child, do not be afraid. He is your father. A side quest has been issued. Please complete the task of recognizing your parent within today to earn a reward of 1,000 points. Father? Lan Ning gazed at the sorrowful, handsome man before her, who appeared to be in his early 30s, and was astonished to realize that he was her father. Then, she turned her attention to the gentleman beside him. "You bear a striking resemblance to Sister Wenjing," Lan Ning remarked slowly. The middle-aged man, with a gentle smile, momentarily faltered in expression, then lowered his gaze, as if recalling something. She is a very gentle and responsible child. Lan Ning nodded, gracefully circumventing the two tearful fathers, and stood with quiet dignity 3 paces from the window of the Empress. Her siblings were all well. Yet it was a lamentable truth that the virtuous often faced misfortune while the wicked roamed free. Everyone present understood the implication of her words. The Empress, seated by the bedside and appearing weary, could not help but bow her head upon hearing this. She exhaled slowly, lifting her gaze to meet Lan Ning's with a kind and gentle expression, beckoning her to come closer, asking why she stood so far away. Lan Ning, with an expression devoid of emotion, firmly declined, expressing her apprehension about inciting fear in you due to our proximity. For I genuinely fear that someone might seek to harm me. The onlookers were taken aback, with such a formidable presence standing at the entrance. Who would dare to lay a hand on you? They had clearly witnessed the earlier commotion at the door, yet they were unprepared for Lan Ning's unabashed audacity, which unexpectedly provided a few individuals the leverage they sought to assert dominance over her. Princess Lan Ning, when in the presence of the Empress, you must show respect. For she is your mother, spoke a man clad in black, his emerald eyes piercing and his handsome visage shrouded in gloom, evoking discomfort in those who beheld him, especially as his gaze fixated on Lan Ning, as if he wished to bore 2 holes through her with his stare. Lan Ning cast a fleeting glance at him, entirely disregarding his presence. You summoned me today? Have you reached a conclusion regarding Furu's heinous acts against the heir? What do you intend to do? Her words tightened the already tense atmosphere in the hall. The Empress, her weary visage paling further, expressed her regret for not having discovered the truth of your matters sooner. However, based solely on the testimony of the servants, it is impossible to ascertain that this was indeed the doing of Furu. I shall order a thorough investigation into this matter to provide you with an explanation. This equated to no punishment at all. Indeed, the protagonist's halo prevented any accountability even with such ample evidence. Lan Ning, who had never harbored high expectations of this group, sighed. I grew up in the dungeon and know not what maternal love and filial piety resemble. From the moment I can remember, all I saw were my elder siblings, who taught me to speak, shared stories with me, and protected me, yet in the end, I could only watch as they breathed their last in my arms. I can understand your desire to shield Furu, but I do not wish for you to counsel me to let matters rest. Upon hearing this, the Empress staggered slightly, unable to meet Lan Ning's gaze, while the green-eyed man hurriedly stepped forward to support her, his face ablaze with anger as he reproached Lan Ning. What harm is there in letting matters rest before the truth is revealed? They are already dead. Why waste energy on the affairs of the deceased? You speak of the dead, yet I remain alive, Lan Ning countered, unable to accept his words. Locking eyes with the man, she discerned from his green gaze that he was Julian, Furu's father. I made my intentions clear during our last encounter at the Punglai Palace. I am here for vengeance. Alternatively, we could revisit the horrors we endured, gouging eyes, bleeding out, severing tails and tendons, flaying skin, and shattering bones, among countless other tortures. If she survives in the end, I shall spare her. How does that sound? This cycle is no different from death itself. Ji-Yoon's face turned ashen with fury. That was his most cherished daughter, and Lan Ning wished to bring her to ruin before his very eyes. He pointed an accusing finger at her. How can you be so cruel? Lan Ning curled her lips into a smile, but the scar on her face intensified her fierce appearance, a stark contrast to the delicate beauty of Furu. With unwavering resolve, she turned and walked away after speaking. It was only upon reaching Xian Heng's side that she remembered her mission. Hastily, she turned back to kneel before Bian Zhao and the others, expressing her gratitude. If not for my brothers and sisters who have protected me, I would not be here today. I was powerless in their times of distress. I only wish that my esteemed fathers may allow me to remain by their side to honor my deceased siblings. Bian Zhao, whose tears had only just been stifled, found them spilling forth once again as he glanced back. The noble lords standing silently in the corner were visibly moved. Congratulations, host, for completing the recognition task. Reward, 1,000 points. Important NPC catalog has been illuminated. Initial affection, 30. Revenge task progress, 10. Side quests have been released. Please accept them promptly. While Lan Ning diligently pursued her tasks, the impeccable Xiaolu discovered alternative methods to earn points. He even returned to the perfect planet to negotiate with the main system. Master, I have requested the creation of side quests from the main system. You can now attempt to accept them and earn more points. Seated in the carriage, Lan Ning was performing admirably. She opened the list of side quests, and indeed, many had refreshed. As she scrolled through the myriad of trivial tasks, Two anomalies caught her eye. Side quest 1. Find a way to remedy the gender imbalance in the beast world. No deadline. Successful reward. 100,000 points. Side quest 2. Identify the reasons behind the difficulties female beast people face in conceiving and assist them in overcoming these challenges. No deadline. Successful reward. 80,000 points. Lan Ning gazed at the two tasks for an extended period, her brow furrowed in confusion. Is saving the world truly a mission designated for the nefarious female antagonist? Upon her observation, the flawless Xiaolu also discerned this anomaly. However, remaining by her side, Xiaolu took it in stride, reasoning that if it could be accepted, the issue must not be significant. After all, is not your ultimate goal to ascend to the throne of the Empress? These two tasks could be considered ancillary. Chapter 9. Unrequited gratitude. Lan Ning found this statement quite reasonable, thus she proceeded to accept it. You have now taken on side quest 1 and 2. To prevent excessive repetition in task duration, a maximum of 5 side quests may be accepted simultaneously. Lan Ning, having sifted through a plethora of side quests, selected 3 that she could accomplish in the near future. After a simple sorting, she naturally nestled in Xian Heng's embrace to rest. Upon exiting the palace, her spirits were not particularly elevated. Xian Heng sensed that she was likely grappling with a profound sadness. However, her actions within the Phoenix One Hall took him by surprise. Upon reflection, it was inconceivable that someone who had managed to escape from Fu Ro's grasp could be utterly naive. Xian Heng believed that everyone, himself included, had underestimated Lan Ning. In her sorrow, Xian Heng's gaze was drawn to the exquisitely soft cat ears. Unable to resist, he reached out to caress them. The person in his arms lifted her gem-like eyes to meet his gaze. Although he still found her countenance less than pleasing, he oddly perceived a certain beauty within it. Lan Ning shook her head, harboring little expectation from the outset. She possessed a clear understanding of her existence. Given her current circumstances, the overwhelming majority wished for her demise. Who could possibly hope for her survival? Xian Heng, observing her candid demeanor, found it difficult to harbor any resentment. Having endured such a tumultuous life, merely retaining sanity was commendable. Lan Ning was indeed forthright and ruthless, yet she also exhibited gentleness and compliance, contingent upon the individual she faced. Xian Heng believed he belonged to the latter category. However, judging by the demeanor of certain individuals today, he realized he must prepare for forthcoming challenges. With the support of those noble figures, she would inevitably encounter many others in the future. Xian Heng gently caressed the tips of her cat ears with his fingers, a subtle glint of calculation flickering in his golden eyes. His once frosty visage had recently softened with the emergence of fleeting smiles, a distinct warmth that captivated the heart. Unlike the perfunctory expressions he wore in the presence of subordinates and courtiers, even Lan Ning, who had spent many days in his company, found herself entranced by his charm. It seemed Xian Heng remained oblivious to the profound impact his appearance had on her. His smile grew ever more enchanting as he drew her closer. Whispering near her furry cat ears, "Why remain silent?" His deep, melodious voice sent a shiver through Lan Ning, causing her to lower her gaze in fluster. A rosy hue crept from her neck to the tips of her ears. She found herself at a loss for words, instinctively retreating like a timid turtle. Her bashfulness and innocence rendering her utterly captivating to Xian Heng. I don't know what to say," she murmured, her heart racing in her chest. In Xian Heng's presence, she embodied the persona of a gentle, obedient flower. For many days, they had adhered to their respective roles, with the only intimate gesture being his frequent caresses of her ears. What had prompted this sudden advance? Had Xian Heng uncovered her true nature, seeking to provoke her? "Before me, feel free to express whatever you wish," Xian Heng generously offered. He felt fortunate that Lan Ning remained oblivious at this moment. With her limited interactions with the opposite sex, he could seize the opportunity to teach her the art of unwavering devotion, ensuring she would forever remain by his side. Lan Ning's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, yet she ultimately decided to acquiesce and give it a try. She lifted her gaze and blinked, saying, "You have saved my life, and are willing to assist me in seeking vengeance, yet I have nothing to offer in return." Her intentions were innocent, her thoughts untainted, which only deepened Xuan Hong's smile. As he mused, "You wish to repay me?" Lan Ning nodded, affirming, "Indeed. As my sisters say, a drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of gratitude." Xian Heng, with a profound expression, remarked, "Then let it be that you remain by my side, accompanying me always." Xian Heng's fondness increased by 2, bringing the total affection to 40. Matters within the palace need not trouble Lan Ning. She continued to reside openly and proudly in the regent's residence, though the number of visitors coming to see her had notably increased. I left Jolan City in haste, bringing only these gifts, all of which are favored by the children there. After court, Bian Zhao hurriedly arrived at the regent's residence with presents to delight his daughter, all of which were local specialties from Zolan City: plush cats, mechanical mice, and woven grass balls, all in delightful shades of pink. Lan Ning. This cheap father treats her as though she were but a small child. In truth, Bian Zhao is on the verge of tears, uncertain of what children might enjoy. As he prepared to leave, he hastily purchased the most common items, now laid out before Lan Ning, anxious that she might not find them to her liking. "Thank you, father." Upon noticing the glimmer of unshed tears in his eyes, Lan Ning quickly expressed her gratitude, prompting the puppet maid to gather the gifts. Only then did Bian Zhao's smile return, and after presenting the gifts, he began his usual inquiries. "Are you comfortable residing in the regent's residence? Has the regent caused you any distress? Should you encounter any grievances, you must inform your father. I shall seek justice for you." Each day, Lan Ning responded to these questions, affirming that the prince treated her well, that she had grown accustomed to her life there, and that no one in the palace troubled her. Her words held truth. The eunuchs within Xianheng's domain were astute and recognized her esteemed status, knowing she was cherished by Xianheng, thus accommodating her every request. In fact, during this period, Xianheng had deliberately indulged her, subtly elevating her to the position of the principal lady of the regent's estate. Yet Bian Zhao, as a concerned father, could not help but overthink. As a man himself, he could sense a hint of Xianheng's intentions, but witnessing Lan Ning's unwavering trust in him, he refrained from exposing the truth about Xianheng, fearing it might jeopardize the hard-won reconciliation of their father-daughter bond. "As long as you are well, your father can rest easy," Bian Zhao stated dryly, his sapphire-like eyes scanning the calligraphy on the table. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The calligraphy of Right Minister Xian Mo is the finest of Wanjing's. Should I invite him to teach you? Coincidentally, Xianheng, standing at the doorway, raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on Bian Zhao, the depths of his eyes shifting with inscrutable light. Lan Ning had already sensed his presence at the door. She genuinely wished to acquiesce to Bian Zhao's proposal, as Xian Mo was indeed one of her targets. However, the door was guarded by a formidable rival, and given the current uncertainty of her standing, she could not afford to take such a risk. "The prince's handwriting is truly exquisite." Lan Ning beamed with praise. "I have been practicing my calligraphy for quite some time, all thanks to the prince's guidance." This remark somewhat alleviated Xianheng's irritation, prompting him to step into the room with a languid tone. Recently, numerous envoys from other nations have sent invitations requesting an audience. The affairs of the court are as numerous as the stars. It would be prudent for you to return soon and assist His Majesty in managing state matters. Upon hearing this, Bian Zhao immediately straightened his posture, unable to suppress the distortion of his handsome features at the mention of this matter. Before their return, Xianheng had been the one managing court affairs. Now, with their presence, he had become a mere bystander, arriving late and leaving early, all the while preoccupied with his precious daughter. Such trivial matters do not require much time. Bian Zhao's tone turned frosty, though he remained attentive to Lan Ning's expression. Xianheng, unperturbed, seated himself beside Lan Ning and glanced at the characters she had practiced that day. After days of effort, her writing finally resembled proper characters. "I haven't yet practiced today's characters," Lan Ning said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she tucked away her less-than-perfect efforts. Xianheng paid no mind to her embarrassment. He arranged the inkstone and writing materials, standing behind her, ready to instruct her stroke by stroke, when he suddenly glanced at Bian Zhao. "It is almost time for lunch. Would you care to stay for a meal?" Chapter 10. Rising Affections. Bian Zhao replied with a forced smile, "Very well." In the span of a tea break, the table was soon laden with an array of exquisite dishes. Lan Ning's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of delectable food. She pointed excitedly at the plate of braised fish, clutching Xianheng's sleeve with one hand, yearning for it. Having always cherished fish, her affection for it had only intensified since becoming a feline beast man. The chefs of the regent's palace, eager to please her, crafted an array of fish dishes to satisfy her palate. The elegant Lady Mu placed the plate of braised fish before Lan Ning, and the distinguished regent, with practiced ease, rolled up his sleeves and deftly removed the fish bones with his graceful hands. Bian Zhao was taken aback. It was hard to believe that the noble and proud Xianheng would attend to someone else in such a manner. This meal was destined to be rather uninteresting for him. As he watched Xianheng tenderly care for Lan Ning, deftly deboning the fish and serving her more dishes, as if she were the true master at the table. To his astonishment, Lan Ning's appetite was such that she managed to ensure none of the abundant dishes went to waste, a feat attributed to her. Bian Zhao should have felt joy, knowing his beloved was being so well cared for. Yet witnessing Lan Ning's obedient and unpretentious demeanor filled him with a sense of tenderness and concern. A month has elapsed since Lan Ning escaped from the palace. During this time, he has been pampered daily at the residence of the regent, yet his physique remains frail, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. What calamities has he endured in the past? He shall not let that father and daughter pair go unpunished. Living in indulgence within the palace, treading upon the corpses of innocent children. Why should they enjoy such privilege? Seeing him treat you kindly, the king has found solace. Before departing from the regent's estate, Bian Zhao discreetly took Lan Ning aside to impart intimate words of caution, reminding him to remember the distinctions between genders and to avoid solitary encounters with him. Lan Ning nodded with a smile, affirming her compliance. Her obedience undoubtedly deepened Bian Zhao's affection for her. What a wonderful child she was, and why must she endure such unwarranted misfortunes? Shortly after Bian Zhao departed, a flurry of notifications echoed through Lan Ning's system, indicating a surge in favorability. Important NPC favorability increased by 10, total favorability, 40. Lan Ning reclined upon the exquisite beauty couch for a midday respite, and upon witnessing this, engaged in conversation with the flawless Xiao Lu, a testament to her familial ties. On that fateful day within the Fenghuan Hall, two factions had already aligned themselves. Those noble lords, bereaved by Furu's actions, chose to stand by her side at her mere utterance. Although the recent days had been consumed by the affairs of state, it allowed Bian Zhao to deliver items to her, yet her affection for him had not increased significantly. Fortunately, her esteemed father, Bian Zhao, constantly held her in his thoughts, allowing Lan Ning to periodically enhance her fondness for him without the necessity of direct involvement. Thus, Lan Ning resolved to present her father with a token of her gratitude. Regrettably, her unique status rendered her unable to venture outside the regent's estate, compelling her to devise a plan using available materials. By chance, she noticed the fragrant sachet adorning the puppet Gongyi, which inspired her to craft something by hand. The garden of the regent's estate was adorned with an array of rare and beautiful blossoms. Beneath the blazing sun, Lan Ning, cradling a tome of herbal remedies, sat in the corridor, meticulously studying its illustrations. Following the guidance of the book, she selected flowers from the garden and instructed Gongyi to spread and dry them. She requested various fabrics from the steward and, inspired by the vibrant koi in the pond, toiled for a considerable time to create a modest fish-shaped sachet. Placing it upon the table, she was about to resume cutting another piece of fabric when a faint scent of bamboo leaves wafted to her nose. This was the signature fragrance favored by Xian Heng, crisp and refreshing. Xian Heng had initially intended to head to his study, but upon passing through the garden and observing Lan Ning diligently occupied in her task, he approached to see for himself. The round table was cluttered with numerous items, yet the most striking was undoubtedly the small fish sachet. As Xian Heng caught a whiff of the familiar and rich bamboo leaf fragrance, reminiscent of his own, he could not help but gaze down at the industrious Lan Ning and curiously inquire, "Is this for me?" As Lan Ning's cat ears twitched, she lifted the semi-finished product she was working on, presenting it to him. Xian Heng took a seat, observing her industriousness. Before long, the delightful sway of her cat ears captivated him. Soon, Lan Ning handed the completed sachet to Xian Heng. Her aptitude for this craft was evident, far surpassing her initial attempt in beauty. "What do you think? Do you like it?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for his feedback. Her technique was not overly intricate. She merely stitched together various colored fabrics, substituting pearls for the fish eyes, with long tassels cascading beneath the fish's belly, creating a charming effect. Xian Heng examined it closely. Such items were abundant among street vendors, yet none compared to the exquisite charm of Lan Ning's creation. He stared intently into her clear eyes, then pressed the sachet into her hands. "It's lovely. Would you help me wear it?" With her delicate brows arched gracefully, Lan Ning looked delightful. Xian Heng stood up, towering over her, entirely obscuring her petite figure. His golden eyes gazed tenderly upon the cat-eared girl nestled in his arms, her slender frame appearing as fragile as if it could be shattered by a mere touch. He found himself perplexed. Despite having provided her with the finest care during this period, the unsightly scars were gradually fading, yet her small stature remained devoid of flesh. Moreover, the deep, bone-revealing wound on her neck, a testament to the cruelty of her assailant, showed no signs of healing. He pondered whether, had he not been the one to appear near the palace that day, Lan Ning might have sought refuge in another man's carriage. The mere thought of her obediently standing before another man stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Xian Hong. All done. Lan Ning's sweet voice broke through his reverie as she raised her eyes, sparkling with pride. What do you think? Xian Hang looked down at the small fish dangling from his waist, as if it were an object marked by her ownership. Allow me to gift you something as well. From his sleeve, Xian Hang produced a scale, its beauty reminiscent of obsidian, adorned with a layer of iridescent light, threaded with a crimson cord. He placed it around Lan Ning's neck. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a rare item, the reverse scale of the Snake King. Lan Ning had grown accustomed to the sudden notifications from the system, yet she was taken aback to discover that this exquisite, almost artisanal scale was, in fact, a rare artifact, the reverse scale of a serpent. What purpose could it possibly serve? Just then, a detailed explanation popped up from the perfect little six, revealing it to be the emblem of the Serpent King, the only one of its kind in the world, bestowed solely upon those most cherished. The possessor would have the power to command all serpentine clans of Qingqing. To command all serpentine clans of Qingqing? This was truly remarkable. Lan Ning never anticipated that a simple sachet would lead to such a remarkable treasure. Her expression could hardly conceal her joy as her fingers delicately caressed the beautiful scale. This is exquisite. I truly adore it. Xian Hung found delight in her affection for the scale, thinking to himself that her happiness was paramount. Affection for Xian Hung increased by 10, bringing the total to 50. He reached out to gently stroke her cat ears. Lan Ning's inner core was severely damaged, and she could currently only maintain a half-beast, half-human form. It would take time for her to recuperate fully, with her inner core incomplete. He hesitated to teach her any magical arts. There was also another matter concerning the individual responsible for her current plight. Xian Hang gestured for Lan Ning to take a seat and poured her a cup of clear tea, his tone tinged with regret. Fu Rou is with child, and in order to care for her, the Empress has lifted her confinement. Lan Ning. Indeed, she embodies the essence of the protagonist. In such circumstances, she can still conceive and escape peril. The people of Wanjing place immense value on offspring, and now that the news of Fu Rou's pregnancy has spread, the voices of those who once condemned her have largely quieted. Xian Heng continued, Fu Rou, as the eldest princess of Wanjing, brings joy to the realm with her pregnancy. The Empress has decreed that on the 15th of next month, a hairpin feast will be held at the Rue Lu Terrace, where envoys from neighboring nations will come to congratulate Wanjing City. Chapter 11. The Malevolent Rival. What is this hairpin feast? It is yet another term Lan Ning had not encountered. Xian Hang explained, this feast is specifically organized for pregnant women within the Wanjing dynasty. At the Rue Lu Terrace, women kneel before the statue of the beast god, beseeching its blessing for the healthy birth of their child, after which the Empress, acting in place of the beast god, gently arranges their hair. Are we all to attend? Lan Ning inquired. Xian Hung nodded, aware of Lan Ning's disdain for Fu Rou. But in this matter, she could not evade her duty as a princess of Wanjing. Very well, let us go. After a moment of silence, Lan Ning picked up the fabric and needle from the table, embarking on a new round of activity. Xian Hung, a busy man, could only linger briefly by Lan Ning's side before returning to his own affairs, while Lan Ning, having barely managed to stitch 2 small fish-shaped pouches, set aside her needle and thread to reflect on the details of the original text. Thousands of years ago, the divine gaze fell upon the earth, transforming a group of astute beasts into humans. These beastmen revered this radiance as the beast god, and over the ensuing years, they fabricated statues of worship based on their lore. Later, the first Empress of Wanjing proposed a collaboration with the beast tribes, and the territory they secured first was what is now known as Wanjing City. The statue of the beast god was preserved by them, and around it, a shrine was constructed, named Rue Lu Terrace, designated for various sacrificial and blessing ceremonies. In such a significant occasion, the identity of the divine envoy is naturally bestowed upon those with unique eyes. With Fu Rou's pregnancy, the Empress is the prime candidate for this role, and one cannot rule out the possibility of unforeseen events. Surely, she wouldn't be foolish enough to use her unborn child to ensnare me? Lan Ning speculated. After all, this is the firstborn of Wanjing's eldest princess, eagerly awaited by many. The place will surely be teeming with people. And should Fu Rou employ some devious scheme regarding the envoy selection, she would find herself without recourse in the public eye. Perfect little six. This is undoubtedly the wicked rival's ploy. She is the protagonist. Perhaps it is a portent of divine favor? This possibility cannot be dismissed. Suddenly, Lan Ning realized that she was the treacherous villainess, and she had to devise tricks against her. Perfect Xiao Lu beamed with delight, exclaiming how wonderful it was that she possessed such awareness. What kind of trick shall you employ? She inquired. Is there a skill that can induce widespread illusions, even if only for a fleeting moment? Lan Ning was already concocting her revenge plan in her heart. Perfect Xiao Lu accessed the system marketplace, discovering a skill that required 100,000 points. How much? Lan Ning gazed at the skill unveiled by the flawless Xiao Lu, adorned with crimson letters, sixth sense, enhancing overall sensitivity by 30. It also allowed one to project the images in their mind outward for a duration of 3 seconds, with a cooldown period of 3 months. And it could be upgraded at the cost of 99,999 points each time. She sighed quietly, acknowledging the system's inherent ruthlessness. Perfect Xiao Lu, feeling a bit embarrassed, suggested, how about you write us an IOU? With your abilities, you can gradually earn it back and repay us. Although the side quests that had been unlocked were trivial in nature, Lan Ning's frequent completion of them over the past few days had accumulated nearly 10,000 points. Her inner core could not fully heal due to the slowed recovery rate, and the instructors had informed her that under her current circumstances, she was unable to learn any magical arts. If she were ever to leave the protection of Xianhong, she would be rendered utterly helpless. Moreover, a skill that could be purchased for 100,000 points surely wouldn't be too inconsequential. As Lan Ning pondered, she resolved to write an IOU. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Sixth Sense. Remaining points, 84,000. Please continue to strive. The moment the skill was activated, Lan Ning felt enveloped by an unseen force. Sitting beneath the corridor, she sensed distant sounds and events unfolding. She couldn't help but lift her gaze to the flowers in the garden, where butterflies and bees danced among the blooms. Yet, with a mere whisper of the breeze, she could intuit the precise moment they would alight. Congratulations, host. For triggering the hidden side quest The Secret, please utilize your Sixth Sense to uncover 30 secrets of the Beast Realm within a 3-month time frame. Successful completion will reward you with a choice of one skill, 99,999 points, and a random rare item. Secrets of the Beast Realm? Lan Ning found the task quite intriguing. As a newcomer to this world, her knowledge was limited to the original texts and the records of the system. After spending considerable time here, she realized that these records reflected less than 10% of the world's development. Most importantly, Fu Rou was with child, which shifted her overt objectives from assassination to the pursuit of power. To garner more support, she needed to enhance her own value, such as by resolving the 2 side quests she had previously accepted. Before the banquet of the hairpin ceremony, she sought to gather more information about this world. The next day, Bian Zhao visited the regent's palace as usual to see Lan Ning, concerned about her mood due to Fu Rou's pregnancy. He brought along several curious trinkets as gifts. Upon entering the water lily pavilion, he found Lan Ning engaged in lessons with her instructor. Today, she wore a delicate, pale yellow skirt, and the exquisite scale pendant around her neck caught his eye. Bian Zhao deduced its origin and immediately darkened his expression as he sought out Xianhong. In the study, the eunuch announced Bian Zhao's arrival. Xianhong was not surprised. He had anticipated this visit since the moment he had given away the reverse scale. Your Grace, please take a seat. Out of respect for Bian Zhao, whom he acknowledged as Lan Ning's biological father, Xianhong treated him with courtesy. Bian Zhao shot him a glare, for he had never been courteous within the regent's palace. We have decided to support Lan Ning as the imperial princess. She will not have you as her sole consort. Even so, will the regent still choose her? Bian Zhao did not doubt Xianheng's worthiness, but was troubled by his excessively ruthless demeanor and arrogant disposition. He vividly recalled when Xianheng had once hung a female beastman in a serpent's den to scare her to death. He feared that Xianheng might act on a whim or harbor ulterior motives. His daughter was too precious to fall into Xianheng's hands. Lan Ning has reached the age of 20 this year. When it comes to selecting a suitor, there are many who catch Bian Zhao's eye, such as Xianemo, whose gentle and amiable nature clearly indicates he would take good care of Lan Ning. From the moment I learned of Fu Rou's pregnancy, I realized she would inevitably tread that path, a course I had, in fact, actively facilitated. Xianheng bears his own burdens. He desires Lan Ning to remain by his side, cherishing her alone in his heart, yet he cannot alter the destiny that befalls her as a princess. Becoming an imperial daughter signifies that Lan Ning will not have a single consort. The considerations for her position are manifold, Thus, Xianheng takes a step back, wishing to hold a special and unique place in Lan Ning's heart. Were it not so, he fears jealousy might lead him to actions that would displease her. Xianheng yearns not to be loathed by Lan Ning. He sincerely hopes that many years hence, he will still be the person she trusts and cherishes the most. What I have given cannot be reclaimed. Xianheng has come to understand that, at least until Lan Ning fully awakens to the complexities of love, he must be her eternal first, etching an indelible mark in her heart. Bian Zhao furrowed his brow, discerning the seriousness in Xianheng's demeanor. With Lan Ning residing in the regent's residence, their daily proximity could inevitably kindle romantic feelings. As it stands, Xianheng indeed places great importance on Lan Ning. He sighed and remarked, I have only one child, and if she suffers any grievances because of you, I shall not let you go unpunished. Chapter 12. His promise. Xianheng's expression was solemn as he declared, I will not. Lan Ning was unlike any female orc he had ever encountered. She exuded a gentle resilience, her demeanor both tender and considerate, unburdened by pride in her unique identity. She often chastised herself for not being strong enough in the face of adversity, evoking a natural inclination in others to soften their hearts and offer her assistance, thus safeguarding her rare purity. When in Lan Ning's company, Xianheng felt an unparalleled ease. Her feline form was adorable, her voice soft and melodious. What mattered most was that he had nurtured her, witnessing her transformation. He longed for the moment when her beautiful face would bear no scars, for he would be the first to behold her, with her gaze solely devoted to him. By offering his most cherished possession, he signified his eternal companionship with Lan Ning. Vowing to shield her innocence from any taint, whether through violence or deceit, he would meticulously arrange everything for her. Xianheng's affection increased by 3, bringing his total to 53. While Lan Ning was engrossed in her studies, an unexpected notification popped up in her mind. She realized that since Xianheng's affection had surpassed 50, it had been fluctuating continuously. Just last night, after sharing dinner with her, he returned to his quarters to rest. Unbeknownst to her, events unfolded on his side, and throughout the night, the notifications in her mind persisted relentlessly, causing her considerable annoyance. She instructed her perfect assistant, Xiao Lu, to silence the alerts, only to discover that the fluctuations had continued until the early hours of the morning. Ultimately, the affection stabilized at 50. Lan Ning found it difficult to decipher Xianheng's thoughts. Initially, she intended to visit him after her studies today. However, as lunchtime approached, she noticed Xianheng and Bian Zhao peering together at the entrance of the Narcissus Pavilion. She keenly observed that the tension between the two had diminished considerably. Could it be that the slight increase in goodwill she sensed was due to her father's influence? Upon entering, Bian Zhao spotted Lan Ning standing in the cold, dressed too lightly for the weather. He hurriedly took a cloak from the hands of the puppet palace maid and wrapped it around her, his voice laced with concern. It's quite windy today, considering your fragile health. Why are you still standing outside? With the weather growing cooler, Lan Ning's internal energy was compromised, making her susceptible to the chill. He had brought an array of warm clothing and some nourishing medicines for her. I heard from the puppet palace maid that you had arrived, so I waited here for you, Lan Ning said earnestly, having only just stepped out for a brief moment. Noticing the affectionate expression on Bian Zhao's face, she took the opportunity to hand him the sachet she held. Bian Zhao, perplexed, examined the pouch. What is this? The small fish design seemed familiar. It reminded him of a similar item that Xianheng wore at his waist, clad always in black. The most elaborate accessory he bore was his golden crown. He had assumed Xianheng had adorned himself to impress his daughter, now holding the similarly styled small fish. Bian Zhao quickly understood it was most likely a gift from Lan Ning. A twinge of jealousy stirred within him. After all, he was Lan Ning's father. Although he might not share the same closeness with her as Xianheng did, the bond of blood should not relegate him to a position behind Xianheng in her affections. Lan Ning, unaware of Bian Zhao's inner thoughts, anxiously clutched her cloak, her head bowed as she softly spoke. I made this myself. It contains herbs that can ward off insects. I possess nothing of great value, and I hope my father does not disdain it. What? This was crafted by Lan Ning herself? How could I possibly disdain it? Bian Zhao exclaimed joyfully, immediately fastening the sachet to his waist. He cherished the token from his beloved daughter, valuing it beyond measure. Lan Ning smiled and said, I have prepared gifts for several other noble lords as well. Could I trouble you to deliver them to the palace on my behalf? Naturally, he could not refuse. This was the first time Lan Ning had taken the initiative to present gifts and request his assistance after spending so many days together. The meal was the most enjoyable one that Bian Zhao had experienced, and after dining, He accompanied Lan Ning in conversation and practiced calligraphy until dusk. Reluctantly, he returned to the royal palace, yet he did not forget Lan Ning's request and eagerly made his way to visit the other noble lords' palaces. After a busy day, Lan Ning received a notification indicating an increase in favorability. Important NPC favorability 5, total favorability 45. After a series of probing attempts, Lan Ning finally comprehended that the affection of this significant NPC is determined by the average favorability of the fathers. Indeed, merely gifting items is insufficient. She must devise a way to become a familiar presence before them. This notion lingered in her mind until the eve of the hairpin banquet, as she found no opportunity to realize it. Fu Rou, with child, has been lauded by the court officials as a beacon of hope for the flourishing of the realm. To celebrate this occasion with grandeur, both the court and the common people have been exceedingly busy. It has been 2 days since Bian Zhao last visited the regent's palace to see Lan Ning. Meanwhile, Xin Heng has also been leaving early and returning late. On a tranquil autumn night, the regent's palace lay enveloped in silence. Wrapped in a thick cloak, Lan Ning stood beneath the corridor of the garden, gazing at the moon. Her black hair, adorned with delicate cat ears, twitched in surprise as she turned to the entrance of the corridor, where Xian Heng strode towards her. Clad in a dark robe, the only striking detail was the colorful fish motif at his waist. "It is cold outside. Why do you not seek shelter indoors?" Xian Heng hastened to stand before Lan Ning, an aura of frosty chill surrounding him, mingled with a hint of bamboo fragrance, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Yet, his tone was remarkably gentle as he reached out to wrap her cloak more snugly around her. Lan Ning blinked her eyes, gazing at Xian Heng's extraordinarily handsome face illuminated by the moonlight. The atmosphere in the room felt stifling. She longed for a breath of fresh air. Xian Heng surmised that the monotony of recent days was likely the cause. His expression softened as he said, "We are almost finished with our tasks. In a couple of days, shall I take you to stroll through the market? Can we really go out?" Lan Ning's eyes sparkled, and she hurriedly nodded. "All right." Observing her vibrant demeanor, Xian Heng felt a significant alleviation of his own fatigue. He took her hand and led her into the house, not forgetting to inquire about what she had learned that day. "Oh, there is so much to share." Lan Ning has never concealed her inherent talent for learning. She has undertaken numerous side quests in this regard, diligently honing her skills during moments of solitude. Now, she finds herself with merely over 60,000 points owed to the system, while the progress of that hidden side quest has surpassed 1/10. Naturally, she cannot divulge these matters to Xian Heng. Instead, she only mentions her studies with the steward on financial management and the recent academic progress imparted by her master. Impressive. Xian Heng often praises Lan Ning without reservation, fully aware of the reasons behind her relentless endeavor. Witnessing the once woeful little princess evolve into someone remarkable fills him with a profound sense of satisfaction. Lan Ning sat beside him, her cheeks flushed with the sweetness of praise, her gem-like eyes sparkling with delight, exuding a charm that stirred Xian Heng's heart. Unable to resist, he reached out to gently caress her exquisitely soft cat ears. He seldom addressed her as Lan Ning, finding it too distant. He yearned for a closer intimacy. In that moment, he longed to embrace her, and so he did. Lan Ning was still immersed in the gentle caress of Xian Heng, completely unaware of how she had ended up seated upon his lap. She looked up at him in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend how their relationship had progressed so swiftly. Their most intimate interaction had merely involved holding hands, and yet in the blink of an eye, she found herself nestled in his embrace. What was happening? Were you frightened? Xian Heng adored her confused expression, finding it utterly endearing. Chapter 13. Her alias Lan Ning, a novice in matters of love, has amassed all her experiences from playing online dating games. However, when faced with the reality of romance, her mind becomes a blank slate. Enveloped in a man's embrace, she is surrounded by a scent, and the deep, resonant laughter that reaches her ears causes her cheeks to flush. Not fond of this? Xian Heng, in high spirits, lowers his gaze to nuzzle against her feline ears, his long, elegant fingers encircling Lan Ning's slender waist, playfully toying with the hand that twists at her skirt's hem. Despite having cared for her for many days, Lan Ning remains frail, her weight barely perceptible in his arms. Xian Heng had once inquired of a physician why Lan Ning did not gain weight. The consensus was that she had suffered significant deficiencies that could not be remedied swiftly. Moreover, her internal energy was compromised, making many medications inadvisable, leaving only the slow-acting method of gentle nourishment. If only he had encountered Lan Ning sooner, he would have whisked her away to Qingqing, cherishing her in seclusion. Contemplating this, Xianheng instinctively tightened his hold on her, the delicate figure in his arms evoking a constant fear that she might slip away at any moment. "Your Highness, why do you hold me this way?" Lan Ning's voice trembled, her entire being fraught with discomfort. As a being that is both human and beast, possessing both cat and human ears, her heightened sense of hearing, augmented by a burdensome skill, made her acutely aware of Xianheng's heated breath against her feline ears, while her human ears pressed against his chest, attuned to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Her anxious heart felt as though it might leap from her throat, paralyzing her with trepidation. Xianheng, unreserved, gently nibbled on her quivering cat ears, feeling the tension in the young woman's body, his voice resonating like an enchanting melody, driven by affection. Lan Ning never anticipated hearing those two words from Xianheng's lips. She had assumed that their relationship was merely that of a host and a pet. Believing herself to be nothing more than a fleeting whim he had rescued, a small stray savoring the comforts provided to her, occasionally managing to amuse him. How else could one explain the fluctuations in his affections? Yet, to her astonishment, Xianheng actually expressed his fondness for her. What could he possibly admire? Her slender frame, akin to a mere stick? Her visage, which was hardly pleasing to the eye? Or perhaps it was her obsessive and fervent desire for vengeance? Lan Ning's heart was in turmoil. In her current state of panic, she had completely forgotten that Xianheng was the carefully selected target of her affections. Her mind was consumed by his declaration of love. Xianheng abandoned the playful caress of her delicate hand, gently grasping Lan Ning's chin, coaxing the flustered girl in his embrace to meet his gaze. He resembled a villain enticing an unsuspecting maiden, asking, "Do you not harbor feelings for me?" Lan Ning compelled herself to regain her composure as she gazed into those golden vertical pupils, eyes that instilled fear in the hearts of many. Yet she discerned a tenderness and allure within them. In the presence of such beauty, even the most steadfast heart would inevitably soften. She answered candidly, "You are handsome, and I like you." Was her attraction merely due to his looks? Xianheng chuckled softly. He appreciated Lan Ning's straightforwardness. Her eyes were clear and pure, devoid of any impurities. He understood that she was still naive, and this was his deliberate attempt to tease her. Yet he had perhaps overestimated his own influence. The person in his arms was too innocent, too pristine, often stirring thoughts within him that were less than virtuous. Yet, my affection is thus. Xianheng fixated on her lips, so tantalizingly close. He gently caressed the softness with his fingertip, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his gaze. Under Lan Ning's watchful eyes, he leaned in and captured her lips in a kiss, effortlessly prying them apart to delve into the sweetness, drawing her into his embrace. Lan Ning was taken aback. Even the flawless Xiaolu could not have anticipated Xianheng's unexpected move. Being an innocent little system, how could he possibly access the adult channel? Without hesitation, the perfect Xiaolu promptly shielded all sensory inputs. Prior to this, he had thoughtfully reported Xianheng's rising affection to Lan Ning. Xianheng's affection increased by 3. Total affection, 56. Lan Ning, is this truly the moment to discuss such matters? She has just been forcefully kissed. As the kiss concluded, Xianheng's mood brightened further. He quietly admired the flushed cheeks of the person in his arms, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if she had been wronged by him. Xianheng continued to caress her chin, softly inquiring, "Do you still hold affection for me?" Lan Ning gazed at Xianheng's eyes, now tinged with the colors of spring. This man likely remained oblivious to the fact that a flower blossoming on a perilous ice mountain is breathtakingly beautiful. She blinked her eyes and answered honestly, "I like it. I like it even more." Xianheng's favorability increased by 2, bringing the total to 58. He smiled and teased her, "Shall we do it once more?" Lan Ning's face flushed with warmth, her gaze fixated on Xianheng's slightly reddened lips, making it difficult for her to speak. Observing the rare shyness of the person in her embrace, Xianheng lowered his head to plant a kiss at the corner of her eye. "So obedient. How about I call you Little Obedient from now on? A name that belongs solely to me, hmm?" He gently gripped Lan Ning's slender waist, his fingertips tracing the curve of her waistline, his lips brushing against her cat-like ear. His voice laced with a hint of danger. "And regarding what transpired earlier, remember this, Little Obedient, only I am permitted to do such things." Lan Ning felt that this man was utterly captivating. How could he be so alluring? She remained silent, which prompted Xianheng to playfully nibble on her cat ears. The warm, ticklish sensation made her shiver slightly. Xianheng's smile deepened as he held Lan Ning tightly in his embrace for an extended period, not releasing her until she had drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Reluctantly, he returned her to the water fairy pavilion the next day. As Lan Ning awoke, the events of the previous night flooded her mind, and her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. The perfect Xiaolu, who had emerged in the latter half of the night, detected the host's elevated heart rate and inquired if emergency assistance was required. Upon hearing this voice, Lan Ning hastily redirected her awkwardness, asking, "Where did you go yesterday?" Xiaolu replied, You were engaged in intimate interactions with the target of your strategy, and this system lacks the authority to intervene. Thus I severed our connection. Each system is equipped with a designated isolation space to prevent the discomfort of a third party being present during certain occurrences. Last night, it determined that it could not be present and naturally retreated to its own little space. Upon hearing this, Lan Ning sighed in relief. Her immersion in beauty was not the primary concern. Being observed by a third party would have caused her true embarrassment. Xiaolu seemed to intuit Lan Ning's thoughts and continued. Rest assured, my master, the systems produced by our perfect world are exceedingly understanding. When you share intimate moments with any of the male protagonists, we will automatically shield the interaction, ensuring that your tasks remain undisturbed. Lan Ning's face flushed crimson. All right, I understand, no need to say more. Early in the morning at the Wang Palace, Xuanheng informed Bian Zhao of his intention to take Lan Ning out to explore the market. Such a rare opportunity was not one to be squandered by Bian Zhao. He summoned the idol Guijun to the Qingjin Hall to attend to official business. And by the time the orange-red twilight painted the horizon, they finally completed their accumulated tasks. A group of 7 or 8 embarked on a grand carriage towards the regent's palace, their retreating figures exuding an air of nonchalance and ease that was almost enviable. Where could they be headed? After being released from confinement, Furu had frequently wandered around the Qingjin Hall, hoping to win her mother's forgiveness through diligence. However, her efforts bore little fruit, compelling her to take a bold risk. Chapter 14. The Luminous Market. Not long ago, she had been the esteemed and revered Princess Chang. Merely a step away from ascending to the position of Empress. Furu gently caressed her abdomen, reflecting that had she not employed the secret technique, she would currently be a captive beast, slowly withering away at the hands of that vile wretch. Rest assured, whispered was Shangshu Hongyue, who had been steadfastly protecting her. He could not bear to witness her melancholic expression. The preparations for the banquet are well underway. Furu exhaled deeply, turning her head to gaze tenderly into Heng Yue's eyes, her slightly haggard face breaking into a smile. Heng Yue, without you, I fear I would be facing execution at this moment. Heng Yue embraced her with concern, his expression disapproving. Your Highness must not utter such words. He had been her first man, accompanying her since he entered the court. He believed that the one he served was the finest in the realm, and thus all the good things in the world should rightfully belong to Furu. He was resolute in clearing any obstacles in her path. I shall not allow anyone to hinder your way, he murmured softly in her ear. For now, focus on your impending delivery. Upon leaving the Qingjin Hall, Heng Yue was burdened by heavy thoughts. In the past, with only Furu as the princess, as long as she bore an heir with distinct eyes, she would be entitled to the throne. However, with Lan Ning's sudden emergence, Heng Yue's attempts to rally support among certain courtiers were thwarted. His previous encounter with Lan Ning in the Finghuan Hall had been contentious, a brief meeting that imparted a stern lesson. That unattractive princess was no pushover. She harbored deep-seated animosity and a ruthless desire for vengeance, having managed to garner the support of Regent Xuanheng despite her apparent shortcomings. Some nobles, who should have supported Furu, now stood in opposition, with the Empress languishing in illness and Furu barred from attending court due to public opinion. The morning assemblies had devolved into the domain of the regent's faction, rendering them nearly powerless. They had never felt so constrained before. Lan Ning had to be eliminated. As evening descended upon Wanjing City, the marketplace bustled with life, vendors streaming in and out. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Xuanheng took Lan Ning's hand, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he gazed at her. The market is crowded, my dear. Hold on tight to me, lest you be swept away and sold off. Lan Ning, what kind of childish persuasion is this? Nevertheless, she heeded Xuanheng's words and grasped his hand tightly, though her curious eyes betrayed her excitement. Previously, Lan Ning had only witnessed such ancient markets through television dramas. Experiencing it in person was an entirely different sensation. Bian Zhao looked at Lan Ning with affectionate eyes, saying, This is Linlang Street. If you see anything you fancy, just tell your father, and he will purchase it for you. He longed for Lan Ning to depend on him, yet his gaze fell upon her hand clasped tightly with Xuanheng's, causing a momentary pause in his striking blue eyes, followed by a disapproving glance towards Xuanheng. In such a public setting, must he hold his daughter's hand? Lan Ning nodded emphatically, very well. She was utterly penniless and accepted all who came her way. Lan Ning perked up her ears, attentively listening to the sounds around her. The secrets of the animal kingdom reside in this world, yet remain undiscovered by humanity. She circled the regent's mansion 2 or 3 times, unearthing hints of worldly knowledge from the dusty remnants tucked away in the corners of the study. After dedicating an entire day to weaving these fragments into a coherent narrative, she constructed a secret of the world. Subsequently, she sought information from the oldest financial steward of the manor and her history teacher, employing the same method to connect the dots. After several days of diligent effort, she uncovered 3 profound secrets of the world. Secret 1. The inner elixir is a source of power, not of life. Secret 2. The heterochromia is, in fact, a medium through which one perceives the world. Secret 3. History holds no falsehoods. The beast god truly exists. Lan Ning was acutely aware that the sources of information in any given place were limited. Having made the effort to venture out to the marketplace, it was essential for her to gather more intelligence. However, she soon discovered that the people on the streets were avoiding them. The events that transpired that day in the Wanqing Polai Hall had been disseminated by those with ulterior motives, and the citizens both within and beyond the city were well aware of the presence of an extraordinary princess with heterochromia in their midst. As for the formidable figure beside Lan Ning, who could possibly be ignorant of his identity? Naturally, in fear of attracting the ire of the regent, they all kept their distance. As for Lan Ning, the tales she heard were filled with the unspeakable atrocities committed by Xianheng. Yet, Xianheng himself seemed unfazed. He was naturally inclined towards tranquility and disdained commotion. Were it not for the desire to elicit a smile from Lan Ning, he would have never set foot in such a bustling marketplace. The crowd, parting as if confronting venomous snakes, suited his intentions perfectly, allowing him to comfortably guide Lan Ning to admire the wares displayed in the shops. The jewelry crafted by the beastmen predominantly comprised gold, silver, and precious gems, glimmering under the light of the night, pearls and dazzling the eyes. Did she find anything appealing? Xianheng cast a casual glance, finding Lan Ning charming enough that she would look lovely adorned in anything. However, Lan Ning did not have much enthusiasm for such trinkets. Even when he instructed the steward to procure numerous pieces, she merely tossed them onto her vanity or stored them neatly in a box. The jewelry made by the beastmen was exquisitely crafted, resembling fine art. Lan Ning had once endured the experience of being adorned by the puppet maidens, her head burdened with an overwhelming array of jewels, leaving her feeling as if her neck might snap. Disliking that sensation, she preferred to select a few pieces that she fancied and simply place them on her table to admire. Lan Ning shook her head, pulling Xianheng towards the door. "I do not fancy this." "Then allow me to take you elsewhere," he replied. This was well within Xianheng's expectations, having nurtured Lan Ning for several months. He had gained some insight into her preferences. Ever since she had learned to read, this little feline had developed a profound fondness for literature and calligraphy, to the point where his study had nearly transformed into her bedroom. However, the shelves were filled with pedantic historical texts, and should she peruse them all, she risked becoming a dull bookworm, which was unacceptable. Another motive for Xianheng's outing was to procure some popular novels that ordinary folk enjoyed, hoping to enlighten Lan Ning's mind. Meanwhile, Bian Zhao was meticulously selecting a gift for his beloved daughter. After merely exchanging a few words with the shopkeeper, he turned around to find Lan Ning had vanished. Immediately, he settled the bill and hurried out in search of her. "Make way. Clear the path." Before Bian Zhao could locate Lan Ning, he heard a commotion on the street, followed by a surge of the crowd. A man on a black horse with crimson eyes galloped past, brandishing a red flag. On the opposite side, on the second floor of a study, Lan Ning sat by the window, clutching an intriguing novel, when the loud proclamation startled her, causing her to tremble. She abandoned the book and leapt into Xianheng's embrace. "What is it?" Lan Ning nervously grasped Xianheng's sleeve, peering out the window to see the man had already vanished. Yet, she keenly detected a rhythmic march amidst the uproar below. Xianheng's reaction was swifter than hers. Merely casting a glance outside, he recognized the nature of the gathering. "It is the troops of the National Guardian General. There is no need to fear." He had just witnessed someone charging past with a red flag, and it appeared that the Wolf clan was about to suffer another loss of newborns. The cat ears of Lan Ning twitched slightly. The general of the state? In Chapter 15. The infant's plea for help, Xianheng gazed meaningfully at the street below. He timely provided Lan Ning with an explanation. The protectors of the safety of Wanqing and its surroundings hailed from the Wolf clan. As Lan Ning's drooping cat ears instantly perked up, she recalled a name from her list of objectives: Jing Yi, the leader of the Wolf tribe. She had yet to encounter him. It is worth mentioning that her list comprised 5 targets, yet she had only unlocked 3 thus far: the ever-present Xianheng, the rarely seen Xianmo, and this enigmatic general. According to the conventional dynamics of such games, Should not the protagonist be equipped with navigational maps or pertinent quests for the pursuit? She had pondered this matter before, only to receive the rather disheartening response, since you are not the female lead. The movements of the targets are entirely erratic and may change based on the progress of the tasks, introducing new objectives at will. What a frustratingly inadequate system. Lan Ning expressed her discontent with the system, yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the lively scene below. In this world where men outnumber women, men often select their modes of transportation and attire to accentuate their noble status. The individual who had just called out forged a path, leading a grand procession that pushed through the crowd. At the forefront was a man clad in silver armor, possessing rare black short hair and a strikingly rugged face that emanated an icy demeanor. His silver eyes swept over the throng gathered by the roadside, silencing them with a mere glance. He rode a black horse with red eyes, which accentuated his imposing stature, while two exquisitely ornate horse-drawn carriages followed behind, flanked by armored soldiers for protection. Triangular flags of various colors adorned the carriages. What do those flags signify, Your Highness? Lan Ning inquired with curiosity. Xuanheng cast a brief glance, explaining that the flags on the carriages represented their origins from different tribes. The silver flag denoted the Wind City Wolf tribe. The green flag indicated the Hill City Ink Fox tribe. And the red flag held by the individual who had just shouted signified the presence of a newborn among the two carriages. The kingdom of Wanjing places great importance on offspring, thus women who bear children are accorded special treatment. It is no wonder that the general of the state personally attended to them. Lan Ning reclined on the windowsill, her innate feline instincts heightened by a sixth sense, allowing her to discern the true forms and strengths of certain beast men, despite her insufficient cultivation. In terms of presence, Jing Yin stood on equal footing with Xuanheng. While in appearance, each possessed their own unique allure. Lan Ning was comparing the handsomeness of that individual, yet unbeknownst to her, a hand had subtly coiled around her waist, its familiar breath cascading against her neck, causing her cat ears to tremble with warmth. Was he truly that captivating? A somewhat dangerous voice, belonging to Xuanheng, whispered in her ear. No, I am merely observing the carriage. Lan Ning's rebuttal sounded rather feeble. In recent days, she had developed a habit of scrutinizing Xuanheng. His true form was that of a golden-eyed python, as indicated in the records. However, she pondered whether there lay hidden world secrets within, ultimately becoming entranced by his beauty. Who could have guessed that the ever-proud regent would interpret her gaze as a gradual descent into affection? He would invariably entice Lan Ning with various excuses for kisses, and on several occasions they nearly ignited a spark of passion. Xuanheng would then soothe her to sleep before swiftly departing from the Narcissus Pavilion. Lan Ning occasionally pondered that had it not been for her physical condition, she would have likely been swallowed whole by this enormous black python by now. What is there to admire about the carriage? Xuanheng clearly doubted her words, as he confined her within his embrace, his golden eyes ominously fixed upon the army below. Little one, you must not lie to me. Lan Ning had never realized how possessive this man could be. Was it truly unacceptable for her to steal a few glances at Jingyi, just as she was about to defend herself? A faint sound of a baby crying reached her ears. It was so uncomfortable, so overwhelming. Sob. Lan Ning's cat ears perked up instantly, as a tender voice drifted in from an unknown source, so faint it seemed on the verge of vanishing. It hurts. Save me. Within a few breaths, Lan Ning heard the phrase again, but this time, she traced the sound to its origin, two horse-drawn carriages. Below, the voices remained lively, now filled with cheers and blessings, and amidst the cacophony, that faint, youthful voice stood out distinctly. In an instant, an astonishing thought took root in Lan Ning's mind. She could hear a baby speaking. Just then, the ever-watchful Xiaolu interjected. Master, there is a hidden task within the carriage below. What is it? Xuanheng was displeased by Lan Ning's momentary distraction while conversing with him. He applied a gentle pressure in his palm, pulling Lan Ning's focus back. Yet the person in his arms turned to him with a serious expression. Lan Ning pointed at the procession below and inquired if it was possible to stop them. Xuanheng, perplexed, wondered why. He was not one to meddle in affairs, especially those involving Jing Ye's escort. I heard the children inside are calling for help. Bian Zhao squeezed through the crowd in search of his daughter, only to collide with Jing Ye's entourage. He hastily stepped back, and before he could greet anyone, his long-lost daughter was already shielded by Xuanheng, standing protectively in front of Jingyi. In Wanjing, who would not recognize Lan Ning, Jingyi dismounted gracefully. Standing before Lan Ning, he respectfully bowed, acknowledging Princess Lan Ning and the regent. Gazing at Jingyi's countenance, Lan Ning silently lamented. His features were strikingly rugged and profound, his silver eyes imbued with a wild beauty, yet marred by a scar that traced from his brow to his eye on the right side of his face. Lan Ning could not help but inquire of the flawless little six within him, questioning whether he had been overlooked by Fura due to this scar. Perfect little six, congratulations, host, for providing the correct answer. You have been awarded 1,000 points. Lan Ning, the female protagonist. It is quite normal to have high expectations. Jingyi has served as an official in the court for 3 years, engaging in countless battles, and has never had a conflict with anyone within the court. At this moment, he is genuinely perplexed as Xian Heng, accompanied by the princess, blocks his path. Is there something you wish to discuss? Jingyi does not expect Lan Ning to provide an answer, so he slowly shifts his gaze towards Xian Heng, hoping for a reasonable explanation. In truth, Xian Heng is also uncertain. Although Lan Ning claims that there is a child in the carriage calling for help, he distinctly senses that the occupants are safe and sound. Considering the unique heterochromatic eyes and observing Lan Ning's insistence, he decides to bring them here. Have everyone in the carriage disembark, Xian Heng states calmly. Jingyi looks at Xian Heng disapprovingly, questioning, what is the meaning of this, Your Highness? Lan Ning stood before Xian Heng, tilting her delicate face upwards, striving to maintain her assertive demeanor. It was a request I had made. In the presence of Lan Ning, Jingyi's tone softened somewhat. He evidently regarded this naive little princess as a mere child. Your Highness, the individuals in the carriage have come to want Jing to attend the hairpin banquet. I must escort them into the palace. I understand, Lan Ning replied, leaning forward to glimpse into the carriage. They cannot disembark. May I go up instead? Jingyi couldn't help but furrow his brow, seemingly taken aback by Lan Ning's peculiar request. Why are you so insistent on the people within the carriage? Lan Ning observed Jingyi's serious expression. Were it not for the considerable debt of points owed to the system, she would prefer to remain uninvolved. She beckoned to Jingyi, whispering, come here. I have something to share with you. Chapter 16. Rising waves. Jingyi found himself momentarily hesitant, captivated by Lan Ning's strikingly beautiful cat-like eyes. The Wolf clan values loyalty and can discern the sincerity of an individual through their emotions. On that day at the Palai Hall, he witnessed the entire sequence of events clearly. Lan Ning spoke the truth, and Fu Ro's fear was genuine. Thus, faced with this tragically born young princess, he could never bring himself to be harsh or stern. Jingyi harbored no concerns regarding Lan Ning's potential to harm him. Even after nearly a month of separation, he could discern that her injuries had yet to heal, and moreover, she had no reason to inflict harm upon him. He knelt before Lan Ning, lowering his head in an attentive posture. Jingyi was somewhat taller than Xian Heng, rendering Lan Ning's petite frame almost insignificant in comparison. She barely managed to lean in and whisper in his ear, there are children in the carriage calling for help. These words stirred a ripple in Jingyi's calm gaze. Are you serious? Lan Ning nodded in affirmation. Jingyi fell into silence, not to mention that he had been accompanying the escort from start to finish. But who would dare harm a newborn given Wan Jing's current state? The two parties remained at an impasse, while those within the carriage grew increasingly impatient. Jingyi, why do you not depart? Are you prepared to bear the consequences of delaying my daughter's treatment? A sharp female voice pierced through the air from the first carriage. The curtain was swiftly lifted, revealing a stunning woman in a crimson dress, who stormed out of the vehicle. Her crimson eyes swept across the assembly, ultimately landing on Lan Ning. The news had reached those from other cities later, and it was not until their arrival in Wanjing that they learned of the exiled princess with heterochromatic eyes, who had been vociferously accusing Fu Ro of harming her kin within the halls of Pinglai. She had initially been eager to meet this audacious princess, and to her surprise, she found an opportunity as soon as she entered Wanjing. So, you are Princess Lan Ning? The woman's eyes glinted with derision. She perceived Lan Ning as utterly grotesque, believing it outrageous that someone of such unsightliness would dare to present herself publicly. What did her noble status matter? It paled in comparison to her own. Lan Ning, indeed, exudes confidence. I am curious, who are you? As women, she naturally perceives the other's hostility, especially since this individual belongs to the Mofox tribe, the very clan of Furu's father. With a charming smile, the woman introduces herself. I am Yin Xian, hailing from the Mofox tribe. Lan Ning wore an expression of understanding, then circumvented her and proceeded towards the second carriage, unwilling to be disregarded by such an unsightly individual. Yin Xian stepped forward to obstruct Lan Ning's path. Though you are the princess of Wanjing, you cannot arbitrarily hinder our carriage. Inside, we have a newborn infant, whose frail body is vulnerable. If anything were to happen, how would you compensate? Lan Ning cast a fleeting glance at her and retorted, then why do you hinder me? Quickly take your precious child to the palace. She was not searching for Yin Xian, both carriages contained newborns. Yet the cry for help evidently emanated from the one at the rear. Yin widened her beautiful eyes, for her clan, the Emo Fox tribe, was the most prosperous among the vast territories of Wanjing. As the daughter of the former leader, she was revered throughout the entire nation. Even the current Empress and the most favored Fu Rou would show her respect, so what was Lan Ning to dare to repeatedly disregard her? Yin stepped forward again, only to be thwarted by Xianhong. The observing man would not allow anyone to harm his little kitten. A mere cold glance was enough to deter the trouble-seeking Yin Xian. Upon seeing him, a hint of malevolence crept onto Yin Xian's stunning face. Who wouldn't he want to win over the aloof regent? Alas, this man was too ruthless. The deeds he had committed over the years haunted her dreams. With Xianhong in her way, she could not trouble Lan Ning. Her crimson lips parted as she contemplated delivering a sharp retort to save face. But just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, a figure stumbled down from her carriage. "Madam, miss, something is amiss." Yin Xian's face drained of color immediately. She disregarded Lan Ning and Xianhong, hastily lifting her skirts to rush back into the carriage and embrace her long-awaited daughter. "Hurry to the palace." Her voice remained sharp, yet now tinged with urgency. Observing from the side, Jingyi arranged for someone to accompany her while keeping an eye on Lan Ning, who was boarding the second carriage. Inside the carriage, a servant lifted the curtain, waiting for Lan Ning to enter before disembarking and standing by the carriage, ready to assist. The wife of Fengqing, Yuemo, had met Princess Lan Ning before. Within the carriage lay a woman with a haggard countenance, resembling Jingyi somewhat, her silver eyes shimmering like stars, imbued with a gentleness absent in Yin Xian. Her voice was faint. "I am unwell after giving birth and cannot greet your highness. Please do not take offense, your highness." Lan Ning was not a relic of feudal antiquity. She simply found a place to sit and waved her hand dismissively at the woman on the soft couch. "It's nothing of great importance. I merely heard some peculiar sounds and came to investigate." As her words lingered in the air, her gaze gradually descended upon the cradle beside the woman. The sounds grew more distinct, yet seemed to wane in strength. Yuemo was perplexed by Lan Ning's nonsensical remarks. "What strange sounds?" Lan Ning approached her a little closer, allowing him to see more clearly the swaddled infant in the cradle. The child was still quite tender, unable to even open her eyes, her skin an unnaturally crimson hue. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the chaotic dance of golden light beneath her skin. Is this how children appear at birth? It is so unsettling, so overwhelming. As Lan Ning reminisced, that voice echoed once more, prompting her to inquire of Yuemo, "What have you fed the child? What exactly did you feed them?" Yuemo glanced at her child and then at Lan Ning's serious expression, although she was unaware of the specifics of the situation. The gravity of the moment urged her to be forthright. The Beast clan struggled with fertility, and the few children born often possessed fragile constitutions. Ensuring their survival required constant reliance on precious medicinal substances. However, even with such measures, these children faced daunting odds. Yuemo recounted all that she had fed her child during this period, and at the end, she could not help but ask, "Is there something wrong with these provisions?" Lan Ning pondered deeply. She had previously speculated that the newborn's struggle for survival might be attributed to illness, yet reality revealed a different truth. The beast folk held their offspring in high regard, naturally providing the finest medicines when their progeny faced danger or disease. The remedies mentioned by Yuemo were ones she herself had been using, and she found no fault in them. If there was a distinction to be made, it lay in the fact that the newborn appeared unscathed, while Lan Ning bore grievous injuries. "May I examine her closely?" Lan Ning felt she was on the brink of uncovering an answer, yet she required first-hand observation. Yuemo nodded in agreement, of course. Although she seldom ventured out of Wind City, Jingyi always returned with tidings, and she had heard whispers regarding Lan Ning. As Lan Ning looked upon the infant, she appeared more fragile than her own children, who had yet to reach maturity. Her body was marred with scars. Yet the clarity in her eyes was a rare and precious sight, making it difficult for Lan Ning to perceive her as a wholly irredeemable wretch. Having received permission, Lan Ning approached the cradle, attempting to gently caress the baby's forehead. As her palm made contact, the golden light that had been swirling beneath the skin seemed to be drawn towards her, converging with an almost magnetic allure. Chapter 17, Secrets of the World. Lan Ning, rather than being intimidated by the situation, found it reminiscent of the sensation she experienced daily when absorbing energy from Xianhong and others to nourish her inner Dan. It was so comforting, so drowsy. A tender voice drew Lan Ning's drifting thoughts back. She cast her gaze down at the infant's small face, which was gradually returning to a normal complexion. Thus, Lan Ning contemplated the secret of that world, The inner Dan is the source of power, not the source of life. Is it that the innate physicality and the inner Dan are inherently incompatible? With difficulty, Lan Ning articulated her conclusion. The fourth world secret. The physical bodies of the beastmen and the inner Dan are inherently incompatible. Perfect little six. Would you consider saving her? Save? Lan Ning fell silent, pondering how to save the situation. After all, she was still awaiting rescue herself. Had the flawless Xiaolu forgotten that she too was a severely injured individual? Although it was her idea to reduce the recovery speed of her injuries, flawless Xiaolu stated, regarding the hidden side quests, the system cannot provide too many clues. You must discover them on your own. In critical moments, one could never rely on flawless Xiaolu for assistance. Meanwhile, Umo, who had been cautiously observing the child and Lan Ning, felt a surge of disbelief as she noticed her daughter's complexion improving. She longed to reach out and touch the child but hesitated, fearing it might disrupt Lan Ning's treatment of the child. Umo couldn't help but recall the message she had received. Indeed, the legends were not unfounded. Those with heterochromia could save her child. Lan Ning withdrew her hand, gazing intently at the peacefully sleeping child for quite some time, unable to conceive of any means to save the little one. Thank you, Umo expressed gratefully. Her eyes tender as she looked at the infant in the cradle, her face marred with sorrow. The child, barely 2 months old, was deteriorating rapidly. Had she not encountered Lan Ning, she would have been at a loss. As she spoke, her voice began to tremble. The sight of this delicate beauty shedding tears was truly heart-wrenching. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. This is merely temporary, Lan Ning replied. Fully aware of her own capabilities, she could perceive that the light within the infant's body merely waned, not completely extinguished. While she could draw forth all that power, she feared it might jeopardize the child's life. Temporary? Upon hearing this, Umo's tears instantly retreated, realizing the full cure was not possible. Given the difficulties beastmen faced in conceiving, even if a child was born, they often faced untimely demise shortly thereafter. No one could ascertain the cause or provide a remedy. Panic began to consume Umo as she cradled the child in her arms, her tears gradually soaking the satin fabric. My luck has been poor. I have only given birth to 10 children, and only Jingyi has survived to adulthood. Have I committed some grave error, attracting divine retribution upon my offspring? Lan Ning was taken aback by this revelation. Jingyi, the very Jingyi who had served in the court for 3 years, was the son of this stunning beauty? Did that mean the breathtaking Yin Xian could potentially be of the same age as Umo? Could the beastmen truly retain their youth? Yet, she had distinctly witnessed older beastmen before. Is there truly no way for you to save her? Can the Empress provide assistance? Umo inquired anxiously. Lan Ning remained remarkably composed. Had she been able to save them, those children would not have perished. Her piercing words rendered Umo pale, prompting her to reminisce about her deceased children. The atmosphere within the vehicle plummeted to an icy stillness, and even the ever-composed Xiao Lu could no longer bear the tension, interjecting gently. Master, perhaps you might consider a more tactful approach. Reflect on your character's background. There may be a means to turn the tide. Character background? This sparked a realization in Lan Ning. As she wove her own tragic narrative, she inadvertently infused it with fragments of truth. The memories she inherited encompassed many souls, those siblings who had shared her confinement in the dungeon. If there were to be any distinctions between them, it would be that most had been exchanged at birth, enduring a childhood of hunger, cold, and relentless beatings, their lives sustained solely by the power of inner elixirs. In contrast, this child possessed an inherently potent inner elixir, yet remained physically frail. However, this fragility was a common trait. They all managed to survive, ultimately succumbing to the torment inflicted by Fu Rou. This child, perhaps, was weakened from birth, and the tribe had resorted to every conceivable remedy to prolong its life. Remedies? A flicker of inspiration ignited in Lan Ning's mind. The orc race, genetically speaking, stands unparalleled in the world. Those born as children inherently possess a formidable inner core. However, they lack the innate ability to harness the power of this core. Consequently, the energies they absorb during their growth cannot be contained within their inner cores, resulting in an overflow that ravages their meridians. Given that offspring are already scarce among the orcs, they naturally yearn for each child to survive, clinging to their lives with the most precious spiritual elixirs. In such a scenario, those who can withstand the overwhelming force, exacerbated by the elixirs, endure, while those who cannot, tragically perish. This creates a vicious cycle. Lan Ning gazed upon the rain-drenched face of Umo Lihua, her desire to express her thoughts stifled by the sudden cries of the sleeping infant. Umo, unwilling to let the child suffer, proceeded to feed her in front of Lan Ning. As she observed the child settle into silence, Lan Ning noted with growing certainty that the infant's skin was gradually turning red, reinforcing her suspicions. Once Umo had finished feeding the child, Lan Ning finally spoke. "If you trust me, please allow me to care for her for a time. I may be able to discover a way to save her." It was a considerable request to ask a mother to entrust her critically ill child to another, even if that person were the esteemed Princess Wanjing. Umo's expression wavered as she hesitated. "Do you have confidence in your ability to heal her?" "Lan Ning, I shall do my utmost." She hesitated for a moment, adding, "If you harbor any concerns, you may reside with me at the regent's residence. I shall request the prince to accommodate you." Before her lay an opportunity to save her child, and despite her numerous visits to the palace and the hairpin banquet, only one child remained unharmed. Yuma inhaled deeply. Nodding solemnly, "I am willing." Lan Ning once again extended her hand to absorb the overflowing energy from the infant's body. As she alighted from the carriage, lifting her skirt, she offered Umo a piece of advice. "Your body is severely depleted. It would be unwise to consume any more spiritual elixirs for the time being, as they bring more harm than good." She lifted the curtain of the carriage and descended, locking eyes with a group of anxious individuals. Why did Lan Ning board the carriage? Xian Heng provided an explanation to the nobles, revealing that she could hear the cries for help from the infant. A truly extraordinary phenomenon. However, recalling the chilling winds that swept through the Penglai Hall that day, this occurrence seemed rather plausible. At this moment, witnessing her alight from the carriage, one could not help but inquire further. How did it fare? Lan Ning remarked, "None of this is particularly promising. Had you not encountered me, you might have survived an additional fortnight." Her words caused the gathered individuals to collectively gasp in shock, particularly Jing Yi, whose piercing silver gaze now reflected a profound sense of bewilderment. With overwhelming concern, he fixed his gaze upon the carriage, his voice tinged with trepidation. "Is there any hope of salvation?" Lan Ning approached Xian Hong, and I could only express my utmost effort. She gestured towards the carriage behind her, and I acquiesced to her request, thus they would accompany me back to the royal residence. "Is that acceptable?" Xian Heng nodded in agreement. Jing Ye's favorability increased by 10, bringing the total to 15. Chapter 18. The Messenger of the Divine. The news of the matriarch of the Wolf clan of Feng City taking residence in the regent's palace swiftly spread throughout the entirety of Wanjing City. While Lan Ning sought ways to rescue someone, discussions in the court revolved around whether Jing Yi had been swayed by Lan Ning. Each day, numerous individuals loitered around the regent's palace, eager to gather information. The attendants at the entrance were not particularly surprised. Ever since the young prince had moved in, the atmosphere had become quite lively. Officials knocked on the door day and night, while generals arrived punctually to stand guard, often more reliably than during court assemblies. As for those attempting to gather intelligence, the regent had declared that they would be disregarded entirely. They were far too busy. Xian Heng arranged for Umo and her daughter to stay at the Zhaiyue Pavilion adjacent to Shuixian Pavilion, and subsequently summoned the finest physician in Wanjing to accompany Lan Ning for treatment. "Are you implying that spiritual medicine cannot be used?" The elderly physician with a white beard's eyes widened in astonishment. "However, without spiritual medicine, how could one protect the heart pulse of this child?" Lan Ning elucidated. "Will this child survive with the elixir? Or can you teach this mute child the art of transformation?" "That is certainly impossible." The old physician stroked his beard. A look of perplexity etched upon his face. After years of practice, he had never encountered such a predicament. The beast tribe had employed this method to save children for centuries. Thus, Lan Ning's sudden assertion was indeed perplexing for the seasoned doctor. With a sigh, she continued, "You are well aware of my injuries, as you were the one who treated them. Pray tell, what is the most significant difference between myself and this child?" The old physician replied, "Your inner core is damaged, your meridians are severed, while this child's inner core remains intact, albeit his meridians are fragile." Lan Ning continued, "What is the purpose of that spiritual medicine?" The old physician suddenly realized it safeguards the inner elixir and nourishes the meridians. However, the vast majority of spiritual medicines available today are designed to enhance one's cultivation. Children, by nature, are incapable of circulating the methods. They cannot wield the power of the inner elixir. Therefore, the excessive accumulation of power leads to leakage, devastating their meridians. Yet, they have persistently used spiritual medicines to prolong the lives of these children, which amounts to their ignorance, resulting in the demise of so many young lives. The old physician's expression changed dramatically. "How did you come to know this?" Lan Ning pointed to her own ears, indicating her ability to hear and see. Gazing into those striking heterochromatic eyes, the old physician let out a long sigh. I once believed that tale to be mere fanciful gossip. But encountering you has made me realize its truth. Your Highness, rest assured. I shall exhaust all my efforts to safeguard the lives of Lady Umo and the young miss. However, Yin Xian, who hurried to the palace that day to implore the Empress to care for her daughter, was not so fortunate. She had not anticipated that the Empress herself was ensnared by illness and could only rely on spiritual medicine to prolong her daughter's life. Fervently hoping for the banquet to arrive swiftly, upon seeing her similarly pregnant cousin, Fu Rou, the latter bowed respectfully, as was fitting for the princesses. Yin Xian recalled Lan Ning's earlier rudeness towards her on the long street. What a pity that you can no longer claim the title of the sole princess of Wanjing, she remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Having heard much about the happenings within Wanjing City, she was utterly taken aback by the seemingly docile demeanor of her niece, who was capable of such actions. Fu Rou forced a smile, her lips twitching slightly. I am truly glad that another heterochromatic princess still lives in Wanjing. Yin Xian scrutinized her. She had lived longer than Fu Rou and had witnessed far more of the world, making it impossible for her to overlook Fu Rou's hypocrisy. I do not wish to dwell on your past actions, but I genuinely hope for your ascension as a princess. Fu Rou paused, her verdant eyes lowering discreetly, concealing her calculations and ambitions. The heterochromatic are deemed divine messengers, guardians of Wanjing's prosperity. Yet, I am not a heterochromat. I cannot become a princess. Yin Xian scoffed softly. You may not be, but your child can be. As for that individual, I shall not allow her to live for long. She was born of noble blood, and no one can overlook her. At the Narcissus Pavilion, with Lan Ning's assistance, the ailing child finally regained vitality, much to the delight of Umo and the accompanying wolf clan. If it were not for your timely intervention, both the child and I would have faced dire consequences. Umo expressed daily, gently caressing the child's forehead. I truly do not know how to convey my gratitude to you. Lan Ning shook her head, deeming it a mere trifling task. It was only after heeding the counsel of the impeccable Xiao Lu that she contemplated giving it a try, even if she faltered. The marketplace was replete with remedies. Surely, there existed one that could offer salvation. This endeavor was also pivotal to her strategic ambitions. Umo gazed upon Lan Ning's scarred visage, her gentle, water-like eyes now imbued with a touch of compassion. She was already consumed with worry whenever her son, Jingyi, ventured into battle. The thought of her own child being imprisoned and tormented was utterly unbearable, akin to a death sentence. Lost in contemplation, she fixated on the scars adorning Lan Ning's face, inadvertently leading to a misunderstanding. You need not fret excessively. The physician assures me that these will heal. Upon regaining her focus, Umo felt an even deeper pang of sorrow upon hearing those words. While her physical wounds were mending swiftly, what of the injuries of the heart? As for Jingyi, he had sustained facial injuries during the first Eastern expedition, and all these years, he had yet to find a partner who would cherish him. Though he professed indifference, the truth remained that he could not release the burden from his heart. Lan Ning continued, bearing scars upon one's body is hardly a matter of shame, and if I, in my current state, do not fear or resent those who criticize me, they might perhaps come to understand the depths of my resentment. The women of the Orc tribe place immense value on their appearance, often throwing fits over the slightest imperfections. Yet, Lan Ning is unlike them. Her demeanor and speech are refreshingly carefree, leading Umo to reassess her perception of her with every conversation. Perhaps she, too, can comprehend Jingyi. Your Highness, what are your thoughts on my son Jingyi? Umo endeavored to matchmake the two children. Having observed during her stay at the regent's palace that Xianheng harbored genuine feelings for Lan Ning, although Xianheng concealed his intentions in her presence, Umo, being an experienced observer, discerned his motives through a myriad of subtle hints. Lan Ning? How did this turn into assistance? She had yet to formulate a response to this inquiry. Over the past few days, whenever she met with Jingyi, either Umo or Xianheng was present. Their conversations were merely limited to formal exchanges between superior and subordinate, and despite her efforts, her affection had only increased by a mere 5 points. Moreover, he was a person of utmost seriousness. Xianheng had stated that a minister should not casually enter a princess's chamber, and Jingyi indeed refrained from doing so. After attending to his official duties, he faithfully stood guard at her door, day after day without pause, and no amount of persuasion could dissuade him. Lan Ning blinked, her hairpin banquet drawing near. Xianheng had been preoccupied in the palace these past few days, which presented a splendid opportunity for her to enhance her favorability. He is truly remarkable. He possesses both strength and striking good looks, being the national protector general, exuding a profound sense of security. Thus, Lan Ning mused. This was not mere fanciful thinking. She genuinely believed that Jing Yi embodied the essence of a dashing hero. Reminiscent of the heartthrobs that once captivated young girls on their mobile screens, the scar over his right eye adding an edge of wild intensity. Yet, in reality, he was quite the embodiment of stern propriety, adhering rigidly to rules. She often found herself tempted to tease Jing Yi. But out of consideration for Xin Heng's presence and the potential for jealousy, she kept such thoughts buried deep within her heart. Now that an opportunity had arisen, how could she possibly let it slip away? Favorability 3. Total favorability. 23. Chapter 19. There are no missteps. Favorability prompts may arrive belatedly, yet they shall never be absent. Lan Ning smiled brightly, inquiring, "Why do you ask? Is there someone who despises him?" She never forgot her persona as an innocent little flower, her eyes radiating an unparalleled clarity, making Yuma feel somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, Yuma replied candidly, "That child has been turned away by many due to the scar on his face, yet as his mother, I am always eager to find him a place to belong. Regardless of the world, there is no shortage of those who judge by appearances." Lan Ning let out a cold laugh. In this world, there are countless beings whose beauty rivals that of celestial maidens. Yet if one's heart is as venomous as that of a scorpion, they remain equally repugnant and despised. If one acts with integrity, punishing the wicked and upholding justice, what does it matter if their appearance is less than pleasing? She lifted the tea from the table and remarked, "Though I may be deemed unattractive, both the prince and my father treat me with kindness." This clearly illustrates that not all individuals in this world judge solely by appearances. Seeing Umo on the verge of tears once again, Lan Ning hurriedly consoled her, saying, "Let us rephrase this. These are not merely scars but also tokens of growth. Each scar upon my body has imparted a valuable lesson, and I am certain the same holds true for the general's face." Upon hearing this, Umo's eyes glistened even more with tears. What a perceptive child she is. If she were my own, heaven forbid anyone should dare to harm her. "It has come to my attention that you have persistently urged the Empress to execute Princess Fu Rou, and we may be of assistance in this matter," Umo hinted, casting her gaze down upon the infant cradled in her arms. The longer she resided in Wanjing City, the more chilling news reached her ears. How could someone so consumed by personal desires, disregarding familial bonds, ever ascend to the throne? I fear that by the time she is crowned Empress, Wanjing may very well become a place where no female infants are allowed to exist. Lan Ning, the Empress will not execute Furu, for she has watched her grow. They have never experienced the chilling sensation of a loved one growing cold in their embrace, yet they all urge me to quell my anger. I find it laughable. That day, when Furu slashed my neck, I scarcely comprehend how I managed to escape from the dungeon. I could have perished anywhere within Wanjing City. But I refuse to succumb. I merely hope the Empress refrains from intervening. Whether I can personally eliminate Furu is my own skill. Whether she can survive my pursuit depends on her own capabilities. However, that woman is now with child, and should she bear an heir, her position will become all the more secure. To alter this scenario, I must create a stir at the upcoming hairpin banquet. Yuma quietly observed Lan Ning, sensing that this young princess was indeed extraordinary. Though slender and seemingly frail, the aura she exuded and the sharpness of her words were impossible to overlook. On several occasions during their conversations, Yuma felt that this was not the daughter of the proud and weeping cat, Bian Zhao. Lan Ning resembled a slumbering cheetah. And now that she has awakened, she fixates intently on her prey, seeking the opportune moment for a decisive strike. This time, Lan Ning declined the recommendation, yet Yuma remained undeterred. During her stay at the regent's residence, she observed the dynamics between Xuanheng and Lan Ning. Is it not true that some matters hinge upon fortune? Had Jingya appeared near the palace gates that fateful night, her worries would have dissipated. While Lan Ning indulged in her afternoon slumber, Yuma would seize the moment to approach Jingya. For such an opportunity must not be squandered. There exists no other young lady like Princess Lan Ning, so discerning and reasonable. Jingya gazed expressionlessly at the koi in the pond. Fully aware of the implications, yet he hesitated. His reputation beyond these walls was not solely defined by his fearsome appearance. The chaotic monikers bestowed upon him by the common folk could easily frighten a child. Lan Ning, so delicate and pure, evoked a sense of trepidation within him. He could not possess the ease that Xuanheng exhibited, fearing that he might frighten Lan Ning. "Rest assured, I understand," Jingya reassured his incessantly chattering mother. Cradling his awakening younger sister in his arms beneath the corridor, the light child feeling as fragile as a sheet of paper to him. The Wolf clan values loyalty and kinship deeply. For their clan, they would sacrifice everything, and they hold great admiration for those who share their sentiments. Jingye recalled his first encounter with Lan Ning at the Pinglai Palace, where she exuded an unyielding spirit. Having spent several days together, he grew to appreciate the little princess's tenacity even more. The dearest ones can perish in one's embrace, their warmth gradually fading into coldness. He had experienced this sensation himself, allowing him to empathize with Lan Ning's thirst for vengeance. To her, neither Bian Zhao nor the Empress held the closest ties. Only those deceased heirs occupied the foremost place in her heart, and now it seemed that Xuanheng would join their ranks. Jingye's lips curled into a smirk. For his mother had bestowed upon him a formidable task, competing for favor with the regent, a challenge far more daunting than the battlefield. With this thought, he instinctively touched the scar above his eye and turned his gaze towards the direction of the Narcissus Pavilion, his previously solemn expression gradually giving way to concern. Jingye's affinity increased by 2, bringing his total affection to 25. In the blink of an eye, the time for the hairpin banquet arrived. Early in the morning, Lan Ning was beckoned by Umo to join her in the art of dressing and adornment. Umo, a person of pure heart and benevolence, showed no disdain for the unsightly scars on Lan Ning's body. Instead, as a woman herself, she excelled in the realm of fashion, far surpassing the aesthetic appeal of the Puppet Palace's attire. The Puppet Palace's garments, though convenient, were ultimately mere constructs of sorcery, incapable of replacing the vitality of a living being. Umo discovered that Lan Ning was particularly suited to a cerulean glass skirt, prompting her to procure various styles. Lacking a daughter of her own, Umo was determined to beautify Lan Ning, and upon her completion of the attire, she joyfully circled around Lan Ning several times, wishing her hair were a tad longer. Lan Ning's cat ears twitched as she gazed into the mirror, assessing her hair. The locks that Xuanheng had severed had grown to a rather awkward length over the past 2 months, making it impossible to tie up, while wearing it down seemed ill-suited for hairpins. Thus, she opted to adorn her ears with 2 delicate strands of pearls, which did complement her appearance rather well. This arrangement was quite satisfactory. The blemishes on her face had faded further, and with the additional strength she had garnered during this period, she had also mended the 2 fractures of her inner core. She felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her. Yumon nodded in agreement, affirming that everything looked lovely. Lan Ning rose, lifting her skirts, and declared, "Let us proceed. We cannot afford to be late for this momentous occasion." The Ruolatai was bustling with onlookers early in the morning. A throng of citizens eagerly gathered to witness the spectacle. The grand scale of the hairpin banquet revealed the royal family's undeniable air of prosperity, leaving speculation about whether the expectant one was a prince or princess. Rumors circulated that many princesses had fallen victim to Princess Furu. Yet this pregnancy seemed to have spared her life. Mind your words. Orders have been issued, and it was not Princess Furu who orchestrated that incident. Speak carelessly, and you may find yourself in peril. Princess Furu arrived early, accompanying Yin Xian, and now seated in the banquet hall of Ruolutai. Her gaze fixed on the seat directly opposite her. She was about to encounter Lan Ning once more, the very woman who had nearly taken her life. Furu instinctively brushed her fingers over her neck, where remnants of pink marks lingered, traces left by Lan Ning. As she departed the palace, whispers about her filled the air, and it was not difficult to discern who was fanning the flames behind the scenes. Thoughts of Xuanheng flooded Furu's mind. Could it be that a woman with nothing to her name, like Lan Ning, was worth his attention? Chapter 20, at the hairpin banquet 1. Clearly, that was not the case. Xuanheng wielded considerable power within the kingdom of Wanjing. He must be scheming to exploit Lan Ning's lack of assets to usurp authority. As the eldest princess of Wanjing, how could she allow a man to ascend the throne? Even if Lan Ning were to become a mere puppet, she would not permit it. Yet, eavesdropping on the public's discourse, they entertained the notion of using the child within her to ascend to greatness. Yin Chuan's timely mockery echoed in her ears. As long as you are alive, that will forever remain impossible. Fura lowered her gaze. She was acutely aware of this simple truth. Thus, she had expended a great sum to prepare a lavish gift for Lan Ning, determined that this time, she would surely claim her life. This was Lan Ning's first experience attending such a grand banquet, the scale of which surpassed even that of the illustrious Palai Hall. Supported by Xuanheng, she descended from the carriage and ascended the Rue Lu terrace under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Is this truly Princess Lan Ning? Her face is marred with scars. What a pity. Indeed, look at those striking heterochromatic eyes. They are the eyes of a divine emissary. How could she have encountered such misfortune? Is heaven intent on bringing ruin to the Wanjing realm? It is rumored that all this turmoil is the doing of Princess Furu. With a heart as venomous as a serpent's, how could she be deemed worthy of ruling Wanjing? Were she not a princess, she would have faced execution long ago. The murmurs beneath the Rue Lu terrace never ceased, and Lan Ning, with her keenly perceptive ears, absorbed every word. Her father has been remarkably supportive. The whispers circulating outside have not waned during this period. Lan Ning approached their table and, upon raising her head, locked eyes with Furu, who sat directly opposite her. After several days apart, the once exalted princess had lost considerable weight. Her delicate, flower-like visage now bore signs of weariness. Nevertheless, her enchanting emerald eyes remained filled with resentment and fury. Lan Ning raised her delicate brow slightly, gently tugging at Xian Heng's sleeve. When he lowered his gaze to meet hers, she pointed at the beautiful large orange on the fruit plate beside him and playfully said, "I want to eat an orange. Please peel it for me." Xian Heng glanced at the oranges on the table, helplessly ruffling Lan Ning's cat ears. "All right, I'll peel it for you in a moment." He realized he hadn't spent quality time with her for several days, feeling indulgent towards her request. He picked up an orange and began his task. Soon presenting the succulent flesh to her lips, even thoughtfully wiping away the remnants at the corners of her mouth. How many had witnessed such tender care? The court officials observing from the shadows were nearly astounded, for this was the same Xian Heng known for his ruthless demeanor, who had turned down the advances of numerous beautiful wives, yet here he was displaying such gentle affection. Had they not seen him enter and take his seat, they might have doubted whether he had been replaced by another. Fu Ro's expression darkened. She felt that Lan Ning's commands towards Xian Heng were deliberately aimed at her. Wondering if Lan Ning was aware of her past insinuations toward him, Yan Xian, witnessing the scene, was not in a forgiving mood. Her daughter was gravely ill, and her spirits were already low. She spoke without restraint, slamming her cup heavily onto the table, gritting her teeth and exclaiming, "Who are you putting on a show for?" While the two women were in poor spirits, Lan Ning's mood soared. Undeterred by their cold gazes, she handed another orange to Xian Heng, smiling at him and asking for yet another. Their harmonious interaction drew the rare attention of the two silent drinkers across the table. Compared to everyone present, the scars on Lan Ning's face were hard to overlook. Xian Mo, seldom seen lifting his cup, took a couple of swigs, wishing to seek justice for the ill-fated heirs. Yet he was stymied by the Empress's cover-up. Despite being revered as the impartial iron face of Wanjing, he found himself unable to handle such a trivial matter, leaving him with no face to confront the emotionally sincere Lan Ning. A notification appeared, Xian Mo's affection 5, total affection 15. When this message popped up, Lan Ning was momentarily taken aback. Ever since Xian Mo had visited her to inquire about her circumstances, she had not seen the gentle right minister again. How had her affection for him suddenly increased? Lan Ning couldn't help but search among the courtiers with her eyes. Amidst the vibrant colors, a figure in white official robes stood out, Xian Mo, whose face resembled jade and bore a hint of crimson. The handsome man, intoxicated, was especially captivating, and she found herself entranced. "What are you staring at?" Xian Heng, peeling an orange, turned to see his little cat gazing dreamily at another man. Jealousy surged within him as he pulled Lan Ning into his embrace, his large hand resting on her slender waist as a warning. His golden, slit-pupiled eyes swept over everyone present, finally settling on Xian Mo. The right minister was renowned as a strikingly handsome man, but alas, his frail health prevented him from being one of Fu Ro's suitors. Lan Ning, taken aback by the revelation, pondered the implications of what she had just heard, Xian Mo's frail health. She couldn't help but cast a couple more glances in Xian Mo's direction. This time, she discerned the dim internal core and fragile meridians within him. While not life-threatening, his condition rendered him weaker than other beastmen. This might explain why Xian Mo did not accompany Fu Ro. Evidently, his health placed him outside her criteria for a mate. If he were now part of her strategy, he would undoubtedly belong to her. Congratulations, host, for completing a hidden task. You have earned 1,000 points. Among the 3 strategy targets encountered thus far, 2 have successfully completed hidden tasks, leaving only Xian Heng. The reason for his exclusion by Fu Ro. Xian Heng must possess a temperament that is capricious. Lan Ning voiced her conjecture. Perfect little 6. Master, your intellect shines. Congratulations, host, for completing a hidden task. You have earned 1,000 points. Lan Ning helplessly remarked. Shouldn't the true heroine overcome these obstacles? Why is there still a sense of pickiness? It is simply embarrassing for the protagonist. Perfect Xiaolu nodded in agreement. Who could disagree? She did not dwell on the matter too much, for there was a jealous man awaiting her attention. She had merely noticed his gloomy demeanor and lingered a moment longer. Xian Heng let out a soft snort, recognizing that among all the individuals within Wanjing, the only one worthy of his concern was Xian Mo. He had not once failed to overhear Bian Zhao conspire with other noble lords, suggesting that he be arranged as Lan Ning's husband. Moreover, Xian Mo's beauty was indeed striking, which could easily enchant Lan Ning. After all, women are often drawn to that which is aesthetically pleasing. My dear Xiaoguai promised me not to entice other men, Xian Hang murmured, leaning close to her delicate white cat ears, his heated breath causing Lan Ning to shiver slightly. She clutched the hem of her dress tightly, her cheeks flushed as she nodded. I won't. Xian Hang cherished her obedient demeanor, peeling an orange and tenderly offering it to Lan Ning's lips, much like one would care for a child. This scene only served to provoke the jealousy of the two onlookers, who ground their teeth in frustration. Xian Hang's favor increased by 2 points, bringing his total favor to 52. Once she had appeased Xian Hang, Lan Ning patiently enjoyed her fruit while awaiting the commencement of the hairpin banquet. Seizing the opportunity before the Empress's arrival, she reconfirmed the task flow with perfect Xiao Lu. Shortly, Fu Rou will first ascend the terrace to kneel and pray for blessings, followed by the other wives with newborns who will join in the prayer. The Empress will then touch her hairpin, signifying the completion of the ceremony. Lan Ning, all I need to do is project the image I have envisioned to everyone present when the ceremony takes place. Are you certain that my current physical state poses no issues? Chapter 21. At the hairpin feast 2 perfect Xiao Lu, rest assured, this system will minimize any potential losses. Beneath the railed terrace lies a resting area for nobles and dignitaries. Once the Empress arrives, they will all have to ascend the stairs to kneel before the beast deity statue. Lan Ning will remain at Xuanheng's side. Thus she is not concerned about her safety should she faint. Having reviewed the plan once more, she sat obediently, consuming her meal while occasionally glancing at the poised Furu across from her. Over the past 2 months, Lan Ning had discreetly leveraged connections to create numerous troubles for her. Listening to the public discourse in the hall, it was evident that the comments struck at the very core of one's being. Had it been someone else, there would likely have been an uproar, or perhaps this instigator would have faced some retribution. Yet, Fura maintained her composure, proving herself worthy of the protagonist role. However, Lan Ning did not let her guard down, believing Fura would spare her. At this point in the original text, Fura was not yet with child. The day she rescued Umo and her daughter, Lan Ning had perfect Xiao Lu meticulously recite the information regarding pregnancy and gestation. A vague suspicion lingered in her mind. When a mother conceives, her body perceives the nutrient-seeking child as a parasitic entity, resulting in consistent symptoms of morning sickness. In the natural world, survival of the fittest prevails. The beast clan stands as the apex of existence in this realm. Perhaps there is no need for excessive reproduction, allowing space for other beings to thrive. Or perhaps, the bodies of elite warriors impose stringent selection on their offspring. Lan Ning activated the system and observed the 2 untouched side quests. Side quest 1. Discover a method to rectify the imbalanced gender ratio in the beast realm, with no deadline, offering a reward of 100,000 points upon success. Side quest 2. Uncover the reasons behind the difficulties faced by female beast men in conception and assist them in overcoming these challenges, also with no deadline, granting a reward of 80,000 points upon success. No wonder these tasks are without a deadline. They are indeed quite challenging, Lan Ning remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Perfect Little Six responded, perhaps you should consider it from a different perspective. Successfully completing these tasks might just pave your way to surpassing Furu and ascending to the role of the heroine. Lan Ning smirked. You have no idea how challenging it is to complete the task, do you? Is it within her power to alter the natural laws? Lan Ning had contemplated whether there existed any miraculous remedies within the marketplace. However, after a thorough search, she found only products aimed at skin nourishment or life preservation, with nothing that could facilitate conception for women. Perfect Xiaolu, our system adheres to the philosophy of experiencing the most exquisite aspects of life. Thus, the coercion of childbirth does not align with this ideal and will not be present in the system's marketplace. In this regard, Perfect Xiaolu's perspective resonated with Lan Ning's own thoughts. Then, do you not encounter hosts who become hopelessly infatuated with a man? Lan Ning inquired, her curiosity piqued by the perfect system. During her time spent with Perfect Xiaolu, she had gleaned a fair amount about the perfect world, including the reasons behind Perfect Xiaolu's compromises. Among the myriad small worlds in the universe, one will inevitably encounter a few that fall short of expectations. Perfect Xiaolu, those afflicted with love-stricken folly will not advance to our selection phase. Moreover, the perfect world has explicitly stated that while one may indulge in the pursuit of multiple partners, To love unconditionally and forgive endlessly someone who has caused harm is a disgrace to our selection. After stating this, he felt a twinge of unease and added, in the task phase, such actions are permissible, provided the host does not genuinely fall in love, should genuine feelings arise. Both the individual and their system will be eradicated. The unexpected incident of Lan Ning is indeed quite severe. The proud Perfect Six declared, of course, we must not allow anyone to tarnish the flawless realm. This is the motto of every perfect system. Lan Ning smiled slightly, feeling fortunate not to have encountered a system that would compel her to undertake tasks, for otherwise, she would truly be at a loss. Every soul that enters the perfect world selection system undergoes thorough background checks. At that time, many candidates were suitable for Lan Ning. But due to the severe stagnation of tasks on the perfect Xiaolu side, she was allocated here. The main system declared this to be the final opportunity for perfect Xiaolu, promising to fully relax its restrictions on the world's permissions and refrain from interfering with the progression of tasks. Naturally, perfect Xiaolu was eager to accomplish the tasks, which led to Lan Ning assuming the role of leader. Perfect Xiaolu ingratiatingly remarked, Master, your ability to complete tasks serves as my greatest encouragement, so do persevere. I shall do my utmost to assist you in trampling the hypocritical heroine beneath your feet. At this point, Lan Ning could not help but sigh. So, do you have any insights regarding these two tasks? She was neither a doctor nor a biological researcher, and altering the world's reproductive dynamics posed a significant challenge. Perfect Xiaolu suggested, perhaps you could first attempt the initial task, focusing on the gender ratio. I have found some outline materials from the original text, which mention that there exists a method for assisting animals in refining their inner elixirs in a certain location within Wanjing City. Refining inner elixirs for animals? Wouldn't that ultimately lead to them becoming beastmen? Lan Ning's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Do you know where it is? The perfect Xiaolu replied with a hint of frustration. Our mission has not progressed for some time, and our current permissions are insufficient. We can only rely on our own efforts to seek it out. However, we can certainly give it a try. Lan Ning, have you forgotten that I am a broken vessel of inner alchemy? Perfect Xiaolu, I apologize. I shall persist in my efforts to seek out information. The court physician exclaimed, abruptly halting their conversation. Lan Ning turned her gaze towards the entrance of the Rue Terrace, where the Empress approached, supported by a multitude of noble lords. After a period of absence, her complexion remained as haggard and pale as ever, her striking heterochromatic eyes dulled, enveloped in an ineffable sorrow. Lan Ning cast a fleeting glance before returning her attention to her meal with earnest diligence. Just as she had taken a few bites, the light before her was suddenly obscured. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld a strikingly beautiful woman clad in red, cradling an infant in her arms. With tears glistening in her emerald eyes, she implored, Princess Lan Ning, my daughter is gravely ill. Might I request your assistance in holding her before the statue of the beast god? It seemed this visit was intended for her. Lan Ning gazed at her for a moment. After a period of honing her intuition, she had become quite adept at it. It was evident to her that the child in the woman's arms would not survive for long. Was this an attempt to entrap her? Surely, there was no need for such a ploy. If anything were to happen while the child was in her care, it would be difficult to explain. Lan Ning set down the pastry in her hand, resolutely declining the request. Yan Xian wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Yet you possess heterochromia and are a messenger of the beast god. With you holding the child, surely, you can ensure its safety. Lan Ning expressed her bewilderment. Is it possible for the beast god to recognize me on my first visit to the ruined terrace? Perhaps it would be more fitting for the Empress to hold the child, as it would serve as a better blessing for your daughter. Yan Xian found it difficult to address the Empress's illness. She had not anticipated Lan Ning's utter disregard for sentiment. After all, she was a princess. How could someone so indifferent to the pleas of her subjects ever be fit to be an empress? The courtiers present observed the unfolding scene with clarity, perceiving that Yan Xian's request was entirely reasonable. What mother would not desire her child's safety? In contrast, Lan Ning appeared excessively cold. Some courtiers, unable to remain silent, interjected, Your Highness, Yan Xian, as a mother, is merely concerned for her child. As a princess, you ought to assist her, especially since it is merely a matter of holding a child for a moment. Chapter 22. At the hairpin banquet, the Empress approached and overheard these remarks. Her gaze fixed upon Lan Ning, whose scars remained painfully visible after a period of absence. She understood that Lan Ning spoke the truth. Yet she could not forsake Fu Rou, the child she had nurtured with such care, especially now that she was with child. The Empress could only express her apologies to Lan Ning. As the sovereign, she felt compelled to prioritize the greater good. and in her view, Yan Xian's request was entirely justifiable. Lan Ning, you are a princess. You should set an example. An example? Lan Ning raised her gaze to the Empress, who hailed from the esteemed Mo Fox clan. It is well known that my relations with the Mo Fox clan are far from amicable. Moreover, as the Empress, it is incumbent upon you to set an example. Perhaps it would be better for you to embrace it yourself. Lan Ning, known for her unrestrained demeanor, was certainly not a stranger to those present, yet her blatant defiance against the matriarch of the Mo Fox clan was undeniable. As the foremost figure of Wanjing, how could the courtiers supporting Fu Rou possibly let such an opportunity slip by? Princess Lan Ning, as a member of royalty, how can you disregard the pleas of your subjects? It is merely a request for an embrace. If you're unwilling, then so be it. But must you be so confrontational? Indeed, as a princess, how can you remain indifferent to the needs of your people? Such coldness cannot possibly prepare you for the role of imperial consort. Lan Ning had grown weary of these remarks. She languidly turned her gaze toward the gossipy courtiers. Having been raised in the confines of the cold palace, what sort of compassion do you expect from me? Upon hearing this, the loquacious courtiers immediately lowered their heads, as if the matter no longer concerned them. Why had this fierce spirit once again evoked memories of the cold palace? Lan Ning leaned against Xuanheng, her gaze fixed intently on Yan Xian. Moreover, she continued, if this child were to suffer any misfortune due to my involvement, would you not place the blame squarely upon my shoulders? My survival has been a considerable challenge. Please refrain from creating any further complications for me. Her vigilance and calculating demeanor were understandable, yet to curse another's child in broad daylight was simply unacceptable. Even the Empress, displaying her discontent, could only murmur a warning. Lan Ning, refrain from speaking recklessly. What recklessness? Lan Ning retorted, unwilling to show them any deference. Those from her own lineage had harmed their brothers and sisters. It was prudent to keep a safe distance from those who might use their own offspring to ensnare her. With that statement, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Observing the faces of Fu Rou's companions grow increasingly grim, Lan Ning added fuel to the fire, and you, over there, should also maintain your distance. If anything were to happen to you or your unborn child, the blame would inevitably fall upon me. Weren't you the one who vowed to go to any lengths to eliminate Fu Rou? Why now the sudden urge to distance yourself? The crowd struggled to comprehend Lan Ning's intentions. Wary of provoking this seemingly unhinged princess, fearful of her uttering more unpleasant truths, Yan Xian, thwarted, shot a venomous glare at Lan Ning before retreating to her seat, her expression mirroring the Empress's dissatisfaction. All these were their own children. Why must they resort to mutual destruction? The Empress yearned for harmony between Lan Ning and Fu Rou. Yet she found herself at a loss for how to dissolve Lan Ning's grievances. Listening to Lan Ning's piercing words, she felt increasingly hesitant to meet her gaze. The fault lay in her own inadequacy. Very well, let the hairpin banquet commence. The Empress took a deep breath, lifting her eyes toward the banquet hall's exterior, where the core area of the Ruelu Terrace lay, housing the statue of the beast god, a distance yet to be traversed. Under the Empress's lead, the pregnant or childbearing female beast men knelt one by one, while Lan Ning and her companions followed 10 paces behind the Empress. Making their way from the banquet hall to the inner hall, ascending the steps, Lan Ning seized the opportunity to survey the temple. The overall style bore some resemblance to the Buddhist temple she had visited, yet it was stark and empty, save for a solitary stone statue positioned at the center. Its form was indeed impressive, but as Lan Ning approached to scrutinize the statue's face, she was struck by a sense of disbelief. Is it just me? Or does this resemble my appearance in the real world? Lan Ning questioned, turning to her faithful companion, Perfect Little Six. Perfect Little Six replied, my apologies, my master. But the original text provides scant detail about the statue, so we had to find a comparable reference. Lan Ning, shouldn't one seek permission before using another's likeness? Do you realize that in modern times, this could be considered illegal? Perfect Xiaolu. In that case, shall we provide you with 20,000 points? Lan Ning, transaction completed. Perfect Xiaolu. As she stepped into the temple, Lan Ning leaned closely against Xin Hang, preparing for her next move. Having collected her points, she found herself less concerned about the statue. Instead, she listened to the eunuch reciting the Lord's Prayer, and a flicker of anxiety unexpectedly washed over her. Lan Ning instinctively surveyed her surroundings, her keen ears picking up the sound of something striking the tiles above her, accompanied by faint, almost inaudible whispers. It was likely that the grand spectacle orchestrated by Fu Rou was about to unfold, and she steeled herself for the impending drama. Kneel. The eunuch concluded the Lord's Prayer with a resounding proclamation, prompting the multitude to bow in reverence. Please perform the hairpin salute. He called out once more. The Empress, supported by attendants, rose gracefully, her gentle gaze sweeping over the devoted subjects. She approached Fu Rou, her delicate hand just brushing against Fu Rou's coiffure when an unexpected calamity struck. In an instant, the entire temple began to tremble, the ceiling shedding wooden debris, while cracks marred the once sacred effigy that was venerated by thousands. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the statue fractured completely. From the ruins of the idol emerged a woman, her face reminiscent of a lotus yet imbued with a chilling cruelty. Her emerald eyes regarded the onlookers with disdain, as if they were mere ants beneath her gaze. In one hand, she wielded a long sword, in the other, she grasped the severed head of the Empress. Her red embroidered shoes pressed down upon the shattered visage of the idol, the sound reverberating with arrogance. In the kingdom of 10,000 sceneries, I alone am the princess. The position of the imperial daughter is rightfully mine, and so too is that of the Empress. The audience stood in stunned silence, yet when they blinked, the chaos had vanished as if it had never transpired. Within the temple, the ministers remained kneeling, their expressions increasingly grotesque with dismay. Lan Ning projected her imagined vision to all present, momentarily gripping them for 3 seconds. She remained kneeling beside Xianhong. Yet she found herself devoid of the strength to rise. The progress of her revenge mission stood at 13, with a reward of 3,000 points. What was the shattered statue meant to convey? Why did it manifest precisely when the Empress caressed Fu Rou? The myriad of signs left little room for speculation. And even those supporting Fu Rou could not help but scrutinize the mother and daughter kneeling before the statue. As Lan Ning projected the scene, she deliberately bypassed Fu Rou, leaving her unaware of the reason behind the Empress's pause and her affectionate gesture. This was not Fu Rou's first experience with the ceremonial hair grooming, yet the duration felt unprecedented. After what seemed like an eternity, she mustered the courage to raise her gaze, only to meet the Empress's vigilant eyes. A sudden chill gripped Fu Rou's heart. This was the second time the Empress regarded her with such scrutiny, the first occasion having been related to Lan Ning. What could have prompted this scrutiny again? Confused, she awaited the conclusion of the prolonged ceremony, cautiously turning to anticipate the eunuch's call, but soon realized that the onlookers regarded her with peculiar expressions. What was amiss? Fu furrowed her brow, and from her vantage point, she could easily see Lan Ning, who unabashedly met her gaze. Chapter 23. The hostility directed at me. Fu gradually averted her eyes. No matter the gravity of the situation, it was best to wait until her return to inquire further. Enduring the uncomfortable scrutiny, she finally heard the chime from the eunuch. She had never considered sparing Lan Ning, yet opportunities for a solitary confrontation had eluded her. With pressing matters at hand, she could no longer afford to hesitate. If Lan Ning's situation continued to unfold unchecked, her future would be far from pleasant. Long before her confinement, Fu had devised a plan. She had her father and Heng Yue simultaneously reach out to powerful clans, with the intent that if they could eliminate Lan Ning under her orchestration, she would select the mightiest warriors from those tribes to be her consort. The prospect of becoming the future Empress's husband in the kingdom of Wanjing was undeniably enticing. Thus, this morning, numerous individuals had stealthily positioned themselves around Ruilu Terrace. Even with Jingyi and Xianhong offering protection, Lan Ning would surely not survive amid such a multitude of skilled ambushers. The chime signified a command. She intended for Lan Ning to perish here. Fu exhaled deeply, a rigid smile gradually emerging on her face as she heard a lion's roar. A throng of figures burst forth from the temple's rooftop, cloaked in black, their identities obscured. In mere moments, they disrupted the orderly ranks of the court officials. Assassins! Quickly, protect the Empress! Amidst the chaos, someone shouted, and several assassins dashed toward the Empress, swiftly dispatching the eunuch who stood guard beside her. Furu's eyes sparkled with determination. She unleashed a palm strike to intercept one of the assassins, swiftly positioning herself in front of the Empress to shield her. Do not harm my mother. In the crowd, Lan Ning was safeguarded by Xianhong, flanked by several noble lords, including Bianzhao. Logically, they should have been at the Empress's side, but the assassins had separated them, compelling them to converge around Lan Ning instead. Do not be afraid. My father will protect you, Bianzhao thought, wishing to shield Lan Ning's eyes from the impending bloodshed. Yet Lan Ning remained composed, standing on tiptoe to peer toward the Empress, where Fu was already engaged in combat with several assassins. Lan Ning sighed, aware that leaving today would not be a simple affair. What is the regent's perspective? Bianzhao inquired, dispatching an assassin while seeking Xiancheng's thoughts on the assassination attempt. Xiancheng, with an air of nonchalance, remarked that these formidable foes reminded him of several past adversaries, the Lion tribe, the Tiger tribe, as well as the Eagle tribe and the Serpent tribe of Lu City. Isn't your esteemed lord going to protect the Empress? There are considerable numbers on that side, and Princess Furu may soon falter. Xianqing shielded Lan Ning as they retreated, clearly besieged by a greater number of assassins. The path behind them was completely obstructed by court officials, rendering an exit through the main gate impossible. Moreover, the assassins appeared intent on driving them toward the statue. Although Xianqing had contemplated that this group might be targeting Lan Ning, their attacks were primarily directed at him or the noble lords, seemingly with no interest in Lan Ning herself. This was perplexing. Surrounding Wanjing Kingdom were several minor nations, long intimidated by its might and reluctant to overstep boundaries. How, then, did they dare to infiltrate Wanjing for assassination this time? Equally bewildered was Jing Yi, striving to approach the Empress. The capital of Wanjing, particularly in the sacred setting of Ruelu Terrace, was now the scene of a brazen attack. A blatant affront to his dignity as the Grand General. You assist the officials in retreating. The rest follow me to protect the Empress. Jing Yi swiftly organized his subordinates, then deftly positioned himself before the Empress, intercepting several attacks meant for Princess Furu. Your Majesty, please follow the guards outside. We shall handle this, he urged before plunging into battle. Furu carefully supported the weakened Empress, guiding her through the chaos of the battlefield. They navigated the throng and entered the banquet hall, shielded by the wolf army. Softly, she reassured the Empress. Rest assured, with the Regent and the Grand General within, they will surely apprehend all the miscreants. The Empress, casting a worried glance toward the temple, coldly inquired about the state of the city's defenses during this tumultuous time, questioning how assassins could infiltrate without detection. The court officials knelt, each offering a multitude of names, only to be met with denials from those implicated. It was only Xianmo who had just emerged. Frowning as he reported, before Princess Furu was placed under house arrest, it was my responsibility. Later, due to the investigation into the heir, both factions in the court refused to relent, and we, the neutral party, could not contest. Thus, the matter of defense remained unaddressed. Before the banquet commenced, it was indeed a challenge for Jing Yi to conduct a thorough inspection, which revealed no issues at that time. Xianmo paused, pondering whether the regent, responsible for the kingdom's affairs, was unaware of these events. He certainly must know. With his capabilities, he could safeguard Wanjing without a doubt. But why? Xianmo found himself perplexed, casting a complex glance toward the temple, where most officials had already fled, leaving only a few nobles and Lan Ning behind. Thinking of that unfortunate little princess heightened Xianmo's anxiety. He could not help but surmise the true target of these assassins. At this very moment within the temple, Lan Ning remained sheltered behind Xianqing, shielded from the sight of any carnage, as he occasionally offered her words of comfort, urging her not to be afraid. Lan Ning was far from fearful. She had been well prepared. However, she did not anticipate that Xianhang and her father possessed such formidable combat prowess. The assassins that Fu Rou had summoned hardly managed to approach them, and if this continued, they would soon be annihilated. She gradually regained her strength. And when her sixth sense finally resumed its function, the cacophony surrounding her struck her ears with painful intensity. Lan Ning instinctively lowered her head to alleviate her discomfort. Her unusual behavior caused Xianhang to worry. With one hand grasping the assassin's throat, Xianhang turned his head momentarily to glance at her and softly inquired, "Are you all right?" Lan Ning obediently nodded, expressing her lack of concerns. Xianhang, with impatience, gazed at the relentless waves of assassins before him. Although they were nothing more than inconsequential fools, they were undeniably a nuisance. He had finally managed to find some time to spend with the little cat, and could not allow these inept individuals to squander it. Very well. Let us eliminate them all. Yin Zhao, noble lord, ensure Lan Ning's safety and escort her out first. Xianheng rose, channeling his power, and gently pushed Lan Ning into Bian Zhao's embrace. Before Lan Ning could react, a large hand covered her eyes. Let us exit first. He can manage on his own. If he could not handle mere assassins, Bian Zhao would never entrust his precious daughter to Xianheng. Bian Zhao shielded Lan Ning as they moved towards the temple's exit. But after only a few steps, new assassins surged in, seemingly intent on trapping them within the sanctuary. In the midst of the chaos, Lan Ning detected a peculiar scent amidst the metallic tang of blood, sharp and unpleasant. Instinctively, she turned towards the source of the odor and beheld several cloaked figures suspended from the beams above, clutching something that emitted sparks. "Father, beware the ceiling," Lan Ning called out, but Bian Zhao looked up only to find it was too late. The cloaked figures hurled their burdens down as if scattering water, and she watched in horror as they struck the ground and detonated. Is there gunpowder here? This is not right. Lan Ning was taken aback, realizing that most of the explosives had been hurled in her direction. In that fleeting moment, she understood that this was the deadly trap meticulously laid by Furu, intending her demise. Chapter 24. The escape from death. The explosives that fell within the hall instantaneously shattered the floor, unleashing a cacophony of explosions accompanied by a suffocating odor. The statue that stood majestically within the temple was obliterated into countless fragments. What a cunning scheme. At that moment, Lan Ning recognized that she had underestimated Furu. The naive tactics she had envisioned were perhaps only within Yin Xian's purview, while Furu had always been on the same wavelength as her. My master, the perfect Xiao Lu urged, you must devise a plan swiftly. If this continues, it will surely lead to your demise. Lan Ning is far more composed than perfect Xiao Lu imagined. She inquired, what are the odds of my survival? Perfect Xiao Lu responded, based on calculations. The probability of Bai Zhao Xianhang and others surviving is 90%. However, with your current capabilities, you would be reduced to ashes. At this moment, Lan Ning felt a twinge of regret for having minimized her body's recovery speed, yet she was unwilling to succumb to death so easily. The relentless assassins surged forward, obstructing their path, leaving them in a precarious predicament. Lan Ning could only inquire of the perfect Xiao Lu, do I not possess a spatial dimension? Can I not retreat into it? The perfect Xiao Lu replied, due to your current low level, the space has not been upgraded to accommodate living beings. Entering it now would also lead to certain demise. Why did you not mention this earlier? Lan Ning scolded the infuriating system once more. While others enjoyed the advantages of their quick travel bindings, replete with extraordinary capabilities, she found herself burdened with insufficient points and inadequate levels. Unable even to safeguard her own life, the perfect Xiao Lu, feeling quite embarrassed, hastily contemplated a means of survival. Ultimately, he proposed an idea to Lan Ning. I can create a rift in the fabric of this world and subsequently transport you to any location, though I cannot guarantee your safety. Would you be willing to take the risk? Lan Ning's eyes lit up. Having something is better than having nothing at all. Hurry, I can barely hold on. At that moment, she was cradled in Bian Zhao's embrace, watching as the explosion above her grew ever larger. Reluctantly, Bian Zhao had to release her to fend off the blast with all his might. After what felt like an eternity, when the explosion finally ceased, he realized that the girl he had been protecting was nowhere to be found. The world spun violently around her, and Lan Ning found herself abruptly seated on the ground. Wincing in pain, Perfect Little Six let out a long, relieved breath. They were finally safe. Oh, how terrifying that was. Lan Ning glanced around, enveloped in darkness. Yet her feline nature bestowed upon her the gift of night vision, allowing her to discern her surroundings with difficulty. Rising to her feet, she dusted off her skirt, the swirling particles causing her to cough incessantly. Is there anything that can illuminate this place? Lan Ning inquired. Perfect Xiao Lu conjured 2 candles for her, saying, please use these for the time being. As the area brightened, Lan Ning fully comprehended her location. It was a completely enclosed cavern, but the walls were not made of earth. Instead, they bore indistinct murals. What are these? Lan Ning momentarily set aside her thoughts of returning and approached the murals for a closer look. A group of variously shaped stick figures danced around a bonfire and gathered around the sun, leaving her perplexed regarding the meaning of the artwork. Master, I have detected that this is an underground relic of Wanjing City. Perfect Xiao Lu reminded her of its purpose. Their knowledge of the novel's background was scant, and it was only upon their arrival that the system interface revealed a new location. This indicated that the place was unknown, just as the path to exit remained a mystery. Lan Ning gazed at the candle in her hand. In a nearly completely sealed subterranean relic, the supply of oxygen was limited. Lighting the candle would hasten the depletion of the air within. Perfect Little Six seemed oblivious to this fact. He was diligently poring over the materials, striving to assist Lan Ning in finding an escape route. To his surprise, while utilizing Lan Ning's eyes, he scanned the murals and uncovered additional clues. Master, these murals depict the earliest transformation of the orc race into humanoids. They might aid your quest. Perfect Little Six excitedly informed Lan Ning. Quest? Lan Ning raised her gaze to the mural shrouded in earth, embodying the character described by Perfect Xiao Lu. She seemed to discern the various stick figures representing different animals. Circling around all the murals, she ultimately deduced their sequence. In total, there were 8 murals narrating the emergence of the inner elixir, the origins of the orc race, and the evolution of the realm of beasts, far more abstract than the outline provided by Perfect Xiao Lu. Thus, it was revealed how the orc race came to possess their inner elixir. After reviewing the murals, Lan Ning sat upon the ground, reflecting that if one were to master the technique of the first orc to attain the inner elixir, wouldn't the gender ratio in the realm of beasts be rectified? Alas, this mural merely chronicled history and did not delineate any techniques. Speaking of which, there were numerous esoteric tomes in Xianheng's study, yet none seemed to contain methods for cultivating an inner elixir. As Lan Ning recalled the books she had perused, she pondered deeply. Presently, orcs were innately endowed with inner elixirs. They merely needed to strive for strength, rendering the cultivation of an inner elixir unnecessary. Furthermore, according to the progression depicted in the murals, in later stages, these naturally gifted orcs would mock those animals who had attained an inner elixir, leading to the eventual disappearance of that technique. It seemed that the orc race deemed it superfluous and thus abandoned it. Perfect Xiaolu sighed, remarking, "Isn't this akin to self-sabotage?" Lan Ning felt that he was not mistaken. Thus, how could she locate this long-lost technique? "I recall you mentioned that there exists a location in Wanjing City that could assist animals in cultivating their inner elixirs. Are you familiar with that place?" A map of Wanjing country materialized before her, thoughtfully marking the locations where Lan Ning had previously resided. Deep within the bustling marketplace lay a place known as Daichun Pavilion, which, in human terms, could be described as a brothel, explained the perfect Xiaolu. A brothel? The mere mention of this word astonished Lan Ning as much as the gunpowder incident at the temple had. In the orc tribe, where males outnumbered females, the existence of such a den of indulgence was quite surprising. However, considering its role in aiding animals to cultivate their inner elixirs, it was difficult for Lan Ning to view this place in a positive light. She stood up, dusting off her skirt, and surveyed the confines of the cave. That matter could wait. The pressing concern was how to escape. Perfect Xiaolu also fell silent. If this location was marked on the map, he could have guided Lan Ning out, but unfortunately, it was a newly refreshed area, and he could not provide directions, given that this place lay underground. Could they not simply dig their way out from above? Lan Ning proposed. Perfect Xiaolu replied, "In theory, that is indeed possible." Lan Ning meticulously browsed through the marketplace, hoping to discover something of use to her. After a brief moment, she reluctantly withdrew. "What if you lift the constraints on my body's recovery speed, allowing me to attempt to climb myself?" She pondered, recalling the instantaneous teleportation employed by Xianheng and others, a peculiar spell beyond her capabilities. "In truth, I would advise against such an endeavor, as it poses a risk of collapse." Perfect Little Six interjected, striving to find a solution. "Perhaps you might consider channeling your inner strength to Xianheng's reverse scale? I believe he would certainly find a way to locate you." Lan Ning, a good idea. I will give it a try. Having just employed her sixth sense, the adept Xiaolu had no choice but to enhance the recovery speed, allowing Lan Ning to act only when her condition improved slightly. Chapter 25. Where is she? At this very moment on the Ruletai, Bian Zhao emerged from the ruins, coldly observing Xianheng's massacre while his mind wandered to Lan Ning's whereabouts. An hour had already elapsed, and they had scoured the entirety of the stone underground of the temple without finding a single corpse. Could it be that she was obliterated into ashes? Bian Zhao's complexion grew increasingly pale. The child he had longed for. Was she to suffer such calamity merely due to her royal lineage? He instantaneously teleported beside the Empress, his azure eyes fixated intently on Fu Rou. "Was this your doing?" Exhausted, Fu Rou offered him a smile. "Noble lord, every matter requires evidence. I have been under house arrest for 2 months. How could I have orchestrated it so meticulously? If one wishes to remain undiscovered, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Do you truly believe I cannot uncover the truth?" Bian Zhao's eyes burned with a desire to pierce through Fu Rou's facade, ready to unveil her ulterior motives, when suddenly a thunderous crash echoed from behind. He turned to see the frenzied Xianheng transform into his true form, exuding fierce black light as his colossal serpent head lunged into the ruins. Surely, he must have been driven mad by provocation. Bian Zhao could not afford to linger. He rushed towards the ruins to intercept Xianheng, but he was a moment too late. The expansive Ruletai had been reduced to a bottomless pit by Xianheng's descent. In the underground ruins, Lan Ning clutched the reverse scale tightly, having tidied the scene meticulously and chosen a secure spot to await patiently. Before long, she felt a tremendous roar above, followed by the tremors of the entire cavern. The descending dust nearly suffocated her. She covered her mouth and nose with her clothing and plugged her ears, waiting for the vibrations to cease. Xianheng, guided by the location of the reverse scale, discovered this cavern. Amidst the swirling dust, he indeed sensed a familiar presence. In a corner, he lifted his gaze to find Lan Ning curled up, filthy and pitiable. "Little one," Xianheng called to her. The trembling kitten raised her watery eyes, momentarily frozen in place as she gazed at him. This was the first time Lan Ning beheld Xianheng's true form. contrary to her previous impressions of a dark serpent. The scales of Xian Heng shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of a raven's feathers glistening under the sun, exuding an enigmatic beauty. The colossal serpent leaned closer, gently nudging her. "What is it? Have I frightened you?" Xian Heng had often inquired about the care of kittens while raising Lan Ning. His subordinates had informed him that cats could be intimidated by creatures much larger than themselves. Thus he had refrained from revealing his true form in her presence, fearing he might startle her. "My lord?" Indeed, Lan Ning was startled, yet her predominant emotion was astonishment. It was her first encounter with a serpent so immense that it seemed capable of swallowing her whole. In an instant, Xian Heng transformed back into his human guise, enveloping Lan Ning in his embrace, relieved as he declared, "Thank goodness you are unharmed." As the breath of Lan Ning faded from the ground, Xian Heng felt as though a part of his very being had been ruthlessly excavated, a pain so profound it nearly drove him to madness, compelling him to annihilate everyone present. He scoured the earth, searching relentlessly for Lan Ning, but to no avail. Just as his sanity teetered on the brink of collapse, he sensed the position of the reverse scale. In that moment, Xian Heng's sole desire was to find Lan Ning as swiftly as possible, disregarding everything else. He transformed into his original form and plunged downwards, and fortunately, he succeeded in locating her. Xian Heng's affection increased by 5, bringing his total affection to 57. Lan Ning inhaled the familiar scent, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was uncertain of what had dragged her into this place, which was darker than a dungeon. She feared that she might perish here. The delicate sound of her sobbing pierced Xian Heng's heart, causing it to ache. He gently cradled Lan Ning's face, using his thumb to tenderly wipe away the sorrowful tears that evoked deep compassion. "Not at all. I have arrived," he reassured her. Xian Heng suspected that this was perhaps a scheme orchestrated by Fu Rou. Had he not bestowed the reverse scale upon Lan Ning beforehand, he would have truly lost her this time. Lan Ning nestled in his embrace, nodding. "Shall we hurry up?" "I am frightened." Xuanting replied, "All right, please wait a moment." In an instant, he transformed into a colossal serpent once more, allowing Lan Ning to ascend onto his head as they retraced their steps. What was happening? The other noble lords searching for them wore expressions of confusion, standing alongside Bian Zhao at the edge of the deep pit. After listening for a while without hearing any sound, Bian Zhao suddenly recalled the reverse scale. Xuanheng's reverse scale was connected to Lan Ning, and he must have sensed something. Could it be that Lan Ning was beneath the ground? The most anxious of all was Fu Rou. Initially, she had felt relieved, thinking that even if they later discovered that these matters were orchestrated by her, she would find a way to extricate herself. However, if Lan Ning had survived, she would once again have to prioritize her own safety. Fu Rou cautiously observed the situation, her tension visibly noted by the Empress. "It was indeed your arrangement, was it not?" The Empress inquired sternly. Fu Rou paused, looking at the Empress with a feigned innocence. "What are you referring to? I had no part in this." During the ritual of the hairpin ceremony, the Empress had glimpsed certain scenes. When the assassins attempted to kill her, Fu Rou had recklessly shielded her despite her pregnancy. The Empress had initially dismissed those visions as fleeting illusions, yet now the reality lay stark before her. Those assassins, the explosives, all were Fu Rou's machinations. The Empress suddenly felt an overwhelming disappointment in Fu Rou. "You have truly disappointed me, both before and now." Fu Rou's expression stiffened as she grasped the Empress's sleeve, wishing to explain, only to see a dark giant python emerge from the depths of the pit, its golden vertical pupils scanning every individual present. She had not perished. Fu Rou caught sight of the disheveled woman seated atop the serpent's head, and at that moment, she was torn between exultation and lamentation, staring fixedly at Lan Ning, contemplating how extraordinarily fortunate this woman was to have survived amidst such explosives and assassins. If she were to scheme again, it would require extensive planning. Fu Rou surveyed the surrounding aftermath. Those she had arranged had fled, and those who remained had been brutally torn apart by Xuanheng, leaving no evidence to implicate her. She cautiously followed her husband as they departed, casting one last glance back at Lan Ning, who stood unscathed at the edge of the pit. "Just wait. There will be a next time." At the edge of the pit, Lan Ning was embraced by Bian Zhao, who sobbed uncontrollably. "How will you live without your father?" Lan Ning blinked softly, whispering words of comfort to her elderly father. The situation had unfolded unexpectedly, leaving her bewildered as to how she had found herself in this predicament. Fortunately, she had the items bestowed by the prince to rely on, and she assured him, "I am well now, so please do not weep." She could not fathom why the aging gentleman, Bian Zhao, had a propensity for tears. Seeing his face and those tearful eyes was truly overwhelming for her. Bian Zhao wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and meticulously checked Lan Ning for any injuries. He then took her hand gently and said, "Rest assured. My father will thoroughly investigate this matter. He deeply regrets being unable to bring Fu Rou to justice last time, but this time, he will ensure that she does not escape." "All right." Lan Ning smiled faintly, turning her gaze toward the divine temple, now a mere ruin, stripped of its former glory from that morning. Following her line of sight, the onlookers were reminded of that eerie scene. Was it possible that Lan Ning, by proposing the female emperor, had deflected a calamity? The thought was chilling. Bian Zhao entrusted his daughter to Xian Heng's care, recognizing that she needed protection. The tides of Wanjing were about to change. Chapter 26, a twist of fate. Bian Zhao resolved to settle accounts with Fu Rou, determined to hold her accountable. And he would not spare any of her supporters. The news of the assassination attempt on the female emperor and the destruction of the beast god statue during the Rue Lu Tai banquet spread like wildfire throughout Wanjing. The beastmen, who held the beast god in high esteem, were outraged to learn that the statue had been obliterated by a band of fanatics. Was this not a declaration of war against Wanjing? Such an affront was utterly unforgivable. The destruction of the temple and the beast god statue, the treasonous collusion, the assassination of the female emperor, and the various consorts. Bian Zhao, relieved to see Lan Ning unharmed, finally regained his composure. He meticulously scrutinized the critical routes from the borders of Wanjing to the capital, as well as the internal defenses of the city. Xian Heng nodded, assuring him, "Rest easy, noble lord. Revenge mission progress. 15. Reward points, 2,000. Lan Ning. What? Each of the matters spoken by Bian Zhao, when taken individually, constitutes a capital offense. If all of them are heaped upon Fu Rou, even her pregnancy would not shield her from imperial decree. Moreover, her insistence on controlling the crowd for 3 seconds during the greeting has already sown seeds of doubt in their hearts. Subsequently, due to Fu Rou's own arrangements, she inadvertently advanced the progression of the task. Such a twist of fate has occurred. The perfect Xiaolu now dares not consider this as a scheme devised by Lan Ning. It is truly a coincidence among coincidences. Meanwhile, Fu Rou, who has returned to the palace to rest, remains unaware of the scene witnessed by the court officials. She has instructed her husband to clean up the aftermath while she contemplates her own salvation with a hand resting on her belly. Being suspected by the Empress is no trivial matter. It signifies that her path ahead will be even more arduous. What troubles her most is why the Empress has detected this so swiftly. Fu Rou is at a loss, unaware that a piece of information capable of determining her fate has spread among the populace. In the chaotic Wanjing city, those matriarchs who arrived with children dared not linger. Fearing that they might be the next to perish, they hastily petitioned the Empress, requesting Jing Yi to escort them back with a formidable guard. Before departing, Umo paid a visit to Lan Ning at the regentess' residence. Reluctant to part with the pitiful child and bearing news of other matters, Yan Xian's daughter perished in an assassination, and she seems to have descended into a state of mental instability, having been forcibly returned by the Empress. Umo is deeply concerned. That woman, already of a domineering disposition, may commit irreparable acts in the wake of losing her daughter. Most importantly, Umo fears she might entangle Lan Ning in this affair. Upon hearing that name, Lan Ning is momentarily taken aback, recalling the imposing figure of the woman in red who had flaunted her power before her. On that day at the Rue Lu Terrace, she had sensed that the child would not survive long. Little did she expect that she would fall victim to assassination amidst the chaos of war. Whether it is the result of human malice or mere misfortune remains uncertain. Lan Ning sighed, expressing her gratitude for the reminder, and wished the other a safe journey home. Umo gently patted her hand in consolation, replying, "You too." After bidding farewell to Umo, Lan Ning rested for a full 2 days at the Narcissus Pavilion. She had overexerted herself this time, causing her meridians to strain. Thus, she requested the perfect Xiaolu to accelerate her recovery. During this period, Xian Heng and Bian Zhao visited her, but due to the pressing matters concerning the temple specifically, their urgent pursuit of assassins and the investigation of the city's defenses, they could only spare a fleeting moment to check on her. Upon awakening, Lan Ning found herself to be the most leisurely of individuals, remembering her helplessness in the underground ruins. She sought Xian Heng's assistance in finding a master to teach her the art of magic, a request that garnered discontent from various quarters. Many were eager to instruct her personally, yet they were all ensnared by trivial affairs. After her numerous entreaties, a master was finally located. Moreover, Lan Ning also requested several kittens from Bian Zhao. At the Narcissus Pavilion, Xian Heng had newly constructed a gazebo for Lan Ning in the courtyard and planted numerous spiritual herbs and flowers around it. Even in the deep autumn, it bloomed resplendently. Intended for her cultivation of inner strength, although it was now in disarray due to the playful antics of the kittens, Lan Ning stood within the pavilion, her gaze cast down upon the playful kittens frolicking in the grass. With a furrowed brow, she lamented, "It has been 3 days, and it seems there has been no progress." On the day she resolved to delve into the arcane arts, Lan Ning had sought out several ancient tomes in the study, one of which suggested that practicing alongside kin could expedite one's cultivation. She recalled the murals she had observed in the subterranean ruins, which alluded to this very notion. Consequently, she had requested Bien Zhao to bring her a few kittens. While these charming little creatures were indeed delightful to behold, after 3 days in her company, they had shown little change aside from a slight increase in size. Perhaps their tender age rendered them incapable of engaging in conversation with Lan Ning. The ever-reliable Xiaolu consoled her, stating that the cultivation method had been lost for so long it would not be easily comprehended. "Why don't we take the opportunity to visit that brothel?" he suggested. Lan Ning sighed, expressing her frustration. "It is not so simple. They simply will not allow me to leave the house. In these tumultuous times, they cannot possibly trust me to venture out alone. Moreover, to prevent any unapprehended assassins from targeting me, Xian Heng has specifically increased the guard around the regent's residence. To step outside, I must first find someone capable of protecting me." With this thought, Lan Ning sighed again, realizing that those she knew were unable to assist her, and the instructor Xian Heng had arranged to teach her magic had yet to arrive due to a delay in his transition. It seemed she would have to wait a while longer. A girl with cat ears, dressed in a flowing green skirt, stood before a cluster of flowers, sighing 3 times. Her soft and beautiful cat ears drooped adorably, evoking both charm and sympathy. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Xian Mo's otherwise indifferent gaze. "I am Xian Mo. Pleased to meet you, Princess Lan Ning." Lan Ning, still troubled about her predicament, felt a spark of hope. "Is the savior arriving?" She turned, her exquisite gem-like eyes widening in surprise. "What brings you here, Minister, right?" Xian Mo shook his head. "It has been 7 days since our last meeting at the Ruelu Terrace. The scar on your face has faded slightly. Your beauty is beginning to blossom, and soon it shall be impossible to overlook. From this day forth, I shall be your instructor," Xian Mo declared gently, standing 3 meters away. Though he lacked the physical strength of other beastmen, his stature still towered over Lan Ning. He could distinctly sense the shattered core within her, and even now, he did not agree with Xian Heng's decision to have her learn magic at this time. "My instructor?" Lan Ning was genuinely astonished, unable to comprehend how she could be worthy of becoming Xian Mo's student. Noticing her astonished demeanor, Xian Mo's previously aloof smile softened, becoming more genuine. "Yes, it is at the behest of the esteemed lords. Many in the kingdom of Wanjing possess exceptional magical skills, and they sought me out due to my own frail condition, believing I could guide you in your studies." This was something he was meant to refuse, yet after witnessing certain events at the hairpin banquet, his perspective had shifted, prompting him to come and closely observe Lan Ning's potential. "Lan Ning, that's splendid, for I was just feeling quite bored." Chapter 27. Displeased by Lan Ning's smiles towards other men, Xian Mo took a few steps forward. "The study of magical arts was rather tedious. I have been invited to be His Highness's tutor, and even in the event of His Highness's ill health, leniency shall not be afforded to you. His Highness must be adequately prepared." Lan Ning nodded, reassuringly declaring that she would never slacken her efforts. She harbored no desire to remain a mere sheltered waif for the entirety of her life. Inevitably, she would face Fu Rou on her own. On the first day of her studies under Xian Mo, Lan Ning finally grasped the essence of cultivating immortality. Xian Mo proved to be an exceptional teacher, gentle and meticulous. He possessed a wit that far surpassed that of the mentors she had previously encountered. By the end of the day, Lan Ning felt as though she had discovered the joy of learning. "Your Highness is remarkably intelligent," Xian Mo generously praised. After a day of instruction, he was certain of Lan Ning's outstanding aptitude. In fact, her focus, shaped by her experiences, surpassed that of Fu Rou significantly, and was far superior to that of the other children in his clan. Had it not been for the severe damage to her inner core, with her diligence and determination, she would soon surpass Fu Rou and qualify as the heir he acknowledged. Xian Mo's fondness for her increased by 2 points, bringing her total to 20. However, despite this rise in admiration, Lan Ning found little joy in it. After spending a day with Xian Mo, she discerned that he was indeed strict and held a greater appreciation for those who were resilient and hardworking. Foolishness would only evoke his disdain. She had already experienced this reality during the morning. "I am still far from enough," Lan Ning mused. Gazing down at the tomes on the table, text that Xian Mo had arranged for her, perfectly suited to her current abilities. Xian Mo's gaze lingered on her pristine cat ears. A sudden impulse to touch them arose, recalling how Xian Hang particularly enjoyed caressing them. Yet, he restrained himself from overstepping his boundaries. Lan Ning sensed the gaze fixed upon her, realizing that Xian Mo was far more challenging to conquer than Xian Hang. Her feline ears twitched. And then she felt Xian Mo's gaze intensify with an added fervor. Lan Ning's gaze shifted as she gently lifted the little kitten that had been tugging at her skirt and placed it on the table to play with him. Without a hint of hesitation, she commanded the kitten to approach Xuanma. The unsteady little creature obeyed her directive, sitting before Xuanma, its sapphire blue eyes curiously fixed upon him. Under the scrutiny of the other's puzzled gaze, the kitten rose again, obediently taking a couple of steps closer, nuzzling against Xuanma's fingers. The soft, furry texture was indeed as delightful as Xuanma had imagined, igniting a yearning within him. Xuanma, whose health was frail and who had never raised a pet, had encountered many fragile beings, yet none had stirred his heart as profoundly as the white cat before him. The kitten, after a prolonged period of nuzzling without receiving a pat in return, climbed into his embrace but, in a moment of clumsiness, tumbled off the table. Had it not been for Xuanma's swift reflexes, it might have suffered a considerable fall. Indeed, the little creature busied itself in Xuanma's palm, its watery blue eyes blinking sweetly. Its voice delicate and soft, disrupting the tranquility of Xuanma's heart. He couldn't help but ponder whether Lan Ning, in her presence, would seem even more endearing. Xuanma's affection increased by 2 points, bringing his total to 22. Comfortably cradling the kitten, his gaze softened further as he met Lan Ning's beautiful gem-like eyes, which remained as clear as ever, filled with a glimmer of mirth that sent a shiver through his heart. Does Lord Xuanma adore cats? Lan Ning's voice rang out, bright and clear, as she held up an orange cat. My father mentioned that the turmoil outside persists, preventing me from venturing out freely. So he sent them to keep me company. If you fancy one, you may take one home. The cats that were sent to Lan Ning were all remarkably beautiful, each possessing a temperament that was gentle and amiable. However, by nature, they loved to play, and even as Xuanma held them, they would not relent in using their paws to scratch at the jade pendant at his waist, though he rarely surrounded himself with such lively creatures. Xuanma was acutely aware of his disinclination towards cats. Yet, upon locking eyes with Lan Ning, he found himself reconsidering his stance. He gazed down at the little white kitten nestled in his arms, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Then I shall express my gratitude to your highness for this delightful company." Lan Ning did not perceive this as a significant matter. Xian Mo was a gentle soul, and the little cat would not suffer under his care. It could even assist her in garnering a bit of goodwill. Furthermore, should her endeavor succeed, they would undoubtedly meet again in the future. No need for thanks. I have little to offer in return for your time spent teaching me the arts, Lan Ning said with a shy smile. The harmonious interaction between them and Lan Ning's joyful demeanor caused Xian Hang, who had just entered the room, to feel an unexpected unease. While he believed himself capable of teaching Lan Ning the arts, Xian Hang had been swayed by the noble crowd who insisted that the techniques of the Serpent clan were overly aggressive, fearing they might adversely affect Lan Ning's health, and thus insisted on inviting Xian Mo. This reasoning was one Xian Hang found difficult to dismiss, as he assumed that Xian Mo's disposition would not harbor any inappropriate thoughts toward Lan Ning. However, upon entering and witnessing Xian Mo tenderly cradling the blue-eyed white cat, Xian Hang felt a pang of regret. Has today's session concluded? Xian Hang inquired abruptly, prompting both individuals in the room to turn their gazes toward the entrance. Lan Ning smiled and nodded, cradling the orange cat as she hurried to Xuanheng's side. You returned quite early today. Have you finished with your affairs outside? Xuanheng gazed at her for a moment, well aware of the wounds on the small cat he had nurtured for days. Observing how her facial injuries faded progressively, he realized that his future competitors would be numerous. He had not anticipated that even Xuanma would take an interest. Xuanheng drew her closer, his gaze softening as he gently stroked the feline ears. Yet, as he lifted his eyes, his expression shifted abruptly. His slit pupils glinted coldly at Xuanma, issuing a silent warning. I am nearly done. Soon I shall return to accompany you. Xuanma smiled faintly, ensuring the little cat was secure in his embrace. He then rose to bow to Xuanheng. The lessons for today have concluded. I shall take my leave. He departed briskly, undeterred by Xuanheng's murderous glare, swiftly vacating the Narcissus Pavilion. To her surprise, she had not expected Lord Xian to harbor a fondness for kittens. Lan Ning feigned ignorance of the rivalry between the two men. During this period, Xuanheng had been preoccupied with official duties, causing him to inadvertently neglect her, and her feelings had not deepened significantly. She sensed an opportunity to provoke a reaction. With a beaming smile, she playfully thrust the orange cat into Xuanheng's arms. The lively kitten froze in an instant, its docility eliciting a laugh from her. "Do you like them? They are quite well behaved." In his presence, the once-spirited cat became remarkably subdued, leaving one to wonder whether it was fear or genuine obedience. Xuanheng lowered his gaze to the little orange cat in his arms, finding its texture less pleasing than Lan Ning's feline ears. However, jealousy surged within him. He placed the cat on the table and pulled Lan Ning into his embrace. "I do not care for these cats. The only one I cherish is you." Xuanheng's affection increased by 3 points, total affection, 55. "Oh, how delightful. It truly works." Lan Ning wrapped her arms around the waist of her companion, burying her face in their embrace. Her voice, muffled yet tinged with delight, proclaimed, "I adore the prince as well, and my father and the others too." Xuanheng tightened his hold on her, having never anticipated that Lan Ning would grasp the intricacies of romantic affection. "What I desire is not merely affection of that kind. It is for you to regard me as your most significant person, to possess an exclusive bond, to feel joy at the mere sight of me." Chapter 28, The Master of Romantic Guidance. Lan Ning remained silent, realizing that once the favorability of the character surpassed 50, she would inevitably become anxious and insecure. To quote the perfect Xiaolu, this is a common occurrence during the passionate phase of love. When someone truly begins to harbor feelings for another, they instinctively become concerned about anyone who surrounds that person, growing suspicious, sensitive, and prone to comparison. At such times, any action can profoundly affect the relationship between the two individuals. The inexperienced Lan Ning felt as if she were being suffocated in Xuanheng's embrace. "Your Highness?" Lan Ning attempted to bring Xuanheng back to his senses. "You are holding me too tightly. I can hardly breathe." Upon hearing her discomfort, Xuanheng quickly released her, anxiously checking to see if he had inadvertently harmed her. He realized that he had been acting strangely today, despite being preoccupied with official duties all day. In his moments of leisure, he found himself absent-mindedly holding the small fish at his waist, thinking of Lan Ning, longing for her company. However, within the court, the faction led by Furu was ever watchful, and he did not wish for Lan Ning to witness the sordid affairs surrounding him. He yearned to conclude his official matters swiftly, to return to the estate and see Lan Ning. Merely the sight of her lively demeanor seemed to lighten his burdens considerably. Yet, he had not anticipated that an early return would reveal Lan Ning in harmonious conversation with another man. In that moment, he discovered the extent of his possessiveness towards Lan Ning had reached its zenith. He could not bear the thought of another man in her vicinity. "I'm sorry," he said, his gaze softening, feeling remorseful for his actions. "Is there anywhere else that troubles you?" Lan Ning was saved by him, and no one understood her condition better than he did. For a moment, he lost control and nearly harmed her, leaving him quite perturbed. "It's nothing." Lan Ning shook her head, meeting Xuanheng's gaze with a hint of shyness as she promised, "I do not comprehend what you mean, but I am willing to learn. Would you be kind enough to teach me?" Xuanheng revealed a smile, as beautiful as the return of spring in the coldest of lands. "Very well." Xuanheng's favor increased by 5, bringing his total affection to 60. True to his promise, the following day he arrived early at the estate, just in time to witness Xian Mo instructing Lan Ning in the art of the flowing technique. Xian Mo remarked, "I shall teach you the flowing technique that has been passed down through generations of the Crane clan. It is gentler than most techniques and well suited to your condition." He cast a worried glance at Lan Ning, adding, "However, your inner core is damaged. You may experience discomfort during practice, and should pain arise, you must cease immediately." Lan Ning, who had secretly honed her proficiency, nodded in agreement. She was remarkably swift and precise in her learning, eliciting a tinge of envy from Xian Mo. Under his guidance, she successfully began to manipulate the technique, and after several cycles, her inner core showed slight improvements. Since their return from the Linlang market, Xuanheng had ceased sending energy to Lan Ning, presumably wishing to assist her himself. Regrettably, his numerous responsibilities kept him from doing so. Meanwhile, due to the turmoil within the Wanjing, Lan Ning cautiously adjusted her recovery pace, managing to mend several fissures in her inner core while appearing to maintain a normal condition. However, she was still far from utilizing advanced techniques. In Xian Mo's words, should she attempt to employ a technique too advanced for her at this stage, the likelihood of her inner core sustaining damage and leading to her demise was significant. Thus, she dedicated her time to enhancing her skill proficiency. "Master, you are truly brilliant!" Perfect Little Six exclaimed. He had not anticipated her focus on skill proficiency. In the eyes of this intelligent system, Lan Ning needed to heal her bodily injuries completely to swiftly master the techniques of the beast men. Yet she remained steadfast on her chosen path, even calculating her recovery speed to remain undetected by others. It would not be long before Lan Ning emerged as a true genius in this world. Lan Ning, do not celebrate prematurely. It is merely a method of transition. Our mission has yet to make any progress. Xianmo has only been at the regent's residence for 2 days, diligently instructing Lan Ning in the arts of magic under Xian Heng's watchful gaze, which is rife with lethal intent. He appears unfazed, dutifully fulfilling his responsibilities, and has even managed to slightly elevate Xian Heng's favor. Lan Ning felt somewhat distressed. The increasing affection of Xian Heng should have been a positive development. However, Xianmo's fondness had scarcely budged. No matter how diligently she endeavored, that level of affection remained stubbornly stagnant, which was truly exasperating to witness. Perfect Xiaolu, in stark contrast, had seen his host settle all previously owed points and, through Xianmo, had unearthed new secrets of the world, promising a bright future ahead. Do not be overly anxious. Xianmo is not like Xian Heng. She is rather slow to warm up. He appreciates those who are both diligent and talented. If you merely present yourself as a competent heir, her affection will surely grow. Perfect Xiaolu encouraged. Let us hope so. Lan Ning diligently attended to her responsibilities. And when she observed Xian Heng returning to the residence punctually each day, she understood that the external matters were nearing resolution, though she was in a state of recuperation. The flow of information around her never ceased. Indeed, Fu Rou had been designated as the primary suspect. However, no evidence could be found, suggesting that the opposing party had meticulously obliterated all traces beforehand. Truly, one could see why she was chosen by the leading character, as their efficiency in handling affairs was remarkable. Due to the absence of incriminating evidence, Bian Zhao still took the time to visit the regent's residence to offer her comfort. Lan Ning possesses a remarkably open-minded perspective. The fact that she was discovered due to a failed assassination attempt is rather trivial. The protagonist, Fu Rou, appears somewhat lackluster, and her feelings of boredom toward the mission are rather disheartening. However, as the situation grows increasingly intricate, it is bound to become ever more engaging. Lan Ning slowly opened her eyes and beheld Xian Heng sitting directly opposite her, his golden slit pupils filled with palpable tension. Upon realizing her safety, a wave of joy gradually flooded his eyes. How do you feel? Xian Heng inquired, offering her a cup of tea. He shifted his position closer to Lan Ning, gently grasping her wrist to gauge her physical condition with his own strength. Lan Ning pondered deeply, reminiscent of the comforting warmth one feels while swimming in water. When that strand of golden light, conjured by her own essence, coursed through her body, an overwhelming joy enveloped her. This was indeed the sensation of cultivating immortality. As she directed that strand of golden light to traverse her entire being, she felt an unparalleled lightness, as if her senses had sharpened significantly. Ding. Sixth sense proficiency has reached its zenith, meeting the conditions for upgrade. Would you like to expend 999 points to upgrade? Had it not been for this notification, Lan Ning would have been truly elated. How could she have forgotten this unfortunate skill? The last time it had left her deeply in debt, requiring her to complete numerous side quests to repay it. Perfect Little Six did not perceive it as a significant matter. Instead, he cheerfully urged Lan Ning, Master, would you consider upgrading your skill? It will prove useful in future tasks. This was not merely a question of upgrading or not. Lan Ning momentarily set aside thoughts of skill advancement, raising her gaze to Xian Heng, her clear eyes sparkling with a rare sense of pride. I mastered the flowing technique in just 2 days. Am I not remarkable? Having spent considerable time with Xian Heng, she had learned to charm and seek approval. Her lively demeanor making Xian Heng wish to embrace her and ruffle her hair affectionately. Chapter 29. Practice over theory in the presence of Xianmo. Xian Heng retained a modicum of dignity, merely tapping Lan Ning's forehead gently with his finger, his smile unwavering. Quite impressive, he acknowledged. Xianmo concurred, admitting that he had taught many, but none could rival the innate talent of His Highness. Should she grow up safely, she would undoubtedly emerge as a princess far superior to Fu Rou, the most qualified heir to the kingdom of Wanjing. In the brief span of 2 days spent with Lan Ning, Xianmo had grasped her character. She was far more diligent and resilient than he had anticipated, never regarding her scars as a source of shame. Such fortitude is worthy of emulation by many. He had intended to linger a while in the Narcissus Pavilion, but the regent's subtle, piercing glances urged him to depart, wary of his presence disrupting the ambience. It was rare to witness the lofty regent exhibit such pettiness. A smile flickered across Xian Mo's face. He had no desire to engage in conflict with Xian Hong. Rising, he took his leave, stating, "Your Highness has completed today's lessons. I shall take my leave." He departed like the wind, leaving Lan Ning no opportunity to plead for him to stay. Xian Heng, however, was quite pleased with Xian Mo's cautious demeanor. He scooped Lan Ning into his arms, taking her soft little hand in his, and leaned down to nuzzle her delicate ear. On the floor, a beautiful little orange cat was joyfully tugging at Lan Ning's skirt, tiring itself out before resting at Xian Heng's feet. It would glance up at its most comforting companion, yearning to be held. Fixated on Lan Ning's skirt, the small orange cat sprang up, its paws gripping the fabric as it clambered upward with great effort. At last, it nestled into Lan Ning's embrace, finding a cozy position to stretch and doze off. Xian Heng watched the little orange cat intently, his fingers twitching as he unceremoniously flicked it awake. Lan Ning, who had been observing the entire scene, remained silent. The little cat, bewildered by the disruption, opened its eyes briefly before burying its head back into sleep. Xian Heng raised an eyebrow, annoyed that something had interrupted his moment with Lan Ning. Yet the cat had the audacity to nestle beside him and continue its slumber. He flicked the little creature awake once more. Lan Ning could no longer contain herself. "What are you doing? Do you not like it? The adorable little kitten merely wishes to sleep. What wrong has it done?" Xian Heng gazed at her. "I only adore you. I have no affection for other cats." He had been particularly fond of uttering this phrase lately. Lan Ning's cat ears twitched. "I too hold a fondness for the prince." Observing her naive demeanor, Xian Heng let out a helpless sigh. He conjured a book and handed it to Lan Ning, asking if she had perused the collection of books he had previously acquired for her. Lan Ning nodded. "However, Lord Xian mentioned that my current focus should be on learning, so I did not bring it out." When Xian Mo was mentioned, Xian Heng let out a light snort, asserting that within the regent's residence, I hold the authority. And during my leisure moments, a casual perusal will suffice. Lan Ning pretended to be oblivious to Xian Heng's intentions, obediently nestling in his embrace while engrossed in her book. The cat in her arms slept soundly, undisturbed by Xian Heng's presence. Yet, the gaze fixed upon her grew increasingly fervent. Lan Ning pressed her lips together and lifted her gaze to Xian Heng. "What is it that you are staring at me for?" Xian Heng replied with a smile. "I was merely contemplating how the contents of books are rather dull. Nothing compares to practical experience." "My dear, do you know what one does when they truly cherish someone?" Lan Ning paused for a moment, then raised the book in her hand and calmly remarked, "Visiting temple fairs, boating on the lake, dining together." Sharing a bed, she enumerated a series of activities, and as Xian Heng listened, a smile gradually deepened on his face. "Indeed, let us begin with this. Shall we venture out for a stroll today?" "Perfect, my lord. The pleasure quarters. Do agree." A cacophony of voices clamored in her mind, urging her on. Lan Ning hurriedly spoke to soothe them. "I understand. I understand." Lan Ning nodded without a change in her expression, though her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. She thought to herself, the last time she visited the Linlang market, she hadn't fully explored it. But had the prince's affairs been settled? Was the street safe? She was indeed a dutiful child who listened to her father, and her anxious demeanor brought joy to Xian Heng's heart. Xian Heng reassured her, "With me here, no one would dare to harm you." Lan Ning nodded enthusiastically like a chick pecking at rice, declaring her unwavering loyalty to the prince. She possessed a remarkable talent for charming others. Affection with Xian Heng increased by 2. Total affection, 62. In Wanjing City, the bustling Linlang market had regained its former vibrancy following the recent turmoil involving assassins, yet it was now patrolled by numerous soldiers. As the streets buzzed with activity, Lan Ning donned a delicate lavender glass dress, her striking white cat ears capturing the attention of passers-by. Her beautiful gemstone-like eyes scanned her surroundings, filled with curiosity about everything. Beside her walked Xian Heng, clad in dark attire that accentuated her graceful figure, making them an exceptionally noticeable pair in the crowd. Jing Yi, responsible for this area, spotted them from a distance. He hesitated, contemplating whether to approach and offer his greetings. On that day in the temple, he had been so focused on protecting the Empress that he had overlooked her. According to his mother, he should steadfastly support Lan Ning. Fortunately, she was unharmed. Jing Yi approached to pay his respects, acknowledging both the regent and Her Highness Lan Ning. Today, he wore his silver armor, adorned with a vividly lifelike wolf head emblem. Lan Ning had heard from Xian Mo that only the wolf clan in Wanjing City donned such armor, swearing allegiance solely to Jing Yi and remaining loyal to the Empress. "General, what a delightful surprise to encounter you here. It has been quite some time," she remarked. Affection with Jing Yi increased by 3. Total affection, 28. During her convalescence at the Regent's estate, Jingyi had been preoccupied with escorting various noblewomen back home. After finally returning to the capital, the duties of patrolling the city had fallen to him once again. As he gazed at the girl's smile, an inexplicable nervousness welled within him. It had indeed been a long time. Xianheng stood nearby, quietly observing, carefully assessing the atmosphere between them. Noticing Jingyi's discomfort behind his usual cold demeanor, he interjected, "Given the recent busyness in the city, we shall not delay the general any further." Jingyi paused, glancing at the smiling Lan Ning, feeling a twinge of reluctance yet still bidding farewell to the two. "If you require any assistance while you stroll the streets, do not hesitate to seek me out." Xianheng wore a smile that scarcely concealed his irritation. Of course, after exchanging a few polite words, he took Lan Ning by the hand and walked away, his tone laced with a hint of jealousy. It was one thing for Xianmo to be enchanted, but now even Jingyi was taken with her. He turned to observe the eagerly animated Lan Ning, noting that the flies buzzing around his little darling were indeed multiplying. Lan Ning, sometimes, this person's intuition regarding rivals is astonishingly accurate. Fortunately, Xianheng did not dwell on the matter, though he grasped Lan Ning's hand with increasing intensity. Towering over her, he walked with long strides, forcing Lan Ning to quicken her pace to keep up. At last, they arrived at the bustling heart of the Linglang market, where Lan Ning's keen eyes were drawn to the area teeming with people. "Your Highness, what is that place?" she inquired, pointing at the resplendent building adorned in golden hues, her face alight with curiosity. However, Xianheng's expression shifted upon seeing that establishment. The Lucan Tower, a renowned brothel in Wanjing. Chapter 30. What is a brothel? The Lucan Tower had established itself in Wanjing 50 years prior, strategically positioned in the most crowded section of the Linglang market. Largely due to the rare sight of female beastmen, it is not uncommon for the beastman race to have a predominance of males over females, and many male beastmen live their lives without ever marrying. In such a dire situation, a few individuals identified a lucrative opportunity. Initially, they selected impoverished yet attractive male beastmen. Once they amassed wealth, they gradually sought out female beastmen. Somehow, they succeeded in their quest, but alas, these female beastmen were simple-minded and incapable of reproduction, relegated to mere instruments for profit. Xianheng was reluctant to allow Lan Ning to enter this place. While it appeared glamorous on the surface, it concealed a multitude of sinister activities beneath. Had it not been for its connections to court interests, it would have likely been dismantled long ago. "Can we enter?" Lan Ning, blissfully unaware, was captivated by the exterior's beauty and yearned to explore within. She stood on tiptoes, surveying the surroundings, noticing many girls like her with ears and tails. "Oh, I haven't seen any other girls at the palace. Why are there so many here?" As she spoke, she tugged at Xianheng to move closer. Her strength, of course, paled in comparison to his, and after a few steps, she was halted. Turning back, she noticed the rare conflict etched on his face. "Your Highness, what is the matter?" Lan Ning, once more calming the urging of the perfect Xiao Lu in her mind, blinked innocently, her tone naive and unassuming. "Do you not like those girls?" Upon hearing this, Xianheng finally emerged from his inner turmoil. Fixing his gaze on Lan Ning as he questioned, "Look at them. They cling to any man they see. If I were to enter and one of them attached herself to me, what would you do?" There is a saying that practice outweighs theory, and this was precisely Xianheng's sentiment at that moment. His initial plan had been to accompany Lan Ning on a leisurely shopping excursion, yet fate had led them to the Lucan Tower. He scrutinized her intently, not missing a single expression that graced her face. The cat ears atop Lan Ning's head twitched once more, as if she had taken a considerable amount of time to grasp the meaning behind Xianheng's words. Gradually, her expression turned serious, tinged with unhappiness. Xianheng's affinity increased by 3, bringing his total to 65. A subtle smile began to curve Xianheng's lips, his enchanting grin captivating to behold, as he softly inquired, "What troubles you?" Lan Ning was acutely aware of the answer to this question, yet she could not articulate it clearly to Xianheng, for her persona was that of an emotional novice. "I do not like it," she said, meeting Xianheng's gaze with sincerity. Xianheng regarded the Luchun building with a profound look, pondering whether to proceed further. Lan Ning's ears drooped. "Yet, my curiosity is piqued." She pondered carefully, wondering if it would be acceptable to scold them when they approached. The inquisitiveness of a cat is innate, and Xianheng did not deter her much. He was, after all, merely teasing Lan Ning. "When we enter, you must protect me, little one," he said, holding her hand as they moved forward. Their demeanor was intimate, and with Lan Ning being a rare female beastman, Her striking eyes made her identity known to all present. The robust man stationed at the entrance, tasked with maintaining order, beamed with delight upon seeing them approach. The common folk had encountered the regent and Princess Lan Ning before. Xian Hung inclined his head slightly, his gaze fixed on Lan Ning beside him. "Ah, Princess, it seems you are interested in exploring this establishment," he remarked. The burly man grinned even more obsequiously. "Your Highness graces our humble shop, illuminating it with your presence. Please step this way." As they drew closer, the women beastmen who served as living decorations at the entrance gazed at them with hollow eyes. Each was slender, even more so than Lan Ning. They sauntered towards her, their heavy scent of perfume causing Lan Ning to frown. "Tell them not to come any closer," she urged, clutching Xin Heng's arm tightly, instructing the welcoming man to keep them at bay. Her timid demeanor elicited an amused smile from the burly man. "Do not worry, Your Highness. They are somewhat simple-minded, retaining a hint of their wild instincts. If you express your displeasure, they will surely retreat." Lan Ning gazed upon the female beastmen who stood 5 paces away, each retaining certain animalistic features, such as ears and tails. After hearing the words of the robust man, Lan Ning became increasingly convinced that these female beastmen had been catalyzed by animals, and perhaps their wisdom had been stripped away in the process, transforming them into mere puppets, akin to marionettes. Xin Heng gently patted Lan Ning, appreciating her protective nature towards him, yet he did not wish for her to harbor any fear. How could he forget that she was like a pampered cat, having scarcely interacted with outsiders? "No matter, please lead the way," Xin Heng instructed, still intent on satisfying Lan Ning's curiosity. The robust man chuckled. "This way, esteemed guests." The interior of the Luochun Tower was far more resplendent than its exterior, adorned in golden splendor that rivaled the grandeur of the Pulai Hall, where Furu's birthday banquet was once held. However, the throngs of people within far exceeded the courtiers of that day, each man embracing a lovely lady, indulging in jovial banter and libations. With her heightened sense of hearing, Lan Ning discerned even more. What commendable words could those rascally men utter? Truly, it was a defilement to her ears. Yet, she could not reveal any sign of distress. Trailing behind the robust man as he continued his introduction, the Luochun Tower is the liveliest establishment in Wanjing City. What you are witnessing now is merely a corner of our establishment. To better accommodate the esteemed officials traveling from north to south, we also provide private rooms. Furthermore, the women within our establishment are referred to as Chun Yang, and those in the front hall are considered low tier. If you two are interested in viewing our headliners, you may accompany us upstairs. Chun Yang? Low tier? Headliner? Lan Ning could not help but furrow her brow. Even though she was aware that those women were merely the products of animalistic urges, she found it intolerable that these men would concoct derogatory terms to describe them, deliberately categorizing them into hierarchies. She had not forgotten her own mission. In the brief span of a few minutes, she had not gleaned any significant information from the hall. The individuals present appeared to be affluent merchants from various locales. A robust man escorted 2 esteemed guests up the staircase, his face adorned with a cheerful smile as he observed an impudent patron engaging in lewd behavior with a bewildered courtesan in the corridor. He hurriedly approached, blocking the man's path, his voice tinged with a hint of frost. "Sir, have you forgotten the rules of the Luchun house? Would you like me to refresh your memory?" The male beast man, interrupted in his nefarious endeavor, was about to unleash a tirade when he met the man's indifferent gaze, and then noticed the regent standing in the corridor. A glance to the side revealed heterochromatic eyes. "Princess Lan Ning, I apologize." The male beast man suddenly knelt before Lan Ning, exclaiming, "I am the one lacking in manners, nearly offending your sight. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Chapter 31. Their secret. Lan Ning gently grasped Xin Heng's hand, her gaze fixated on the blank-eyed Chun Yang. It appeared that they exhibited no resistance. Regardless of the treatment they endured, their eyes were devoid of light, silent and emotionless. How pitiful they were. What had led them to such a state? Were they incapable of speech? Lan Ning inquired of the robust man beside her. The man chuckled, explaining, "These creatures have been trained by our master using wild animals, which you may not comprehend. Wild beasts can be dangerous, thus we employed certain methods." He pondered thoughtfully as he observed the floppy-eared rabbit beast woman, remarking that transforming ordinary beasts into sentient beings with inner cores had already demanded considerable effort. How could one expect us to teach them to speak as well? Lan Ning furrowed her brow, disapproving of the man's words. It was merely an act of bullying against a group of wild creatures, even with the cultivation of inner elixirs. They could not resist the male orcs, ultimately becoming mere fish on a chopping board, awaiting slaughter. In the end, Without their inner elixirs, they were all animals. And none held a nobler status than the other. It was merely an excuse to justify their greed and disrespect. Your Highness, should you desire. We have some newly arrived fledglings. Why not gift them to you as attendants? The robust man eagerly promoted his own spring maidens. Those in the trade are perpetually on the lookout for new opportunities. If they could earn the favor of the future Empress of the 10,000 Sceneries Kingdom, their establishment, Luo Chun Tower, would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights, potentially becoming the foremost establishment not only in Wanjing City but throughout the entire realm of beasts. Lan Ning understood his insinuation all too well. She shook her head in refusal. The puppets from the puppet palace are quite satisfactory. I do not desire other attendants. This statement, when it reached Xian Hang's ears, transformed into the notion that Lan Ning greatly favored the puppet maidens inscribed with his seals. Xian Hang's favor increased by 2. Total favor, 67. The sudden notification startled Lan Ning, who had been lost in thought. She instinctively glanced up at Xian Hang. What is it? The cheerful Xian Hang did not forget to tease her, saying, in fact, I believe I serve you better than the puppets from the puppet palace. Lan Ning, what words of treachery are being spoken? By what virtue does she deserve the service of the regent? The burly man, witnessing the flirtatious atmosphere enveloping the two, realized he had spoken out of turn, and with an awkward smile, he gestured for them to proceed. He continued to escort the esteemed guests upstairs for a tour. Along the way, Lan Ning observed numerous courtesans who, much like rabbits, displayed no reaction even when stripped of their dignity. Naturally, Xian Hang wished to shield Lan Ning from such sordid scenes, often covering her eyes at opportune moments. Yet, he seemed to overlook one detail. Lan Ning possessed an exceptionally keen sense of hearing. She could infer much merely from sound. Upon arriving at the private room specially prepared for them by the burly man, her cheeks had flushed a deep crimson. And even the white cat ears nestled within her dark hair glowed with a hint of pink. What is the matter? Xian Hang, with his sharp eyes, detected something amiss. He sensed that the little cat in his arms was unusually warm, and her gaze avoided his, filled with shyness. Lan Ning shook her head, feeling embarrassed to admit that it was the overhearing of overly explicit conversations that had caused her discomfort. Silently, she grasped Xian Hang's hand and entered the private room. After the burly man who had arranged the food departed, Xian Hang tilted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, which gleamed with golden, slitted pupils. She instinctively recoiled. From what was she hiding? During their interactions, Xian Hang often exhibited a dominant demeanor. He enveloped Lan Ning in his embrace and, noticing the delicate pink hue of her pointed ears, he seemed to recall something. Gripping her jaw, he inquired whether she had overheard something she ought not to have. Lan Ning, resolute in her defiance, pondered what should remain unheeded. Xuanheng fixed his gaze upon her crimson lips, gently caressing them with his thumb, drawing closer to her. A playful mirth danced within his golden eyes as he bestowed a tender kiss upon her soft, red mouth. This fleeting kiss, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, sent a flutter through Lan Ning's heart. Amidst their intertwined breaths, Xuanheng's large hand caressed her lower back, effortlessly finding the base of her tail. A slight pressure from his palm rendered her cheeks a vivid crimson hue. Do not touch my tail. Her delicate voice lacked any semblance of intimidation. Instead, the ticklish sensation at the tail's root imbued her words with an added allure. Unbeknownst to her, Xuanheng's gaze deepened with intensity. She reached behind, grasping his wrist, the chill of his skin momentarily grounding her. Yet, Xuanheng had no intention of heeding her plea. Such a disobedient little one, he mused, easily extricating himself from her grasp. He took hold of her delicate hand, playfully toying with it. As he indulged in the nurturing of her essence, Lan Ning's skin gradually transformed, becoming increasingly smooth and refined, captivating Xuanheng's desire to hold her hand in this manner. Did she not just hear those sounds emanating from the rooms? Xuanheng, finding the act of caressing her lower back through her dress insufficient, lifted her skirt, boldly grasping her tail. Lan Ning's body instantly stiffened, her expression remaining one of bewilderment and confusion, yet her heart was profoundly shaken. Indeed, the progress between them had been remarkably swift, but it had not yet reached a point where such liberties could be taken, nor to grasp her most vulnerable secrets. Lan Ning detected a fragrant hint of rosemary emanating from Xian Hang, accompanied by the rapid thumping of his heart. Confused by his behavior, she reached out in an attempt to free her tail, only to feel a sharp pang of discomfort. Could you please let go? She implored. A cat's tail is delicate, and although Xian Hang's grip was not overly forceful, it nonetheless kept Lan Ning on edge. Her pleas did not elicit any sympathy from him. Rather, the shimmering depths of his gem-like eyes rendered his gaze even more inscrutable. I have no desire to release you, Xian Heng murmured, his warm hand trailing up to the base of her tail. He was an ordinary man who had led a life of restraint for over 2 decades. Yet certain scents could still intoxicate him. A glance at the incense burner on the table revealed that the fragrance lingering in the air was potent. Having been refreshed just before their arrival, his gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on Lan Ning's crimson lips before he captured them in a fierce kiss. The woman in his embrace had been thoroughly aroused, her strength dissipated as she yielded to his demands. When the kiss finally ended, Xian Heng tenderly pressed his lips against her brow and eyes. The acts we partake in are akin to those of others, yet our bond is distinct. I shall only ever cherish you, and I wish for you to hold only me in your heart. He conveyed a sense of uniqueness, an irreplaceable essence. Patiently, he awaited her response. Lan Ning's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart pounding like a drum. Being confessed to in such a setting overwhelmed both her body and spirit with an intense exhilaration. You have always been extraordinary, she replied, steeling herself. Her heightened senses, now more acute, allowed her to perceive even the faintest sounds from the surrounding rooms. She yearned to retreat, vowing never to investigate such trivial matters of inner elixirs again. Xian Heng's affection increased by 2, bringing the total to 69. Sensing her thoughts, the perfect Xiao Lu promptly interjected, "My master, please, do not abandon your pursuit midway. Observe closely the direction of the inner strength within those spring maidens. It may very well be the key." Chapter 32. Assistance the flow of inner strength? Perfect Xiao Lu successfully redirected Lan Ning's wandering thoughts. She had been so preoccupied with the chaotic sounds outside and the plight of the unfortunate creatures that she temporarily lost sight of her objective. Having learned the techniques today, Lan Ning was now capable of articulating the 2 most renowned forms of martial arts from the 10,000 Scenic Kingdom. The cloud flow technique she had mastered was specifically designed to aid those beast men with frail bodies in nurturing their health. In contrast, Xian Heng and his companions practiced the ocean flow technique, which proved to be even more potent for those with robust physiques. Ultimately, both techniques stemmed from a singular source, akin to a clock rotating clockwise, dictating the pace of inner strength circulation. Xiao Lu's suggestion to observe the inner strength's flow within the spring maidens. Could it possibly differ? Lan Ning feigned shyness, nestled in Xuan Hong's embrace as she pondered. She heard peculiar sounds emanating from the surrounding room, soon followed by what seemed to be a scuffle. Before long, she sensed a multitude of people passing by the doorway. The imposing figure of a burly man, several foolish maidens, and a man bound in a myriad of ropes. Lan Ning caught a faint whiff of blood, a scent so subtle it mingled with the incense, nearly imperceptible. "Your Highness, it seems something has occurred outside." At that moment, Lan Ning felt an insatiable curiosity, eager to venture out. How could the slightest disturbance at the door escape Xian Heng's keen senses? He was even quicker to perceive it than Lan Ning herself. To Xian Heng, the place known as El Chun Tower was deemed a den of iniquity. However, due to its unique existence, he could never bring himself to eradicate it entirely. After all, a portion of its operations was backed by Fu Rou. With a smile, Xian Heng inquired, "Do you wish to see?" El Chun Tower had always conducted its affairs with ostentation. One could surmise that even the patrolling wolf army might be stirred into action. It was indeed a perfect moment to witness the unfolding spectacle. Lan Ning nodded eagerly, contemplating the scene. At the entrance of Luhan Tower, Jingyi stared coldly at the battered man on the ground. "General, this individual is the assassin who clandestinely infiltrated our Luhan Tower a few days ago. We barely managed to capture him." A robust man kicked the black-clad figure on the ground twice, his expression laden with disdain. "How dare he sneak into our establishment and bully our Chun Yang? General Jing, you must take him back and interrogate him." His righteous indignation resembled that of an innocent victim. Jingyi cast a dispassionate glance at him, as if questioning his intelligence. Did he truly believe that capturing the assassin warranted immediate punishment rather than notifying the authorities? With the man barely clinging to life, they had only summoned him for transport, risking the chance that he might perish before reaching the officials. Did the Grand General truly concern himself with such matters? Lan Ning shrank beside Xian Qing, her toes straining to glimpse the unfolding spectacle. "Shouldn't we intervene?" Xian Qing replied, "It was unnecessary to intervene originally. It is already irregular for a national general to patrol the city. And this crowd seems eager to hand over the assassin to him. There must be some ulterior motive at play. Is he the only one you apprehended?" Jing Ye's gaze fixated on the brawny man, who, despite his polished silver armor, appeared less formidable before Jing Ye's intimidating presence. "Why, yes," the man stammered. "Please take him away quickly. We still have business to attend to." "Business?" Jingyi summoned 2 soldiers. Over 30 assassins fled from Ruel Terrace. And we have managed to capture more than 20 in the vicinity of New Jiaxing in recent days. Yesterday, we discovered 2 corpses in the eastern city's Dark River, and today, we find another at Lucan Tower. His voice, low and frigid, silenced the previously boisterous atmosphere outside the tower, even causing the once brazen man to cower. For the sake of safety, we must conduct a search of Lucan Tower. Jingyi insisted, fixing his gaze on the burly man, allowing no room for rebuttal. Proceed with the search. The 2 soldiers from the wolf tribe immediately advanced into the building. In a state of desperation, the man stepped in front of them. General, we conduct only legitimate business at Lucan Tower. If you wish to search, please present the official documents. His attempt to conceal the truth was palpable. Jingyi regarded him coolly and commanded, search. The man pushed through the crowd to block the entrance, asserting, you cannot search Lucan Tower without the proper documentation. If you cannot produce it today, we will not allow you to ascend. As his words fell, dozens of men emerged from the shadows, encircling Jingyi and his companions. Lan Ning was utterly astonished. How could an ordinary citizen dare to impede the general? Behind the Luchun Tower stood Fu Rou, fortified by the illustrious title of Princess Wan Jingchang. Without official documentation, it would prove exceedingly difficult for Jingyi to gain entry and conduct a search. Xianheng pondered thoughtfully. Given the commotion at the entrance, it was likely that those within would soon make their escape. He cast his gaze downward at Lan Ning beside him, contemplating an alternative course of action. Lan Ning was taken aback. Fu Rou was here as well. Xianheng leaned down and whispered a few words into Lan Ning's ear, his fluffy cat ears brushing against his chin, and after speaking, he couldn't resist planting a kiss. Lan Ning, feeling somewhat flustered, pushed him away and declared, I understand. I shall go now. Her petite figure was entirely obscured behind the imposing presence of the towering men, and a hint of fear flickered in her eyes as she regarded those 2-meter giants. Yet, as she approached, she couldn't help but glance back at Xuanheng, her dependent demeanor softening his heart. In an instant, Xuanheng was by Lan Ning's side, effortlessly sweeping aside the obstructing throng of burly men with a mere gesture. The thuds of their heavy bodies hitting the ground echoed with anguished cries, and the leader, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, turned to find the 2 esteemed guests who were meant to be seated in the upper chamber now descending. Princess Lan Ning? Jingyi's expression softened slightly upon catching sight of the delicate figure. He stepped forward to offer his respects, saying, I apologize for the disturbance, Your Highness. Rising to his feet, his gaze shifted back to Xuanheng. A look of disapproval etched across his face. I have encountered His Highness before. Yet I am curious as to why you have brought Princess Lan Ning to the Lucan Pavilion. Lan Ning proactively responded, having noticed the beauty of the place as she passed by, and decided to take a brief respite here before departing. She resembled a child apprehensive of reprimand from an elder, her obedient demeanor rendering it impossible to feel any ire. Jingyi's fondness for her increased by 2 points, bringing his total to 30. Jingyi gazed at her for a while, uncertain of what to say, and ultimately chose to discuss the matter with Xianheng, cautioning that the prince was still young and should refrain from taking her to such dubious locations. Xianheng indeed bore some responsibility. He was aware of the sordid nature of the place, yet still brought Lan Ning there. However, he remained obstinate and proud, unwilling to admit his mistake. Meeting Jingyi's gaze, he placed an arm around Lan Ning's shoulders, declaring that he would grant her every wish, unwilling to see her wronged. In that moment, Jingyi genuinely wished to return the innocent little princess to the safety of Bianzhou. Have you encountered any unusual individuals or events at the Lucan building? Jingyi recalled that Lan Ning could perceive certain uncommon sounds, and her sense of smell seemed more acute than theirs. Had she been within the building earlier, she might have gathered some valuable information. The burly onlooker stared intently at Lan Ning, pondering what capabilities a princess with a disfigured visage and a shattered inner essence could possibly possess. Dismissing her with disdain, he was taken aback when the princess, whom he underestimated, repeatedly nodded and divulged the locations of the hidden assassins, stating there were 6 on the 3rd floor. Chapter 33. The Awkward Jingyi. Committing such acts in defiance, quite bold indeed. That group attempted an assassination at the Ruelu Terrace, brazenly demolishing the beast god statue. And now they dare to hide within the Wanjing city. General, it would be prudent to enter swiftly and apprehend them, to thoroughly interrogate who orchestrated this scheme. Lan Ning reiterated Xianheng's words. Jingyi exchanged a meaningful glance with Xianheng, who raised an eyebrow, prompting the general to act without delay. It was intentional. Jingyi was certain. Yes, I understand, Jingyi replied succinctly. He summoned several soldiers, surrounding the Lucan building to conduct a search. with Lan Ning present. His words held far more weight than any official decree, allowing Jingyi to cast aside his reservations and command his subordinates to surge into the Lucan building. While the burly man attempting to obstruct them had already been subdued by Jingyi, Lan Ning stood by, utterly astonished. As with a single slap, she rendered a towering man of 2 meters unconscious. How formidable! Your Highness, what is happening here? Lan Ning had just contemplated inquiring. For she only knew that the individual behind this place was Fu Rou, yet remained oblivious to the happenings within the Luchun building. She was also curious about the method that could transform animals into humans. Xianheng gently ruffled her hair, his gaze drifting nonchalantly to the massive figure lying unconscious on the ground. There were rumors that the Luchun building was engaged in illicit activities. It was said that within those walls existed a secret technique capable of turning animals into humans. In their quest to better control this lucrative venture, they would also destroy the mental faculties of the women transformed. When he first heard of this matter, Xianheng had visited the establishment alone. He had encountered snakes there. Though they were not of his kin, he had no desire to witness the humiliation of women from the Serpent clan. Having a chance to amend the current state of affairs in the realm of beasts, Fu Rou had inexplicably chosen to allow that group to obliterate their minds. All because of the sentiment that beasts are unworthy. They wished to intervene, yet at that time, Fu Rou's reputation was exceedingly high, and indeed, there were many voices in support of her, leading to a stalemate. Now, Fu Rou was preoccupied with safeguarding her position in the court. How could she possibly concern herself with the matters of Luchun? Thus, they must seize the opportunity to uncover the secrets hidden within. Do you understand? Xianheng elucidated these matters to Lan Ning. Lan Ning nodded. These records were absent from the system. Fortuitously, her excursion to this place not only allowed her to discover the secret technique, but also presented an opportunity to strike a blow against Fu Rou once more. The thought exhilarated her. Shall we not ascend? Lan Ning inquired curiously, gazing at the entrance, where the occupants, upon noticing the arrival of soldiers, hastily fled, their trousers not fully donned. Xianheng promptly shielded Lan Ning's eyes, awaiting Jing Ye's descent with the individuals. By the time Fu Rou received this news from the palace, it was already too late. What? Fu Rou caressed her abdomen, suddenly feeling a twinge of discomfort. How could they have ventured to the lush spring pavilion so unexpectedly? Heng Yu's expression was equally grim. Their recent fortunes had been dismal, having not only lost the Empress's trust, but also numerous supporters. Now, their financial resources had been severed by the regent. Your Highness, perhaps it is best to concede, Heng Yu contemplated. We are unable to leave the palace now, and the situation is irretrievable. Fu Rou was not unaware of this. Her reluctance stemmed from her unwillingness to accept defeat. She caressed her belly, feeling the fetal movements, and stared at the letter on the table for an extended period. Lan Ning truly possesses remarkable skills, Fu Rou scoffed. She has ensnared the regent, nearly forcing me into a corner with no escape. Heng Yu furrowed his brow. It appeared that not only was the regent protecting her, but even Jingyi and Xianmo were gradually siding with her. Should we not prepare ourselves accordingly? Jingyi and Xianmo? Fu Rou could not suppress her frown. One was a frail invalid, the other an unattractive figure. Only Lan Ning would find them appealing, were it not for their status as outstanding representatives of their respective tribes. She would disdain their presence in her kingdom. However, with the regent now wielding half the influence in Wanjing City, if Xianmo and Jingyi were to support Lan Ning, her situation would become even more precarious. Indeed, Fu Rou pondered potential strategies. Currently, she was with child, and no one dared to act against her. Yet, if this child were not born with unique eyes, it would sever the path for the imperial princess. Is your secret technique truly effective? Fu Rou inquired anxiously. If this child could buy me time, we could orchestrate a scheme to displace Lan Ning from her position. Presently, Wanjing City was no longer under her command, and to eliminate Lan Ning, she would have to lure her outside the city. With Xianheng by her side, her plans would be futile. However, if she could deceive Lan Ning under a different pretense and distract Jingyi and Xianhong, Fu Rou bit her finger, determining that even if it seemed ineffective, it must be rendered useful. You shall contact others and instruct them to raise a matter during tomorrow's court assembly. Since her return from Rue Terrace, the Empress had insisted on attending court despite her illness and had barred Fu Rou from leaving Fu Rong Palace. It was clear to discerning eyes that the Empress had begun to harbor disdain for her, though Fu Rou had no expectation of a change in her mother's perception. Some actions, once taken, cannot be undone. In this moment of regret, it was futile. Even if the Empress loathed her, as long as this child remained, she would not be entirely forsaken. And regarding the Empress's position, As long as Lan Ning perished, it would rightfully belong to her. Heng Yi replied, "Yes, I understand." In the Lukan Pavilion, Jing Yi had apprehended all the assassins, his countenance dark as he fixed his gaze upon the group of burly men huddled together. The evidence against them was irrefutable. Thus, they had no recourse but to confess, and Jing Yi ordered them to be bound. Thus, the matter was resolved. After issuing his instructions, Jing Yi made sure to inform Lan Ning, presenting her with the book she had requested. "This is what you sought. I shall retrieve it from the regent's residence tomorrow." Upon receiving the item, a jubilant announcement from the system immediately erupted in his mind. "Congratulations! You have acquired the secret method. Points awarded, 1,000. Lan Ning slowly exhaled, a radiant smile adorning her face as she gazed at Jing Yi. "Thank you, General." In the presence of her smile, Jing Yi felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. In his eyes, Lan Ning appeared innocent and sincere. Her clear gaze always reflected the scars upon his face. Slightly uncomfortable, he lowered his head and replied awkwardly, "Your Highness, you are too kind. I have official matters to attend to and must take my leave." Jing Yi nearly fled in haste. How endearingly awkward she was. Lan Ning watched as the tall figure vanished into the crowd, cradling the book she had painstakingly obtained. Eagerly, she approached Xin Heng, saying, "Your Highness, now that the matter is settled, shall we return?" She could hardly contain her excitement to delve into the contents of the book. Xin Heng, lost in thought as he gazed in the direction where Jing Yi had departed, felt a vague sense of foreboding that he could not articulate. It was only upon hearing Lan Ning's voice that he snapped back to reality. "Yes, let us return," he replied. The Luchun building was sealed off by Jing Yi under the pretext of harboring assassins, and a thorough search was conducted both inside and out, with all valuable items confiscated and sent to the national treasury. As for the individuals involved, they were handed over to Xian Mo for interrogation. As night began to fall, Lan Ning finally accompanied Xian Heng back to the palace. After being arranged for dinner, she finally found the opportunity to peruse the coveted tome. The reason Lan Ning wished to possess this book was quite straightforward. She expressed her desire to discover a means to restore the sanity of those afflicted with the condition known as spring daughters. Chapter 34. The Little Orange Cat. Jing Yi, unable to bear the thought of disillusioning her with the truth that these spring daughters could not be restored, refrained from dampening Lan Ning's hopes. Instead, he temporarily entrusted the book to her. He believed that with her remarkable intellect, she would soon realize that the book contained no remedies. It was merely an ordinary text. To his astonishment, the spell proved to be remarkably simple. After meticulously perusing the entire volume, Lan Ning was left in a state of astonishment. This thin book, no thicker than her palm, recorded only a single incantation, the reverse version of the flow technique she currently employed. The flow technique could indeed be reversed. Lan Ning once again contemplated the arcane arts of this world, yet having only just mastered the flow technique taught by Xuanma. She pondered whether attempting this new practice would lead to calamity. "Is this something I can truly cultivate?" she inquired. Perfect Xiaolu responded, "In theory. Anyone trained in a clockwise flow should not attempt this, but you are an exception," he elaborated. "Ordinary orc practitioners cannot revisit this technique because their bodies have become accustomed to the clockwise flow, rendering them incapable of controlling the countercurrent energy. However, you are different. The most you may experience is a slight discomfort, nothing fatal." His words, delivered with an air of ease, instilled a sense of confidence in Lan Ning, prompting her to swiftly follow the instructions from the tome. Yet, as the tranquil energy surged chaotically within her, inducing a sensation of tightness in her chest and cramping in her meridians, she felt an overwhelming urge to throttle perfect Xiaolu. "Is this what you call slight discomfort?" Lan Ning gritted her teeth, feeling as though her entire being had been brutally slashed twice. Were it not for the fact that perfect Xiaolu was an incorporeal virtual entity, she would have relished the opportunity to drag him into her plight for a taste of her torment. "Well, please bear with it a moment longer. It shall soon pass," perfect Xiaolu urged. Lan Ning lay curled up in bed, unable to move, as pain enveloped her, causing a delicate layer of white fuzz to sprout across her body. Her cat ears and tail lay rigid, unresponsive. Beside her, the little orange cat seemed to sense her suffering, meowing anxiously. The duration of this agony was indeterminate, and Lan Ning found herself plagued by a ringing in her ears. Secret of the World 5. The flowing gateway allows for reversal. Revenge mission progress. 18. Reward points. 3,000. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Common Bond. When transforming into her original form to cultivate inner strength, she can draw nearby small animals into her essence. The greater the number, the slower the progress. This skill cannot be upgraded. Lan Ning was unaware of when she had regained consciousness. Her entire body was drenched as she sat on the bed, her gaze vacant. After incurring such significant grievances, is this the meager skill I have received in return? Perfect little six is so timid. This is the crux of our revenge mission. Just think, with this newfound ability, wouldn't the gender imbalance in the realm of beasts be resolved? Lan Ning, examine the details of the skills closely. The greater the number of individuals beside her, the slower her pace becomes. Whether she can survive until the completion of this task remains uncertain. Perfect Xiaolu hastily shifted the topic. Look at that little orange cat. He has undergone a remarkable transformation. Lan Ning regained her senses and turned to observe the orange cat sleeping beside her. The little creature had undergone a transformation, its form subtly resembling that of a child. The system detected that similar beings could cultivate at an accelerated pace when together, and upon fully mastering this skill, the speed would increase even further. Perfect little six was eager to find justifications for herself. Lan Ning gazed thoughtfully at the little orange cat. It appeared quite simple to max out its skills. A couple of all-nighters of training would suffice. Yet, could this little creature's transformation truly be so rapid? How long have I been dazed? Lan Ning suddenly inquired, realizing only then that dawn was approaching outside. Rest assured, it has merely been 2 watch periods, replied the perfect Xiaolu. Just 4 hours. Is it truly possible for this creature to develop at such an astonishing pace in such a brief span? Lan Ning was somewhat astonished by the extraordinary nature of this skill. At this moment, she felt rather hesitant to dismiss it as trivial. Choosing between cultivation and slumber, she opted for the former, settling herself in a comfortable position, closing her eyes, and once again engaging in the reverse cultivation technique. Until the break of dawn illuminated the room. It was not the flawless Xiaolu nor Xianhang that roused her from her slumber, but rather a small orange cat. "Mother, I'm hungry," cried the startled Lan Ning as she opened her eyes in disbelief. She gazed incredulously at the half-human, half-beast creature beside her, which appeared to be no more than 2 years old. With cat ears and a tail intact, a closer inspection revealed the delicate orange fur adorning its body. Is this truly a little orange cat? Lan Ning has split open. What did he just call me? Perfect Xiaolu. Perhaps it's because your true form is also that of a cat. The essence is both similar and familiar, and given his youth, it's quite natural for him to possess a somewhat naive disposition. Being a mother without pain is quite delightful as well. Lan Ning pondered whether Xianhang would misunderstand something upon his arrival. Perfect Xiaolu kindly reminded him that Xianhang was already present. Today, Xianhang had left the morning court early. The Empress had insisted on attending, and the noble lords were also present, rendering his involvement in state affairs unnecessary. Thus, he merely attended the roll call before returning. Little did he know that his visit to the Water Lily Pavilion today would bring about a delightful surprise. On his beloved's bed lay an unexpected kitten, one that seemed familiar. Where could it have come from? Xianhang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the small creature, trying to recall where he had seen it before. Lan Ning touched his nose, referring to the orange cat he had nurtured. Xuanning understood immediately. He reached out to pick up the kitten, scrutinizing it carefully. When he arrived, it had merely been an ordinary cat. Have you acquired the magical techniques from that book? Lan Ning immediately sat up obediently, nodding as he observed something that resembled the flowing gait. He decided to imitate it, resulting in his current state. Is this the sort of thing one can learn carelessly? Xianheng's expression darkened abruptly. He tossed the little kitten into the bedding and then lifted Lan Ning for a reprimand. Did Xianmo not instruct you? You must not practice unfamiliar techniques. Do you understand the consequences of your reckless actions? Lan Ning drooped her ears, nestling pitifully in Xianheng's embrace, playfully admitting her fault. I understand my mistake. I shall not repeat it. She was well aware of the type of demeanor that captivated men, and thus, engaging in such endearing antics came to her effortlessly. Her docile apology, infused with a sense of submission, left Xianheng seething with frustration, yet he had no intention of letting Lan Ning off the hook so easily. The matter of her apology would be addressed later with the esteemed Master Xian who had instructed her. Lan Ning. Half an hour later, she sat in the pavilion, cradling the well-dressed kitten while perusing her book. Seizing the opportunity before the tome was confiscated, she carefully leafed through its pages once more. A gentle breeze whispered through, causing the cat ears nestled in her hair to quiver, as if she had caught the faint sound of something peculiar. Lan Ning, filled with perplexity, gazed toward the entrance, where Xianmo, adorned in a pristine white official robe, stood alongside Jing Yi, clad in silver armor resembling a wolf's head. In their arms, they cradled a small crane and a little wolf. As they stood at the entrance of the Narcissus Pavilion, Their astonishment was palpable upon seeing the tiny cat nestled in Lan Ning's embrace. "Your Highness, this is Xianmo, a frequent visitor to the Narcissus Pavilion." Swiftly recognized the little orange cat by its aura. Yet, how had it transformed into this? A glance at the open books scattered across the table revealed yesterday's encounter with a criminal from the Lukun Tower, during which he had overheard the unfolding events. The assassin. Upon seeing the text and illustrations within those pages, could he truly have been oblivious? "You have learned," Xianmo asserted confidently. Chapter 35, The Little Crane and the Little Wolf. Lan Ning nodded. Xianmo gently placed the meticulously chosen little crane on the table, then picked up a book and perused it intently. After a moment, his brow furrowed in dismay. This is utterly ridiculous. His usual gentle demeanor had soured, the warmth in his voice chilling several degrees, leaving Lan Ning too intimidated to speak. There is a saying that those who are gentle most of the time can be quite fearsome when angered, and Lan Ning was now a witness to that truth. "I understand my mistake," Lan Ning lamented, his tone pitiful. Xianmo then turned his gaze to Xian Hang, seemingly implying that since this incident occurred within the regent's residence, he bore an undeniable responsibility. However, it was indeed an unexpected delight. Xian Hang lifted the little orange cat nestled in Lan Ning's arms and tossed it to Xianmo. Assessing its condition, Xianmo remarked, "What do you take him for? A physician?" He looked down at the trembling kitten in his arms, which appeared to be in relatively good health, even more robust than most newborns he had encountered. However, there was the matter of the inner core. Xianmo couldn't help but frown. There was no inner core. Jingyi, who had been a silent observer, was equally astonished. How could a beast not possess an inner core? He reached out to gently stroke the kitten's little belly, feeling the warmth of his palm, and indeed, there was no sensation of inner core energy flowing. Quite peculiar. Jingyi placed the little wolf he had been holding onto the table. The mischievous creature first barked at the little kitten in Xianmo's arms, then proceeded to nibble at the crane's wing feathers. The crane, unable to descend from the table, was chased in circles by the little wolf until, in desperation, it flapped its wings and took refuge on Xianmo's shoulder, while the wolf, having miscalculated its leap, tumbled into Xian Hang's embrace. Xian Hang remained expressionless, staring at the chaotic little wolf gnawing at his legs, a subtle irritation glimmering in his eyes. The little wolf seemed to sense something amiss and promptly leaped into Lan Ning's arms. "Lan Ning." This sensation is reminiscent of cradling a puppy. Unable to resist, she reached out to stroke the little wolf's head. To her surprise, the feisty creature wriggled vigorously, and before she realized it, her hand had inadvertently brushed against her abdomen. In an instant, the little wolf, feeling provoked, began to gnaw at her hand, its sharp teeth swiftly piercing through her well-cared-for skin, leaving 2 bloody punctures. "Xian Hang?" He hurriedly lifted the rascally cub from Lan Ning's embrace and tossed it back into Jingyi's arms. The injury to Lan Ning was something no one present wished to witness. Even Jingyi had not anticipated that the little rascal chosen by his mother would be so unruly as to bite Lan Ning. The wild nature of wolves is fierce. "Did you dare to directly stroke her belly?" Xian Hang's expression shifted with frustration. Lan Ning felt little in terms of sensation. She was largely indifferent to pain, and this minor injury was inconsequential. She gazed at the small creature nestled in Jingyi's embrace, her curiosity piqued. Was this a gift for me? Additionally, there was the exquisite little bird perched on Xianmo's shoulder, a truly beautiful specimen. Previously, they had not brought any small animals to the Duke's residence. Xianmo could understand this, especially since she had recently given away a kitten. As for Jingyi, it was likely that his wife, Umo, had requested him to deliver this. Lan Ning awaited the responses of the 2 individuals, unaware that their attention was entirely captivated by the back of her hand. Had it been an ordinary woman, she would have surely cried out by now. Xian Hang's affinity, 1, total affinity, 70. Wan Mo's affinity, 2, total affinity, 27. Jingyi's affinity, 3, total affinity, 32. "I apologize. I should have trained them better before bringing them to you," Jingyi expressed with great remorse. Lan Ning felt indifferent. "It was I who had frightened her, and it had nothing to do with you. This minor injury is truly inconsequential, compared to the wounds she has endured before. It is indeed trivial," which prompted the 3 men to reflect on her past experiences. What is there to blame her for? She is merely a little princess who has just been reborn. It is entirely normal for her to be unaware of such matters. It is also their fault for not having warned her about these perilous situations in advance. Xianmo observed that the bleeding on Lan Ning's hand had ceased, which brought him a sense of relief. He remarked helplessly, "This is indeed a gift for you." But you must promise me never to resort to such a dangerous method again. Lan Ning's cat ears immediately drooped. Alas, it seemed that she had reached an impasse. After employing this particular technique, I discovered that I could no longer revert to the previous one. Xian Mo's expression shifted dramatically. She had already undergone a thorough examination, and her body exhibited no issues. In fact, due to this technique, her inner core had seen some restoration. However, she remained unable to utilize our magical arts, and whether she could learn them was still a matter of contention. Xian Heng spoke slowly, his gaze fixated on the back of Lan Ning's hand, which was oozing blood, contemplating when it might heal. The physical constitution of the beastmen was remarkably resilient. Provided the injuries were not fatal, recovery typically occurred swiftly. Yet, Lan Ning was an exception. The elderly physician who had treated her wounds remarked that after years of tending to patients, he had never encountered such an unusual body. Her meridians and inner core were perilously unstable, yet her mental state was remarkably robust. At that time, Xian Heng had thought little of it, believing that as long as there was no imminent danger to her life, it was not a significant concern. The regent's residence possessed an abundance of precious medicinal herbs, ensuring Lan Ning's well-being. However, nearly 3 months had passed, and her injuries showed no signs of improvement. The technique recorded in that book indeed held mysteries, but he had to concede that it had positively impacted Lan Ning's inner core. Perhaps it would be prudent to have the physician change her medication, Xian Heng suggested, recounting his observations, adding, "There is another matter. Let us see if there are any changes in that wolf." Jing Yi looked down at the small wolf cradled in his arms. The little creature, for reasons unknown, was curled up with its eyes shut, and upon closer inspection, he noticed it was trembling. What transpired next would remain etched in Jing Ye's memory for a lifetime. The little being was slowly developing human-like hands and feet. Before long, it resembled the kitten in Xian Mo's embrace, complete with ears and a tail, yet still retaining some beastly traits, seasoned by numerous trials. Jing Yi and Xian Mo were rendered speechless. What was this? Xian Heng observed. Animals in close proximity to her undergo this transformation in a remarkably short time. That orange cat took approximately an entire night. But it appears that using blood expedites the process. How long it can persist remains uncertain. They had never heard of anyone from the royal family of the being able to accomplish such feats. The notion that a mere drop of blood could transform a common animal into a human was utterly unprecedented. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident that the princes and princesses of Wanjing had been meticulously protected since birth, never exposed to wild creatures nor kept pets. Thus no one had ever realized this phenomenon. Xian Mo's complexion fluctuated. The neighboring nation had already sent envoys multiple times to propose marriage to Princess Fu Rou. Before a decision was made, this matter must remain confidential. The previous assassin had already caused rifts between Wanjing and several smaller nations. If they were to learn that Lan Ning possessed such abilities, coupled with the watchful eyes from within the palace, it could spell trouble. This realization served as a reminder to Xian Heng, who had been preoccupied with guarding against Wanjing, neglecting the other smaller nations. Then I kindly ask you both to maintain discretion. Xian Heng's gaze shifted to the two peculiar-looking cubs, his expression inscrutable, pondering their fate. Chapter 36. Do you prefer fluffiness over me? Lan Ning cautiously scrutinized the expressions of the 3 men. She raised her hand and said, "Please take care of me. I find it rather dull when I have nothing to do." Xian Heng's initial intention was to send her away quickly, as the regent's residence had changed significantly, with an influx of visitors that could potentially expose Lan Ning's circumstances. However, upon witnessing her pitiable expression, he felt a twinge of compassion. It would not be entirely unacceptable to temporarily shelter her within the estate. "But you must promise me," Xian Heng cautioned, "that you will not allow her to be harmed again." Lan Ning nodded, her gaze fixated on the small crane perched upon Xian Mo's shoulder. It was the first time she had encountered a juvenile crane, and it differed remarkably from her preconceived image of the red-crowned crane. This one, aside from its beak, was entirely white. Just moments ago, it had been ruffled by the little wolf, yet now it appeared particularly charming, its light brown eyes, akin to Xian Mo's, curiously observing her, exuding an undeniable adorableness. As if sensing Lan Ning's intrigue, the little crane flapped its wings and flew before her, gently nudging her hand with its head. The smooth texture was precisely as she had envisioned, and Lan Ning carefully cradled the little crane in her arms, treating it as if it were a rare treasure. This tender display left Xian Heng and Jing Yi feeling somewhat defeated. Upon realizing Lan Ning's unique affinity, Xian Heng procured 2 small snakes for experimentation. However, With the chill of the season, the little creatures were reluctant to remain outside. Upon discovering a heat source, they coiled up, ready to hibernate. Although his hypothesis was later validated, it left Lan Ning quite cold. It was likely due to the peculiar constitution of their clan, the Shin python. They were inherently cool to the touch, had it not been for the inner core that allowed him to transform into a human. Even his body temperature would have resembled that of the snakes, potentially causing Lan Ning harm. Moreover, seeing Lan Ning tenderly embrace those cats stirred a twinge of jealousy within Shin Hung. After all, he was the one who had rescued her and showered her with affection. Why was he never first in her heart? He remained silent, resolving to find a moment to converse with Lan Ning. Meanwhile, Jing Yi wrestled internally with the concern that the little wolf he had brought might have upset Lan Ning, especially since he had failed to train it properly beforehand, resulting in her injury. Only Xian Mo appeared envious, observing how much Lan Ning adored the small creatures he had brought. In the Beastman tribe, men were conditioned to compete from birth, earning recognition from their elders through excellence, never having experienced gentleness. Watching Lan Ning's boundless affection for the little beings, Xian Mo felt a profound sense of reflection. Here was someone who, despite being the most fearsome, was gentler than any woman he had ever encountered. Their time at the royal palace was brief, as they entrusted their little companions to Lan Ning's care before accompanying Shin Hung into the palace. With rare moments of leisure, Lan Ning began to explore her newfound abilities. Is my capacity to catalyze animals into human forms due to my circulating techniques or my blood? She pondered aloud. Perfect Little Six remarked, in the original text, this is indeed a peculiar premise. As the progression of their tasks accelerated, Lan Ning diligently worked to earn points, while Perfect Little Six, in the background, gathered supplementary information related to the original narrative. Over this period, he meticulously compiled the data, culminating in the current historical chart of the myriad of beasts. According to the explanations provided by the murals we replicated in the underground ruins, it is indeed true that individuals would possess this ability, albeit limited to guidance. Perfect Little Six presented the organized information to Lan Ning, revealing the secret. The internal energy flow of animals in the Beastman tribe operates in opposing manners. Lan Ning gazed intently at the data, and before long, he began to feel a sense of dizziness. What, then, can explain my blood? Perfect Little Six fell silent for a moment, before speculating. It may be due to the spirit-nurturing pill you consumed earlier. Spirit-nurturing pill? Lan Ning opened the marketplace and found the peeling dan. After meticulously perusing the product details several times, Lan Ning came to a realization. Due to the limitations imposed on the recovery rate of his body, some of the energy could not be absorbed and would thus leak out, consequently affecting those nearby. Indeed, Perfect Little Six replied, your blood contains residual potency from the peeling dan, and when combined with the good fortune comes in pairs passive ability, the effects on the creatures consuming your blood become markedly pronounced. However, once they employ the reverse flow technique, they will no longer be able to learn the normal Orcish incantations. Lan Ning stated, perhaps you might consider attempting to reverse those incantations as well? Perfect Little Six suggested. Lan Ning contemplated the possibility of attempting it, yet regrettably, she had yet to master any profound spells. Perhaps she should wait for Xian Hang's return and discreetly seek his assistance. Setting aside those plans, Lan Ning immersed herself once more in the bustling task of caring for the little ones. The two children, accustomed to their human existence, sat beside her, gently tugging at her sleeve and calling her mother. Observing their increasingly delicate and rosy faces, Lan Ning couldn't help but marvel at the notion that genetics might not hold as much significance as she once believed. After all, these two little ones had been wild creatures in their past lives, yet they transformed into such charming beings. Upon reflection, it seemed that none of the beastmen she had encountered were unattractive. Truly, genetic endowments are remarkable. As the original author has established, in this world, any creature, even a mere mosquito, transforms into a handsome figure upon becoming human. Lan Ning chuckled softly, then mindlessly adhered to the female protagonist. Their leading lady is currently ensnared within the confines of the palace. It is said that during this time, the Empress has been holding court, confining Fu Rou within the Lotus Palace to await her delivery. Surely, Fu Rou must be in a state of anxious despair, despite the considerable effort expended. She has yet to eliminate her rival. What scheme will she devise next? Lan Ning quickly became aware of the unfolding events as dusk approached. The frost-laden Xian Hang stepped through the gates with a somber expression, followed closely by Bian Zhao, who also wore a gloomy countenance. The two made their way to the Shuixian pavilion, where they found Lan Ning engrossed in riding with a small wolf clan girl nestled in her arms. A little orange cat sat obediently beside her, its ears and tail swaying in perfect harmony with Lan Ning's movements. The scene appeared tranquil and idyllic. Sensing the presence of unfamiliar energy in the Shui Xian pavilion, both small creatures turned their attention towards the entrance. The little orange cat leaped from its perch and scampered over to Bianzhao, its golden eyes sparkling with curiosity as it scrutinized him. Then, to Bianzhao's astonishment, it chirped cheerily, "Grandpa." Xian hung. Bianzhao? Suddenly presented with an unexpected grandson, Bianzhao was momentarily taken aback. He instantly recognized the little creature's true identity. Was this not the companion he had previously brought to gift Lan Ning? How had it transformed into a child and begun to call him Grandpa? Bianzhao glanced at Lan Ning, only to find her cradling the small wolf clan girl in her arms. The exquisite little girl blinked her silver eyes and sweetly addressed Lan Ning. "Mother, Grandpa has arrived." Lan Ning gently set her down and cast a helpless glance at the two individuals standing at the door. They simply could not change their way of addressing her. She had devoted an entire afternoon to teaching them. Yet for reasons unknown, perhaps it was due to their overwhelming familiarity with her presence, whenever the subject of changing their terms of address arose, they would burst into tears, declaring that they no longer wanted her. Lan Ning could not withstand the tears of the beautiful children, allowing them to wail freely. Chapter 37. Xuanhing's Jealousy. Alongside this, he took the opportunity to introduce them to the people around him. However, it was curious that the two little ones dared not approach Xuanhing. Bianzhao, holding the two children on either side, was overjoyed and reluctant to let go. He had come to visit Lan Ning, unexpectedly met with such a delightful surprise. Yet, upon learning that his daughter's blood could transform animals into humans, he felt a twinge of fear. "Today, there was a matter I need to discuss with you." Bianzhao's expression and tone were equally grave. Since the incident at Ruelu Terrace, voices in the court had risen again against Furu, many believing it to be a warning from the beast god, insisting that Furu should not ascend as Empress. As a result, a faction had argued for several days. And during this morning's assembly, Heng Yue proposed that Lan Ning should attend court to learn governance. Attend court? Upon hearing that it was Heng Yue who suggested it, Lan Ning began to contemplate. This must surely be Furu's idea. Bianzhao sighed, stating that considering your excellent health and being the sole princess with, it was time for you to learn governance in order to alleviate the burdens of the Empress. Xuanhing sat beside Lan Ning, calmly pouring tea for her throughout the conversation. Very well. Lan Ning agreed eagerly. She had initially planned to wait until her rapport with Xuanma increased before suggesting her attendance at court, but unexpectedly, Furo had handed her the opportunity. Bianzhao could not bear to let his daughter experience the treachery of the court. Once she entered that realm, it would mean exposing Lan Ning to danger. Not only were there those watching eagerly for Wan Jing's decline, but the faction supporting Furo within Wan Jing would present ample challenges for Lan Ning. Moreover, the time for the tributes from various nations was approaching. Bianzhao paused, as if realizing the ulterior motives behind this situation. The time for tributes was also when they would propose marriages. The moment he uttered this, his complexion darkened significantly. Proposing marriage. This was a promise made by the founding of the Wanjing kingdom to its vassal states, which stated that the consent of the Wanjing princess was unnecessary. As long as those vassal states brought it up, they would inevitably be wed to the princess. Having dealt with those minor states for years, Bianzhao was well aware of their capabilities. How could such unworthy suitors befit his daughter? Coincidentally, at that moment, Furo was under house arrest, and it was likely she would not emerge by then, leaving only Lan Ning. No, Bianzhao became anxious. Their schemes were too cunning, and we absolutely cannot acquiesce. After receiving a thorough explanation from the perfect Xiaolu, Lan Ning began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The agreements among several nations rendered any resistance from the parties involved futile, unless she could somehow make them feel disdain or annihilate their countries overnight. Naturally, such a feat was impossible. Presently, she found herself devoid of choices. However, Lan Ning did not perceive this predicament as particularly daunting. Her concern did not lie in whether the men of these nations could become her suitors, but rather in the execution of her grand scheme for vengeance. Xian Heng chuckled softly, stating that if she wished to abstain, they were free to do so. No one could compel him to act, and consequently, no one could coerce those he chose to protect into action either. Lan Ning gazed into his gentle golden eyes, a smile gracing her lips as she shook her head. The opportunity had been presented before her. Why should she not seize it? If she did not ascend to the court, how could she possibly undermine Fu Rou and the Empress, orchestrating her own rise to power? Lan Ning continued, while I refuse their advances, it does not guarantee they will relent. However, My presence may perhaps alter the current situation. As for marriage, we shall face each challenge as it comes. There is no need to dwell excessively on matters that are yet to unfold. It is prudent to focus on the present. Bian Zhao, unable to sway Lan Ning, had come out of the palace with the intent of persuasion, yet he was taken aback by her unwavering determination, especially since Xian Heng showed no intention of offering counsel. He glanced towards Xian Heng, who was engrossed in examining the characters Lan Ning had practiced that day, seemingly too preoccupied to engage with him. You must make your own decision, Bian Zhao thought, conceding that he could do nothing more than devise a strategy to protect her interests in the court. Meanwhile, having bid him farewell, Lan Ning was contemplating how she would manage to sleep tonight, accompanied by her two little ones, while Xian Heng stood beside her, his expression laden with unspoken significance. Do you wish for them to sleep with you? Xian Heng queried, his tone tinged with an unusual hint of jealousy. Lan Ning gazed at the two little cubs clinging tightly to her arms. Although she too cherished the solitude of slumber, these tiny creatures were unwilling to let go, expressing their fears of her disappearance should they succumb to sleep. Xian Heng effortlessly lifted the two youngsters, tossing them into the embrace of the puppet maiden, unmoved by their frantic struggles, as he guided them to rest. The oblivious puppet maiden, of course, promptly obeyed her master's command, swiftly whisking them away from the Narcissus Pavilion. Meanwhile, Lan Ning remained enveloped in the thrilling ebb and flow of affection. Your Highness? She quietly observed Xian Heng's countenance. What troubles you? Upon reaching a favorable disposition of 70 towards the character she was to pursue, the system would grant Lan Ning a dedicated detail page, enabling her to document the fluctuations in the character's affection. At this moment, Lan Ning sensed that Xian Heng's mood seemed to be rather dismal, likely due to those two clingy little ones. Xian Heng enveloped her in his embrace, the chill emanating from him causing a shiver to run through the delicate figure nestled against him. Upon noticing this, he intended to release Lan Ning, yet she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. I am merely tending to them because of their tender age. I harbor no ulterior motives, she murmured softly, buried in his embrace. She adored the charming and endearing little creatures, especially since they behaved so obediently in her presence. This reminded her of her own unhappy childhood, and she wished for these two little ones not to become puppets enslaved by others, hence her indulgence towards them. She had not anticipated that Xian Heng would feel jealousy over their shared slumber. That simply cannot be, Xian Heng declared firmly. He had scarcely held Lan Ning while sleeping, so how could he permit others to do so? Lan Ning nestled against him, conceding. She felt the icy coolness of Xuan Hong's body and suddenly recalled that his true form was that of a Xian python, a magnificent serpent. In this late autumn season, when most snakes enter hibernation, it is only those of their kind, the beastmen with inner cores, who remain active. Yet, they are still enveloped in an aura of chill that many find difficult to accept. Although Lan Ning has made some progress in her cultivation during this period, she still falls considerably short compared to Xian Heng, and for the moment, she cannot fully acclimatize to his body temperature. She let out a delicate sneeze, finally bringing the absent-minded Xian Heng back to reality. I apologize, Xian Heng said, filled with self-reproach, as Lan Ning's embrace was so comforting that it made him forget the chilling aura that enveloped him, nearly causing harm to his little kitten. Lan Ning shook her head gently, her small face flushed with a rosy hue as she gazed anxiously at Xian Heng. It's all right. I enjoy holding you. Xian Heng carried her back to the room, ensuring her comfort, and instructed the puppet maid to light the heater. It took a while for the chill that enveloped Lan Ning to dissipate. Isn't the prince supposed to avoid staying in hot places for too long? Lan Ning, wrapped snugly in a thick blanket, cradled a cup of steaming tea, which Xian Heng had provided for her. Due to her damaged inner core, she could not harness her internal energy to fend off the cold and had to rely on such external comforts, which indeed highlighted Xian Heng's attentiveness towards her. Chapter 38. A surprising paternity? Xian Heng's jealousy intensifies. It is nothing but the chilling essence of the cultivation techniques, Xian Heng elucidated. They are naturally endowed with a lower body temperature, which diminishes further through their practices. Typically, women of their kind cannot endure such frigid conditions, and thus they are seldom chosen, resulting in a sparse population among their tribe. Xian Heng did not perceive being selected by those women as a privilege. He regarded them merely as individuals fixated solely on procreation. I recall the last time at the Ruelu Terrace, your true form was quite grand, Lan Ning remarked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. If I become formidable in the future, will I also be that large? Xian Heng shook his head. That was merely due to my use of magical techniques. He paused, locking eyes with Lan Ning's enchanting gaze. Do you wish to see my true form? Lan Ning nodded, her affirmation bringing genuine joy to Xian Heng. Outsiders often spoke of the Xianmeng clan with disdain, labeling them as cold and brutal. And Xianheng's name elicited even stronger sentiments. During the last incident at Ruilu Terrace, in a moment of desperation, he transformed into his true form to search for Lan Ning beneath the earth, worried that he might frighten her, which is why he had never mentioned it again. To his surprise, Lan Ning brought it up herself. She was not merely fond of those furry creatures. Very well, Xianheng replied. The transformation of a beastman back to their true form required only a fleeting moment, especially for a being of Xianheng's profound prowess, in the blink of an eye. He transformed into a colossal python. This time, the size exceeded Lan Ning's expectations. A black python, measuring approximately 10 meters in length, occupied the entirety of the bed, ensnaring Lan Ning, who was wrapped in her quilt. The coolness of its head gently brushed against her cheek, sending a shiver down her spine. How do you find it? Xianheng inquired nervously, his gaze fixed intently on Lan Ning, fearful of detecting any signs of aversion or fear on her face. Lan Ning curiously examined the serpent, her fingers gently gliding over its scales, which felt cool to the touch, contrasting sharply with the ornament that hung from her neck. It was exceptionally beautiful. Unlike any serpent she had encountered before, Xianheng's scales were striking, refracting a myriad of colors under the glow of the luminous pearl. As it coiled beside her, its head resting close to her cheek, the gaze of its golden eyes elicited no sense of horror, but rather a serene fascination, drawn to the warmth. Xianheng nestled closer to her, playfully inquiring if she liked it. She had an affinity for all things beautiful. Lan Ning nodded, pleased. As long as there is fondness, that suffices. Xianheng stifled the urge to burrow into Lan Ning's warm embrace. He retracted his tail and transformed his upper body into a human form, enveloping Lan Ning with the remnants of his warmth. He gently clasped her petite hand, which held the steaming tea, and whispered, I, too, cherish you. Affection level, 3. Total affection, 73. The following day, the little crane that Xianmo had left by Lan Ning's side lived up to expectations, becoming the third child in the household. Father, Mother and I have been waiting for you for a long time. The lively little one rushed towards Xianmo upon seeing her, her clear voice startling the three present. With a dark expression, Xianheng sidestepped Xianmo and swiftly lifted the unabashed little creature, placing her into Xianmo's arms. Do not shout indiscriminately. Who is your mother? The child, intimidated by his grim tone, clutched tightly to Xianmo's sleeve, on the verge of tears. Your Highness, please do not frighten the child, Xianmo gently advised. Cradling the little one in his arms, marveling at the situation, Xianheng grunted in response, questioning why he should exhibit patience when this was not even his child. Despite the racial differences, the child insisted on clinging to Lan Ning, calling her mother and regarding Xianheng with the same fear as a mouse before a cat, as if he were the one bullying her. Naturally, he was displeased. Xianheng observed another little one darting out of the room, rushing straight to cling to Jingye's leg, her large eyes warily fixed upon him, even reporting to Jingye. Father, last night I wanted to sleep with Mother, but this bad man wouldn't let me. Jingye furrowed his brow. I am not your father. Upon hearing this boundary-drawing remark, the little girl burst into tears, retreating back to the room to sob into Lan Ning's arms. Wah, Mother, Father no longer wants me. Lan Ning coaxed her out, assuring her that he had not abandoned her. The little girl wept inconsolably, and indeed, he was there for her. Lan Ning looked at Jingye helplessly, noticing the rare expression of astonishment on his face. The bewilderment reflected in his features made her feel as though she were imposing an unreasonable burden upon him. Suddenly finding themselves with an unexpected child, it was only natural for them to feel ill at ease. Why don't you hold her, General? Lan Ning suggested cautiously. Jingye hesitated, unable to meet Lan Ning's gaze. After a moment of inner turmoil, he stepped forward, attempting to cradle the inconsolable little one in his arms. Unfortunately, his efforts to soothe her were clumsy, and it took quite some time before the child finally ceased her tears. With the little girl calmed, Lan Ning exhaled in relief. I lack experience with children myself, so how could they possibly blame Lan Ning? Merely leaving these children in her care was already a considerable imposition. It is our oversight. You cannot be held accountable, Xianmo mused, contemplating whether to return the child to her kin. Xiancheng tugged at the corners of his mouth, recognizing that they could not remain in the royal residence indefinitely. You two should promptly find a suitable place to arrange for someone to care for them, he suggested, implicitly conveying his annoyance at the noisy children. However, due to Lan Ning's nurturing aura, they had grown attached to her as if she were their own mother, leading to a relentless clinginess that prevented him from drawing too close to Lan Ning. It was frustrating to see them call two unrelated men father. treating him as though he were invisible. At this moment, Xianqing regretted sending back the little snake that had transformed into a human. Otherwise, he would have possessed greater leverage in conversations with Lan Ning. Yet, pride compelled him to feign indifference in front of Xianmo and Jingyi, urging them to swiftly take the bothersome children away. As for the cat, he would leave it to Gue Jun and the others to care for. The jealousy in the air was palpable to all present. Xianmo cast a glance at the little one in his arms, who trembled in fear from the cold, irritable aura emanating from the regent. Meanwhile, Jingyu shielded the girl in his embrace, striving to envelop her with his own warmth, thus protecting her from Xiancheng's intimidating presence. Lan Ning gently tugged at Xiancheng's sleeve, which helped to temper the agitation he was exuding. Master, I have detected significant fluctuations in the emotions of the target, indicating a risk of potential corruption, murmured the perfect little six. Lan Ning, how did it turn dark like this? Perfect Xiao Lu. This is also a recently discovered bug. Characters with a favorability rating exceeding 70 encounter a bottleneck. During this phase, the characters being pursued will experience two distinct and intense emotions based on your choices. Lan Ning pondered deeply for a moment. Which two kinds? Perfectly. The six, love of tolerance and love of compulsion. Lan Ning, it does not seem to be too serious. Perfect Xiaolu, my lord, should you trigger the forced affection, your strategy will be deemed a failure. Xian Heng will undoubtedly eliminate all rivals. Lan Ning harbored no doubts about this. Although Xian Heng had consistently displayed a gentle demeanor in her presence, the subtleties of his indifference were not difficult to discern. Therefore, your subsequent approach towards Xian Heng requires particular emphasis. A score of 75 serves as a critical threshold, and you must exert yourself. Chapter 39. I desire the little serpent. After a prolonged silence, Lan Ning reflected deeply. Among the three targets of her strategy, she had spent the most time with Xian Heng, which allowed her to glean certain insights into his thoughts during specific moments. Bolstered by the system's favorability, she felt no apprehension that Xian Heng would suddenly turn against her. However, to fully comprehend the depths of his true desires, she recognized that she required additional time. Compliance and tenderness were evidently not what Xian Heng truly sought. Lan Ning silently observed Xian Heng, acutely sensing the tumultuous emotions simmering in his eyes, akin to a predator poised to strike when faced with peril. Was it because of those two children? Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall take this child away. Xian Mo, too, wished to keep the little one by Lan Ning's side. He found himself increasingly drawn to this resilient little princess. If he were to have someone she cherished nearby, it would be more convenient for him to visit her at the regent's residence. Alas, this likely grazed Xian Heng's sensitive pride, as the proud regent would not permit his domain to be tainted by others. Xian Mo could not selfishly endanger the child's life for his own desires. Jingyi, equally reticent, held the child tightly in his arms. Upon hearing Xian Mo's declaration, he vowed, I shall take her as well. They did not linger at the regent's residence. After conveying the Empress's decision to Lan Ning, they departed with the child. I am to attend court tomorrow? Lan Ning struggled to mask her astonishment. This decision seemed exceedingly hasty, especially since the matter had only been broached in recent days. The Empress's condition has worsened, Xian Heng remarked coolly. She no longer trusts Fu Rou, and under mounting pressure, she has no choice but to place her hopes upon you. With your unique eyes and my support, no one in the court dares to mistreat you. Lan Ning understood, yet as she turned her gaze, she found herself staring at Xian Heng's expressionless face, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Why? Xian Heng's eyes momentarily flickered, and he furrowed his brow before swiftly relaxing. He embraced the person in his arms tightly, pressing against her cat ears, his voice tinged with a sense of grievance as he declared, You belong to me. They covet what is mine. Ah, indeed. She was now teetering on the brink of darkness. Lan Ning believed that the catalyst must be those two children. She understood Xian Heng's deep-seated attachment to the singular, and recognized that her own nonchalance had rendered him less secure. Do you like children? She inquired further. Xian Heng remained silent for a moment before responding, No. Even among the beast men, who held newborns in high regard, this sentiment was primarily driven by the necessity for the tribe's prosperity and continuity. When it came to genuine affection for children, it was a rare feeling among them. This was even more pronounced for the Snake clan, whose bloodline was already tenuous. Xian Heng had no exemplary father, nor did he possess supportive kin. He had grown amidst slaughter and strife, ascending to the position of regent atop countless corpses. The superficial adoration of his insincere and apathetic kin did not evoke any joy or fulfillment within him. Reluctant to be chosen for the regency of Wanjing City, he was even less inclined to become a subordinate to the shallow. Ever since he encountered Lan Ning, he discovered that he had not entirely succumbed to despair. She was a remarkably sincere and tender soul, one who would neither question him nor harbor resentment, nor would she overlook his existence. With her presence, it seemed that the cold regent's palace had gained warmth. Xian Heng found himself increasingly captivated by Lan Ning's gentleness and compliance. He realized that a person could indeed be lively and endearing. Just by being near her, he too could radiate warmth. He yearned to draw closer to Lan Ning, to be needed by her, solely by her need. "I will not be a good father," Xian Heng remarked, a tinge of self-deprecation in his tone. Lan Ning was taken aback. The concept of family felt distant to her. From the moment she could remember, the figure of a father was absent from her life, and her mother was an individual with an overpowering desire for control. Her children were compelled to grow according to her prescribed methods. Lan Ning could not help but ponder that if she were to have a child in this world, she would not be a good mother, for she was uncertain of how to nurture a child properly. "Are you aware of the selection rules within the tribe?" Xian Heng, rarely inclined to share his past, found that each recollection of his childhood stirred within him a sense of murderous intent. Yet, in this moment, cradling the warmth in his embrace, he felt as though he could suppress the cold that emanated from his very soul. Lan Ning shook his head. "The serpent clan thrives through bloodshed," Xuanheng remarked coolly. "Confining those of the same age within the serpent clan together, withholding sustenance for 3 consecutive years, the survivors would ultimately be chosen as candidates for the kingdom of Wanjing. Is this not akin to nurturing poison?" Lan Ning was momentarily taken aback. She found that this experience resonated deeply with the archetype of a villain. However, upon hearing it articulated by Xian Heng, the feeling of being immersed in the narrative left her quite contemplative. "Therefore, I despise those who utilize children to gain accolades," Xian Heng remarked with a smile. His mother had acted this way, as had Fu Rou and Yin Xian. "I apologize," Lan Ning murmured. Her lips pressed together in a gesture of profound remorse, which prompted Xian Heng to chuckle softly. Unable to resist, he playfully tousled Lan Ning's cat ears, assuring her, "It has nothing to do with you. I merely felt compelled to express my sentiments upon seeing those little ones. Nevertheless, I still hope that in your heart, I remain your foremost priority." This was the 3rd time Xian Heng had invoked this sentiment. Lan Ning's cat ears twitched as she wrapped her arms around Xuanheng's waist, nestling against him while listening to the rhythmic pounding of his heart. Beside Xuanheng, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Such a formidable man often spoke of her as his foremost priority, and she had little difficulty deciphering his intent. The perfect Shalu mentioned that the males of the Beastman race are profoundly loyal to their partners, pledging themselves to a single wife for life. Yet, in this world, women could hardly fulfill their demands. For Xuanheng, his commitment represented not merely a primary bond, but a uniquely singular one. Regardless of the circumstances, this remained true. Lan Ning conceived a brilliant idea. She suddenly lifted her head and softly called out to him, "Your Highness." "What is it?" Xian Heng replied, his gaze descending to meet those gem-like eyes. After some time, the scar on Lan Ning's face had faded further, her complexion had become more rounded, and her health had improved considerably. "Lan Ning, I desire a small snake." Xian Heng was taken aback, momentarily unable to discern the meaning behind Lan Ning's words. Yet, observing the earnest expression on her face, he found himself unable to suppress his wild imaginings. "Your Highness?" Lan Ning felt a twinge of anxiety, noticing Xian Heng's silence. She began to wonder if she had been somewhat hasty. Xian Heng regained his composure, awkwardly turning his head away as he mumbled, "Allow me a moment to ponder." Lan Ning felt a sense of helplessness. It was evident that she still cared. Yet, she merely wished to personally nurture it. For no creature had ever brought her the sense of security that a snake did, especially one that belonged to the same lineage as Xian Heng. With a sigh, her ears drooped once more, and this dejected demeanor stirred a tumult of emotions within Xian Heng, a flicker of compassion crossing his gaze. As time pressed on, he suggested, "Let us rest for now. I shall come to fetch you in the morning." He gently settled her onto the bed, stoked the warmth of the underground heater, and only after ensuring that Lan Ning was peacefully asleep did he allow himself a moment of respite. With purposeful strides, Xian Heng exited the water fairy pavilion and commanded, "Summon the physician." Chapter 40. The court assembly the following morning. Lan Ning awoke at the break of dawn. Seated before her vanity as the skilled maid adorned her like a puppet, she gazed quietly at her reflection, despite the slowed recovery of her body. The potent concoction she ingested would gradually mend her wounds. The effects of the peach blossom essence seemed even more remarkable. In just 3 months, her scars had faded by half, and with Xian Heng's care utilizing various exquisite remedies, the contours of her facial features had begun to emerge. Only the deep gash on her neck remained a haunting reminder of her past. Once she was ready, Lan Ning gave her earrings a slight shake. Today, she wore the pearl hair chain gifted by Xian Heng, perfectly restraining her long hair that refused to be tamed, draping a fur-collared cloak around her shoulders. She rose and made her way to the door, where Xian Heng awaited her. "Your Highness," Lan Ning called as she trotted towards him. "Have you been waiting long?" Xian Heng shook his head, a gesture of reassurance. His gaze lingered on Lan Ning's ensemble, her dress and jewelry, all chosen by him. He took her hand, affectionately squeezing her palm. "Shall we?" Princess Lan Ning attended court to hear state affairs, a matter that had stirred discussions among the ministers for several days. Today, as they gathered, they beheld a young lady clad in a blue dress standing beside the regent. Upon seeing Her Highness, Princess Lan Ning, all the court officials stepped forward to pay their respects. Lan Ning cast a glance at them, dismissing the need for further politeness. Many had witnessed the temperament of Her Highness the Princess during the hairpin banquet at the Royal Terrace, and with the regent remaining steadfastly by her side today, it was clear to all that he was offering his protection. No one dared to provoke ill fortune. Upon hearing this, they hastily withdrew. A few, however, were discreetly observing Lan Ning. The scar on the princess's face has faded significantly. Upon closer inspection, she is indeed a beauty in the making. Now that her status has risen, do they not wish to find a new supporter? Indeed, Princess Furu struggles with her responsibilities. Those with insight should be seeking alternatives at this juncture. Amidst the hushed whispers, there were even one or two attempting to steal the hearts of others. Lan Ning's cat ears twitched as she subtly tugged at Xian Heng's sleeve, inquiring softly about the absence of her father and the others. Xian Heng replied that they would soon arrive alongside the Empress. The Empress, unwilling to punish Fu Rou, faced considerable resentment from the noble ladies who had lost their children. Consequently, their warmth towards her had notably diminished, inadvertently benefiting Fu Rou's father, who spent his days whispering sweet nothings to the Empress in hopes of gaining her forgiveness. The Empress remained troubled by the events at Rulu Terrace. While assassination might have been tolerable, the destruction of the beast goddess statue, a sacred symbol of the Wanjing kingdom, was utterly unforgivable. She had ordered the swift restoration of Rulu Terrace and intended to personally seek the beast goddess pardon. That matter could wait. First, she needed to attend the court. Weary and frail, the Empress rose slowly and made her way out of the palace. Upon entering the court, her gaze fell upon the young lady in the blue dress beside the regent. Amidst the courtiers' welcomes, she ascended to the throne, her gentle eyes fixed upon Lan Ning. The young girl's face had healed significantly, her features beginning to emerge, hinting at an exquisite beauty in the future, and she appeared somewhat familiar. The Empress thought she resembled Bian Zhao and gestured. "Lan Ning, come and sit beside your mother." Lan Ning tightly grasped Xian Heng's hand, shaking her head in refusal, asserting that she could manage here. This clear delineation caused the emaciated figure of the Empress to sway slightly. She did not press the matter further, merely adjusting her expression as she instructed the court officials to report on the recent circumstances surrounding Wanjing. Courtier A. Recently, the assassins who infiltrated Wanjing have gradually been apprehended. I wonder if the right minister has interrogated them about their masterminds. With the date for the proposed marriage approaching, if the domestic and foreign assassination attempts remain unresolved, it may tarnish Wanjing's reputation. Courtier B. Indeed. A recent census revealed that the number of infants born in Wanjing this year is half that of last year. If this situation persists, it could severely undermine the nation's strength. Courtier C. Yesterday, reports from the border town indicated that the marshy areas are suffering from floods and plague. The wife of the mayor in Zhaoqing concealed the truth, leading to nearly 100 untimely deaths. Many infected refugees have already begun fleeing towards Wanjing. If we do not tighten control, it could pose a significant threat to Wanjing. Plague? This was a novel term for Lan Ning. Is this mentioned in the original text? She inquired. The ever-reliable Xiao Lu, always on standby, replied earnestly. Yes, it is, though it was briefly noted, merely stating that Fu Rou found a method to cure the plague. Lan Ning, what is the cause of this? Perfect little 6. The marshy land is inherently damp and stifling, making it prone to the proliferation of toxic pathogens. This incident was triggered by the flooding, which dislodged bacteria and viruses from the depths of the marsh, leading to an outbreak among the inhabitants of the city. Lan Ning casually flipped through the log entries of the perfect Xiaolu. There was scant description regarding this segment, let alone any mention of a solution. Is there something in the marketplace that could provide a cure? Lan Ning abandoned the search in the original text. Perfect Xiaolu replied, no. However, if your sixth sense skill were to be upgraded, you would be able to directly perceive the viruses afflicting the patient and identify the medicinal herbs needed for treatment based on their origins. What is required for that upgrade? Lan Ning hesitated, pondering how long it would take to recoup the debt from this IOU. She was preoccupied with calculating the most advantageous course of action, entirely oblivious to the bickering among the court officials surrounding the plague. Certain individuals, covertly supporting Furu, were stoking the flames of discord, attempting to shift the blame onto her. The land of Zhawa had already succumbed to calamity. If a remedy was not discovered soon, it was only a matter of time before the contagion spread to Wanjing City. While the officials squabbled, they would do better to devise a solution. Ignorant of the plight in Zhawa, what strategies could we possibly contemplate? It would be prudent to send someone to assess the situation before deliberating on further actions. The immediate course of action is to dispatch a person of repute to quell the wife of the Lord of Shaoqing. I humbly propose Princess Lan Ning for this task. Her esteemed status as a princess would surely pacify the Lord's wife, allowing us to gather intelligence and formulate a strategy. Returning to her senses, Lan Ning turned in astonishment to regard the middle-aged man who had spoken. Despite his official robe indicating a position of considerable authority, his words seemed utterly thoughtless. I second this proposal. Indeed, there were those audacious enough to support him. Last time, Lan Ning felt a similar sense of disbelief. Beside her, Xian Hang cast a cold glance, causing the ministers who had been speaking to tremble like quails, bowing their heads and hunching their bodies in anticipation of the Empress's response. The mistress of Shaoqing was known for her predilection to bully the weak and fear the strong. She had concealed the plague within the city for half a month. And despite my efforts to dispatch numerous individuals to gather intelligence, they had been detained within the city walls. In such a stifling atmosphere, Hung Yu still dared to speak directly. If we did not find someone of sufficient stature to command her respect, it would be inevitable that the entire populace of Zhaocheng would perish within a month. Hung Yu respectfully bowed to Lan Ning, suggesting that only her royal status was fitting for this task, and inquired if she would be willing to assist the Empress in alleviating her concerns. Upon hearing this, nearly 100 pairs of eyes in the court turned to observe Lan Ning's reaction. Yet, she looked at Xian Hang with a face full of confusion, questioning why she was being summoned under the pretense of learning about court affairs, only to be asked to risk her life. Chapter 41. This is a matter of logic. Risk my life? Such bluntness caught the ministers off guard. Perhaps they believed she was easy to manipulate, hence their insistence for her involvement. Xian Hang expressed it even more candidly. Lan Ning seemed to ponder carefully for a moment, then tightly clutched Xian Hang's arm, shaking her head in refusal. I shall not go. My affairs are not yet resolved, and I cannot perish. Hung Yu's anger was palpable, with veins throbbing at his temples. He took a step forward, reluctantly bowing to Lan Ning in persuasion. Your Highness, the Emperor's health is currently in a precarious state. Only you can save the lives of the citizens in that city. Moreover, others at this moment further fanned the flames, adding, Indeed, Your Highness, only you possess the means to enter Zhaoqing. We have sent messengers repeatedly, yet the lady of the house has not deigned to meet us. Lan Ning cast an impatient glance at him. Why not just break in? Do you lack soldiers or funds? A wife who disregards the lives of her people for her own pride is hardly worthy of ruling a city. The minister, eager to incite further discord, interjected, Your Highness, the situation within Zhaoqing remains uncertain. Blindly dispatching troops from the court may only exacerbate the losses. If the wife of Zhaoqing becomes aware, it could lead to a loss of trust between her and Wang Jing. Moreover, the kingdom of Dandu outside our borders has long been eyeing us with malice. You need only infiltrate the city to gather evidence and relay it back to the court, while soothing the wife of Zhaoqing and persuading her to submit and acknowledge her errors. Then, we can await the arrival of the court's forces to subdue her, allowing our physicians to treat the wounded both inside and out. This plan is truly splendid. Lan Ning could not help but laugh. It seemed that this matter had been arranged for me even before I had consented. The minister bent low, indicating that you alone are needed. The implication was clear. You find yourself in a predicament from which retreat is no longer an option. Whether you wish to or not, you must proceed. Lan Ning slowly exhaled, reflecting on the fact that it was she who had initiated the investigation, gathered evidence, and reached out to the court officials. It was she who had comforted her wife and persuaded her to surrender. Her cat-like eyes fixated intently on the minister who had spoken, exuding a chill reminiscent of Xuanan, causing the man to break into a cold sweat and feel a shiver run down his spine. If all these tasks fall upon me, what purpose do you, a bunch of inept officials, serve? Her voice was akin to the frost of winter, so piercingly cold that it silenced the entire hall. Particularly, the minister who had taken the lead felt her unwavering gaze upon him, not daring to blink. It has been half a month since the incident. Yet you only received the news yesterday. Instead of hastening to dispatch troops to rescue the suffering populace, you squander your time posturing in the court. Do you truly believe you are worthy of these official robes? Lan Ning's retort left the other person speechless. Xian Mo's affinity, 3. Total affinity, 35. Jing Ye's affinity, 3. Total affinity, 35. The Empress listened silently as they argued, having witnessed such occurrences countless times before. In the past, there were ministers who suggested sending the princess. At that time, Fu Rou went, and the matter was handled well. Yet now, Lan Ning is a child whose temperament starkly contrasts with Fu Rou's. Although she is currently unversed in court affairs, her words are remarkably logical. The Empress turned to Xian Mo, asking for his opinion. After listening for a while, Xian Mo perceived that those individuals were attempting to ensnare Lan Ning. With a composed gaze, he expressed his perspective, stating that Lan Ning's reasoning is sound, and it would be prudent to deploy troops. The minister widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom why Xian Mo would suddenly side with Lan Ning. Indeed, Jingyi, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, noting that the entire Mars city is inhabited by the Toad clan, and its matron, driven by selfish desires, disregards the lives of hundreds of her kin, rendering her unfit to be the city's leader. Moreover, this situation has persisted for over half a month, and the Destined kingdom should have been prepared. Thus, it is imperative to act decisively. The minister was taken aback once more, astonished that even the usually taciturn Jingyi was joining the fray. Observing their harmonious exchange, Xian Hung could not help but smile. The plague may very well be the machination of the Destined kingdom. I recall that Lord Hung, the left minister, has had dealings with them. Perhaps you should personally lead the troops. Hung Yu, why has this fire now spread to him? After all their deliberations, Lan Ning remained unmoved. Had it been Fu Rou, she would have readily agreed. A princess who disregards the lives of the people of Wanjing has no right to be an imperial consort. Heng Yu felt indignant on behalf of the prince he supported, yet at this juncture, with 3 distinguished men in the court voicing such opinions, the majority of the officials would undoubtedly align with them. Your servant obeys. Heng Yu could only reluctantly acquiesce. Thus, the tumult of the first day in court passed. After the court session, Bian Zhao approached to comfort his aggrieved daughter. He had been preoccupied with the repairs to the Rue Lu Terrace and would likely be unable to accompany Lan Ning for some time. Rest assured, my dear, your father will not allow you to be wronged. Bian Zhao patted his daughter's shoulder, explaining that any astute observer would recognize this as Hung Yu's trap for Lan Ning. The marsh is treacherously dangerous, and should Lan Ning venture there, she might not return alive. Those individuals truly are persistent. I will take care of myself, Lan Ning promised. Bian Zhao sighed, wishing that Lan Ning did not have to be so mature and sensible as it rendered him, her father, seemingly ineffectual. He longed to be by her side to witness her grow, yet regrettably, he would never have that opportunity in this lifetime. Yesterday, your father also acquired some jewelry, which I will bring back to the palace shortly. Bian Zhao had no choice but to compensate Lan Ning materially. The court, rife with intrigue and danger, caught Lan Ning off guard on her first day of governance, nearly subjecting her to a humiliating display of power. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to deftly return the volley. Now, as she relaxed, fatigue enveloped her. Once seated in the carriage heading back to the manor, Lan Ning finally let her guard down. Leaning against Qian Heng, she slowly closed her eyes, and before succumbing to slumber, she inquired, "My lord, when will you grant me the little snake?" Qian Heng paused, his expression a mixture of complexity as he gazed into Lan Ning's watery eyes. He had consulted a physician regarding this matter, who assured him that Lan Ning's health was intact and that their union could potentially enhance her inner core. However, her body was severely depleted, making conception exceedingly difficult. Perhaps a little later, he murmured softly, gently caressing her head to lull her into sleep in his embrace. Even as his heart ached with trepidation, had he conducted his inquiries within the palace sooner, Lan Ning might not have faced such adversity. They could have known each other in a normal manner, married, and raised children, culminating in what would surely have been the happiest of families. Unbeknownst to Lan Ning, Shen Hung had misinterpreted her intentions. Upon hearing his promise, she nestled comfortably in his embrace and drifted into slumber, unaware that her obedient demeanor endeared her to Xian Hung, slightly augmenting his affection for her. Affection for Xian Hung. 1. Total affection, 74. Upon returning to the residence, Xian Hung escorted Lan Ning back to the Water Lilies Pavilion. gently placing her in the warm, inviting bed and bestowing a soft kiss upon her forehead before venturing out in search of the items the physician had mentioned. As the sun began its descent, Lan Ning awoke, had her lunch, and searched the residence, only to be informed by a servant that Xian Heng had gone out. She assumed he was procuring the young serpent for her and, feeling reassured, settled in the warm pavilion, perusing the literary works he had gifted her. Accompanied by fragrant tea and delightful pastries, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Chapter 42. Is it not the little snake? As night fell, Lan Ning tossed the completed book onto the desk, gazing longingly at the rising moon, and turned to the puppet maid, asking, "Has the prince not returned yet?" The puppet maid, holding a tray of refreshments, replied vacantly, "Not yet." Lan Ning could not help but wonder, could it be that there is an urgent matter to attend to? After all, dealing with just two little creatures from the Xian Python clan should not take such an extended period. She covered her mouth and stifled a yawn. Initially intending to wait for Xian Heng to return to the manor, but it now seemed unlikely that she would be able to do so. Lan Ning commanded, "Release the water." "I wish to bathe." She continued to indulge in her herbal baths, utilizing those restorative botanicals for her skin. Recently, the physician had also provided her with some roses, and every time she emerged from the bath, she was enveloped in a delightful fragrance that she adored. However, today, the puppet maiden invited her to another side of the royal palace. "Your Highness, the Lord has already made arrangements for you. Please, this way." Lan Ning's cat ears twitched as she followed the puppet maiden Gong Yi to the designated location arranged by Xuanheng, a hot spring nestled within the estate, conveniently adjacent to Xuanheng's courtyard. The physician had already placed your customary herbs within the spring. The puppet maiden, cradling Lan Ning's garments, dutifully conveyed the instructions she had received. During her visit to the regent's palace, Lan Ning discovered this hot spring. The palace attendant mentioned that this place had existed since the establishment of the palace. However, Xian Heng was not fond of soaking in hot springs due to their heat. Thus, it remained merely a scenic spot until Xian Heng recalled it after Lan Ning arrived at the palace. He devoted several months to having the physician transform the hot spring into a medicinal bath. Recently, considering the wounds on Lan Ning's body, this place had not been made accessible to her. Lan Ning stood by the hot spring, her senses awakened by the familiar scent of medicine. Though it felt distinctly different today, as if something extra lingered in the air. She shed her garments and chose a prime spot to gently immerse herself in the warm water. The soothing temperature elicited a soft sigh of contentment from her, unaware that her graceful form had already captured Xian Heng's gaze. Xian Heng, affection level 1, total affection, 75. As Lan Ning lay on the stone, eyes half closed, savoring the pleasures of life, she was suddenly startled by the notification. How had her affection level reached 75? Just as Lan Ning was about to inquire about the perfect Xiaolu, she was startled by the sound of water behind her. Dazed, she intended to glance back to see if something had fallen into the water, but suddenly felt the chill of skin pressed against her back, instantly bringing her to her senses. The prince? In a flash, Lan Ning's muddled mind cleared, and she realized that she was completely unclothed. Xian Heng embraced her, lowering his head to nuzzle against her dampened cat ears. The warmth and sweet softness of the person in his arms was intoxicating, devoid of any medicinal scent. With a hint of greed, he bent closer to inhale the fragrance of Lan Ning's neck, his soft lips brushing against the delicate wound on her nape, gently kissing and licking as he quietly savored the tremors of the person held within his embrace. Lan Ning was so anxious that she could scarcely articulate her thoughts. The chill behind her served as a constant reminder of her predicament. She could not fathom how the situation had escalated so suddenly. Here she was, luxuriating in the hot springs, and yet, why had Xian Heng entered? The puppet Gong Yi had mentioned that she had not returned to the manor. Lan Ning exerted every effort to disregard the frigid presence behind her, focusing intently on the large stone before her, reciting the phrase form is emptiness repeatedly in her mind. Xian Heng leaned close to her ear and chuckled softly. Because you mentioned wanting a little snake, I thought I would prepare something. Prepare what? She retorted. Isn't it enough to catch a couple in this desolate wilderness? A moment of inspiration struck Lan Ning. Could it be that Xian Heng has misunderstood? Just as she contemplated voicing her concerns regarding the rapid progression of their relationship, the flawless Xiaolu, concealed within the shielding space, timely provided her with an update on Xian Heng's current level of affection. Lan Ning. She knew this scoundrel was being deliberate. Xian Heng, oblivious to Lan Ning's current emotions, was apprehensive about causing her distress. Thus, he instructed the physician to infuse the hot spring water with a mild aphrodisiac. Upon entering the water, he felt no discernible difference, but once he embraced Lan Ning, the effects of the potion seemed to manifest. He nibbled on her earlobe. His voice a low, seductive whisper, "Do you not desire a little serpent? Shall we not create one ourselves?" Shen Heng did not afford Lan Ning the opportunity to decline. He turned the trembling Lan Ning towards him, kissing her from her brow to her earlobe, and finally capturing her crimson lips. His palm caressed her waist, enveloping the delicate creature in his embrace. Silence was his consent. The water shimmered with the essence of spring, and Lan Ning felt as though she were a small boat adrift on the surface, relying on the large stones at the edge of the spring for support. As her consciousness began to wane, she beheld a pink window materialize before her, surrounded by floating pink bubbles. Xian Heng's favor, 25, total favor, 100. Congratulations, host, on achieving the villainous conclusion. Tenderness, reward points. Could the strategy task be this uncomplicated? Lan Ning was awakened by the warmth, as she usually slept soundly and undisturbed. In her drowsy state, she recalled the events of the previous night spent in the hot spring. She had shared a slumber with Xuanting, still within the embrace of the soothing waters. Lan Ning suddenly awakened, yet her body was devoid of the anticipated pain. Instead, it felt warm and exceedingly comfortable. She attempted to move, inadvertently rousing the person beside her. Xian Heng, having enjoyed a deeply restful slumber, slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the restless beauty in his arms. He gently pulled Lan Ning closer, lowering his head to nuzzle her ear. "Are you awake? Do you feel any discomfort?" Xian Heng inquired softly, his breath warm against her ear. Lan Ning blushed, burying her face in Xuanqing's chest, shaking her head in denial. Xuanqing gently pressed a kiss to her forehead, expressing his concern. "I fear for your well-being. I had the physician add some aphrodisiac to yesterday's medicinal bath, but I must ensure the physician examines you again shortly." Lan Ning's face grew even warmer. One night was already quite enough. Why must she consult a physician? Wouldn't that cause the entire household to be aware of her condition? Would it not be better to refrain from seeking help? Lan Ning murmured, "I truly am fine." She discreetly examined her own body, aside from feeling slightly weak. She was otherwise well, particularly her internal energy, which had astonishingly repaired 2 of its cracks. Could this predicament truly assist in mending her internal vitality? In a moment of confusion, Lan Ning found herself caught off guard as Xian Heng seized the opportunity to lift her chin, their eyes locking in an intimate gaze that inevitably reminded her of their closeness. However, there was a hint of surprise in Xian Heng's eyes as he gently massaged the small of Lan Ning's back, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I never expected that my possession could remedy the imperfections of your visage." "What?" Lan Ning was bewildered by Xian Heng's words. As if a realization dawned upon her, she instinctively raised her hand to touch her face, astonished to discover that the deep scar that traversed her features had miraculously smoothed out. And judging by the mirth in Xian Heng's gaze, it seemed that even the scar had faded considerably. Lan Ning silently inquired Perfect Xiao Lu about the situation, asking whether she had secretly enhanced his recovery speed. Perfect Xiao Lu replied, "My master, how could I dare to do so without your command?" "This is the effect of peach blossom essence." "Peach blossom essence?" Lan Ning echoed, intrigued. Perfect Xiao Lu elaborated, "Over the span of 3 months, the 2 medicinal substances have merged seamlessly. The potency you absorb into your inner elixir directly correlates with the efficacy of the peach blossom essence. Therefore, it is Xian Heng's influence that has rendered you so radiant." This revelation indeed came as a delightful surprise. Lan Ning found herself filled with curiosity, eager to discern her present appearance. Chapter 43. Becoming the formidable beastman was a treasure in himself, and Lan Ning was now keenly aware of it. Attended by Xian Heng, she rose to wash and groom, scrutinizing her reflection in the mirror. Compared to the previous day, her features had become strikingly pronounced, the faint brown marks on her skin failing to obscure the allure in her eyes. With a delicate nose and cherry-red lips, a deep brown scar marred her visage, appearing somewhat alarming at first glance. This face, however, did not reveal any particularly appealing attributes. Yet, beauty is often subject to peculiar tastes. For instance, Xian Heng, once his fondness for her reached its zenith, seemed to delight in her company, eager to be involved in every endeavor. "You are becoming increasingly beautiful," he remarked, unaffected by the scar that others might perceive as a blemish. Perhaps it was true that love renders one blind. He believed that Lan Ning would attract attention if she ventured out. With tender affection, Xian Heng held her close, showering gentle kisses upon her. As he placed her hand against his face, his golden eyes shimmered with warmth, softening his otherwise stoic countenance. "My dear, remember that I am now yours, and you must protect me." In a world where the strong shield the weak, Xian Heng's display of vulnerability was indeed unique. Who among the many would dare to compel him? And who would have the audacity to harm him? Lan Ning felt that she was the one in need of protection. Why was there no response? Xian Heng, not receiving an answer, resumed his assertive demeanor, gripping her chin to compel her to meet his gaze. Lan Ning blinked her eyes and earnestly replied, "All right, I will diligently study governance and sorcery from now on." Her endearing demeanor elicited a chuckle from Xian Heng. "We must proceed to the court," he said, eagerly anticipating the moment he would announce their union to the world. At the royal palace's Hall of Diligent Governance, Lan Ning and Xian Heng arrived a bit late today. As they stood at the entrance of the hall, the court officials inside were all seated properly, awaiting the Empress. Upon hearing the high call of the eunuch, they turned in unison to pay their respects. However, as the potent aura of serpent venom wafted from Lan Ning, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Their entanglement was anticipated by Xian Mo, who had long been aware of Xian Heng's affections for Lan Ning. Yet, feeling the presence of another man's essence on her, an inexplicable discomfort welled within him. This resilient little princess had found her first husband in life. And it was not him. Suddenly, Xian Mo comprehended the source of his unease. He realized that he seemed to harbor jealousy towards Xian Heng, though he could not pinpoint when such feelings had begun to take root. With downcast eyes, he pondered whether he would become Lan Ning's chosen second husband. Similarly, Jingyi harbored the same sentiment. He was even more taciturn than Xian Heng, quietly fixating on Lan Ning's delicate silhouette, a rare glimmer of determination flickering in his silver eyes. Jingyi felt he was merely a subordinate, destined only to safeguard the peace of Wanjing. If he had not encountered Lan Ning, if he had not sensed the essence of another man upon her, he would never have discovered that he still harbored such feelings for her. Lan Ning exhibits tenderness towards everyone, even extending her gentleness to the little wolf that has caused her pain. Might she not also show him a modicum of kindness? He seeks nothing more than her willingness to keep him by her side. Yet, what can he do? Jingyi pondered deeply. Xian Mo's affinity is at 2. With a total affection of 37, Jingyi's affinity stands at 5, with a cumulative affection of 40. When the Empress ascended to court, she too perceptively sensed the fragrance emanating from Lan Ning, a scent that belonged to Xian Heng. Lan Ning's health has yet to be restored. How can she endure further tribulations? Could it be that Xian Heng is deliberately tormenting her? The Empress harbored a sense of dissatisfaction, casting a warning glance towards Xian Heng. The latter, however, basked in his triumph, responding to the Empress's admonition with a beaming smile, as if he were oblivious to her disapproval. When Lan Ning was able to attend court, the Empress pondered whether it would be prudent to allow her to return to the palace. After all, it was rather inconvenient for an unmarried princess to reside in the residence of the regent, and Xian Heng's profound thoughts were ill-suited for Lan Ning. However, to her dismay, her obedient daughter, who had only just returned to her side, was unexpectedly courted by Xian Heng. The Empress exhaled deeply, despite her inner dissatisfaction. She recognized the necessity of maintaining appearances in front of so many court officials and could not afford to show her displeasure. Finally, as court adjourned, the Empress summoned the strength to request Lan Ning to remain for a while. She always felt a sense of indebtedness towards Lan Ning, realizing that she could no longer provide her daughter with the fairness she deserved, and thus sought to compensate in other ways. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Lan Ning asked coldly. The Empress felt a pang of sorrow at her indifference and glanced towards the entrance of the Hall of Governance, where Xian Heng still awaited Lan Ning as presence. "I understand that your feelings for the region are rather profound," the Empress sighed. "However, you are the princess of Wanjing. You shall not be limited to a single husband. There are many capable and distinguished young men in the court. Have any caught your eye?" In recent days, the Empress had contemplated much. Her health was deteriorating, and the ensuing days would see a struggle between Fu Rou and Lan Ning for influence. She hoped to avoid allowing Fu Rou to ascend to such a position and preferred to place all her hopes upon Lan Ning instead. Minister of the Right, Xian Mo, and General Jingyi of the National Defense, neither have been betrothed. Do you hold any interest in them? The Empress inquired cautiously. Lan Ning could not help but furrow her brow. "I already have a prince. I require no other husband. If you, under the pretext of being a princess, compel me to accept them, then I shall renounce my title as princess." Upon hearing these words, the Empress's face paled instantly. "No, Mother does not mean it that way. Mother can see that both of them harbor affections for you. I shall not force your hand." She sighed. "Very well, you may return." As she watched Lan Ning depart, the Empress turned to Bian Zhao with a look of resignation. "Are you at ease with Xian Heng?" Bian Zhao also felt a sense of helplessness. He wished to express his unease, yet the past days had shown how well Lan Ning had fared at the residence of the regent. Indeed, Xian Heng had treated his daughter with great kindness. Thus, he found himself unable to act as a mediator between Lan Ning and Xian Mo. Now that she must attend court and engage in governance, it would be best to arrange for them to work together more frequently, the Empress concluded. The following day, after the court session, Lan Ning was retained by the Empress to assist Xian Mo and the others in handling state affairs. In the rear hall of the Qingjin Palace, where officials and nobles collaborated with the Empress on state matters, today Mu Gongyi added another seat. The affairs of the court were numerous and intricate. It would be wise to first familiarize herself with the memorials alongside Lord Xian. Mu Gongyi reiterated the Empress's instructions. Consequently, Lan Ning settled beside Xian Mo, attentively observing him as he reviewed the documents. Xian Mo had not anticipated that Lan Ning would be of much assistance, so he instructed Mu Gongyi to bring ink and paper to lay upon the table. Your Highness, practice your writing. Once I have finished reviewing these memorials, I shall take my time to explain them to you. Lan Ning nodded, displaying no resistance to Xian Mo's arrangements. Meanwhile, Xian Heng, seated diagonally opposite her, fixed his gaze upon Xian Mo. He was acutely aware that he would not be the sole man by Lan Ning's side. Yet he wished to discern which men might remain close to her. Ideally those akin to Xian Mo, sickly yet devoted to the peace of the realm, who would not vie for Lan Ning's affections. Xian Heng withdrew his gaze and focused on the mountain of documents before him, plunging into the day's demanding tasks. Nonetheless, he could not help but steal glances at Jingyi, who stood steadfastly beside him. Chapter 44. Open and hidden rivalries. Will the general not patrol the city today? Xian Heng could no longer contain his frustration. One Xian Mo was tolerable, but why did Jingyi feel compelled to join this gathering? Was it yet another noble lord recommending someone to the Empress? Should he discover the identity of this meddlesome individual, he would ensure they faced dire consequences. Jingyi maintained his unwavering focus, stating, Your Majesty instructed that I safeguard Princess Lan Ning. This was indeed an edict from the Empress, clear to anyone with insight into her intentions. One was insufficient. She had sent another Xian Mo, and now insisted on adding a Jingyi to the mix. Xian Heng's countenance darkened, and he refrained from further comment, quietly tending to his own affairs. He was eager to expedite the completion of the tasks before him, yearning to escort Lan Ning home swiftly, to spare her from the attentions of this crowd. His affections for her had reached their zenith, and thus, she would no longer receive notifications of fluctuating sentiments. However, she could acutely sense Xian Heng's emotions in that very moment. Lan Ning diligently practiced his calligraphy, and in his spare time, he discussed strategies for approaching Xian Mo with Perfect Xiao Lu. Perfect Xiao Lu remarked that Xian Mo, as a character to be, posed quite a challenge. Although he was clearly the second person to meet Lan Ning, his affection for him did not seem to rival that of Jingyi. Moreover, Xian Mo's thoughts were exceedingly inscrutable, leaving Lan Ning hesitant to act recklessly. For the time being, he could only uphold his image of diligence, which could help maintain a certain level of goodwill. Lan Ning, it's not just difficult. As I sit here practicing calligraphy, he is right beside me, as if he doesn't exist. Perfect Xiaolu pondered for a moment and suggested, why not upgrade your skills first? We have enough points now. Enhancing this skill will enable you to more acutely sense Xian Mo's emotional fluctuations. Had he not brought it up, Lan Ning might have forgotten all about it. With her current points, she doesn't particularly need anything from the store, so upgrading would be beneficial, sparing her from Perfect Xiaolu's incessant reminders. Let's upgrade, she relented. Feeling somewhat defeated, Lan Ning, who had played her fair share of games, prided herself on her ability to grasp the inner thoughts of various characters. Yet she had stumbled repeatedly when it came to Xian Mo. Now she had to rely on skills to investigate. Level 1 Sixth Sense, Sensory Sensitivity 35, remaining points. Points are hard to earn but easy to spend, she sighed. Just then, she sensed her awareness of the surroundings heightened. The only sound in the hall was the rustling of pages, yet she could distinctly hear each person's breath and heartbeat. The man beside her was breathing slightly weaker, and that elusive gaze indeed occasionally fell upon her. Xian Mo still cared for her. Lan Ning turned her eyes, and in an instant, a brilliant idea struck her. Even to this day, she steadfastly insisted on manually mastering all her skills, which naturally included the art of calligraphy. Unfortunately, due to the multitude of tasks at hand, her progress in practicing writing had been considerably delayed. As she once again picked up the brush, the characters she produced were still far from pleasing. After wasting another sheet of paper, Lan Ning sighed, her white cat drooping in her hand, and her dejected demeanor tugged at Xian Mo's heartstrings. Practice in calligraphy requires patience. Yet for Lan Ning, the desire for improvement was undeniable. Xian Mo set aside the document he was holding, took the blank paper from Lan Ning, and elegantly inscribed a beautifully crafted character for Lan with a vermilion brush. Perhaps it would be wise to start with simpler characters, he suggested. Why not begin by writing your own name? His voice, warm and soothing, had the power to calm Lan Ning's restless spirit. The cat ears nestled in her black hair twitched, and she blinked her bright, sparkling eyes at him, nodding with spirited determination. All right. Xian Mo's affection increased by 1. Total affection, 38. Indeed, Lan Ning seems to have grasped the secret to winning Xian Mo's affections. This man does not demand the same level of submissiveness that Xian Heng does. Rather, one must exhibit greater vitality and ambition in his presence to capture his attention. Regrettably, Xian Mo has yet to reach the fundamental threshold of affection, preventing her from unlocking his childhood narrative. Otherwise, she would have surely secured Xian Mo's heart much sooner. Lan Ning fell into contemplation, while at that moment, Fu Rou, strolling through the Furong Palace, heard of Lan Ning's presence in the Qizheng Hall, which brought a rare smile to her face. I had underestimated her, Fu Rou remarked. The plans we devised did not ensnare her. I had assumed she would go to any lengths for the position of the princess. Yet, upon further reflection, Fu Rou realized that the woman had seemingly never held the position of Empress dear to her heart. Her singular obsession was to eliminate herself. Has she united with Xian Heng? Fu Rou inquired ominously. Indeed, came the respectful reply from the man clad in a dark purple official robe. Lord Hingyue has gone to the marshlands today. What shall we do next? This group of Fu Rou's supporters, once separated from Hingyue, resembled a flock of sheep without a leader, meandering around her aimlessly, yet unable to take decisive action towards their grand ambitions. Observing the increasing number of supporters for Lan Ning in the court, they inevitably felt a twinge of anxiety. Fu Rou exhaled deeply, having contemplated many things during her confinement. She regretted not inspecting Lan Ning's corpse back then, for otherwise, they would not be facing such a predicament today. Their enmity was akin to fire and water, with neither party willing to relent, destined to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Xian Heng was no longer a potential ally. Yet Xian Mo and Jingyi might still be swayed. At the very least, they should not be allowed to align with Lan Ning. It has been a long time since this princess visited the Qizheng Hall, Fu Rou suddenly declared, a half-smile gracing her lips as she regarded the courtier delivering her news. Let us go and witness the current plight of Wanjing. Fu Rou had never relinquished her quest for self-redemption since her people had been dispatched to the marshlands. She would seize this opportunity to restore her reputation, as long as she could demonstrate her worth before the assembled ministers. The mere position of princess would be within her grasp. Lan Ning inscribed a page with her name, yet only a few characters were legible. She absent-mindedly touched her nose, her gaze drifting towards Xian Mo's elegant strokes, which far surpassed her own in beauty, a standard she felt she could never attain. What troubles you? Xian Mo inquired, setting down his cinnabar brush. He had noticed quite some time ago that Lan Ning had completed her writing, but despite her numerous attempts, her progress remained minimal. Now, as she stared at his calligraphy in a daze, was it possible that she was feeling intimidated? Lan Ning drooped her ears, gazing intently at Xian Mo's handwriting. She softly inquired, when will I be able to write as beautifully as you? Xian Mo, with practiced ease, reassured her, the more you write and practice, the sooner it will come. Lan Ning did not feel encouraged. She remained silent, fixated on her own handwriting. This demeanor momentarily rendered Xian Mo speechless, evoking an unusual sense of helplessness within him. It was the first time Xian Mo realized that he might lack the talent for offering consolation. Although he had previously uttered many comforting words to others, he found himself at a loss when it came to Lan Ning. What if he inadvertently provoked her feelings and deepened her despondency? Xian Mo couldn't help but furrow his brow, pondering what words would be appropriate in this moment. Yet, the once silent figure suddenly brimmed with determination. All right, I will practice another page, Lan Ning exclaimed, pulling out another sheet of paper and fervently writing. Xian Mo, who had intended to offer comfort, could only watch. Xian Mo's affections increased by 1, bringing his total to 40. Chapter 45, Teaching Her to Write. Fu Rou's jealousy. Xian Mo still felt a profound sense of loss. He had forfeited yet another opportunity to leave a lasting impression. His Highness desired to write beautifully, but mere diligence was insufficient. One needed to discover effective methods. Xian Mo spoke slowly. Lan Ning paused her writing. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Xian Mo. What method? Xian Mo hesitated for a moment, then picked up the vermilion brush and began to explain to Lan Ning, meticulously demonstrating each stroke. "Have you grasped it?" Lan Ning candidly remarked. "My eyes have learned, but my hands have not." Xian Mo paused for a moment, his gaze fixed upon Lan Ning's delicate hands. During this period, Lan Ning had gained some weight under Xian Heng's care, often using medicinal treatments, which had faded the scars on the back of her hands. Her slender fingers were indeed quite beautiful. Xian Mo could not help but glance in Xian Heng's direction. An array of memorials had accumulated on the table, obscuring his view of this side. If he were to exhibit any excessive familiarity with Lan Ning, would the regent, seated diagonally opposite, allow him to see the light of another day? "I have overstepped," Xian Mo suddenly murmured. He rose and positioned himself behind Lan Ning, bending down to take her small hand in his, adhering to propriety as he guided her to inscribe a complete character, stroke by stroke. This was the closest he had ever been to a girl. The soft, furry cat ears occasionally brushed against his cheek, even inadvertently grazing his lips. It was an exquisite sensation, stirring within him an urge to caress. The rich fragrance of roses at the tip of his nose was intoxicating, leading Xian Mo's thoughts to wander. After finally completing the character, he suppressed the fluttering in his heart and reluctantly released her soft little hand. "It is done." Lan Ning gazed in astonishment at the exquisite characters on the paper, finding it hard to believe that they were her own handiwork. Of course, she did not forget to credit the one responsible for this accomplishment. "Thank you, Lord Xian." Eagerly, she clutched the paper, blowing gently to dry the ink. And before Xian Mo could react, she joyfully set off to find Xian Hong. Was such a simple pair of characters truly worthy of such elation? Xian Mo couldn't help but reflect on his own years of toil. His health had always been frail, and as the heir to the leader, he bore the hopes of his clan. The moment he mastered the art of the flow technique, he too had experienced a similar joy. As his gaze followed the vibrant figure of Lan Ning, a slow smile began to grace his lips. The princess was indeed quite adorable. Xian Mo's affection increased to 2, with a total affection score of 42. "Is this truly my work?" Xian Hong pondered, buried under a pile of memorials. He watched as Lan Ning approached like a delicate butterfly, and the weariness that had plagued him dissipated in an instant. However, as he glanced at the paper she offered, the handwriting was strikingly familiar. It was unmistakably Xian Mo's. However, Lan Ning claimed that this was her handiwork. Xian Hang cast a glance toward the direction where Xuan Ma was situated, only to find it unexpectedly cluttered with piles of memorials. Was Xuan Ma really teaching Lan Ning to write with such diligence? The handwriting left much to be desired. Xian Hang, pulling the beaming Lan Ning into his embrace, resolutely took her hand and picked up the brush, declaring, "Allow me to teach you." As the saying goes, a person's handwriting reflects their character. Xuan Ma's script was graceful and pristine, each stroke imbued with a subtle yet fierce precision, whereas Xuan Hong's handwriting mirrored that of many, flowing like a serpentine whisper, each curve carrying a hint of audacity. In truth, both styles were quite aesthetically pleasing. Lan Ning was filled with joy as she was asked to write 2 beautiful characters. Xiao Guai inquired which one was more aesthetically pleasing. Xian Heng stubbornly insisted that Lan Ning should determine which was superior, believing himself to be no less skilled than Xian Mo. His subtle intentions were not lost on Lan Ning. "They are both written by me, and both are beautiful," she replied with delight. Xian Heng felt a twinge of frustration upon witnessing her innocent demeanor. He wished for her to possess a deeper understanding of human relationships, yet not too much. For every time he saw another man approach Lan Ning, he was overwhelmed by conflicting emotions. Well, if she doesn't understand, then so be it, he thought. As he settled Lan Ning beside him, determined to prevent any other man from drawing near. Their playful competition to teach Lan Ning how to write was observed by Fu Rou from beginning to end. To claim she felt no jealousy would be a falsehood. These 2 remarkable men, one a regent and the other a minister of the right, were prime catches in Wanjing City, sought after by many wives. Had they not been candidates for royal consorts, they might have long been whisked away by others. In the past, Fu Rou would have dismissed them outright, one a ruthless killer with a cunning and rebellious spirit, the other delicate and frail, likely to succumb at any moment. However, the present circumstances were vastly different. The appearance of Lan Ning disrupted all her meticulously laid plans, inciting discord among the 3 factions within the court and causing her to lose the trust of the Empress. As she watched those around her depart one by one, Fura could not help but feel a growing sense of anxiety. After all, she was a princess raised in the esteemed city of Wanjing, and surely she was far superior to Lan Ning. With this thought in mind, Furu made her way to the Hall of Diligent Governance, hoping to salvage her relationships with Xuan Ma and Jingye. Little did she know that Xuan Ma had taken a keen interest in Lan Ning. and the esteemed right minister was actually tutoring an unseemly woman in calligraphy. Furu felt a surge of frustration. When had things spiraled so uncontrollably? Princess Furu, a courtier, noticing her day's presence near the door, quickly cast a cautious glance toward the others, fearing that the arrival of this noble figure might bring them misfortune. Furu snapped back to reality, skillfully donning a gentle smile as she feigned curiosity about the happenings within the hall, realizing she had come at an inopportune moment. The courtier remained silent, awkwardly chuckling. Lately, affairs have been quite busy, and I have unfinished duties, Your Highness. Please, make yourself comfortable. Suddenly feeling neglected, Furu grew uncomfortable as she observed the diligent courtier frowning in concentration. Once, she had been the center of attention, basking in adoration. And even the busiest of courtiers would not have dared to slight her. All this had changed with Lan Ning's arrival. With a deep sigh, Furu stepped into the hall of diligent governance, approaching the courtier who supported her under Jingye's watchful gaze. She inquired softly, have there been any updates from Heng Yue? Among her few suitors, only 3 remained, and Heng Yue was the most devoted, making her particularly anxious as he ventured to the treacherous marshlands. She could not afford to lose another supporter. Not yet, the young man replied, his gaze gentle and devoid of any hostility toward Furu due to recent events. He reassured her in a soothing tone, do not worry, Your Highness, the left minister will be fine. Furu smiled tenderly at him, suppressing her worries as she gently caressed her abdomen, wishing for his safe return. The parentage of her unborn child was no secret within the palace. She anticipated Heng Yue's safety more than anyone. Furu nodded softly, affirming, yes, he is incredibly capable. He will be all right. The exchange of voices drew the attention of those across the hall. As Lan Ning beheld the duplicitous woman, her mood soured, reflected in the piercing intensity of her gaze. Were it not for the multitude present in the hall, she would have undoubtedly torn Furu apart. The woman, now with child, could potentially incite a conflict between the Cat clan and the Ink Fox clan in Lan Ning's presence, a scenario the Empress would abhor. Thus, she had strategically positioned Jing Yi by Lan Ning's side. Chapter 46. Rivalry breeds enmity. Xian Heng might indulge Lan Ning, while Xian Mo remained neutral. However, Jing Yi was loyal to the sovereign and would dutifully execute any commands given to him, frequently traversing the royal palace. It was inevitable that encounters with Furu would occur. The Empress, from the depths of her heart, wished to avoid any bloodshed among her own kin. You must keep a vigilant eye on the affairs within the Qingjin Hall. Bian Zhao shared this sentiment, should Furu encounter misfortune. It must not transpire in front of his daughter. After all, his daughter was destined to ascend as the Empress of Wanjing, and she could not bear the taint of being labeled a murderer. The eunuch, well acquainted with the temperament of this esteemed noble, nodded in affirmation, rest assured. Yet Bian Zhao could not find solace. His daughter was so fragile. What if she were to be wronged? I shall go and see for myself. With that, Bian Zhao rose and made his way towards the Qingjin Hall. Within the Qingjin Hall, Lan Ning fixed her gaze squarely on Furu, her tone laced with barely concealed mockery. I recall that some individuals are ostensibly under house arrest, yet here you are, able to enter the Hall of Diligence? Furu, unwilling to yield, countered with equal fervor. The tension between them had escalated to an intense rivalry, and the pretense of sisterly affection was utterly repugnant to her. Mother has permitted me to roam within the palace, considering the child I carry, she retorted. This assertion, indeed, held some validity. Lan Ning let out a light chuckle. Have you ventured to the Tinglan Hall? That is the very place where Furu imprisoned the crown prince. It has now been thoroughly ransacked by Xian Mo, leaving it an utterly desolate palace, shrouded in silence and an eerie chill. Even the palace attendants dare not approach it casually. I have indeed visited, Furu replied slowly, a smile barely gracing her lips. However, that place now possesses a more sinister atmosphere than the cold palace. Given my condition, I am forbidden from entering. I merely glanced at it from outside. That affair was orchestrated by me, and once the matter came to light, it took considerable time to distance myself from it. Why would I personally deliver incriminating evidence? I only allowed myself a brief look, reminding myself that any future actions must be executed with absolute decisiveness. It would indeed be a pity not to sit inside for a while, Lan Ning scoffed. Who knows, perhaps my sisters are waiting for you for tea. At this juncture, Lan Ning suddenly conceived a better plan. Her reluctance to reside within the palace stemmed from 2 reasons: the convenience of strategizing against Xian Heng and the absence of trusted individuals within the palace, fearing further treachery. Yet, such a strategy had its inconveniences, for she could not keep Furu's intelligence firmly in her grasp. Without applying pressure on Furu, her task remained stagnant. and she still needed to accumulate points. Suddenly, Lan Ning tugged at Xian Heng's sleeve, expressing her desire for the Tinglan Palace. As it seemed the Empress had not allocated her a residence, she remained stubbornly unwilling to acknowledge the Empress as her mother. Xian Heng nodded in agreement, recognizing that while he lacked authority in the allocation of palaces within the royal palace, the Empress likely felt a sense of guilt towards Lan Ning and would not outright refuse her request. He could always arrange for renovations later. Xian Heng's willingness to fulfill Lan Ning's wishes only intensified Fu Ro's displeasure, as she remarked with a hint of acidity. The regent prince and Lan Ning share quite the bond. It seems you have only known each other for 3 months? The beastmen were particularly sensitive to scents, and Fu Ro detected the strong, serpentine aroma emanating from Lan Ning, suggesting that Xian Heng had been marked by her, unless Lan Ning chose to abandon him. It was clear that Xian Heng would never be with another woman for the rest of his life. In just 3 months, Lan Ning had managed to captivate Xian Heng, a feat not to be underestimated. Fu Ro's gaze grew increasingly sharp, as those present were astute individuals who could easily discern her insinuations. Was she not implying that their relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation? Lan Ning tilted her head. So what? Are you envious? She remained composed, leaning against Xian Heng, savoring the moment while observing the increasingly tense expression on Furu's face, her smile radiating brilliance. Xian Heng had been in court for 3 years, and his relationship with Furu was merely one of superior and subordinate. She found it hard to believe that Furu had not harbored any feelings for Xian Heng, yet in the end, it was she who enjoyed a close bond with him. Furu let out a light scoff. What was there to be envious of? Lan Ning does not shy away from provocation. If jealousy is absent, what purpose does her meddling serve? Or perhaps you eagerly anticipate discord in our relationship. She has always been unrelenting when conversing with those she dislikes, as previously witnessed by Furu at the royal terrace. I had presumed that, with so many witnesses present, she would temper her demeanor, yet she remains as aggressive as ever. Furu could not help but feel a surge of irritation as she fixed her gaze upon the wound on Lan Ning's neck, suddenly recalling something she had heard. With a smile, she remarked, "That is your affair. I was merely inquiring. However, I have heard that your health is severely compromised, making childbirth a formidable challenge. Is the regent truly able to accept such a fate? The beastmen place great importance on offspring. To be unable to bear children. What difference does it make if one is a woman? They would merely be relegated to the status of a plaything." Furu firmly believed that no one would continue to choose Lan Ning. Obeying a woman incapable of bearing children, such a notion would be a mockery of the future of the entire clan. Jingye, who prioritizes the tribe's development, would certainly not. And the rational Xuanma would be even less inclined. Furu convinced herself that she still had a chance. Yet, she seemed to forget whose machinations had led to Lan Ning's current state. Xuanma's affection, 2, total affection, 44. Jingye's affection, 2, total affection, 42. Offspring is not the most pressing concern. Xuanheng, cradling his beloved, often found himself reminiscing about their initial encounter after their mutual confessions. He could not help but recall Lan Ning's frail condition. Meanwhile, Xuanma and Jingye, observing from the sidelines, furrowed their brows, exchanging glances at Furu's gloating expression. It was a beautiful face, yet now marred by malicious mockery. The thought that their future children might harm their siblings or be reduced to mere tools for survival and favor was a grim prospect. Better to remain childless. Xuanheng continued, and his words caused Xuanma and Jingye's expressions to shift. Everyone present knew who was responsible for those matters. It was merely the Empress's desire to protect Furu that allowed her to stir trouble within the palace. Yet she should not approach this topic in front of these 3 men. Xuanma slowly rose to his feet, addressing Furu with a demeanor far from the gentleness exhibited by Lan Ning. "Your Highness has lingered in the palace long enough. It is time for you to return." Jingye stepped forward, gesturing courteously, "Allow me to arrange for your escort back to the palace." As the 3 of them exchanged pleasantries, Furu's previously favorable countenance began to fade. She glowered, clutching her abdomen, and begrudgingly followed the soldiers Jingye had assigned. Before departing, she shot Lan Ning a fierce glare. In the Furong Palace, Furu felt a pang of impulsiveness, yet she had no opportunity for a fresh start. She returned to her chambers, staring blankly at the supplements laid out upon the table. She truly excelled at this. Furu was perplexed as to why even Xuanma and Jingye favored Lan Ning now. Was it simply due to that wretched creature's disfigured face? Furu scoffed repeatedly. Her visit to the Qingjin Hall had left her so infuriated that her stomach began to ache. "Quick, someone." Furu clutched her abdomen, feeling an excruciating pain. She was about to give birth. "Hurry, someone." Upon returning to the Narcissus Pavilion, Lan Ning was informed by Xuanheng that Furu was about to give birth. Typically, one would expect a gestation period of 10 months, yet she was to deliver in less than 2 months. Lan Ning was utterly perplexed. Chapter 47. You might lay an egg. Perfect Xiaolu diligently elucidated that, in essence, they were still creatures of the animal kingdom, and their reproductive cycles differ significantly from that of humans. Generally, the gestation period spans 2 to 3 months. Moreover, should you conceive Xuanheng's offspring, the delivery would occur even more swiftly, within a mere week. Lan Ning was further astonished. How long? Perfect little 6. 1 week. Why? Lan Ning couldn't help but touch her abdomen. Last time she heard Xin Heng mention that due to the damage to her internal elixir, she would not easily conceive. But what if? Perfect little 6. Snakes are oviparous. It takes 1 week for the embryo to develop within the mother, and after birth, it will naturally incubate for an additional 2 months. So that's how it is. As Lan Ning paused, a sudden realization dawned upon her. At some point in the future, she might indeed lay an egg. The flawless Xiaolu remained oblivious to Lan Ning's inner thoughts. Initially, as part of their plan's supporting character, Lan Ning's tasks included the prospect of pregnancy. However, they subsequently prioritized Lan Ning's own desires, rendering those previous task lines obsolete. In truth, those task lines held considerable points. Flawless Xiaolu accessed the character panel, which clearly displayed Lan Ning's recent task progress and remaining points after upgrading a skill. There were not many left. Dear Master, would you like to take this opportunity to revisit the task lines our system had previously customized? Flawless Xiaolu suggested. Lan Ning, displaying no courtesy, declined without hesitation. She harbored no interest in the custom-made items of others. Concluding her conversation with the impeccable Xiaolu, Lan Ning nestled in Xin Heng's embrace, her thoughts drifting to the circumstances within the palace, a curiosity nagging at her regarding their state. Fu Ro's recent childbirth had been exceedingly smooth. She had naturally delivered 2 daughters. Although they were not of, this news was monumental for all within Wanjing. Some within the palace were eager to proclaim this joyous tidings to the world, and overnight, the news had spread throughout the streets and alleys of Wanjing City. 2 daughters? Upon awakening, Lan Ning was greeted by this revelation, and she could not help but chuckle. Truly, as the protagonist, her means of evading peril were commendable. Perfect Xiaolu remarked, as the heroine, one must possess certain distinctive auras. A friendly reminder. The calamity of Zhaohua has been resolved by Heng Yu. A cascade of significant news flooded in, leaving Lan Ning somewhat astonished. Had it truly only been 2 or 3 days? The resolution had come with remarkable swiftness. Lan Ning was astonished by Heng Yu's speed, almost led to doubt whether this was a scheme concocted by Fu Ro herself. Perfect Xiaolu affirmed, Indeed, my master is astute. With the progression of the Zhaohua narrative, this system had garnered additional information regarding the plague. Would you like to review it now? Initially finding the situation mundane, Lan Ning was taken aback by such an unexpected twist, delivering 2 princesses and having her husband save an entire city of citizens. Fu Ro would undoubtedly restore some of her reputation. In due time, she would likely ascend to court to partake in governance. Lan Ning, of course, it is essential to consider the circumstances. The origin of this turmoil lies in the assassination orchestrated by Fu Ro. The marshy lands adjacent to the poison country are inhabited by orcs, most of whom are toxic creatures. The unexpected outbreak of plague among them is indeed unforeseen. The matriarch of the poison country is eager to secure a future for her sons, and the illustrious Princess Fu Ro is her primary candidate. Thus, she resorted to the assassination of Lan Ning as a bargaining chip to facilitate her son's service alongside Fu Ro. However, the prince, upon arriving in the marshy lands, became infatuated with the local leader and was exceedingly reluctant to carry out the assassination commanded by Wanjing. Yet, fearing his mother's wrath, he confessed his affection to the matriarch before departing, only to be met with her scornful rebuke. In a fit of rage, the prince misused the secret technique intended for Lan Ning upon the marshy lands, neglecting to secure an escape for his own followers, which ultimately led to his own demise from the plague. Coincidentally, Heng Yu arrived with a group to provide treatment and captured a servant of the prince among a group of refugees, thereby uncovering the truth of the situation and hastening to seek assistance from the poison country. The matriarch, realizing her son's disgraceful actions, feared retribution from Wanjing and promptly divulged the method to unravel the secret technique to Heng Yu. The plague was effectively resolved, and Heng Yu quelled the rebellion in the marshy lands. However, the matriarch did not survive. She succumbed to the plague on the very day Heng Yu achieved complete pacification. That wretched man even claimed it was Lan Ning's idea. Reflecting on the sequence of events, Lan Ning sighed quietly. For she had merely spoken whimsically in the court that day, unaware that Hang Yu would indeed take her words to heart. One must not underestimate him. Lan Ning mused. Perfect little six. My lord, you must devise a strategy. If this continues, our mission's progress will be hindered. Their objective is vengeance. They aspire to ascend as the Empress. They shall not falter in the face of mere obstacles. Lan Ning, rest assured, I am well aware. The court of Wanjing is now filled with a sense of ease following the two joyful events. Although allegiances have been established, the arrival of such rare good news brings a collective happiness among the officials. After all, loyalty to the Wanjing kingdom inherently means prioritizing its prosperity. When Lan Ning arrived, the atmosphere inside was abuzz with incessant chatter, all revolving around the recently born royal infant. Alas, the ruined terrace lay in ruins. Otherwise, the upcoming hairpin banquet would have been a grand affair. Some of the older court officials lamented their tribes had not been chosen by the royal family, leaving the responsibility of strengthening their clans to their weary old bones. They held the beast god in the highest regard. Yet the statue of the deity had been destroyed by a band of thieves. It seemed as if someone was intent on opposing their Wanjing kingdom. Speaking of the ruined terrace, do you not find it somewhat peculiar? Some of the younger officials recalled the scene they had witnessed that day, and I distinctly saw. The elderly official's expression shifted dramatically, silencing him. Such words should not be uttered recklessly. Upon reflection, they collectively recalled that unforgettable moment. One that would haunt them in solitude. Yet now, with Fura having given birth to twin daughters and her husband being a celebrated hero of pacification, it remains uncertain who will ascend to the position of imperial princess. It would be unwise to utter such offensive remarks. The young official quickly lowered his head, acknowledging he had spoken out of turn. The older official's countenance fluctuated, and even if he was reluctant to admit it, he could not help but utter a caution. Change was afoot in Wanjing. It would be wise for all to tread carefully and safeguard their own interests. As they conversed, they caught sight of a figure entering through the doorway. The regent, clad in his customary dark robes, was accompanied by a cat-eared girl dressed in a deep blue glass skirt. Having met Princess Lan Ning before, the officials bowed in respect, though their eyes frequently darted to Lan Ning's face. Since her close association with the regent, her wounds had healed considerably, revealing a familiar visage. However, they could not immediately recall where they had seen her before. There is no need for such formality, Rise, she said. Having spent ample time in the company of these officials, Lan Ning had grown accustomed to their reverence, accepting it as a matter of course. The officials stood up cautiously, carefully gauging the princess's mood that day. Chapter 48. She is no malevolent spirit. They vividly remembered Lan Ning's past words and actions, for she was the one reputed to threaten to slay Fura even in the halls of Yama. Now, having honed her skills, Lan Ning could sense the emotional fluctuations within this group. They need not fear her, for she possessed nothing of consequence. Lan Ning contemplated carefully, realizing that this group of courtiers likely feared not her personally, but rather her unpredictable state when driven to madness. Perhaps her previous displays had been excessively radical in their presence. Were a few of them concerned that she might seize the opportunity to take Fu Ro's life while she was vulnerable? Lan Ning wore a smile that was neither entirely sincere nor completely mocking. She vividly recalled each member of Xian Heng's faction, and these individuals before her were not among them. However, they did not belong to Fu Ro's faction either. Thus, only Xian Imo and Jing Yi remained. Her quest for vengeance was far more complex than mere words could convey. All her efforts before those three men were to cultivate the persona of one seeking revenge. They were acutely aware that Fu Ro was the person she loathed most deeply, and they would not counsel her to relinquish her hatred. All of them had endured the loss of loved ones, rendering them incapable of dissuasion. Xian Heng had now allied himself with her. Yet Xian Imo and Jing Yi had not overtly pledged their support, allowing the neutral factions within the court to speak boldly on both sides. Lan Ning did not feel the need to be overly courteous towards them. The expressions of the court officials were awkward. They had indeed contemplated this matter, yet had never dared to reveal their thoughts in front of anyone. I would not presume to, murmured the officials, their heads bowed in shame, wishing they could bury their heads in the ground. They could not fathom what had provoked the ire of this esteemed ancestor. Lan Ning let out a soft huff. Indeed, I harbor animosity towards her, yet it is solely directed at her. The two children are innocent, so why must she involve those who bear no guilt? Furthermore, Lan Ning pondered the secrets of the world she had come to know, contemplating the fate of the two children under Furu's care, who might not survive. She took Xuanheng's hand and walked away, allowing his ominous gaze to linger upon the whispering courtiers. With a soft sigh, she seemed to reflect upon her fortunate circumstances. Two daughters, indeed, She was fortunate. Xuanheng smiled gently, leaning closer to his beloved kitten, whispering sweetly in her ear, "We can do this too." After their initial encounter, Xuanheng consulted the physician, who cautioned him against frequent indulgence, fearing it might jeopardize Lan Ning's health, prompting him to exercise considerable restraint. It had already been 3 or 4 days. Deep down, Xuanheng longed for her. He yearned to envelop her in his essence, believing it would diminish the attention of other men towards her. The notion of her being solely his was even more desirable. Lan Ning's cat ears twitched slightly. Initially, she did not experience much pain. Later, she learned from the physician that the aphrodisiac in the hot spring water could alleviate discomfort. However, on that day of her first attempt, all she remembered was the sensation of being utterly flushed in the formidable presence of Xuanheng. A rare blush crept upon her cheeks. After all, how could such embarrassing words be uttered in the court? The physician mentioned my difficulties. Lan Ning fidgeted with the hem of her dress, feeling a twinge of guilt within her. She was uncertain whether she would remain in this world after her task was complete. If she were to leave then, what would become of Xuanheng and the others? The perfect Xiao Lu, sensing the turmoil within her, spoke up, reminding her that once all tasks were concluded, the perfect system would adhere to her wishes. Lan Ning, there is still ample time for the task. We shall speak of it later. In this fleeting existence, the pleasures one can savor are few. Thus, before the curtain falls, one ought to indulge in every possible enjoyment, lest this life be deemed a waste. She severed the call with the perfect Xiao Lu. We have plenty of time. Xuanheng did not dwell on the matter of offspring. He merely observed Lan Ning's profound affection for children and felt compelled to honor her wishes, regardless of his own feelings. The challenges of conception within the Beastman tribe are inherently arduous. It is merely a matter of degree. Xuanheng maintained an open heart. As long as he could be with Lan Ning, the absence of progeny mattered little. He urged her not to take their words to heart, gently caressing her feline ears with patience and tenderness, assuring her that they too would have their own. Lan Ning nodded gently. At times, she found Xuanheng to be exceptionally tender, not at all resembling a villain, yet despite this, he still instilled fear in many. I understand, rest assured, she replied with a soft smile. Their intimate posture did not escape the notice of those nearby. Xuanmo quietly listened to Lan Ning's words, feeling a twinge of anger. He was not one to outwardly display his inner emotions, yet at that moment, his expression was remarkably serious and aloof. Jingyi, too, felt the weight of the situation. The little rascal he had brought back to the general's residence often clamored to see Lan Ning. He hesitated to introduce the child to her, fearing that it might displease the regent, putting the child's life at risk, and was also concerned that Lan Ning might be reminded of sorrowful memories upon seeing the child. Was that not another voice he heard? Jingyi silently became a mere wooden post, contemplating how he might gain familiarity in Lan Ning's eyes during his recent return to the general's residence. Lacking Xuanheng's charm and not possessing Xianmo's gentleness, he truly felt devoid of any advantage. Lost in his own thoughts, he momentarily failed to hear Lan Ning's greetings. General. It was Xianmo who could no longer contain himself, calling out to him, "Her Highness is calling for you." Jingyi returned to reality, hurriedly bowing to Lan Ning, seeking her forgiveness. Lan Ning gazed at him as he knelt before her, an unexpected sense of bewilderment washing over her. This man, who had previously appeared even more reticent than Xuanheng, had acted with such decisiveness in his endeavors. How had he now become increasingly fearful of her? She was hardly a malevolent specter. The commotion they caused drew the attention of all, and the sight of General Jingyi, the stalwart protector of the nation, bowing before her, elicited peculiar glances from those surrounding them. "You, please rise," Lan Ning implored, extending her hand to assist him up. "I merely inquired about the well-being of that child." Lan Ning still holds affection for those little ones. Who wouldn't be fond of such exquisite creations? Unfortunately, Xuanheng does not share her sentiment, and Jingyi seldom brings them over for her to admire. She can only inquire when everyone is present, lest Xuanheng grows envious again. Jingyi answers candidly that all is well, expressing gratitude for the princess's concern. However, that child often thinks of you and wishes to see you. Xianmo echoes this sentiment as well. Lan Ning could not help but raise her gaze to Xuanheng. Her eyes filled with a silent plea. "May we go?" Xuanheng, with a firm grip on her waist, acquiesced. Thus, they arranged to visit the regent's residence the following day with the 2 children in tow. The previous tension had dissipated, replaced by a warm camaraderie. A stark contrast that left the court officials, who had been observing discreetly, utterly bewildered. When had the right minister and the general of the state grown so close to the regent? Were they perhaps aligning themselves? Those who had just whispered about choosing sides now regretted their hasty words. My lord, you are of advanced years, pray tell. What do you think these two young ones are truly contemplating? Could it be that they genuinely intend to support Princess Lan Ning? We must also consider our options moving forward. On this day, joy intertwined with sorrow, the Empress experienced a tumult of emotions, her health faltering further, rendering her unable to attend court. It was still Bian Zhao who waited for the conclusion of the audience, eager to take Lan Ning to visit her. Chapter 49. What if this serves as a warning? Hadn't too much been said just yesterday? Lan Ning trailed behind Bian Zhao, unfamiliar with the palace's inner workings, and thus oblivious to the Empress's ailments. Moreover, she had never been particularly concerned. Now, as they prepared to pay their respects, she felt the need to inquire first. Bian Zhao appeared haggard. He had learned that Fu Rou had given birth to 2 daughters and had spent a sleepless night in anxiety. Subsequently, news from those who infiltrated the Hunyue ranks confirmed that the calamity in Zhaohua was linked to Fu Rou, adding to his distress. Bian Zhao had hoped to keep this information from the Empress, yet he could not bear to witness Fu Rou's father flaunting his authority. Little did he know that upon learning the truth, the Empress's condition would worsen. Now bedridden, Bian Zhao was considerably alarmed. The political landscape remained uncertain, and the Empress could not afford any misfortune. The Beastman tribe valued offspring, and Fu Rou's standing in the Empress's heart had diminished. This presented an opportune moment for Lan Ning to assert her presence. Bian Zhao understood that Lan Ning harbored resentment, reluctant to acknowledge the Empress as her mother. Yet he believed that her proximity to the Empress during this time would be beneficial. With a sigh, Bian Zhao reflected that since the year of her birth, the Empress's health had not been robust. The Empress was a gentle soul, deeply loving towards each of her children, yet, lamentably, she was burdened by Fu Rou, whom she believed to have angered the beast god, leading to her children's repeated departures from her side. Over time, her health deteriorated. Bian Zhao recalled the day he hurried back to the palace, witnessing the Empress's wan visage. He had never seen her so despondent, a shock akin to discovering the existence of a daughter he had never known. He had not witnessed Lan Ning's growth. Yet the sight of his wounded daughter was already a source of profound anguish. But what of the Empress? Knowing that her most cherished daughter had harmed her siblings for the sake of the throne, and yet being oblivious to this reality while continuing to dote on her, how would she feel upon uncovering the truth? Born into royalty, one is invariably subjected to grievances. Bian Zhao, unwilling for his daughter to continually bear such burdens, has recently harbored considerable resentment towards the Empress. Yet, upon reflection, he realizes that the fault does not lie solely with her. Occupying the imperial throne often presents a dilemma, were the Empress merely an ordinary wife. There would be far fewer constraints. Father understands that your feelings for the Empress are not profound, but he now urges you to show her a modicum of gentleness during these trying times. It is rare for Bian Zhao to lower himself to offer such counsel. Lan Ning remained silent, fully aware of the intricate complexities of the situation at hand. There were 2 pathways for her to ascend as the imperial princess. One was to command the allegiance of the myriad subjects of Wanjing, and the other was to emulate Fu Rou, securing her status as the sole princess of Wanjing. Presently, it seemed that the latter option was no longer viable. Her only recourse lay in the former, contingent upon the continued existence of the Empress. Should any unforeseen calamity arise, she might find herself in direct conflict with Fu Rou, with Xuanheng backing her and several noble lords in support. It was uncertain whether Fu Rou could truly stand as her rival in battle. However, the most perplexing aspect for her was the enigmatic aura of the protagonist. Moreover, Hunyue had ventured into the land of Zhaohua, an unfamiliar territory rife with various toxins and plagues. Did the system's marketplace possess any means to counteract the toxic arts of the land of Zhaohua and the Danda Kingdom? Lan Ning inquired. Perfect Little Six replied, these all belong to the secret arts of the beast realm. The system's marketplace does not offer anything capable of countering them. You must seek specific antidotes on your own. Lan Ning sighed. Is there a remedy within the Empress's ailment system? Perfect Little Six. There exists a restorative elixir capable of reverting a dying individual's physical condition to their most robust state. However, I must caution you, in the original narrative, the Empress perishes around this time frame. Forcing a reversal of the plot may result in an escalation of market prices. What? This was the first time Lan Ning encountered the phenomenon of price gouging. Unable to resist, she opened the shopping mall, where the considerate Perfect Little Six thoughtfully presented her with recommendations for items that had increased in price. Retracing Dan, in its literal sense, refers to the reversal of time. Purchase points. Do you wish to acquire them? Lan Ning meticulously counted the zeros following the 3. 5. Isn't that a bit excessive? 300,000 points? After dedicating such an extensive amount of time to tasks, I haven't even accumulated that much. Lan Ning couldn't help but express her discontent. Perfect little 6. There's no alternative. To reverse the plot, we must provide the higher-ups with a plausible explanation. By plausible, do you mean 300,000 points? Lan Ning hesitated for a moment. Let us change it. After much deliberation, he concluded that saving the Empress's life was paramount. However, could you possibly enhance the capacity for the side quests? The points are flowing away like water, and she simply cannot afford to spend them so recklessly. As for this matter, I will consult with my superiors, reported perfect little 6. Congratulations on successfully exchanging for the time reversal elixir. Remaining points, dash. Please continue your efforts. Lan Ning quietly concealed the elixir, pondering the opportune moment to discreetly administer it to the Empress. From Luan Palace, Lan Ning followed closely behind Bian Zhao. Arriving at the bedside of the Empress, a few elegantly attired nobles, their brows furrowed in concern, attended her. Upon seeing the sudden pallor on Lan Ning's face, they realized that His Highness had not forgotten the existence of her mother. One nobleman, holding a bowl of medicine, spoke with a sarcastic tone. Bian Zhao cast a glance at him and, taking her daughter by the hand, approached the Empress directly. Your Majesty, Lan Ning has arrived. The frail woman lying in bed, her breath barely perceptible, slowly opened her eyes. With great difficulty, she turned her gaze towards Bian Zhao, her vacant eyes catching sight of the slender figure clad in deep blue. Lan Ning. The Empress yearned to call her daughter closer, hoping to rise and gaze upon her properly, but at that moment, it was beyond her capability. Observing her daughter's indifference, Bian Zhao gently tugged at her sleeve. Lan Ning. Perhaps you should go and see her. Lan Ning hesitated for a moment, then obediently stepped forward, finally getting a clear view of the pallid woman lying on the bed. In just 2 days of absence, she had deteriorated to such an extent. A visage resembling death indeed. Lan Ning had encountered His Majesty before, yet she remained stubbornly unwilling to address the Empress as her mother. The noble lady holding the medicinal bowl could no longer tolerate the sight and softly rebuked. Even though you are now a princess of high esteem, blessed with a pair of unique eyes, how can you treat your own mother so callously? Lan Ning cast a glance at him, then stepped forward to take the medicine bowl from his hands. You may withdraw. I shall handle the rest. In the fleeting moment of turning away, she discreetly tossed the concealed pill into the bowl, under the penetrating gaze of that noble lord, who seemed to hunger for flesh. She sat beside the Empress's bed, cradling the bowl of medicine. We can manage the remaining matters. Meanwhile, Bing Zhao urged him to depart. I shall remain just outside. He was reluctant to entrust the Empress's safety to Lan Ning, glancing back 3 times as he stood anxiously at the door, his eyes constantly fixed on the happenings within, as if any slight movement from Lan Ning would compel him to rush in immediately. Holding the medicine bowl, Lan Ning gazed at the frail figure of the Empress, his heart overwhelmed with emotions. You have come, the Empress managed to utter after several labored breaths. She yearned to open her eyes and behold Lan Ning, yet discovered that she lacked the strength even to lift her eyelids. Lan Ning exhibited a newfound tenderness towards her, saying, Allow me to assist you in taking your medicine. Bian Zhao hurriedly stepped forward to help the Empress sit up, patiently awaiting Lan Ning as she prepared to administer the medicine. However, he was taken aback when Lan Ning dismissed the palace maids, retrieving a dagger from her sleeve. Chapter 50. The Empress is unharmed. Bian Zhao's vigilance heightened. He instinctively glanced towards the nobleman standing at the door, who was fixedly gazing in their direction, a supporter of Fu Rou. Lan Ning merely smiled, her fingertip sliced, allowing her blood to drip into the medicinal bowl as she reassured, Do not worry. While performing these actions, she had carefully aligned herself with the gaze of the noble lord, ensuring that her actions would go unnoticed, save for the Empress and Bian Zhao, who faced her directly. What was she doing? The Empress, forcing herself to focus, opened her eyes and beheld the dagger in Lan Ning's hand. Witnessing the moment, Lan Ning drew blood from her own body. However, her current frail state hindered her from contemplating anything too intricate. Drink it, you will be fine, Lan Ning urged. After the incident at the Panlai Hall, the Empress had encountered Lan Ning on only a few rare occasions, each meeting fraught with discomfort. As the Empress observed Lan Ning's visage, she noted an improvement since that day at Panlai Hall. There was a faint resemblance to Bian Zhao in her features. With a slight parting of her lips, she accepted the medicine Lan Ning offered, experiencing for the first time a gentleness and patience from her daughter. During her illness, the Empress had pondered many matters, If not for her own sluggishness, how could so many children have dwindled down to just Fu Rou and Lan Ning? She longed to live longer, to heal the wounds etched in Lan Ning's heart and body, yet fate seemed unyielding. And she feared she might never hear Lan Ning call her mother. The Empress leaned against Bian Zhao, tears streaming down her cheeks. Would her life truly pass in such a manner? Contemplating this, she slowly closed her eyes, quietly feeling the passage of life. At that moment, she suddenly sensed a warmth within her, gradually dispelling the coldness that enveloped her. It was a comforting and soothing sensation, and in this tranquility, the Empress succumbed to a deep slumber. Bian Zhao's expression was complex. He could discern the changes in the Empress's condition. Those who served her daily were most aware of her health status, relying on precious medicines to sustain her life. The physician had declared there was nothing more to be done, yet his daughter's blood had inexplicably pulled a dying person back from the brink. This matter could not be allowed to reach others. After ensuring the Empress was settled, Bian Zhao took the medicinal bowl away, saying, "Father will escort you back to the Hall of Governance." As they journeyed to the Hall of Governance, Bian Zhao held reservations. The current situation was precarious, and unless absolutely necessary, they could not reveal the secrets surrounding Lan Ning. Should anyone discover, she would face great peril. During the Empress's illness, the stability of the realm depended upon the support of noble lords and the regent. If outsiders were to learn of the Empress's demise, coupled with the recent destruction of the statue, the nation would undoubtedly face scrutiny. Revealing Lan Ning's abilities at this juncture could attract unwanted attention. Bian Zhao, burdened with thoughts, felt it imperative to remain by the Empress's side until she awoke, to prevent certain individuals from inquiring about Lan Ning's whereabouts. Lan Ning nodded, acknowledging her understanding. Upon returning to the Qingjin Hall, she observed Xian Heng engrossed in handling official matters, with an ever-growing pile of documents before him. "I have met your highness, Lan Ning," Jingyi said, bowing respectfully. He stood quite close, allowing him to catch a faint scent of flowers emanating from her. "There is no need for such formalities, General," Lan Ning replied, noting how Jing Ye's gaze lingered on her for an extended period. Considering Jing Ye's 40 points of affection towards her, she surmised he had developed a fondness for her. Yet, this man was rather awkward, consistently refraining from any overtly intimate gestures, despite his evident concern for her. The rigid seriousness he exhibited made her wish to tease Jingyi, were it not for Xian Heng's presence. Jingyi observed the expression on Lan Ning's face and sensed that her mood seemed rather dismal, given the relationship between Lan Ning and the Empress. He deemed it unsurprising that she might be feeling low, especially after witnessing the Empress's haggard appearance. He pondered whether such a sight would weigh heavily on her heart. Uncertain, he cautiously inquired, "Are you well?" As Lan Ning contemplated how to amuse Jingyi, she lifted her gaze to find a look of genuine concern etched on his face. After a moment of reflection, she could largely discern Jingyi's thoughts. Lan Ning hung her head, shaking it gently. Her inner core had already reached halfway to completion, and under Xian Heng's guidance, she could easily retract her tail and ears. However, Xian Heng found her appearance quite delightful, and she herself relished the sensation of his gentle caresses on her ears, so she chose to maintain this form for the time being. In truth, Lan Ning understood that the orc race displayed their ears and tails as an expression of their emotions, and they could naturally control them at will. She observed Jing Ye's expression and noticed that it grew increasingly complex the moment she shook her head. It seemed to convey a sense of helplessness. Jing Yi yearned to offer words of comfort, yet he was at a loss for how to begin, his hesitance amusing Lan Ning greatly. What were they discussing? Unbeknownst to them, Xian Heng had quietly positioned himself behind Lan Ning after finishing his tasks. He had intended to wait for her to approach so he could embrace her and provide solace, but upon seeing her engaged in conversation with Jing Yi, his demeanor shifted to one of jealousy. Despite knowing that Jing Yi might become Lan Ning's future husband, it did not quell Xian Heng's envy. With a swift motion, he pulled the petite Lan Ning into his arms, pressing against her soft, furry cat ears, his voice low and tinged with danger, demanding, "Now, why don't you share with me?" Lan Ning's body stiffened, and she shook her head, remaining silent. "A lie." Xian Heng raised an eyebrow, casting a contemplative glance at the silent Jing Yi. He refrained from probing further and simply departed, holding the person in his embrace. "Your Highness, where are we headed?" Lan Ning inquired, wishing to take a look inside the Hall of Governance, as she had yet to study her duties for the day. "What about Xianmo?" Xian Heng replied, "Back to the royal residence." Lan Ning had no opportunity to glance back. She was almost forcibly led away by Xian Heng. It soon became apparent to her the cost of deceiving him. A man consumed by profound unease, fearful that Lan Ning might turn her affections elsewhere, exhibited an overwhelming possessiveness. He ushered her into the carriage, and then his towering figure enveloped her in the corner, tilting her chin, gently caressing her soft skin with his thumb. "My dear, do you remember what you promised me?" Xianheng's gaze fixated on her crimson lips, reminiscing the tender sensation. His little kitten was entirely soft. Yet it was perplexing when she had started to master the art of deceit. As Lan Ning gazed into those golden eyes, an inexplicable fear washed over her. This was the first time. She wished to articulate her defense, yet the person pressing down on her denied her the opportunity to finish her sentence. Xianheng lowered his head and captured Lan Ning's lips in a kiss, starkly different from his usual tenderness, as their lips collided. It felt as though he were conquering new territories, drawing her into a state of surrender. The hand that had caressed her ear countless times now firmly grasped her waist. Its strength so overwhelming that she felt as though her waist might snap at any moment, a visceral realization of the vast disparity between her and this formidable beast-man. A potent masculine aura enveloped Lan Ning, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Lan Ning was kissed breathlessly, struggling against Xianheng's chest in an attempt to find a moment to draw in air. The irritated man, however, restrained her hands. His vertical pupils fixated on the wound upon her neck. Xianheng pressed his lips against the delicate injury, slowly revealing his sharp fangs, the tips grazing her skin gently. Chapter 51. I will certainly kill him. Lan Ning trembled, her breath coming in gasps as she anxiously called out, "Your Highness?" Xianheng's gaze was piercing. He found himself unable to resist licking the painful wound, feeling the pulse throbbing in her delicate neck, as well as her trembling. She must be utterly terrified, he thought. Yet the turmoil within him desperately sought an outlet. The serpent's fangs grazed her tender skin, enduring Lan Ning's numerous retreats. She attempted to resist with all her might. However, after activating the jade talisman, her spiritual energy had been depleted, leaving her powerless. Just as she barely gathered a flicker of spiritual power, the blade struck, piercing through her chest. The remarks of the long-faced cultivator might intimidate others, but in Li Nanshan's eyes, they were riddled with inconsistencies, for those golden-rimmed glasses were a birthday gift he had personally bestowed upon Gu Dao years ago. Approaching the Wang residence from a distance, Su Yushi lifted her gaze to behold the mansion ablaze with light. However, due to the deities being ensnared by thorns, Lan Ning's task of retrieving the bodies progressed exceedingly slowly. "You are quite loud. If you can't endure a little pain, what kind of man are you?" Lu Sihan mocked. With that, Zhu Yao unleashed his breath. Enveloping the area, Jun Wudao was instantly reduced to mere dust, leaving only a glimmering storage ring on the ground. Mikako pondered, "This time, we're doomed." Bai Yimeng and Ilichio approached, their faces adorned with peculiar smiles. Lan Ning asserted that upon discovering the treasure chest, one should promptly secure it and later devote time to meticulous study. This is the hallmark of a discerning treasure seeker. As she spoke, a familiar figure caught her eye on the street below, prompting Gu Changfeng to cease his conversation and lean closer to the window. The object, made of an unknown material, possessed a metallic texture yet resembled ordinary paper, adorned with intricate patterns that were both bitter and perplexing. The black monkey continued to strike forcefully, but the bamboo wall was embedded too deeply and was too robust to yield to brute force, leading it to attempt to climb inside instead. However, after Mu Yuan's disappearance, Wang Chaoxing observed that the entire Grand Hall, including Mu City, which had once been vibrant with life, swiftly withered. After graduation, the two continued to follow her. Chu Lingma's clientele steadily increased. She believed it unnecessary to retain so many clients, preferring to keep only a few significant ones. Yet as of now, none of her major clients had departed, so she felt compelled to assign some clients to her friends to alleviate their complaints of idleness. Frankly, Chu Lingma could indulge in a bit more food. She broke off a piece of chicken leg from her thermos to gnaw on. Though expensive, the meat was indeed exquisite. The wild wave blade technique was the first martial art Wang Chaoxing acquired. Despite its low tier, it greatly aided her during the early stages of her cultivation, allowing her to navigate numerous dangers unscathed. The surge of energy teased her hair, causing her garments to flutter slightly, and with a sudden sidestep, she narrowly evaded Cold Jun's whip kick. Lu Yuanxiao frowned slightly, evidently. The expression she had just seen on Yan Huan suggested that her words were meant to convey something entirely different. Biting into the pineapple, the tangy sweetness burst forth, flooding her mouth with its fragrant juice. The delightful flavor tantalized every corner of her palate, as if something were dancing within. The victory of Shui Ding Dong sent the entire first-year class into a frenzy. It seemed that age was not a barrier to cultivation. Only exceptional talent coupled with extraordinary effort could yield such glory on the field. The first-year students eagerly rolled up their sleeves, setting ambitious training goals for the holiday. Especially Kunlun and Lei Xiaofeng. "Follow me," instructed teacher Li, leading the two children to a classroom deep within the first floor, which astonishingly was quite spacious and devoid of any teaching aids. Chang Jiang and Ding Dong understood that this was for their entrance examination, and they must reach a certain level of proficiency to qualify for transfer. Chapter 52. Furua's new husband Lan Ning felt a touch of confusion, pondering who awaited them. Xian Heng replied, "Xian Mo and Jing Yi." He paused briefly, then reminded her, "Have you forgotten your promise to entertain those two little ones?" At his prompting, Lan Ning recollected her commitment, hastily rising from her bed, causing the silken quilt draped over her to slip away. "Let us get up quickly." Observing her urgency, Xian Heng let out a light huff, pulling her back into his embrace and playfully tousling her hair, before reluctantly carrying her to the inner chamber to change her attire. As he pushed open the door, Lan Ning flitted out like a delicate butterfly, swiftly approaching Xian Mo. "I have the honor of meeting Princess Lan Ning." The two gentlemen seated outside nearly choked on their envy, yet they could only swallow their bitterness upon witnessing her affectionate demeanor towards Xian Heng. After all, these were two individuals of considerable stature who had been waiting for her in the corridor for quite some time. Overcome with guilt, Lan Ning lowered her cat ears in apology for her tardiness. "I am sorry." The strong scent of snake musk that wafted from her indicated the reason for her late rising. Her health had yet to recover. And did Xian Heng not consider her well-being in his impatience? The two men, harboring peculiar sentiments towards her, could hardly bear to reproach her. Xian Mo spoke gently. "It is of no consequence. They are playing in the garden. Would your highness care to join them?" After a moment, he cast a glance at Xian Heng, adding, "Your highness, I have another matter to discuss." It seemed Lan Ning would not have the chance to partake in this conversation. Her cat ears perked up. As if already attuned to the sounds of laughter from the children, she turned to Xian Heng. "Then, your highness, shall I go to the garden?" Xian Heng nodded. "Return before dinner." Lan Ning nodded and trotted towards the garden. The three watched as her slender figure disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Xian Heng found a spot to sit, clad in a black nightgown, the open collar revealing some ambiguous red marks, causing Xian Mo and Jing Yi to exchange glances of surprise. At this juncture, if they still failed to comprehend Xian Heng's intentions, it would render their years of existence meaningless. Han Yu had returned to the court, accompanied by a man who claimed he wished to become Fu Ro's husband. Xian Mo spoke slowly. "The crown prince of the poisonous land, Kai Shang." "The crown prince of the poisonous land?" Xian Heng pondered for a moment. "That name seems reminiscent of a defeated foe of mine." Xian Mo added, "Indeed, during the selection of a husband for Princess Fu Ro, he was undoubtedly your vanquished rival." Xian Heng scoffed. "I had thought that fool had long perished. He was an arrogant and presumptuous man, believing himself to be the crown prince of the poisonous land, daring to provoke every suitor favored by Fu Ro, until one day he crossed paths with me. Naturally, I dealt with him swiftly, leaving him battered and broken, and he was returned to the poisonous land to recuperate. At that time, I was not yet the regent." Upon hearing the news, the Empress of the poisonous land sought an explanation. "That incident nearly ignited a war between our two nations, but ultimately, Fu Ro agreed that once the crown prince recovered, he could indeed become her husband, and thus the matter was laid to rest. At that time, Fu Ro likely thought, as the sole princess of Wanjing, that I would surely make a choice." Lan Ning learned of this through the perfect Xiao Lu, who was currently playing in the garden, cradling two clingy little ones. Perfect Xiao Lu. However, the crown prince of the poisonous land does not appear later in the original text. Lan Ning smiled, pondering how proud and haughty Fu Ro was, undoubtedly believing that only the most exceptional man in the world was worthy of her. The prince of the Dandu kingdom likely never featured in her list of potential suitors. This aligns with the original narrative of sweet affection. However, with Lan Ning's arrival, Fu Ro's predetermined path was altered, compelling her to seek alliances beyond the borders of Wanjing kingdom for her own protection. Lan Ning couldn't help but marvel at how decisively Heng Yue had acted back then, managing to resolve the matter with such ease. Truly, she was the heroine of the story. Lan Ning sighed, contemplating her husband, who years ago had been able to subdue the prince of the poison kingdom with ease. Now, he would undoubtedly be even more formidable. This led her to ponder. Between Xian Heng and Jing Yi, who posed a greater threat? Her curiosity piqued. "Perfect Xiao Lu," she inquired, "what is the danger level of Xian Heng?" "Xian Heng's danger rating is 5 stars, came the reply. "And what of Jing Yi?" "Jing Yi also garners a 5-star danger rating. Both rated the same?" She mused. These ratings are based on a comprehensive assessment of their attributes. Perfect Xiao Lu elaborated. Furthermore, Xian Mo's danger level is also 5 stars. Lan Ning contemplated the gentle visage of the man, who, to her surprise, also possessed a rating of 5 stars. What, then, was her own danger level? She navigated to her character page, which merely displayed her personal information. Perfect Xiao Lu, your current overall score is 2 stars. Seemingly concerned about Lan Ning's spirits, he offered a comforting remark. With a little more effort, we can certainly improve. This was, indeed, within her expectations. Lan Ning anticipated a lesser outcome, after all. Apart from the support of Xuanheng and her striking eyes, she possessed no other advantages. With the birth of Furu's 2 daughters, it remained uncertain how much additional influence they would garner for her. She too needed to devise a strategy. According to the current narrative, Lan Ning's foremost challenge was the courtship proposals from various nations, and that woman would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Will my list of potential suitors expand in the future? Lan Ning inquired. Occasionally, she would peruse her list of suitors, noting 2 slots shrouded in darkness, bearing only a vague avatar and no further information. The favorability ratings with Xuanma and Jingye had both surpassed the halfway mark, necessitating further efforts to advance. Perfect Xiao Lu, there will be no additions, as you are not the protagonist of this tale. As for these 2, they may appear during the forthcoming courtship proposals from various nations. It is a rare spectacle in the realm of 10,000 beasts, occurring only once in a century. Suitable and exceptional males who were not selected by the princess in the initial round will return to their tribes to continue their studies and cultivation, only to be presented once again to the princesses of the nations during the courtship proposals. Naturally, as the foremost nation, Wanjingguo will be their first destination. Thus, it is highly probable that Lan Ning's subsequent suitors will be among them. I find myself rather eager, Lan Ning remarked with a smile. However, this grand occasion was quite tormenting for Xuanheng. Xuanma's persuasion of Jingye to seek him out was also due to the courtship proposals. It required immense courage to declare oneself as Lan Ning's prospective husband in the presence of such a possessive man as the regent. Have you both considered this thoroughly? Xuanheng inquired, a smirk playing on his lips. It was noteworthy that the 2 before him were indeed individuals arranged by Bian Zhao. While they might not surpass him in certain aspects, they were still commendable candidates. Even if circumstances arose leading to a division within Wanjingguo, their standing would be sufficient to support the forces backing Lan Ning. Parting with his little cat was a formidable decision for him. We have thought it through, Xuanmo replied, lifting his teacup. Whether for the tribe or himself, he needed to select an exceptional wife, and Lan Ning was indeed a remarkable choice. Xuanheng scrutinized him, contemplating her physical condition. She might not be able to bear offspring. If your decision is solely based on her status, it would be wise to abandon that notion. Chapter 53. This is no secret. Difficulties in progeny? What I desire is not merely offspring. Jingyi felt an uplifted spirit after uttering those words. His first encounter with Lan Ning took place at the Polite Palace, where he stood behind the Empress. With the keen sense of smell characteristic of the wolf clan, he instantly discerned her identity, which is why he refrained from intervening when Lan Ning tackled Fu Rou. As he learned more about Lan Ning's story, he felt a deep sense of sympathy for the young princess. The wolf clan values loyalty and holds those who cherish it in high regard. Furthermore, Lan Ning was the first woman, apart from his mother and kin, who did not find him intimidating. Thus, he believed that being by her side would ensure she treated him well. With this thought, Jingyi felt a flutter of nervousness, yet he resolutely raised his head, affirming his desire to earn the right to accompany her. The words flowed from his lips effortlessly, a surprise even to himself. The notion of potentially holding that fragrant, delicate figure in his embrace and absorbing her essence filled him with joy, making him feel as if he could wag his tail in delight. What about you? Xianheng directed his attention to Xian Mo, believing the current predicament lay heavily on this individual. Xianheng could not deny that Xian Mo was strikingly handsome, with refined and gentle features, a perpetual smile gracing his lips, exuding an aura of benevolence. Previously, he had coaxed Lan Ning into forming a closer bond with him and was highly recommended by the noble gentlemen of the Bei Zhao faction as a suitable suitor. As Xianheng pondered further, a chill enveloped him, growing intense enough for Xian Mo to draw his cloak tighter around himself. Are you concerned that we might overshadow your position in His Highness's heart? Xian Mo's words pierced sharply, devoid of any deference towards Xianheng. Xianheng's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Xian Mo for a moment before breaking into a smile. You seem quite confident. Xian Mo lowered his eyes. Observing the cup of tea in his hands, which had grown lukewarm due to the presence of a frigid serpent nearby. Reflecting on Lan Ning's strong scent from moments ago, Xian surmised that the regent's temperament was far from ordinary. Previously, the two children had feared him, and now he was troubling Lan Ning. What was the cause this time? Was it because he was teaching her to write? Or was it her amiable conversation with Jingyi? Perhaps it was a combination of both. With a smile, Xian admitted, I lack that confidence. You hold a special place in His Highness's heart. Like the general, I simply seek the right to be present. He perceived Lan Ning's awkwardness around them and noted her trust in Xian, compounded by the life-saving favor he had bestowed upon her. With all these factors combined, how could they, the newcomers, aspire to claim the foremost position? Xian had no intention of vying for the top spot. His health was inherently frail, and his only notable asset was his sharp intellect. He admired the resilience and vivacity in Lan Ning, and whether or not he was her first choice mattered little. Simply being by her side sufficed. That is our stance, he declared, placing the chilled cup down. Does the regent have any further inquiries? Xian let out a soft snort, having anticipated his inability to guard against this situation. I have no further questions. The rest depends on Lan Ning's own willingness. Her wishes are of utmost importance. When Lan Ning returned to the Narcissus Pavilion with the three little ones, she found three men seated together, deliberating recent state affairs. From their discussions, Lan Ning discerned that the Empress had yet to awaken and appeared to be in a significantly weakened state, even with the use of the reversal elixir. A period of recovery was still necessary. Bian Zhao proactively volunteered to attend to the Empress, leaving the matters of the court in the hands of these individuals. As the regent, Xian bore the brunt of the responsibilities. Without the Empress, he was the ultimate authority on major issues within the court. However, the faction led by Fu Rou, aware that the crown prince of the Diandu nation was soon to become Fu Rou's husband, exhibited an undue arrogance in handling affairs. Even the typically good-natured Xian found himself furrowing his brows and sighing at the day's court proceedings, particularly as Heng Yu was set to enter the city with Kai Shang the following day. After the court session, someone inquired about how they should extend their hospitality. Xian, while serving tea to Lan Ning, casually remarked, "Isn't this the responsibility of the Ministry of Rites? Why bother us with trivial matters? What purpose do they serve?" Despite this, some believed that the auspicious banquet could not proceed and proposed another celebration for blessings. Xian picked up the little one who had been playfully chasing around, considering it a welcoming gesture for the crown prince of the Diandu nation, a man who valued appearances greatly. Xian watched tenderly as his little kitten enjoyed her pastries, suggesting they proceed according to the previous customs established when the Empress had recently taken in her esteemed consort. Although Fu Rou was not an imperial princess, her expenditures were comparable to those of one, yet the husband she would eventually choose would not possess the same fortune as Heng Yu. In Lan Ning's understanding, it was akin to the distinction between a primary wife and a concubine. The crown prince of the Diandu nation, arrogant and presumptuous, would likely not permit himself to have less than any other man. And thus, the commotion continued. Lan Ning listened quietly, gently feeding the sweet osmanthus cake to the little one in her arms. Lost in thought for a moment, she was suddenly swept into Xian's embrace, feeling his icy skin against her cat ears. Once the Empress recovers, we shall be wed. Xian savored the soft sensation, having contemplated this matter for quite some time. As the Empress's health had yet to be prioritized, he yearned to openly become Lan Ning's closest companion. Xian reminded him that the bond formed within the tribe would not affect their future wedding. This statement prompted a chilling glance from Xian. He was not oblivious to Xian's ulterior motives, which seemed to suggest that he should return to the tribe to form a bond, only to relinquish Lan Ning to them afterward. However, Xian, cradling the warmth in his arms, found Xian's words to be a rather appealing suggestion. The beast tribe's bonding ritual required 3 days, contrasting sharply with the intimacy they currently shared. It was a ceremony that would leave a mark upon their souls, ensuring that betrayal would be impossible once the bond was sealed. Unfortunately, Heng Yu had brought a troublesome presence back to the city, likely ensuring a period of considerable commotion. He would attend to it once he had the chance. As evening approached, Xian began to usher people away. He dined with Lan Ning, then carried her to the hot springs for a while, only returning to their bedroom when her little face began to show signs of drowsiness. The serene expression of the sleeping kitten in his arms, he wondered if it was merely his imagination, but the marks on her face seemed to have faded further. Being mindful of having exhausted her the previous night, he refrained from overly passionate actions, instead gazing intently at Lan Ning's increasingly familiar visage, recalling many he had encountered before. Even the Empress and Bian Zhao did not fully match. Only the statue of the beast god at the Relu Terrace Temple, Some things truly reveal their likeness upon deeper reflection. Yet, Xianheng felt as if he had stumbled upon something profoundly intriguing. He focused on the disfiguring scar upon Lan Ning's face, his fingers gently tracing its warmth, contemplating what her visage would resemble once fully healed. By that time, the situation would undoubtedly become more intricate. The following morning, Lan Ning was startled awake by the commotion outside. What on earth was happening? Startled, she sat up. Bewildered by her surroundings, indeed, it was her room. Could it be an earthquake? Chapter 54. Truly an eyesore. Xianheng swiftly covered her ears and pulled her close to soothe her. He had sensed the repugnant presence since entering the city. Who in Wanjing City did not know his temper? At such a moment, the only one bold enough to create such a ruckus at his doorstep must be the prince of the Dian Poison Kingdom. Sleep a little longer. I shall handle this, he reassured Lan Ning, donning his outer garments and stepping outside. However, it was not long before an explosion jolted Lan Ning awake once more. What was happening outside? She felt a twinge of annoyance as she was roused from her slumber. Perfect little six. It is the prince of the Dian Poison Kingdom challenging Xianheng to a duel. They have already begun fighting. If one were to say that this Lan Ning was no longer weary, she would turn over and summon the puppet Gongyi to come and groom her, while also lamenting to the flawless Xiaolu that such a commotion of battle should have beckoned her sooner. Flawless Xiaolu replied, "Who knew you took pleasure in such raucous spectacles? After all, it involves two formidable beastmen locked in combat, with outcomes that are either fatal or grievous." Today, she had prepared with remarkable swiftness as she lifted her skirts and hurried towards the source of the cacophony. She discovered that half of the regent's residence had been laid to waste. Lan Ning stood in the corridor, her face betraying an unmistakable shock. This was no mere brawl. It resembled the aftermath of a home being dismantled. Where was Xianheng? Instinctively, she searched through the dust for a familiar scent, unaware that a man stood silently behind her. His disfigured visage and the pungent scent of snake venom filled the air. "Are you the Princess Lan Ning?" His flippant tone heightened the caution of the cat-eared girl. Turning around, Lan Ning was met with a face of audacious allure. Yet those eyes were of a peculiar gray hue, resembling horizontal slits. What manner of creature is this? Are there beings endowed with such eyes? The man scrutinized Lan Ning from head to toe, letting out a soft chuckle. The crown prince of the Poison Kingdom, Kaishang. As he assessed Lan Ning, she too was appraising him. His face, which appeared rather unseemly to Kaishang, possessed a pair of eyes that sparkled like stars, evoking a sense of unfairness. If these eyes were bestowed upon Fu Rou, they would undoubtedly appear even more exquisite. Lan Ning gazed at him for quite some time, yet failed to discern the essence of this peculiar individual. Upon noticing her unwavering scrutiny, Changsang mistakenly assumed that this unattractive woman had taken a liking to him. His expression shifted immediately as he declared, "I am the future husband of Princess Furu, your brother-in-law." Lan Ning was startled by his loud voice, but she quickly comprehended the meaning behind his words. Could there truly be such a narcissistic individual in existence? "I know. I have heard of you." Lan Ning rolled her eyes and turned to perch herself on the railing of the corridor. Her cat ears twitched as she gestured towards the ruins behind her, a look of confusion on her face. "Did you do this?" Kaishang raised his chin, seemingly proud of having dismantled the regent's residence. "Of course, it was me." Gazing at the debris, Kaishang felt he had avenged his failures from years past. He continued, "I have heard that the regent, Xianheng, is your husband. Truly, it is only a princess of mediocrity who would settle for a man equally devoid of merit. He has fallen victim to my poison and is likely still struggling in the halls of the underworld." It was expected for someone from the Poison Kingdom to possess a hint of toxicity, but Xianheng was a Xian python, known for his own venom. Moreover, Lan Ning could distinctly sense from the reverse scale on her neck that Xianheng was unharmed. "Now, there is no one to protect you." Kaishang's eyes suddenly darkened with malice. He had just raised his hand when a sharp blade of wind unexpectedly surged towards him. He hastily retreated, only to collide with the tall man who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. With a swift motion, the man sent Kaishang flying. "Your Highness, are you injured?" Xian Mo flashed to Lan Ning's side, examining her for any signs of harm. "No." Lan Ning shook her head, casting a glance towards the distant Jingyi, silently acknowledging the swift arrival of the two men. Noticing her lack of caution, Xian Mo felt compelled to caution her. Individuals from the Poison Kingdom often carry potent toxins. You must be vigilant when encountering them. Lan Ning nodded obediently. "All right." Xuanma's affection level was at 1, with a total affection of 47. After confirming that she was unharmed, Xuanma finally breathed a sigh of relief. Early that morning, they had heard that Kai Shang had caused a disturbance at the regent's residence. Considering the relationship between the Dian Poison Kingdom and Furu, they feared for Lan Ning's safety, which prompted their hasty arrival. To their surprise, upon reaching the street, they discovered a major incident unfolding at the regent's estate. Fortunately, they arrived in time. Otherwise, Lan Ning's fate might have been perilous. Xuanma took a deep breath. Positioning himself before Lan Ning, his light brown eyes fixed intently on the man slowly rising from the dust. You should first go to the palace to pay your respects to the Empress, Xuanma advised. Kai Shang, upon noticing the figure clad in white, displayed a hint of irritation in his gray eyes. It was none other than Lord Xian and General Zhenghua. He thought he was merely joking with the regent. So why resort to such drastic measures? Drastic measures? Jing Yi inquired coldly, feeling the subtle breaths behind him. Unable to fathom what might have happened had he arrived a moment later, he could not comprehend what kind of joke could lead to the dismantling of the regent's residence. What were you planning to do to Her Highness Lan Ning? Jing Yi, disliking indirectness, asked outright. His hands had transformed into claws, black with sharp, silver-tipped nails, reminding Lan Ning of her own feline form. She recalled the sensation of her ears and tail, which felt quite pleasant, akin to coral fleece. She had observed how Xuanhing particularly enjoyed kneading her paw pads when she was in her cat form, speculating that it must feel rather nice. After all, wolves are akin to dogs. From fur to claws, they should not differ much. However, she was curious about the texture of Jing Ye's hands. Lan Ning gazed intently at Jing Ye's hands. If it weren't for the presence of Xian Heng nearby, she would have truly yearned to rush forward and test them. Her cat-like ears twitched, and amidst the gusts of wind, she caught the response from Kai Shang, who merely jested. Despite having visited Wanjing numerous times, it was her first encounter with Princess Lan Ning, and curiosity overwhelmed him. In truth, he intended to impart a lesson to Lan Ning. Although the Dian Poison Kingdom lay far from Wanjing City, as the crown prince and a potential suitor for Fu Rou, he remained ever vigilant regarding news of her. Who could have anticipated that just as his beloved was on the verge of becoming an imperial princess, Lan Ning would emerge, forcing Fu Rou into a corner? Kai Shang could not bear to witness the tear-streaked visage of Fu Rou, hence he had traveled a great distance from the Dian Poison Kingdom to lend her support. Following their previous failed assassination attempt, Kai Shang could not, in front of so many witnesses, eliminate this grotesque figure. Instead, he sought merely to poison her for Fu Rou's sake. Yet, unexpectedly, the grotesque figure's aid arrived rather swiftly. Nonetheless, as Lord Xian aptly noted, time was of the essence. Thus, I shall take my leave to visit the Empress. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, Kai Shang attempted to slip away. He turned and vanished into the dust. Still wishing to flee? The first action of the awakened Xian Heng, having dispelled the poison, was to pin the shameless scoundrel to the ground and unleash a torrent of blows. As Kai Shang was restrained, he could not refrain from cursing. Why do you always strike my face? Are you mad? Xian Heng scoffed coldly, intensifying his assault, his large hand stirring up dust as he struck, causing a breach in the otherwise intact side of the regent's estate. Chapter 55, The Wolf's Claw, so easily manipulated. Lan Ning, my daffodil pavilion, my little orange cat, my hot spring. As the situation unfolded, Jing Yi strategically retreated from the front lines to Lan Ning's side, his gaze intently fixed on the two men engaged in a fierce battle, completely oblivious to the sorrowful look on Lan Ning's face as she noticed his hands. The regent's residence was no longer a sanctuary. Xian Mo sighed. When Xian Heng engaged in a fight, he was a madman, indifferent to the consequences. Whether it involved himself or others, he would not hesitate to dismantle the regent's residence without a second thought. Lan Ning observed as the puppet Gong Yi hurriedly brought over a small creature, both of them marked with Xian Heng's mystical seals, indicating they must have received news early on. Relieved that the little orange cat was unharmed, Lan Ning exhaled softly. However, gazing at the place she had called home for so long, she couldn't help but share a sigh with Xian Mo. She could hardly bear to witness Xian Heng fiercely striking Tai Shang. As she lowered her gaze, Lan Ning suddenly noticed that Jing Ye's paw pads were a delicate pink. This prompted her to envision a majestic silver-eyed black wolf rolling on the ground, revealing its pink paw pads, a striking contrast indeed. Perhaps her gaze was too fervent, making it difficult for Jing Yi to disregard her any longer. Gathering his courage, he turned around, only to find the petite cat-eared girl fixated on his wolf paw. Jing Yi was momentarily perplexed about what Lan Ning was observing. The beast men could freely transform and could also control certain parts of their bodies to shift into their beast forms. With the right techniques, nothing was beyond reach, provided one possessed a perfect inner core. A sudden wave of guilt washed over Jing Yi as he realized that Lan Ning's inner core was damaged, preventing her from mastering profound spells. Even the portal she utilized differed from theirs, rendering her incapable of learning magic. Could it be that witnessing his transformation had saddened her? This possibility sent his thoughts into disarray. Clumsy in the art of consolation, he cast a pleading glance at Xian Mo for assistance. Xian Mo, bewildered, wondered what thoughts Jing Yi had conjured in those fleeting seconds, yet he only observed the cat-eared maiden's sparkling gem-like eyes, seemingly filled with curiosity. "Your Highness Lan Ning?" Xian Mo gently called out, opting for a subtle inquiry. "Are you well?" His tender voice drew Lan Ning back from her reverie. Her cat ears twitched slightly as she replied, "I am quite well, thank you." Lan Ning regained her composure only to realize that the two men were gazing at her with palpable tension, particularly Jing Yi, who was discreetly reverting his hands back. A sense of longing stirred within Lan Ning. She yearned to caress them. In the past, when those children had not yet transformed into humans, she could indulge in the softness of their paws and fur. Now, only a small orange cat remained, having taken on human form, and Xian Hung had prohibited her from keeping any others in the residence. It was a rare opportunity to encounter something intriguing. Yet she felt too shy to voice her desire. As she observed Jing Yi nearing his transformation, a wave of disappointment washed over her. Her cat ears drooped, causing Jing Yi to freeze in fright. He was hesitant to revert his claws, cautiously extending them towards Lan Ning instead. "Might you be interested in my paws?" Jing Yi scrutinized Lan Ning's face, unwilling to miss a single expression. He noticed her eyes sparkled upon seeing his outstretched claws, confirming his suspicions. It seemed Jing Yi had discovered a means to bridge their connection, and he inquired further, "Would you care to touch them?" Lan Ning never anticipated that such a stroke of fortune would befall her. She eagerly nodded and extended her hand to rub the longed-for wolf paw. The physical attributes of the orc race are indeed influenced by their cultivation level. Had Jing Yi transformed into a black wolf, he would undoubtedly be the most striking of his kind. Unfortunately, the texture of his fur was not quite as delightful as Lan Ning had envisioned, likely due to Jing Ye's lack of grooming habits. However, the paw pads were delightfully springy, providing a comforting sensation, and in that moment, she grasped the joy of pet ownership. Jing Ye's favor rose to 5, with a total favor of 47. Observing Lan Ning's focused affection on his paw, Jing Yi felt it bore little difference from her caressing his hand. It was soft and pleasant. Meanwhile, Xian Mo, a keen observer, seemed to have discerned Lan Ning's fondness. Surely, a creature of fluffiness would also be drawn to other fluffy beings. He recalled the white cat he had kept at his residence, which had recently grown quite affectionate towards him. The little creature was irresistibly adorable, always seeking to snuggle against soft surfaces. Regrettably, his true form was that of a white crane, leaving him uncertain whether Lan Ning would share the same fondness. While they were basking in their camaraderie, the conflict between the two combatants reached its conclusion. Xian Hung delivered a powerful kick that sent the barely conscious Kai Shang flying, only to turn and discover his little cat holding Jing Ye's hand. Xian Hung? He had been so preoccupied with the fight that he had neglected to notice the two glaring figures behind him. How had his cat developed such a close bond with Jing Yi? "Little one." Xian Hung couldn't help but wish for Lan Ning to keep her distance. "Your Highness? Have you finished?" Lan Ning briefly released Jing Ye's hand, oblivious to the fleeting look of disappointment that crossed his face. "Lord Xin mentioned that man is brimming with poison. Are you injured?" Seeing her concern for him, the chill surrounding Xian Hung finally began to dissipate. He beckoned Lan Ning to his side, as it was he who had matters to discuss. That man had indeed improved since the past few years, but he still fell short compared to Xian Hung. If it weren't for the troublesome corrosive poison and his intent not to kill the man, it would not have taken so long. Xian Hang wrapped an arm around Lan Ning's waist, casting a casual glance at the two men nearby. "What were you discussing just now?" Fearing he might frighten her, he refrained from directly questioning why she was holding Jing Ye's hand, hoping instead that she would feel inclined to confess openly. Lan Ning, upon observing Xian Hang's stoic demeanor, instantly deduced that he was feeling jealous. "I had heard voices from outside and intended to seek you out, but that man obstructed my path, seemingly intent on causing me harm. Fortunately, the Minister of Rights and the General arrived just in time to rescue me." Lan Ning candidly recounted the events that had just transpired. "Subsequently, you engaged in a confrontation with that individual, while we stood by and watched." Speaking of which, Lan Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Your Highness, the General's claw feels so delightful when he massages. Do you feel the same when you caress my paws?" Jing Ye's affection level was at 2, with an overall favorability of 49. Qian Heng had not anticipated this turn of events. He could not help but glance at Jing Yi. Here was the formidable general, known for his intimidating countenance, now revealing his beastly claw to amuse a young girl. If the Wolf clan were to learn of this, would it not tarnish his imposing image? He wished to jest, but alas. The man had already reverted to his human form. Qian Heng remained envious, fiercely kneading Lan Ning's cat ears. Last night, you said my tale was comforting. Yet today you seem to prefer another man's claws? He yearned to chastise this fickle-hearted little imp, but found himself unable to do so. I still prefer the prince. Lan Ning declared earnestly. Qian Heng's serpentine scales felt akin to jade, both hard and cool to the touch. Once transformed, his skin retained that icy smoothness, offering a delightful sensation. Were it summer now, she would undoubtedly follow him closely. However, Lan Ning was sensitive to the cold, and upon spotting a warm, fluffy spot, she found herself unable to move. Chapter 56. Moving into the palace, one cannot blame her. Who wouldn't be fond of something so fluffy and cool? Qian Heng, with a hint of annoyance, ruffled her ears, sensing that Lan Ning was speaking the truth. This little girl appeared to be incapable of deceit and was merely momentarily captivated by Jing Ye's wolf claw. They did not dwell on this matter, but instead observed the nearly ruined residence of the regent. Lan Ning posed a pressing question. Where shall we stay tonight? The new husband of Princess Fu Rou had just arrived in Wanjing City and had dismantled the regent's residence, inciting the regent's wrath and receiving a severe beating in return. This incident had spread throughout Wanjing even before the morning court convened. As three men shielded Lan Ning while attending court, they were met with numerous scrutinizing gazes. Heng Yu had not anticipated that his momentary oversight would lead the thick-headed prince to provoke Qian Heng, resulting in the prince being severely beaten. What an embarrassment! The prince has been rather heavy-handed. After all, that is the husband of Princess Fu Rou, Heng Yu remarked, his brow furrowed. He had spent the entire night orchestrating this affair, never expecting Qian Heng to render the prince incapacitated. Qian Heng was not in the best of moods either. As fate would have it, he crossed paths with Heng Yu, casting a cold glance in his direction. Why did you not keep him in check and prevent him from provoking me? He destroyed my residence and nearly harmed Lan Ning. It would be courteous of me not to kill him. Nearly harmed Lan Ning? Heng Yu's heart raced. He had not accompanied them and was only aware of the situation through the palace attendants, unaware that Lan Ning was involved in this matter. However, considering the affection that individual holds for Fu Rou, it is somewhat understandable that they would resort to harming Lan Ning. Has Princess Lan Ning sustained any injuries? Heng Yue glanced at the cat-eared maiden ensconced in the protection of three others and noted that, though he had only been absent for a few days, the scars on her face had noticeably faded, and they seemed quite familiar. Xuanheng discreetly obstructed Heng Yue's scrutinizing gaze and coldly remarked that she had merely been startled. What constitutes such a wound? Heng Yue suppressed his dissatisfaction and retreated, furrowing his brow as he contemplated what Xuanheng might convey to the Empress later. Should the Empress inquire into this matter, they risked losing the support of the Danduguo. Moreover, he had only been away for a few days. How had Jingye and Xuanma become so close to Lan Ning? Had they perhaps already chosen sides? It was only when the Empress was assisted by Bian Zhao into the court that Heng Yue temporarily set aside his tumultuous thoughts. Casually, he observed the Empress's complexion, which appeared even better than before his journey to the marshlands. What had transpired in Wanjing City during this time? Once seated, the Empress immediately turned her attention to her dearly beloved daughter. She recalled the events of that day and, upon awakening, had been informed by Bian Zhao of additional matters. She had not anticipated that Lan Ning's blood could cure her ailment and even transform animals into humans. This was a monumental blessing for Wanjing over the centuries. However, after Bian Zhao's thorough explanation, she resolved to assist Lan Ning in concealing this matter for the time being. Gazing at the throng of ministers below, the Empress slowly addressed them. I have heard of this morning's events. Heng Yue promptly stepped forward and knelt in contrition, declaring, I am at fault. Knowing that Saishang harbored old grievances against the regent, I failed to exercise adequate vigilance, which led to this calamity. I accept responsibility. In truth, this incident could not solely be attributed to Heng Yue. He had arranged for Saishang's oversight long ago, and it was that individual who chose to provoke Xuanheng, thus reaping the consequences of their actions. The Empress replied, this matter does not concern you. You may rise. She gazed quietly at Lan Ning, a gentle anticipation slowly emerging in her eyes. Upon hearing of the destruction of the regent's residence, she noted that the Tinglan Palace within the royal grounds had been prepared. Why not take residence in the palace for the time being? when Lan Ning had expressed her desire for Tinglan Palace during her visit to the Hall of Governance. Xuanheng had conveyed her wishes to the Empress. It was merely a palace, and the Empress had no objections. In fact, she was eager for Lan Ning to return to the royal abode. Feeling guilty towards Lan Ning, the Empress, despite her frail condition, had visited Tinglan Palace and found it lacking. She promptly sought to merge the surrounding smaller palaces and had them renovated inside and out, renaming it Tinglan Palace. Uncertain of Lan Ning's preferences, she instructed the craftsmen to make basic preparations, intending to allow Lan Ning to arrange it as she saw fit once she moved in. Tinglan Palace had been readied, and the Empress eagerly awaited Lan Ning's response. Lan Ning grasped Xuanheng's sleeve and softly inquired, "Are you going to?" If she were to venture alone, she would never dare to reside in the palace, fearing for her very life. However, with Xuanheng by her side, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Little did she know that her unwillingness to part from Xuanheng stirred a pang of sorrow in the hearts of the two men waiting behind her. Xuanheng nodded affirmatively. His current status as the acknowledged husband of Princess Lan Ning compelled him to accompany her, and besides, he could not bear to let her navigate the palace alone. With his response, Lan Ning turned to the Empress, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Empress's face instantly lit up with a smile, marking the commencement of the day's court proceedings. The foremost topic was the upcoming banquet. As the kingdom of Wanjing had recently welcomed two newborn girls, and the ministers were eager to ensure their protection, they were urging the Empress to host a hairpin banquet as soon as the Rue Lu Terrace was repaired. Unfortunately, progress on that front was excruciatingly slow. Without the banquet and the blessings of the beast god, the ministers felt that the survival of the two infants was precarious. After days of heated debates, their anxiousness had left them with chapped lips. Now that they had finally awaited the Empress's court session, they neglected to inquire about her health and directly brought up the matter, seeking her opinion. Standing silently beside Xuanheng, Lan Ning chose not to engage in such discussions. Yet, some individuals insisted on making their presence felt, attempting to drag her into the fray. "Princess Lan Ning," they inquired, "do you believe this hairpin banquet should be held?" Lan Ning maintained a stoic expression, stating, "If you wish to proceed, then do so. You are the Princess of Wanjing, and it is only fitting that you preside over the banquet. The arrival of these two young maidens is indeed a fortunate blessing for Wanjing. Surely, we shall flourish and prosper in the times to come." Lan Ning regarded him with a hint of perplexity, pondering that some individuals perhaps heal their wounds only to forget the pain, entirely overlooking those 3 seconds of unyielding control. She felt compelled to remind them that they had previously made similar assertions, only to witness the destruction of the ruins of Rultai, leaving them devoid even of the statue of the beast god. What, then, shall they worship? The assembled courtiers. If she had not mentioned it, they might have truly forgotten. After Lan Ning finished speaking, she lowered her head in contemplation, indifferent to the expressions of the courtiers, who looked as if they had swallowed flies. She was deliberating the progression of the plot, while the courtiers were increasingly convinced that the Empress's banquet should be abandoned. Memories of a terrifying scene resurfaced in their minds. The Empress also recalled it. Her countenance grew stern as she slowly declared, "The tragedy caused by Kai Shang, which destroyed the regent's residence and disturbed both the common people and the princess, cannot be forgiven. Let him enter the Furong Palace to serve with the most minimal ceremonial display." The term minimal caused Hung Yu's expression to change dramatically. If that individual were to learn of such humiliation, chaos would surely ensue. "Your Majesty, he is the crown prince of the Diandu kingdom. Such an act may not reflect well on our dignity and could incite dissatisfaction from Diandu," Hang Yu cautioned. The Empress regarded him silently. If he were to cause an uproar, he could simply return. Her stance was resolute, which felt unfamiliar to Hang Yu. He understood that the matter was beyond alteration, and thus, he could only bow his head in submission. "As you wish." Chapter 57. Tinglan Palace. After the court session concluded, under the guidance of Xuanheng, Lan Ning arrived at her new residence, the Tinglan Palace. The elegant blue walls and red tiles exuded an unparalleled grandeur, far surpassing any previous sight she had encountered, even hinting at a majesty beyond Xuanheng's regent palace. "Come, let me show you around," Xuanheng said. He had visited the palace once after its renovation. Especially since it was a place Lan Ning had requested, he wanted to ensure there was nothing that might cause discomfort to his beloved. The Empress had devoted great care to the renovations of Tinglan Palace, and several noble lords who cherished Lan Ning eagerly contributed their ideas upon hearing of the palace's preparation for her, transforming the expansive residence into a realm reminiscent of a celestial paradise. As Xuanheng led her on a tour, They eventually settled within the palace to enjoy tea and conversation. "Is this truly for me?" Lan Ning exclaimed, cradling her teacup, her eyes wide with astonishment. Still entranced by the garden's beauty, Xian Heng nodded. "Do you like it?" They had adorned Tinglan Palace with the finest things they could conceive. Treasures Lan Ning had never encountered before. Yet, having resided there for a few months, she could discern the worth of these exquisite items. Naturally, some of Xian Heng's peculiar preferences were intermingled within the decor. She recognized them and found the man, older than her by 6 or 7 years, to be somewhat childish, as he constantly sought to assert his presence before her. However, she did not harbor any disdain. Throughout their journey, Lan Ning was tenderly escorted by Xian Heng, whose gentle demeanor, reminiscent of one cherishing a precious jewel, left her heart in a state of delightful confusion. So, this is what it feels like to be cherished? Lan Ning felt an overwhelming sense of unreality as she experienced this novel sensation for the first time, seated within the palace. She couldn't shake the impression that she was merely dreaming. She had never possessed anything of her own and was uncertain of her own preferences. It wasn't until she beheld the wonders of Tinglan Palace that she recognized, despite many things not aligning with her tastes, an inexplicable sense of belonging enveloped her. This was a space they had lovingly adorned, a place where she could leave her mark for all to see. Unlike the sorrows of her past life, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. She set down her teacup and rushed into Xian Heng's embrace. Although his body was cool to the touch, it brought her unparalleled comfort. Perfect Little Six had once remarked that the men of the Beastman tribe would have but one wife throughout their lives. As long as they left a mark on each other's inner core, they would never betray their partner. How wonderful it was that she, too, had found her own. Lan Ning nestled into Xian Heng's neck, her tears burning like molten lava, leaving the man's heart in disarray. He held the trembling beauty, his previously composed demeanor now shattered. "What has caused your tears?" Xian Heng gently caressed the delicate curve of Lan Ning's back, striving to soothe her. "Is there something that displeases you?" He was not adept at offering comfort, and a whirlwind of thoughts cascaded through his mind, pondering if perhaps this location stirred memories of the departed heirs in Lan Ning's heart. He should have broached this subject with her beforehand. The silence of the woman in his embrace only heightened his anxiety. "It is my fault. I should have informed you of this matter earlier. If it troubles you, shall we find another place to reside?" He recalled the residence of Xian Mo, which was rather pleasant. Perhaps he could simply take it over and present it to Lan Ning, or even that of Jingyi, a locale blessed with both mountains and waters. A truly enchanting retreat. Yet, before he could conjure up which noble abode in Wanjing Chung Lan Ning might prefer, the woman in his arms lifted her glistening eyes, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his lips. Xian Heng, momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift, found himself bewildered. How could she have gone from tears to kisses so swiftly? "I like it," Lan Ning declared with unwavering conviction, wrapping her arms around Xian Heng's neck and nuzzling into his collarbone. "I simply feel that you all are too kind to me." Upon hearing her words, Xian Heng let out a sigh of relief. "We believe you have endured too many grievances in the past." It was rare for him to express his innermost thoughts to her. The sight of her tears pierced his heart, prompting him to offer as much recompense as he could. Each time they beheld the scars upon Lan Ning, they reflected on their failure to avenge her against Fu Rou, yet their positions forbade them from acting on impulse. They all understood that these tribulations were not Lan Ning's fault, and their hearts ached for her past experiences. Under the weight of their prolonged guilt, they could only seek to bring her joy through other means. In this vast palace, every flower and blade of grass had been meticulously chosen by them, for they wished for Lan Ning to thrive and live healthily. They held immense hopes for her future. Regardless of whether she would become an imperial princess or a female emperor, all they desired was for Lan Ning to find peace and happiness. Lan Ning sat silently in Xian Heng's embrace, reflecting anew on her mission. While this world may seem singular, the individual she encountered genuinely treated her with kindness. If her sole intent was vengeance, the ultimate outcome would surely bring sorrow to them all, she pondered. Initially, her ambition was to ascend as the Empress. Yet she had taken no tangible actions to facilitate change in this realm. Even if she were to claim the throne through the affections of her targets, would she possess the capacity to govern the vast realm of Wanjing? And when her task concluded, where would she find herself? Lan Ning felt a sense of confusion. She seemed to lack a particular place she wished to go, as if she were unnecessary anywhere. Sensing her emotional turmoil, the perfect Xiao Lu spoke soothingly. "Your presence has already disrupted the normal course of this world. You now face a choice, to end your existence and allow the narrative to revert to its original path, or to proceed down the route you have determined. Ultimately, The decision to stay or leave rests with you. She understood the implications of Xiao Lu's words and acknowledged that she might be overthinking her situation. I know, she replied. Xiao Lu, unaware of Lan Ning's past, held great expectations for his sole host. He reassured her, our immediate priority is to fulfill our mission. Once we accomplish our objectives, anything is possible. Nevertheless, the journey ahead was fraught with challenges. Lan Ning reflected on this, and after concluding her conversation with Xiao Lu, she returned to reality, quietly savoring the tenderness that Xian Heng offered her. The return of Princess Lan Ning to the royal palace is a delightful occurrence for many. It signifies a thaw in her relationship with the Empress, allowing more individuals to witness the extent of her support. In just an afternoon, Lan Ning observed numerous court ladies bearing an array of gifts entering her private chamber, filling it to the brim. Lan Ning had no intention of opening it, as it merely contained commonplace items easily found elsewhere. It was far less valuable than the adorable little creatures sent by Xuanma and the others. However, what took Lan Ning by surprise was the gift sent by Furu. Before the grand entrance of Tinglan Palace, Heng Yue wore a grim expression. He was uncertain of what had stirred his emotions, and in his agitation, he struck the large box beside him, covered in red cloth, with a fierce determination, muttering, "You had better behave." The contents within the box responded defiantly, slamming twice in Heng Yue's direction, producing a sound even louder than his own blows. Heng Yue's countenance darkened further. He patiently awaited Lan Ning's emergence, hoping to either escort this vexatious individual away or eliminate him altogether. Chapter 58. The mermaid. As Lan Ning led Xian Heng to the entrance of the palace, she was met with a countenance that bore the semblance of murderous intent. Her cat ears, nestled amidst her dark hair, twitched in response as she discerned an ethereal sound emanating from a large chest beside Heng Yu, accompanied by a faint metallic scent. "Your Highness, it is a pleasure to see you," Heng Yu remarked, never before having felt such anticipation for Lan Ning's presence. He instructed the puppet maid to present the chest before her, eagerly casting aside this burdensome gift. "Her Highness Fu Ro has learned of your return to the royal palace and has sent me to deliver a token of her regard." With a flourish, Heng Yu unveiled the crimson cloth, revealing a large glass tank. Inside, there resided a mermaid adorned with a splendid golden tail. The very creature of fairy tales had manifested in this world. The youthful merman, whose shimmering golden hair mirrored his magnificent tail, swayed gracefully within the tank. His fair skin was entwined with unfamiliar greenery, and his exquisite visage, reminiscent of Venus emerging from the water, bore a curious expression as his azure eyes scrutinized her feline ears. Lan Ning was momentarily taken aback, noticing the depth of her gaze. Xian Heng remarked, it appeared that every handsome man captivated Lan Ning's attention. Did she truly have an affinity for those who were merely pretty but devoid of substance? The presence of Xian Mo and Jing Yi beside her had already exceeded his tolerance, and now there was an additional mermaid? Absolutely unnecessary, Xian Heng replied coldly. Heng Yu observed Lan Ning, seemingly awaiting her response. What did His Highness intend? Lan Ning gazed at the exquisite mermaid, then turned to Xian Heng, imploring him with a pitiful request. Could he perhaps keep it as a pet? Her plea caused Xian Heng to furrow his brow. Such a fragile creature would scarcely survive above ground. What purpose would it serve to bring it back? If you have an affinity for fish, it would be far more pleasing to have someone deliver a more splendid one to you. Xian Heng declined. He could tell from merely observing the mermaid in the glass tank that it was not a delightful addition. He feared that bringing it into his domain would incite trouble, and thus he resolutely refused. Heng Yue then interjected, "Should His Highness Lan Ning be unable to accept this, we may have no choice but to eliminate the creature." How could one resort to moral coercion in such a manner? Lan Ning's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the beautiful little fish in the glass tank. Pouting her lips with a pitiful expression, she implored, "But I've never seen anything like this before. Can we keep it for a while?" This was a magical creature that existed only in fairy tales, and it was so stunningly beautiful. I've heard that its singing voice is enchanting. Observing the hopeful glimmer in her eyes, Xuanheng's expression darkened. To make such demands after merely one encounter, what would happen if she entered the Tinglan Palace? Absolutely not. Xuanheng coldly refused. The mermaid in the glass tank seemed to sense who held the power of decision, pressing its body against the glass and gazing longingly at Lan Ning, its golden tail swaying back and forth like a homeless little stray dog. This sight tugged at Lan Ning's heart, prompting her to affectionately tug at Xuanheng's sleeve. "Look, if I don't take him, he'll be killed. We can find a suitable place for him later and then let him go." How remarkably kind-hearted. Lan Ning seldom requested his assistance in such matters. If it were anything else, he might have acquiesced, but it was a matter of escorting a man into the palace. He could not bear to see Lan Ning with tears glistening in her eyes. Was this absolutely necessary? Xian Heng furrowed his brows. Lan Ning nodded. Xian Heng wrestled with his thoughts for a considerable time, ultimately succumbing to Lan Ning's pitiable gaze. There was a pond in the courtyard. He could simply toss it in there, and, as soon as I find a suitable location, I will ensure it is dispatched without delay. Lan Ning nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Xian Heng summoned the puppet Gong-Yi and had it drag the creature inside. The mermaid joyfully swirled in the glass tank, her beautiful eyes following Lan Ning's cat ears, causing Xian Heng to shoot him a fierce glare. The lovely little fish was curious about everything on land. Even when it sensed the murderous intent in Xian Heng's gaze, it merely wagged its tail nonchalantly. However, upon witnessing Xian Heng commanding the puppet Gong-Yi to toss it into the lotus pond, a hint of incredulity flickered in those exquisite eyes. This man from the land had arranged such a dismal dwelling for it? The charming little fish protested by flicking its tail, but in the next moment, it was unceremoniously hurled into the pond by the puppet Gong-Yi, splattering mud all over itself. Meanwhile, the three at the entrance remained oblivious to the fact that the beautiful little fish had begun to harbor resentment towards Xian Heng. Once Heng Yu completed his business and bid farewell, he turned to leave, as if something were hastily pursuing him from behind. Lan Ning took Xian Heng's hand and led him to the palace pond to admire the beautiful fish. Xian Heng, however, effortlessly lifted her and carried her toward the hall, asserting that there was nothing worth seeing and that they should first practice their calligraphy, as Xian Mo would arrive later to conduct a check. Ever since Xian Mo was appointed by the Empress to be Lan Ning's mentor, Xian Heng found it quite effective to use him as a shield to avoid playing the villain whenever he was reluctant to assume that role. Lan Ning no longer clamored to gaze at the exquisite fish in the pond, obediently following Xian Heng back to the hall to practice calligraphy. The beautiful fish, neglected for a considerable time, wreaked havoc on the flowers in the pond. Hearing the commotion, Xian Heng took a moment to step outside, only to be dismayed by the sight of the flowers he had painstakingly instructed to be planted, now in disarray thanks to the fish. Without hesitation, he scooped up the unwelcome guest and cast it into the bath of the side hall. The fish protested with a long, mournful cry, causing Xian Heng a headache. With a wave of his hand, he closed the door to the side hall and reinforced it with a seal. There it would remain undisturbed. Although he was uncertain of the purpose behind Fu Rou sending such a creature, its appearance alone warranted that it should not reappear before Lan Ning. When Xian Mo arrived, he witnessed numerous puppet maidens busily attending to the pond. After observing for a while, he called over one of the puppet maidens, inquiring if Lan Ning disliked it. After all, some of the items here were indeed his additions. The puppet maiden explained, Princess Fu Rou sent a congratulatory gift, a mermaid. The prince has thrown the mermaid into the pond, and now it has caused quite a mess. The prince has commanded us to restore the pond to its former state. A mermaid? Sent by Fu Rou? Xian Mo glanced around, but saw no sign of a mermaid. Just as he contemplated asking, he heard a prolonged cry emanating from a nearby small palace. It was the sound wave of the merfolk. He turned his gaze in that direction, noticing traces of Xian Heng's magic, which nearly sealed all entrances and exits of that palace. It seemed some man, in a fit of jealousy, had confined the mermaid, a move very much in character for him. After a moment of silence, Xian Mo entered the main hall and found Xian Heng seated beside the cat-eared girl, who was diligently practicing her writing. This official has met Princess Lan Ning and the regent. Even though he could not impart magical skills to Lan Ning, most of his time spent by her side was dedicated to learning state affairs. Upon hearing his voice, Lan Ning lifted her head, her cat ears twitching as if detecting some peculiar sound. She glanced towards the source, only to see a palace door firmly shut. Did Xian Heng intend for Minister Xian to maintain this stance indefinitely? Noticing the commotion behind the door, Xian Heng discreetly redirected Lan Ning's attention. Lan Ning regained her composure and hastily set down her brush. Lord Xian, please rise. Chapter 59. The poor little fish. Xian Mo stood up, seemingly oblivious to any irregularities. With an air of calm, he subtly dampened the sound waves emanating from the room and slowly approached Lan Ning's side. Lowering his gaze to the writing tablet on the table, he observed the young girl's hands, which appeared even paler as she clutched the wolf hairbrush. However, the characters she had penned were still utterly unsightly. Lan Ning cautiously observed Xian Mo's expression and noticed a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Unable to restrain herself, she scratched her head, fully aware of her lack of progress in writing. I truly squandered such a wonderful opportunity. Her cat ears drooped, and her youthful face twisted in self-reproach, as though the word guilt were visibly inscribed upon it. Xian Mo's breath hitched. He understood the efforts Lan Ning had made during this time and could never hold her handwriting against her. How could one consider what was used to waste? Xian Mo seated himself beside Lan Ning, gently took her pen, and found a relatively clean spot amidst the chaotic scrawl to write a beautiful character. Everything in this world begins from nothing. I was not born with the ability to write neatly. With each stroke and careful practice, you will improve. Guiding her. He replaced the paper and handed the pen back to Lan Ning, encouraging her to give it another try. Is it any wonder that many girls are powerless against gentle, noble, and handsome men? Lan Ning perceived Xian Mo as a snow lotus traversing the earthly realm, pure and beautiful, untouched by mundane disturbances. Her pair of light brown eyes seemed to have witnessed the vicissitudes of life, remaining tranquil and unperturbed at all times. However, when she felt compassion for something, her eyes would brim with an irresistible tenderness and pity, a stark contrast to Xian Heng's domineering straightforwardness. This gentle, caressing sensation stirred Lan Ning's heart. Unbeknownst to her, her cheeks and ears blushed a delicate pink due to Xian Mo's gentleness, prompting a myriad of expressions to flit across Xian Heng's face as he observed her. Curiously, this time Xian Heng refrained from any extreme actions. He simply focused intently on Lan Ning's profile, contemplating how many men would be drawn to this face once it returned to its former glory. You practice for now. I shall discuss some matters with Lord Xian. Xian Heng declared after a brief silence, gesturing for Xian Mo to step outside with him. Lan Ning nodded, watching as the two men exited in succession. Her beautiful gemstone-like eyes sparkled with curiosity as she carefully set down her pen and rose to peer out the window at the palace's pool. She couldn't shake the thought of that exquisite little mermaid, with her delicate and enchanting visage that stirred a deep maternal instinct within Lan Ning. Alas, she was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she observed numerous puppet maidens busily engaged in activities within the pool, though their exact tasks remained a mystery to her. Lan Ning searched for a long time, but found nothing. She pouted, reluctantly lifting her skirt to sit back down and continue writing with her pen. What did the prince wish to convey? Xuanma followed Xuanheng to the palace where the mermaid was imprisoned. Standing outside, they could hear the commotion within the palace more clearly. Xuanheng rapped on the window, suggesting that the Crane tribe, residing near the sea, should dispose of this troublesome matter. Lord Xian did not desire any additional competition for Lan Ning. He and Jingye were already his limit, and any more would incite his wrath. Xuanma fell silent, casting a meaningful glance at the window. Having just heard from the puppet palace maid that this was sent by Furu. The merfolk lived in the deep sea, possessing the most exquisite beauty and the most melodious voices in the world. They never appeared on land. Xuanma sighed, noting that they could indeed enchant terrestrial beings. Xuanheng nodded, affirming that since Lord Xian was aware, the task would be entrusted to him. He unhesitatingly cast aside this hot potato. Xuanma smiled, inquiring whether the prince was not concerned that the princess would be angered by this. Xuanheng glanced at the palace where Lan Ning resided, catching a fleeting glimpse of cat ears. It was merely a small creature with whom he had a passing acquaintance. She would not take it to heart. It was simply that this particular mermaid was exceptionally beautiful, captivating him at first sight. As long as they did not meet again, Lan Ning would be fine and would not fall under the spell of that little enchantress once more. The mermaid, separated by only a wall, overheard their entire conversation. His beautiful visage twisted in turmoil. That wretched man was imprisoning him to monopolize the little cat. Intending to send him away, the mermaid clawed at the door in frustration. They would not allow him to approach Lan Ning, but he was determined to do so. The mermaid dove into the pool to recuperate, his azure eyes fixed on the magically sealed door, vowing that one day he would devise a means of escape. In Furong Palace, Fura sat on the bed with an infant in her arms. She sensed Heng Yue's presence. He had returned. Were the matters resolved? The one I selected will meet His Highness's expectations. The voice was not Heng Yue's, but that of someone on the inner side of the bed, who reached out to poke the infant's cheek, finding it soft and warm in a way that intrigued him. Heng Yue regarded the otherworldly handsome man with a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. Tide, you are not yet His Highness's husband. Come down quickly. Tide looked at him with a teasing smile, then turned to embrace Furu's waist. The person beside His Highness is rather fierce. He was beautiful, even surpassing Heng Yue in charm. His voice melodious and evoking sympathy. You naturally choose well. However, are you not concerned for his well-being by sending him to Tinglan Palace? After all, he is your own brother. Fura handed the child to the puppet palace maid, gently stroking Tide's golden hair. Tai chuckled lightly. The merfolk give birth to dozens of children at a time. All as charming as he is, it would not be in vain to raise him. As he articulated, the selection of that particular fish was merely due to its exquisite appearance, melodious voice, and its ability to enchant the hearts of women who had never encountered a man before. Even if this one were to perish, he had countless others. Once I have completed my confinement, we shall proceed to perform the contract ceremony. Fura gently expressed her gratitude for the recent events. Title, feeling her tenderness, affectionately nuzzled against her neck, proclaiming, I cherish you. I shall not allow anything or anyone that brings you displeasure to exist. He pressed a kiss upon Furu's hand, assuring her, please trust me. I shall ensure that woman meets her demise within the Tinglan Palace. Unbeknownst to Lan Ning, she had become a pawn in a grander scheme. After painstakingly practicing her calligraphy, she was urged by Xian Heng to engage in a game of chess with Xian Mo. Such a sophisticated endeavor truly tested her intellect. Even if Xian Mo were to deliberately allow her victory, she found herself unable to triumph. Frustrated by her numerous defeats, she sulkily set aside the pieces and nestled into Xian Heng's embrace. He playfully pinched her nose and suggested, then let me demonstrate. In this arena, the two were evenly matched, and as an hour slipped by without a clear victor, they were soon joined by Jingyi. The duties of a military official are far less leisurely than those of their civil counterparts. Following the court's adjournment, they must patrol the city of Wanjing. Having just completed a round, Jingyi encountered a servant of the Xianmang clan who obstructed his path, claiming that Lan Ning wished to see him. After much internal conflict, he tidied himself up and hastily made his way to Tinglan Palace. Upon entering the palace gates, he was met with an unfamiliar scent wafting from the depths of the sea. Chapter 60. What draws him in his gaze darkened as he focused on the palace from whence the peculiar aura emanated. He could distinctly sense the presence of an unknown visitor within. Furrowing his brow, Jingyi glanced towards the nearby palace aglow with candlelight before he stepped forward with heavy strides. Your Highness Lan Ning, Jingyi greeted with utmost reverence, bowing respectfully. When he raised his eyes, he beheld the two men engrossed in their chess match, poised with pieces in a tense standoff. Lan Ning extricated herself from Xian Heng's embrace, realizing that she could not comprehend the intricacies of chess, and thus decided to engage in a conversation with Jingyi instead. Please, my lord, she said, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the innocent, large dog, eager to play with him. While they are absorbed in their game, let us step outside to chat. Without waiting for Jingyi's response, she grasped his wrist and pulled him along with determination. A notification of increasing affection appeared. Jingyi's fondness for her had reached 2, with a total affection score of 51. Upon hearing this familiar cue, Lan Ning exhaled slowly, standing by the pond. Over the course of the afternoon, the pond, previously marred by the mermaid's mischief, had been restored to its former beauty by the diligent efforts of the puppet palace maid. Lan Ning pulled him to the front of the palace sealed by Xian Heng. Inside, there resided a beautiful little fish, but the prince forbade her from seeing it. Could you help me unlock the door? Lan Ning pondered over the enchanting fish, acutely aware that her capabilities were insufficient to open the door. Even though she knew the mermaid within was causing quite a commotion, she felt utterly powerless. Naturally, her favorability ratings fluctuated endlessly, and she yearned to enter and activate the favor progress bar of the fourth target. Observing Xian Heng and Xian Mo, it was evident that they would not permit her to meet the little fish, leaving only Jingyi as a potential ally. Given that they both faced the same 5-star difficulty, he should possess the means to unravel Xian Heng's sealing spell. Jingyi was taken aback that Lan Ning would task him with such an endeavor, one that opposed the regent. He was unaware of the backstory of the mermaid. Yet the indifferent demeanor of Xian Mo and Xian Heng suggested it was perhaps best not to intervene. This is not feasible, Jingyi firmly declined. Lan Ning's ears instantly drooped, and with a pitiful grip on Jingyi's wrist, she playfully pleaded, I am merely curious to take a look, if it is absolutely necessary. Could you perhaps open the window for me? Jingyi found himself unable to withstand her soft coaxing, or perhaps he simply lacked the experience to navigate such situations. Glancing at her forlorn expression, his heart softened, and he acquiesced. They engaged in a game of chess inside, permitted only a fleeting glance. Jingyi, however, continued to caution her. Although he had never laid eyes on the individual within, he could sense from the atmosphere that this was certainly no ordinary adversary. Upon hearing his willingness to assist her, Lan Ning swiftly pulled him to a secluded window where no one could see them. I promise you, I have secretly brought some pastries. We shall place them inside shortly and then close the window. Jingyi, observing her lively demeanor, found his irritation dissipating entirely. He raised his hand to temporarily unseal the window, lifting Lan Ning as they gazed into the palace. In the enveloping darkness, the only discernible feature was a vast bathing pool that nearly occupied the entirety of the palace, its surface gently rippling with subtle waves. Lan Ning did not catch a glimpse of the little fish and, tilting her head in perplexity, inquired whether the crowd was too overwhelming, causing it to fearfully refrain from appearing. Jingye, lost in contemplation, fixed his gaze upon the bath. The water within must be quite profound, as a shadow lingered beneath the surface, its eyes intently observing them through the liquid veil. Jingye possessed an extraordinary vision, capable of discerning all within the obsidian palace. The mermaid submerged in that water must have been terrified upon her arrival, wreaking considerable havoc. Were it not for Xuanheng's sealing technique, this palace would surely have ceased to exist. Your Highness, as a mermaid, she wields the power to beguile hearts. It would be wise to limit your interactions with her. Setting aside the items Lan Ning held, Jingye placed them on the ground near the pool, while the figure perched upon his arm bestowed upon him a fist-sized luminous pearl. From whence did this treasure originate? How did I not notice it earlier? A flicker of curiosity crossed Jingye's mind. Yet, upon meeting Lan Ning's exquisite gem-like eyes, he forgot the question he intended to pose. General, could you assist me in suspending this from the beam above? Lan Ning gestured towards the beam directly over the bath, deeming it the perfect spot. Jingye found himself baffled. Why? At times, the actions of this little princess truly took one by surprise. Lan Ning wore an expression of utter nonchalance, as if to say, of course, it is dark. I, too, harbor a fear of darkness. Furthermore, he appeared no older than I, certainly sharing the same trepidation. Such a simple, unpretentious rationale. Jingye sighed and dutifully assisted Lan Ning in suspending the luminous pearl from the beam. However, he concealed the grim state of the palace from Lan Ning. As Lan Ning beheld the mermaid emerging from the water, he gently placed her upon the ground. She was scarcely taller than the palace windows, and even on tiptoe. Only her pristine white cat ears were barely visible. The mermaid coldly regarded the tall man by the window, who had noticed those cat ears. He recognized them from the daytime. They belonged to Princess Lan Ning, the very one sea title had instructed him to assassinate. Before he could utter a word, those cat ears vanished from the window's edge, and the window was promptly shut. He lifted his gaze to the luminous pearl hanging from the beam. A treasure evidently sourced from the depths of the sea, that frigid realm. Yet, at this moment, it instilled within him an overwhelming warmth. He could not resist shielding his eyes from the blinding light, which evoked memories of his harrowing imprisonment and the serendipitous escape that followed, where he lay, bruised and battered, adrift in the shallow sea, witnessing the dawn. Ding. Congratulations, you have unlocked the fourth target. Name, Lingyan. Race, mermaid. Initial affection, 3. Lingyan affection, 2. Total affection, 5. This familiar notification lifted Lan Ning's spirits. Though it would have been even better had she not returned to the palace with Jingye only to find the two men who were supposed to be playing chess standing at the door, casting her knowing glances. Do you fancy that fish? Xuanheng had already surmised Lan Ning's intentions with Jingye. Were it not for his concern for her mood, he would have undoubtedly dragged that fish out and dismembered it on the spot. Lan Ning stood beside Jingye, resembling a child who had erred. Her head bowed as she murmured, I was wrong. Xuanheng, amused by her candid demeanor, replied with a laugh. Do you know who sent that? Are you aware of its intended purpose? Lan Ning, he was sent by Fu Rou to spy on me? That vicious woman is capable of far more terrifying deeds than mere surveillance. Xuanheng stepped forward and flicked her forehead, advising her to cease all communication with him. In a couple of days, I shall have someone escort him back. He is exceedingly dangerous. Lan Ning raised her sparkling eyes, wrinkled her nose, and nodded in understanding. The beastmen dwelling on land seldom had opportunities to communicate with their counterparts in the deep sea, although they both revered the beast god. Their approaches to life were vastly divergent. Long ago, before the kingdom of Wanjing had any interactions with the merfolk, there were frequent occurrences at the borders where land beastmen were lured into the ocean by the enchanting voices of the mermaids, never to return. The siren-like voices of the merfolk possessed an innate ability to captivate the hearts of listeners. Considering Lan Ning's sensitive ears, Xuanheng reiterated the caution, especially emphasizing that she should keep her distance from him. Chapter 61, A Hill of Weasels. Lan Ning pressed her forehead and nodded, acknowledging her understanding. Yet, in reality, she was inquiring about perfect Xiaolu. Does not the voice of a mermaid possess the ability to numb the nerves and induce hallucinations? If you reside within my body, Even if you hear it, there should not be any significant issues, correct? Perfect Xiaolu replied, Master, this has yet to be attempted. Perhaps you could try it sometime? Are you suggesting that she become a test subject? Then perhaps you should issue a side quest. I shall find the time to complete it, Lan Ning stated. Perfect Xiaolu observed that her host was becoming increasingly astute, employing every conceivable means to earn points. The following day, during the morning court session, the Empress announced to her ministers the matter concerning Fu Ro's selection of a husband after her debut, and she kindly arranged for the ministers to meet with her. That day, the injured Kaishang, who had endured a severe beating from Xian Heng, had largely recovered. Clad in a golden official robe, he stood proudly beside Heng Yu. Additionally, another handsome man donned in a blue robe possessed strikingly similar lake blue eyes to Ling Yan, and his features bore a faint resemblance as well. 2. Lan Ning finally comprehended the origin of that little fish. Observing the serene and clear demeanor of tides, she suddenly harbored a conjecture and inquired, Xiaolu, what is the life like for the merfolk? Do you possess any records? Perfect Xiaolu responded, the female beastfolk of the ocean dominate vast stretches of the sea. They can bear numerous offspring in a single birth. However, these children are regarded merely as laborers for territory cultivation or bargaining chips for exchanging goods with other tribes. Consequently, within the sea, mermaids hold little value. Amidst the myriad dangers of the ocean, the mistress does not concern herself with the lives of the little mermaids. They all commence their journey from the same starting line, to alter their fate and gain protection. They must strive to become stronger and more exceptional in order to capture the mistress's attention. Tides is one such individual of significance to the mistress. As for Ling Yan, Lan Ning deemed it essential to investigate if her suspicions were indeed validated. Then this particular fish would be the one she had conquered in the shortest span of time. Lan Ning stood silently beside Xian Heng, waiting for the Empress to declare the court adjourned. Afterward, she grasped Xian Heng's wrist and positioned herself directly in front of Cao Shi and the others. The handsome man possessed a voice that was remarkably pleasing, imbued with a mysterious ethereality that surpassed even Xian Mo's. Those who listened intently might find themselves entranced by its charm. Truly, he was a merman. Cao Shi gazed at Lan Ning, somewhat taken aback by the sight of the young princess standing before him. As for her countenance, it was indeed lacking in beauty, falling short of even Furu. Princess Lan Ning, do you seek something from me? He inquired, concealing his disdain with a composed demeanor. He took a slight step back, feigning a desire for distance. Yet the emotional currents emanating from him unmistakably conveyed his aversion to Lan Ning. Lan Ning curled the corners of his lips. Is he the one you sent? What is his name? What does he enjoy eating? So it was for Ling Yan? Cao Shi lowered her gaze, unwilling to behold that repugnant face. His name is Ling Yan, she replied curtly, offering no further information. What about the others? Lan Ning scrutinized her closely. You bear a striking resemblance to him. Are you his brother? Her words intensified the revulsion Cao Shi felt, confirming her suspicion that Ling Yan's fate mirrored her own. Indeed, there are many children of the merfolk. He is not my only brother. I am unaware of his preferences, Cao Shi answered after a brief silence, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Her voice tinged with a subtle indifference and latent malice. Does the princess not favor him? Cao Shi seemed to ponder for a moment before responding with a cold smirk. If the princess does not cherish him, you may entrust him to me. I can continue to select obedient and docile ones for the princess. Did he believe he was merely choosing a pet? Lan Ning's expression suddenly crumbled. She furrowed her brows, her beautiful gem-like eyes reflecting a hint of sharpness. What do you take him for? A servant or a pet? The tide remained unperturbed. With such a vast population, not every mermaid is afforded this opportunity. If he does not cherish it, there are indeed countless mermaids who would desire it. It is often said that mermaids possess a detached temperament, seemingly indifferent even towards their own kin, and it appears this notion holds true. Lan Ning gazed at him, then glanced at the haughty Kaishang beside him, as well as the impassive Heng Yu. They appeared to find this behavior entirely normal. A group of fools. Lan Ning muttered a curse and turned to grasp Xian Heng's wrist, swiftly leading him away. The slender figure moved with remarkable speed. Only Kaishang, seemingly pleased despite being scolded, understood that they were allies, not foolish at all. Heng Yu cast a cold glance in his direction, thinking he was the real fool. As they walked along the path back to Ting Lan Palace, Xian Heng looked down at Lan Ning, who wore an expression of anger. Why do you care about that fish? He won't stay here, so there's no need to show him excessive concern. Xian Heng held her hand tightly, acutely aware of the trembling of the little cat. Lan Ning's profound empathy for him only intensified Xian Heng's desire to send him away. His family had treated him poorly. Lan Ning murmured, urging him not to harm him, suggesting that if he was not fond of him, he should simply find a place to send him and ensure that no one else discovers him. Shared suffering? Xian Heng fell into silence for a moment. Recognizing Lan Ning's indulgence, she would make decisions based on her own preferences. Indeed, she placed herself at the forefront of her heart. Xian Heng's affection stood at 10. With a total affection of 140, he halted his steps, lifting Lan Ning into his arms and affectionately nuzzling her cat ears. Rest assured, however, Lan Ning had been pondering a question. Little 6, Xian Heng's affection level is clearly maxed out, so why does it continue to rise? Is there some additional reward? Perfect Little 6 replied, indeed, due to the alterations we've made to the plot, certain quests in this world cannot be triggered. Therefore, the system has devised an alternative means for you to earn points. Currently, the affection levels of the target characters exceeding 100 will be cumulatively tallied by the system, with each 100 representing a stage, redeemable for 100,000 points. For those who have been completely courted, as long as you comply with their wishes, their affection will increase significantly. You still need 60 more. Lan Ning let out a soft sigh, yet her quest for conquest must proceed. Through her brief exchange with the title entity, she gleaned a semblance of understanding regarding how to court that little fish. Moreover, she could surmise the nature of Ling Yan's task. Upon her return to Ting Lan Palace, Lan Ning dutifully resumed her calligraphy practice. Today, the Empress announced the need to prepare for Fu Ro's marriage ceremony, which filled the court with joy. When it came time to allocate personnel, the ministers could only turn to Xian Mo or Xian Heng for assistance. Naturally, no one dared to approach Lan Ning for such matters. As she had previously stated, if every task were to be directed to the leaders, there would be no need for so many subordinates. Furthermore, everyone was well aware of her volatile temperament. Given that this was a matter of significance to Fu Ro, she would certainly refrain from involvement. Thus, an opportunity presented itself. After completing a piece of calligraphy, Lan Ning set down her brush, instructed the palace maid to prepare an array of fresh delicacies, and hurriedly trotted to that palace with a basket in hand. Xian Heng had mentioned that, for reasons of safety, the seals on the palace could not be lifted, so she would need to devise a plan to gain entry. Chapter 62. The door is inanimate, yet the people are alive. Lan Ning circled around the palace, ultimately setting her sights on the rooftop. Within this palace, there existed a bathing pool specifically constructed for her by Xian Heng. It is uncertain what intentions Xian Heng harbored at the time, for aside from this bathing pool, the entire palace contained no other features, thus facilitating the practice of spiritual communication. Unable to enter through the doors and windows, she resolved to leap down from the rooftop. Lan Ning conceived an idea. She glanced at the basket in her hand and then lifted her gaze to the roof. In the next moment, she decisively thrust the items into the hands of the puppet maiden, instructing, "Follow me, and deliver this to the person inside." Xian Heng's directive to the puppet maiden was to ensure Lan Ning's safety, to prevent her from engaging in perilous endeavors, while also adhering to Lan Ning's commands. Merely delivering the items fulfilled the aforementioned orders. The puppet maiden accepted the items and trailed behind Lan Ning as they both leaped onto the rooftop. The cat ears of Lan Ning twitched as she sought the direction where Ling Yan might be. After a brief moment, she lifted a portion of the tiles and gazed downward. She could see the luminous pearl hanging from the beam in the food box by the bath. Yet the charming little fish eluded her sight. Lan Ning pondered for a moment and softly called out, "Are you there?" The bath below showed no signs of movement, not even a ripple on the surface. Instead, the puppet named Gongyi beside her sent down the item Lan Ning had provided, wrapped in her shawl. The basket was gently placed on the ground, sending vibrations through the water of the bath, and gradually, a damp golden head emerged from the center of the pool. Ling Yan was particularly sensitive to sound. Even through various sealing techniques, he could distinctly hear the commotion outside. The cat-eared girl, with eyes resembling transparent jewels, had arrived stealthily. He heard the sound of tiles above him, and soon thereafter, fresh offerings descended. The aroma of food wafted through the air, tantalizingly fragrant. Ling Yan focused intently on the source of the scent emanating from the basket, his lake blue eyes unwavering. Yet, he remembered the cat-eared girl awaiting a response above him. He slowly raised his gaze toward the intense light source, recalling the girl's disfigured visage. She was perhaps the most unattractive creature he had ever encountered. Even the least appealing of his kin appeared more pleasing. However, he felt no revulsion within. In fact, under the sunlight, she surpassed both him and the tides in beauty. Ling Yan's affection reached a modest 5, with a total affection of 10. My name is Lan Ning. At last, Lan Ning beheld the enchanting little fish, marveling inwardly at the mermaid's superior appearance. And I know your name is Ling Yan. Her voice was sweet and crisp, imbued with a hint of joy. Ling Yan gazed at her face, his fishtail concealed beneath the water restlessly stirring, disturbing the tranquil surface once more. I am unsure of your preferences, so I have brought you all that I deem delightful. Lan Ning bit her lip, adding, if any of it is to your disliking, do let me know, and I shall procure something else. Ling Yan tilted his head, having scarcely encountered the treasures of the sea, let alone those of the land. Why would this unfamiliar little princess show him such kindness? Was it due to the tides? That hypocritical, pretentious man. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Ling Yan's eyes. I am but a pawn, sent by the tides to observe you. I know. Lan Ning silently regarded the boy's fragile countenance. Only upon closer inspection did she discern the distinctions between Ling Yan and the tides. Ling Yan possessed an androgynous face, his features exquisitely crafted, akin to a masterpiece sculpted by divine hands. Had it not been for his golden short hair, Lan Ning might have mistaken him for a woman. He was more slender and beautiful than the tides, lacking the ability to protect himself, thus chosen by the tides as a pawn. What did he promise you? Lan Ning inquired from her perch on the rooftop. The voice of a mermaid could manipulate beings into illusions, and the more powerful could alter memories. Although the perfect little six claimed that fellow mermaids could resist some of this, it was merely a fraction. Lan Ning cannot guarantee whether Ling Yan's memories have been altered. He instructed me to eliminate the one who caused Furo's sorrow. Ling Yan gazed quietly at Lan Ning, and once the deed is accomplished, I shall regain my freedom. Unfettered by the coercion of others, I will venture to distant lands and live my own life. Lan Ning smiled softly. And now you understand that this matter is beyond your capabilities. Ling Yan lowered his head in silence. Indeed, Lan Ning was surrounded by formidable men. Were it not for their initiative in seeking him out, he would not even have the chance to lay eyes upon Lan Ning. Furthermore, even if he possessed the ability to kill Lan Ning, he would undoubtedly be unable to escape this palace. Those men would pursue him to the ends of the earth and ensure his demise. Do you desire me? Ling Yan raised his head, revealing a bleak smile. I wish to survive, to eliminate those who have wronged me. Lan Ning, that shall depend on your performance. She indeed has a fondness for formidable targets, occasionally. A nurturing approach can be quite delightful. However, one must not allow him to achieve success too swiftly. The most exquisite aspect of a nurturing endeavor lies in transforming a rebellious yet innocent little creature into one that is entirely obedient to her. Ling Yan's affection stands at 2, with an overall affection of 12. Upon returning to the palace, Lan Ning regained her composure and continued practicing her calligraphy. My master, why not seize the moment and win over Ling Yan directly? The perfect little six is eagerly anticipating the day when you will embrace the charming mermaid. Lan Ning, he is certainly not foolish, and he understands that the things he desires must be fought for. Considering the current circumstances, what assistance can he truly provide me? She is indeed quite indulgent, drawn to handsome men. However, if there is no benefit to her career, what purpose does it serve? The foundation of nurturing lies in his worthiness of investment. Otherwise, relinquishing this target is of no consequence. Perfect Xiao Lu. I see. However, by continuously keeping him at a distance, do you not risk achieving the opposite effect? Lan Ning smiled gently. Merfolk are remarkably attuned to sound. If I provide him with a sufficiently secure environment, he will come to understand his true nature and discern which choices are most advantageous for him. At this juncture, Lan Ning recalled another matter. She set down her pen and instructed the impeccable Xiao Lu, please assist me in monitoring his movements. Messages among merfolk are likely conveyed through sound waves. If you notice anything, do not hesitate to inform me. She observed that recently, Shen Hong had become increasingly tolerant of the 2 other men in his vicinity. This is a positive development. Perhaps she could endeavor to enhance the growth of their camaraderie. However, the question remained, from whom should she begin? Lan Ning lowered her gaze in contemplation, seemingly absorbed in the calligraphy practice before her. It was only when Shen Hong and Xian Imo entered the room that she slowly returned to reality. Her cat ears twitched as she turned her head. Her face radiant with joy. You're back. Have you completed your tasks? Upon witnessing her obedient demeanor, Shen Heng's typically cold expression softened into one of warmth. He strode over to Lan Ning's side, leaning down to observe the calligraphy scroll. How did your practice go today? The strokes are more refined than yesterday's. Xian Imo leaned in for a closer look and praised, there's noticeable improvement, quite impressive. Lan Ning stood up, hands on her hips, declaring, I shall write even better tomorrow. Chapter 63. You look quite amusing. Her childlike words evoked laughter from the two men. To derive such joy from merely learning to write, one could only imagine the exhilaration she would feel when seated on the throne of the Empress. However, there is one more thing I must convey. Xian Hung gently tousled her hair, saying, now that you reside in the palace with those individuals, do not stray from our sight, understood? Lan Ning nodded obediently. As a frail individual lacking any self-defense capabilities, she naturally had to exercise caution in the public eye. However, she still deemed it necessary to learn a few spells for self-preservation or martial arts. When she broached this subject, neither of her companions objected. Soon, she encountered her first dilemma. The portal she had been using had become inaccessible, and she found herself unable to utilize any of the magical arts employed by the orc tribe. After a series of attempts, Lan Ning discovered the difficulty was exceedingly formidable. Thus, he inquired of Perfect Xiaolu, seeking a shortcut to resolve his current predicament. Perfect Xiaolu replied, there is nothing available. In fact, there are no records pertaining to your present situation within the system. You must rely on self-development. However, the system marketplace does possess a secret technique that I believe may prove beneficial to you. He then unveiled a long-concealed item before Lan Ning. Ling Yuan, a divine-level skill and the essence of all spirits, capable of attracting the world's spiritual energy to nurture oneself, as well as bestowing one's own strength upon others. The marketplace offered it at a discounted price, merely requiring a small amount to bring it home. Would you like to make a purchase? Lan Ning sighed, pondering the utility of this item in her current situation. While she grasped the essence of the skill, a mobile power bank of sorts, its infrequent application left her questioning the value of spending so many points on it. Perfect Xiaolu remarked, this can elevate your status significantly, ensuring that all creatures in proximity will pose no threat to you. However, there was one detail he withheld from Lan Ning. This skill essentially functioned as a passive ability. Once it was bestowed upon her, she would transform into a living catalyst for evolution, subtly influencing the flora and fauna around her through her own cultivation. Perfect Xiaolu persisted in his persuasion, stating, by acquiring this skill, you will also be rewarded with 3 world secrets. Had he not mentioned it? Lan Ning might have completely forgotten about this unprogressed side quest. After considerable contemplation, she resolved to give it a try. Upon obtaining the skill spiritual source, the world secrets were unlocked, and her remaining points dwindled. Please, host, continue to strive, she observed, dismayed at her accumulating debt in points. When she opened the side quest, 3 world secrets were instantly revealed. The power of the spiritual source had the capacity to evolve all nearby plants and animals. It was the very essence of the beast realm. The spiritual source remained untainted by pollution, yet it could evolve. All of this pertained to the skill Lan Ning had acquired, and the unlocking of world secrets indicated the tangible existence of this phenomenon within the beast realm. One might even speculate whether the legendary beast god transformed animals into humans through the spiritual source. Lan Ning thought of the little orange cat beside her, and she pondered that perhaps she could give it a try. The news of Lan Ning's initiation into the arcane arts had somehow reached the imperial court. Her internal elixir was damaged, rendering her incapable of harnessing her internal power, a fact well known among the court officials. Consequently, they harbored deep concerns, fearing that Lan Ning might inadvertently bring about her own demise through reckless practice. Some even awaited the end of court proceedings to mock her openly. Isn't that Princess Lan Ning planning to practice for several hours again today? Kai Shang, adorned in an ostentatious golden robe, wore an unabashed smile on his handsome face, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I cannot fathom the depths of your suffering, for I was born a prodigy. His words, laced with disdain, incited irritation among all present. Kai Shang gleefully regarded the woman's unattractive visage, which he found repugnant no matter how many times he beheld it. In contrast, he considered his beloved to be the epitome of beauty in the world. You might as well save your efforts, should you practice to the point of self-destruction. It would be utterly unwarranted. He provocatively glanced at the 3 men accompanying Lan Ning. You ought to dissuade her, given her frail condition. Merely surviving is a stroke of fortune. This was not the first time someone had come forth to issue a challenge. Yet, Lan Ning distinctly sensed a rising aura of lethal intent around her. Were it not for the concern that his demise in the main hall would lead to an arduous aftermath, her companions would have likely taken action already. You are fortunate to be alive, Lan Ning replied, her gaze piercing as she regarded him. This is the kingdom of Wanjing, not your poisonous land. Mocking me for my inability to cultivate due to my damaged internal elixir on my own territory suggests you have no desire to marry into Wanjing. Lan Ning curled the corners of her lips. Do you believe that if I were to express my disdain for your presence here, you would be forcibly returned to the land of poisonous demons in the next moment? Xian Heng raised an eyebrow slightly. No. It would be far better to simply eliminate you. Perhaps Lan Ning was merely attempting to intimidate him, yet Xian Heng harbored genuine intentions of ending his life. His piercing golden eyes scrutinized the vulnerable expanse of Kai Shang's neck, seemingly deliberating on the most effective method of attack. He was unequivocally a man of his word. Kai Shang felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Having previously dismantled the regent's residence, he had already received a warning from the Empress Wanjing. Should he provoke her displeasure once more, he feared he might truly have to return. Is mere conversation not permissible? Kai Shang felt a pang of guilt, yet maintained a facade of bravado. Very well, the crown prince would await the day when Princess Lan Ning successfully mastered her sorcery. Having spoken, he did not linger for Lan Ning's response, but hastily turned away, anxious that Xian Heng might pursue him with murderous intent. Alternatively, should I simply eliminate him now? Xian Heng stepped back, his anger intensifying as he pondered how such an unremarkable man could dare regard Lan Ning with a derisive gaze. Did he not possess the self-awareness to perceive his own shortcomings? Did he truly believe that being favored by Fu Rou elevated him to the pinnacle of worth? Such a character was scarcely worthy of even carrying his shoes. Were he to perish, others would undoubtedly arise in his stead. Lan Ning considered this matter of little consequence. There could not possibly be anyone in the kingdom of Dian who was more foolish than he. The crux of the issue lay with Kai Shang's lack of intellect. His thoughts were easily decipherable, and dealing with both Heng Yu and the tides was already sufficiently challenging. Xian Heng let out a disdainful snort. After all, it was merely the insignificant kingdom of Dian. He understood Lan Ning's implication and could not help but feel a sense of admiration for her growth. In just a few months, she had already begun to grasp the art of suspicion and the weighing of interests. Favorability with Xian Mo, 2, total favorability, 49. Favorability with Jing Yi, 2, total favorability, 53. If one wishes to avoid the scorn of others, one must strive to become formidable. Lan Ning gazed in the direction of Kai Shang's departure, towards the palace of Fu Rou. It had been some time since they last met, and she wondered how that woman was faring. The inherent frailty of newborns remained unresolved, and during this period, Fu Rou was likely enduring significant hardship. Given their pride, even if they were aware that Lan Ning could resolve the matter, they would refrain from seeking her assistance, perhaps even fearing that Lan Ning might bring her harm. Lan Ning eagerly anticipated the next encounter with Fu Rou. Chapter 64. I shall not plead with her. However, she did not expect it to come so swiftly. As nightfall descended, the perfect Xiaolu kindly reminded, Master, there is trouble at the Fu Rou Palace. He had been diligently monitoring the mermaid's sound waves, as per Lan Ning's instructions, and indeed captured the tidal command just 10 minutes prior. Fu Rou's 2 daughters had been born for some time, and their care was, of course, in accordance with the traditions of the Beastman tribe. After several days of nurturing, the infant girls were in a state of extreme frailty. Shortly after Chan Shang returned to the Fu Rou Palace, chaos erupted within. It was rumored that Fu Rou's daughter was in critical condition. The Empress, engaged in her duties, promptly made her way to the Fu Rou Palace. Upon witnessing the condition of the infant, she immediately ordered for Lan Ning to be summoned, only to face vehement opposition from Fu Rou and Heng Yu. They were convinced that Lan Ning would neither assist nor would he act favorably towards Fu Rou during this crisis. Only the outsider, Tidal, took the initiative to send a message to Ling Yin, inquiring about Lan Ning's capabilities. Unable to leave the palace, Ling Yin could only extract some information from the puppet palace maid. Upon realizing Tidal's intentions, he recognized it as a prime opportunity to strike against them and divulged all he knew, embellished with exaggerations, to Tidal. Lan Ning is not as frail as she appears. She possesses a tranquil yet compelling strength that inspires confidence. She is astute, adept at discerning the nuances of her surroundings, and her presence imbues the entire Tinglan Palace with vitality. One cannot entirely trust the ebb and flow of his words. Lan Ning appeared to Tides as an unpleasant and unfamiliar presence. During their initial encounter, Tides felt no semblance of strength emanating from her. He merely perceived the shattered inner elixir within her. It was said that had it not been for Xian Heng's intervention, she would have long since perished. Could she genuinely possess the means to heal newborns? Uncertain of Lan Ning's true nature, Tides refrained from making any hasty decisions. Remaining in the Fu Rou Palace, he observed the widespread reluctance among many towards Lan Ning, particularly from Fu Rou. Although she feigned indifference, her trembling betrayed her fear. Fu Rou was indeed terrified. Clutching her fragile infant, she huddled on the bed, weeping and refusing to entrust her child to anyone else. The Furong Palace was in disarray. This was not their first encounter with such dire circumstances. Previously, they lacked the means to save these children, yet now a solution was at hand. However, Fu Rou harbored enmity towards others, complicating matters further. In such a predicament, it was unclear whether seeking assistance was advisable. Lan Ning learned about the events within the Furong Palace through perfect Xiaolu. She stood silently by the pond, sighing deeply. The matters between her and Fu Rou did not extend to those children. Fu Rou would never lower herself to implore her, nor would she take the initiative to approach Furong Palace to declare her intent to save anyone. Essentially, they were adversaries. Was she not the protagonist? Could she not find a solution to such a trivial matter? Suddenly, Lan Ning came to a realization. Her ability to rescue those children stemmed from system assistance. While Fu Rou possessed the halo of a heroine, Perfect Xiaolu responded, "Your presence has already disrupted Fu Rou's original narrative arc, rendering her incapable of saving anyone at this moment. Does that mean if I do not intervene, those children will perish?" Lan Ning could not help but inquire. Perfect Xiaolu confirmed, given the current circumstances, that indeed appears to be the case. The probability of survival is exceedingly low. Even if we were to sever those spiritual medicines now, it would be too late. How tragic. Lan Ning gazed upwards at the sky, where the stars twinkled with an extraordinary beauty this night. She bore no psychological burden regarding such matters, for she was under no obligation to rescue Fu Rou's child. In fact, this presented a splendid opportunity for her to demonstrate her worth. With an attractive and fertile princess before me, I possess no remarkable advantages of my own. If I cannot bear children, I may as well seek alternatives, Lan Ning mused thoughtfully. An entire afternoon was ample time for her to discern the characteristics of her newfound abilities. Upon realizing that her powers could also influence flora, she was intrigued by the notion of whether plants could transform into humans. However, the explanation provided by the flawless Xiaolu was shrouded in mystery, as there were no precedents in this realm for plants becoming human. Thus, Lan Ning deemed these plants to possess a certain spirit suitable for medicinal use. As for animals, they remained unchanged, yet through experimentation, she discovered that she could now grant transforming animals a nascent inner core, albeit still quite small. And as for the scars upon my body, the next time I pursue the male protagonist, I shall ensure they are completely healed, Lan Ning remarked, gently caressing the scar on her face. While she leisurely admired the moon, the atmosphere in Fu Rong Palace was heavy with despair. They all sensed the increasingly faint breaths of the infants, one of whom was nearing death. Fu Rou, do you truly wish to deny Lan Ning the chance to save them? The Empress felt disappointed in her daughter, equally pained for the fragile infant girls, her own granddaughters. Fu Rou clutched her child tightly, unaware of when she had transformed into such a person. The mere thought of Lan Ning's triumphant expression ignited a fury within her. Wishing she could strangle her. I shall not beg her, even without her. My daughter will survive. Fu Rou was not merely stubborn. She too sensed her child's weakening breaths and was desperately seeking a solution. The Empress's gaze darkened. You shall pay the price for your obstinacy. Fu Rou lifted her bloodshot eyes, filled with sorrow, to meet the Empress's gaze, once filled with love, now clouded by suspicion. It is all because of Lan Ning. Solely because of her. My daughter does not require her salvation. Fu Rou articulated each word with unwavering resolve. The Empress sighed heavily, stepping forward to render Fu Rou unconscious. She instructed the nobleman behind her to take the child to Tinglan Palace, asserting that the kingdom of Wanjing could not allow another child to perish. The noblemen accompanying her, who had supported Fu Rou, were now anxious as they witnessed the infant's frailty. Surely, Lan Ning could save them with but a humble bow. It seemed unreasonable for Fu Rou to be so obstinate. Had it not been for their reluctance to act, the child would have been seized long ago. At this moment, the Empress spoke, and her entourage rushed forward with an air of liberation, swiftly lifting the child and hastening after her towards the Tinglan Palace. Watching them depart in such grand fashion, Xiaoxi contemplated for a moment before following suit. Tinglan Palace. Given the magnitude of the incident within the royal court, Xianheng had returned to the palace early to keep her company, and even the busy noble ladies who had been occupied for several days came together. If you are unwilling, your father will refuse on your behalf. Bian Zhao understood that the innocent should not be punished. Yet he could not bear the thought of Fu Rou, who had committed so many wrongdoings, living a life of maternal tenderness. There were matters that Lan Ning found inappropriate to voice, yet they were able to express. Lan Ning smiled faintly, harboring no expectations that Fu Rou would feel gratitude for her saving the child. It was entirely possible that, should any misfortune befall those two children in the future, the blame would ultimately be directed towards her. Lan Ning gently lowered her head to caress the little orange cat nestled in her arms. Ever since it had developed its inner core, it had reverted to its original form and fallen into a deep slumber. The perfect little six had mentioned that the software installation required a reboot, leaving her uncertain as to when it might awaken. However, after a brief moment, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Lan Ning raised her gaze towards the entrance, where the Empress cradled a child in her arms, her expression fraught with anxiety. Lan Ning, the Empress's voice reached her before she did. Can you save these two children? Chapter 65. This is a bargain. Lan Ning nodded, affirming her capability. Upon uttering these words, smiles gradually appeared on the faces of those who had hurried over. Yet, she pondered aloud, why should I save them? What benefit does this hold for me? Her statement was akin to dousing cold water onto a blazing fire, leaving them momentarily stunned. Even the Empress seemed momentarily bewildered, holding the child in her arms, as if grappling with disbelief. What? Lan Ning tilted his head as he gazed at her, reiterating his point. This is the child of my enemy. What benefit is there in saving her? A thought flickered through the Empress's mind. There is no benefit. Lan Ning glanced at the noble lords behind the Empress, their faces etched with displeasure. With a smile, she remarked, I am neither a physician nor bound by any medical ethics. If you can persuade me, I might consider it. To those seeking fault, her actions appeared devoid of compassion. Clearly, she was not raised among them. Witnessing the suffering of these children, she displayed not a shred of sympathy. How could someone so unfeeling assume the role of Empress? You are the princess of Wanjing, and it is your duty to safeguard your subjects, one nobleman behind the Empress urged anxiously. Regardless of any grievances between you and Fu Rou, the children remain uninvolved. What difference does it make if you save them just this once? Is this not a form of moral coercion? Lan Ning stifled a yawn. Each time I was compelled to undertake a task, it was always with this same rhetoric. Can't you come up with something more original? If this is the attitude you adopt when seeking assistance, then you may leave. She certainly will not indulge those who come merely to provoke. So what is it that you desire? Aside from that particular matter, if you are willing to save these two children, we shall acquiesce to any request. As long as Fu Rou remains unharmed, we can negotiate. Lan Ning fixed her gaze upon the noble who spoke, feigning a look of deep distress. Yet, she realized she desired nothing. At this moment, everything that truly mattered to her was already within her grasp. It was a path leading to a dead end. The revenge mission had progressed to 20, with a reward of 2,000 points, but the remaining points were in the negative. After repaying 2,000, she felt a genuine sense of joy. However, Lan Ning pondered thoughtfully as she observed the tides at the end of the team. There was something peculiar about my little fish. If you could eliminate it, I could save her offspring. Little fish? A gift from Fu Rou? No one knew what Fu Rou had bestowed, except for the tides trailing behind the team, who wore a look of mild astonishment. How did Lan Ning come to realize that she had gained control over Ling Yan's body? Was it that fellow who revealed it? Tides felt a significant error in his decision to follow along, observing the group ahead as they exchanged inquiries, uncertain whether he should step forward to assume the heavy responsibility. If the matter were laid bare, Lan Ning would not permit Tides to retreat at such a crucial moment. It is worth mentioning that it concerns a mermaid. A mermaid? The crowd turned to glance at Tides. After all, it was he who had brought this up. Is there truth to this? The Empress's gaze was inscrutable as she fixed her unwavering stare upon Tide's calm visage. The kingdom of Wanjing had little interaction with the beastmen of the sea. Had it not been for Fu Rou's venture years ago, rescuing Tides by the shore, he would have never had the opportunity to arrive in Wanjing and become Fu Rou's consort. The Empress was well aware of the merfolk, renowned for their beauty and enchanting voices, capable of controlling the beastmen on land. In her early days as Empress, tales of beastmen lured into the sea by mermaids for consumption were common at the borders. Tides had come to Wanjing. Standing alongside Fu Rou as a representative of the sea folk, what did it signify to offer Lan Ning a mermaid? What else did that mermaid possess? Bring him forth. The Empress would not tolerate any beastman of dubious origin near Lan Ning. Having lost far too many children already, Lan Ning must not face peril once more. Xian Hung waved his hand, opening the palace doors, and retrieved the mermaid, curled in the pond, tossing it onto the ground. Ling Yan, who had been resting at the bottom of the water, was suddenly hurled to the ground. His exquisite face momentarily contorted into a fierce expression, and those striking azure eyes swept across every individual present, ultimately landing upon Tides. He trembled violently, then stiffly lowered his head. He was breathtakingly beautiful, yet bore a fragile quality absent in the terrestrial beastmen, trembling alone upon the floor. Everyone present could see that this stunning little creature was frightened, terrified of Tides. They were unaware of how the merfolk interacted amongst themselves. Yet from the features of these two beings, they seemed to share a brotherly connection. Tides. She is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. To bring this matter to light before so many is to force him to relinquish control over Ling Yan. What do you think? This transaction is quite advantageous, is it not? Lan Ning smiled brightly at Tides, acknowledging the merfolk's beauty but finding it peculiar how, among the same species, the disparity in appearance could be so pronounced. Ling Yan gazed down at his tail, bewildered by the unfolding events, acutely sensing the heavy atmosphere permeating the space. Two faint breaths emerged from the arms of those present, the younglings on the brink of death. And here he was, brought forth. Why? Did Lan Ning wish to abandon him, allowing Tides to take him away? Ling Yan's countenance paled. His mission remained unfulfilled. And if Tides were to return him, he would face death. He lifted his gaze to Lan Ning, recalling her promise of a second chance. How could it be that merely a day had passed before Lan Ning's stance shifted? Was it due to his delayed response? Ling Yan's expression was fraught with anxiety as he swiftly crawled to Lan Ning's side, gently grasping the hem of her dress. I've made up my mind. Will you allow me to stay? Xian Hang, with a forceful kick, sent him sprawling away. He harbored no sympathy for any unfamiliar man who approached Lan Ning. Were it not for her presence, he would have let the Tides carry this fish away. Whether it lived or perished was of no concern to him. Lan Ning felt a twinge of reluctance as she cast a glance at Xian Hang. She then summoned the puppet maid, Gong Yi, to bring forth a clean garment, which she draped over Ling Yan. Crouching before him, she spoke softly to reassure him. Do not worry, I merely wish to free you from the Tide's hold. With gentle fingers, she caressed Ling Yan's damp, short hair. The sight of this beautiful yet fragile youth, weeping, was particularly heart-wrenching. I have no intention of sending you away. She tenderly wiped away the tears from his cheeks, only to discover that his tears transformed into pure white pearls, rolling onto the ground one by one. Ling Yan grasped her warm hand tightly, as if it were a lifeline, leaning eagerly into Lan Ning's embrace. Really? You won't deceive me, will you? Ling Yan's affection increased by 3, bringing his total affection to 15. Lan Ning gently patted his back, but it was of no consequence. Meanwhile, Xian Hang, observing this scene, felt the veins on his forehead throb. Unable to restrain himself, he stepped forward to separate the two embracing figures, pulling the drenched Lan Ning into his own embrace. Mind your position, he admonished. Xian Hang's golden eyes glinted ominously as they fixated on Ling Yan, resembling a predator gazing at a long-standing adversary. His large hand firmly clasped Lan Ning's slender waist, as if he yearned to entwine this flirtatious little girl within his very essence. What merit lay in sympathizing with a fish that feigned vulnerability? And Xian Hang cast his gaze down upon the trembling cat-eared girl in his arms, reminding her, remember the promise you made to me. Chapter 66. Sympathy and affection. The emotions displayed towards other men must not exceed those towards him. Lan Ning shuddered as the system within her body emitted a sound akin to an alarm bell. Xian Hang's corruption value stood at 10. No, how could this happen? Lan Ning swiftly encircled Xuan Hong's waist, recalling the circumstances. Internally, she was fervently criticizing the perfect little 6, questioning how it was possible that after achieving full favorability, the dark transformation could still be a concern. Why was Xian Hang still being prompted about this? Perfect little 6 replied, because he is the antagonist. According to the current narrative, he can no longer become the ultimate villain. To refine the storyline, the system will make minor adjustments to your target, which is entirely normal. Which protagonist doesn't occasionally succumb to darkness? Now, she not only had to complete her tasks and pursue other targets, but also prevent Xian Hang from descending into darkness. Perfect little 6 encouraged her. You must persevere. Lan Ning, do not exert yourself too much. Reassured by Lan Ning, Xian Hang's frenzied emotions gradually calmed. He gazed coldly at the trembling mermaid on the ground, then shifted his attention to the Tides. The merfolk are known for their indifference, not even caring for their own kin. How could they possibly concern themselves with the offspring of others? His words further solidified the identity of the trembling creature before them. It was truly disheartening to hear the prince speak thus. Xiaoxi's gaze sharpened. The current situation left no room for hesitation. I am merely contemplating how His Highness Lan Ning could possibly heal these two younglings. She is but a broken vessel of inner alchemy, struggling even with the most fundamental flow of energy, How could she possess the capacity to mend these young ones? A strange light flickered in Xiaoxi's eyes, and with a semblance of a smile, he remarked, "The power of those with different eyes is indeed remarkable." Both he and the Empress share this peculiar trait. Yet she lacks the ability to save lives. How then could Lan Ning possess such power? Is this not to imply that Lan Ning's abilities are rather enigmatic? In response to Xiaoxi's skepticism, the supporters of both parties exhibited contrasting attitudes. The noble lords surrounding Bian Zhao were acutely aware that they could not obstruct Lan Ning from offering aid in the presence of the Empress. Yet, if he were merely the future consort of a princess, what do you mean by that? Bian Zhao felt a surge of displeasure. Ever since he had a daughter in Lan Ning, he had been protective of her at every turn. Or is it that you do not wish to relinquish your control over him at all? At this moment, clarity dawned upon him. The pitiful little fish sent to Lan Ning's palace was Xiaoxi's brother, yet Xiaoxi did not regard him as such. He employed control techniques on his own kin and delivered him to Lan Ning. What could his intentions possibly be? Bian Zhao's expression hardened. If Xiaoxi were to refuse today, he would ensure that the creature on the ground would not survive. A murderous intent emanated from him, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Bian Zhao, known for his rare good temperament, was typically not one to resort to violence, let alone threats. Yet, merely due to Xiaoxi's doubts, he found himself consumed by the desire to kill. The noble lords behind him furrowed their brows, realizing that Bian Zhao's ire was not directed at Xiaoxi, but rather at the unfortunate being lying below. Lan Ning almost instantaneously reacted, hastily grasping the sleeve of Bian Zhao, imploring that this reckless father figure must not, in a moment of impulse, harm her target. Are you not implying that I, a mere shell of a person with a shattered inner core, possess no strength to save these children? Lan Ning slowly turned, making her way towards the tide. Though her stature was petite, she exuded an indomitable aura that seemed to defy all. Upon witnessing this, Tide was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Lan Ning's calm demeanor. Yet, he quickly gathered himself, suspecting that she was merely relying on the presence of the men behind her to intimidate him. Your concerns are not without merit, Lan Ning smiled gently. I kindly ask you all to take your leave. As for the control over Ling Yin, the world is not limited to just these two merfolk. I shall certainly find a way to unravel it. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Even the Empress was momentarily at a loss regarding Lan Ning's stance. Typically, one would seek to vindicate oneself, yet she appeared to relinquish that notion entirely. Shouldn't she at least offer a rebuttal? These two children are innocent. Lan Ning. The Empress's expression darkened, her gaze fraught with urgency. Mother knows you are capable. For my sake, please save them. She seldom employed such a pleading tone when addressing Lan Ning. Though Mother had promised not to interfere in your matters with Fu Rou, these two children are blameless. Lan Ning glanced at the tides and then at Ling Yin, who knelt beside him, weeping with pearly tears. The beautiful youth's fish tail shimmered with pearls as he clutched his garments tightly, occasionally looking up at Lan Ning. He was terrified of the prospect of being sent away. Lan Ning was somewhat soft-hearted. She admitted that Ling Yin looked beautiful when she cried, a fragile feeling that tugged at her heartstrings. I can save her without needing the tides to break Ling Yan's control. After pondering for a moment, Lan Ning conceived a more prudent solution. However, these two children are under your care, with a mother like Fu Rou. What if she instills in them a sense of ingratitude? The revenge mission is at 23 completion, with a reward of 3,000 points and a remaining balance of negative points. Upon hearing Lan Ning's words, the Empress gradually exhaled, relieved that it was not a rejection. No problem, the Empress agreed. Sensing that Fu Rou's current disposition was indeed cruel and that she was incapable of nurturing these children properly, should Fu Rou feel nostalgic, she could always come to her Fengyi Palace. For now, the priority was to rescue these two children. Lan Ning stepped forward, gently caressing the infant who hung on the brink of life. Before the astonished crowd, the pallid child gradually began to revive. She truly had brought the child back to life. Those who followed the Empress were utterly astounded, their eyes fixated on the serene, slumbering infant in her arms. Could it be that a mere touch to the child's forehead could yield such miraculous healing? How did Lan Ning manage to achieve this? If you possess such abilities, why did you not reveal them sooner? A nobleman, filled with indignation, recalled Yin Xian, who had recently arrived in Wanjing City, mourning the loss of her daughter. Had Lan Ning extended a helping hand at that time, the child would have been spared. The nobleman grew increasingly enraged. As a princess, must she wait for the pleas of mothers and wives to compel her to save lives? It is inherently your duty to rescue the populace. Are you aware of how many children have perished thus far? Lan Ning gazed at him, perplexed. So, Having achieved your purpose, you intend to burn the bridge behind you? Indeed. I am a princess, but I am merely a novice in the intricacies of court affairs. How am I to discern who is in need of salvation? Is not the understanding of the people's sentiments your responsibility? Lan Ning was unyielding in her retorts. Why is it that I am to bear the blame for everything? You were quite fond of Führer before. Where are your criticisms of her now? With a cold snort, Lan Ning fixed her gaze upon the nobleman who had spoken. Her small face etched with disbelief. I have fulfilled my duties, now be gone. Once she had spoken, she turned her attention to the trembling Ling Yan. Crouching down to softly inquire, can you transform into a human? This stark shift in demeanor seemed to soothe the poor little fish. He bit his lip and nodded, gripping his clothing with renewed fervor. After donning his attire, Ling Yan stood, his face flushed under Lan Ning's curious gaze, rising to a height that surprisingly exceeded hers by a considerable margin. Chapter 67. The need for union with him. Lan Ning gazed curiously at his tail, which stood proudly upon the ground, while the scattered white pearls around it accentuated the resplendence of his golden fin. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Ling Yan felt a tinge of unease. Every member of the merfolk possesses the ability to transform into a human. Yet it was his first experience doing so under the watchful eyes of many. Beneath the hem of his garment, that exquisite fish tail gradually morphed into a pair of fair legs, and as he stood upon the pearls he had shed tears upon, his cheeks flushed crimson. Being observed by Lan Ning as she focused on his legs made him exceedingly uncomfortable. The mermaid's tail held great significance, an entity not meant for the touch of unfamiliar women. Thus, after his transformation into legs, he felt a peculiar shyness under her gaze. In truth, Lan Ning was merely contemplating the striking reduction in height that merfolk experience upon becoming human. Just moments ago, when he had stood with his tail, Ling Yan had estimated his height to be over 2 meters. Now, transformed into a human, he appeared to stand at a mere 170. Or perhaps it was due to his malnourishment. Lan Ning observed Ling Yan's excessively frail physique, which astonishingly resembled her own. How many days of suffering had she endured prior to this? Ling Yan's affinity, 5. Total affinity, 20. Lan Ning stepped forward to grasp Ling Yan's hand, while simultaneously taking Xian Heng's hand, leading them both into the palace. Xian Heng, visibly displeased at the sight of Lan Ning reaching for the insignificant boy, was further irked by being drawn into the situation. He cast a fleeting glance at the mere boy beside Lan Ning, whose flushed cheeks belied his meek demeanor. Though the boy appeared fragile enough to be crushed with a single hand, he instilled in Xian Heng a sense of impending danger. Xian Heng halted, and under Lan Ning's puzzled gaze, he seized Ling Yan's clothing and unceremoniously tossed him into the bathing palace. His control over the situation had not been lifted. It would be prudent for you to maintain your distance from him, Xian Heng stated with solemnity. His concerns were not unfounded, as even the noblemen observing their departure nodded in agreement. In matters such as this, Lan Ning had little agency. She timidly inquired of Xian Heng if it might be permissible for him to venture out for a few hours each day. It seemed rather pitiful to be cooped up all the time. Her plea on behalf of the mere boy did not sit well with Xian Heng. You show concern for him. But has anyone ever shown concern for you? Were it not for your compassion towards him, I would have already ended his life. That I allow him a place here is a testament to my generosity, he said coldly, lifting Lan Ning into his arms. With no hesitation, he locked the doors of the palace and departed to practice his calligraphy. Late into the night, as Lan Ning nestled in Xian Heng's embrace, she was stirred by an unusual sound, ethereal and distant. Master, it is the sound waves of the merfolk, reported the ever-diligent perfect Xiao Lu, who had been vigilantly watching over Ling Yan every day. The tides are issuing new commands to Ling Yan, he continued. Lan Ning suddenly regained her senses, pondering what new command to issue. Perfect Xiao Lu remarked that it seemed her identity had been exposed, and that Ling Yan should take care, as it would be better if she could eliminate her in one fell swoop. It was now common knowledge that Ling Yan was a spy sent by him, bound by some form of control that he was reluctant to unravel. If any mishap were to occur, he would undoubtedly be the first suspect. Had he perhaps already abandoned Ling Yan? As Lan Ning listened to perfect Xiao Lu's recounting, she could not shake the feeling that this was a decision made with indifference by Qiao Shi. Perfect Xiao Lu advised, Master, that man Qiao Shi is rather astute. He is unlikely to act so simply. You should first consider a way to break the control over Ling Yan. If Lan Ning were to keep Ling Yan by her side for an extended period, it would inevitably become apparent to outsiders that she holds a special affection for her. At that point, her life would be at the mercy of Qiao Shi, giving him the upper hand. This was a realization that Lan Ning had also come to. How could she possibly break the control? Lan Ning found herself at a loss. She speculated that she must have implanted some form of control in Ling Yan's mind, akin to the hypnosis and brainwashing she was familiar with. Perhaps the Ling Yan she interacted with was merely a fade, or perhaps the moment to reveal the truth had simply not yet arrived. Lan Ning contemplated that this was likely beyond her ability to resolve. Perfect Little Six suggested two approaches. One was to locate another mermaid whose strength matched that of Tide's and persuade her. The other option was for Ling Yan to possess strength surpassing that of Tide's, thereby enabling him to break free from the control on his own. The first option. Lan Ning felt that she could give up. The last time, Xian Heng entrusted Xian Mo with the task of locating the mermaid's dwelling. And there has been no news since then. She was uncertain if she could wait for that day to come. As for the second option, I cannot even comprehend the cultivation methods of the beastmen. How could I possibly assist him? Lan Ning expressed in exasperation. Perfect Xiaolu, do you not possess a certain skill? Why not utilize that spiritual source? Lan Ning was rendered speechless. Was that not a passive state? I am unaware of which part of my body it resides in. At this juncture, the flawless Xiaolu fell silent for a moment, suggesting that one might utilize their body. Lan Ning, is this truly the meaning she comprehends? When did the system become so? Consider the implications of this skill carefully. As for your choices, this system shall not interfere in any manner. Perfect Little Six still possesses a strong will to survive. Having uttered this, he promptly logged off and vanished. Lan Ning remained silent, attuning herself to Xian Heng's body heat. Following their intimate union, she gradually acclimated to his temperature, which seemed to have lowered even further after acquiring that skill. During the winter, if he were to embrace her while sleeping, he would need to devise a method to elevate his warmth beforehand. She had heard that among the Xian Meng clan, the more potent in orc's abilities, the cooler their body temperature. Were it not for their close connection, she would likely find it exceedingly challenging to adapt to such a chill, akin to standing naked in a snowy expanse. Suddenly, Lan Ning shivered, her tremor rousing Xian Heng from his slumber, cradling the warm little cat. Xian Heng enjoyed a comfortable sleep each night, yet he feared that his warmth might harm Lan Ning. Are you cold? He inquired, adjusting the quilt around her. How do you feel now? Lan Ning squinted her eyes and nuzzled against him, emitting a soft hum. Xian Heng extended his hand to gently caress her pair of cat ears, struggling to suppress the intense heat coursing through his body. Lan Ning's internal energy recuperated at a languid pace. Despite having forged an intimate connection, his strength grew increasingly formidable, rendering it progressively arduous for Lan Ning to endure. He pondered the necessity of devising a method for Lan Ning to acclimatize to his temperature. Otherwise, the torment of being engulfed in searing flames each night was simply unbearable. Xian Heng prioritized this matter, administering a minuscule amount of his venom to Lan Ning daily. This intervention would not disrupt Lan Ning's normal existence, but would assist in acclimatizing to his current body heat. In his extensive research through various texts, Xian Heng discovered that the singular solution lay in finding another orc with a gentler internal energy for Lan Ning. He was disheartened at the thought of needing to help her find another man to adapt to his temperature, all the while wishing that Lan Ning would not harbor feelings for anyone else. He berated Fu Rou 1,000 times over for the predicament. After the court session, Xian Heng, with great reluctance, summoned Xian Mo and Jing Yi. Does His Highness require something? Both men inquired, as they had their own official duties to attend to. It was their first experience being called aside by Xian Heng, and observing his complex expression hinted at a matter of importance. The three stood in silence for an extended moment. Noticing his reticence, Jing Yi and Xian Mo sifted through their recent actions, wondering where they might have offended Xian Heng, especially since they had scarcely visited the Tinglan Palace of late. Chapter 68. A consequence of one's own making. Observing the calm demeanor of the two, Xian Heng remained mute. Never mind. You may continue with your tasks, he said, his expression darkening as he turned to leave. In the Furong Palace, the weary Fu Rou slept for an entire day and night. Upon awakening, her first instinct was to search for her fragile child, but she found nothing by her side, not even a whisper of the child's presence. A wave of dread washed over her. Where was her child? The one she had labored so hard to bring forth? Someone, quickly! Fu Rou shouted, flinging off her covers and hastily seizing the approaching puppet palace maid, her expression frantic. Where is my child? Where have they gone? The puppet maid, nearly dislocated from Fu Rou's frantic shaking, stammered. Taken by His Majesty. What? Fu Rou ceased her shaking, her shoes forgotten as she dashed toward the palace entrance. Your Highness? Just then, Peng Yi returned and intercepted Fu Rou. He had just come from the Empress, and his two daughters were now in good health, reportedly saved by Lan Ning. Seeing Heng Yu was akin to finding a ray of hope for Fu Rou. She wept. The Empress has taken our child. We must go to the Fengyi Palace and bring the child back. Gazing at her haggard visage, Heng Yu found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. The two exchanged glances until Fu Rou seemed to grasp something. What are you hesitating about? She queried. Heng Yu steadied his resolve, placing his hands on Fu Rou's shoulders, and spoke solemnly. Your Highness, it was Lan Ning who saved our child. But the condition of that exchange is that the child cannot be raised by us. Therefore, the Empress has taken the child away. Upon hearing this news, Fu Rou was instantly stripped of all her strength, collapsing onto the floor, her mind swirling with the words spoken by Heng Yu. The child she bore could not be raised by her. It was Lan Ning's decision. Why? That was my child, Fu Rou murmured, her heart heavy with longing for the child's birth, for the glory she believed the child would bring her, yet now the infant was taken away. Witnessing Fu Rou's heart-wrenching despair, Heng Yu felt a profound ache within himself. That was also his child. How could he endure the thought of their offspring not growing up by their side? However, given their status, they were powerless to confront the Empress. Clearly, Fu Rou understood this well. Thus, she placed all the blame upon Lan Ning. I will kill her. Absolutely kill her. Fu Rou curled up in Heng Yu's embrace, her once beautiful visage now twisted with rage, her hands gripping Heng Yu's sleeve tightly. Heng Yu held her tenderly, offering comfort. When had his noble and beautiful prince ever been so disheveled? Since Lan Ning's miraculous return to the world, every step they took seemed to be a misstep. Without Lan Ning, His Highness would have ascended to unparalleled heights, the sovereign of their beautiful dreams. Without Lan Ning, their child would have thrived securely by their side. It must be done. She must be killed, without a doubt. Heng Yu gently kissed Fu Rou's hair, reassuring her, rest assured, as long as I am here, I will not allow Lan Ning to live in happiness. For now, focus on recuperating. Our battle lies within the court. Having calmed Fu Rou, he heavily exited Fu Rou Palace. Beneath the night sky, Heng Yu's silhouette appeared forlorn as he gazed at the full moon, his voice steady yet menacing. Did you all hear the prince's words? The two men who had been lurking outside, observing in the shadows, were visibly moved. They understood Fu Rou's sorrow and hatred all too well. The prince's wishes are my own, Chao Ci remarked with a smile. My failure to kill her the last time we met weighs heavily on me, but I have recently discovered something intriguing. I shall fulfill the prince's expectations. Kai Shang produced a carefully prepared item from his sleeve. He handed it to Heng Yu, saying, This contains a mystical python nurtured by my poison. You need only find an opportunity for it to bite Lan Ning, and she will surely perish. Shen Heng can withstand my poison because it is inherently toxic. They are both creatures of venom, resistant to such substances. Lan Ning is unlike others. She is but a shattered vessel of inner strength, a mere shadow of her former self. Eliminating her would be a trivial task. At this moment in the Tinglan Palace, Lan Ning, under the watchful eyes of Xian Mo, is practicing her calligraphy. Unbeknownst to her, she is subtly inquiring whether Xian Mo has discovered the dwelling of the merfolk. Despite her earnest efforts to perfect her writing, Xian Mo, with unwavering kindness, delivered an unequivocal response. Not yet. The search for the kin within the depths of the ocean is fraught with challenges, and moreover, Xian Mo speculates that the tides may conspire to thwart any quest for the merfolk, rendering the endeavor ever more arduous. Lan Ning's ears drooped. Could it be that she truly had to sacrifice her own body? She recalled Ling Yan's exquisite visage and suddenly felt that such an act would not be a loss to her. However, she could not display this sentiment, and instead feigned a look of disappointment, which softened Xian Mo's heart. The prince had already shown him ample compassion. The remaining matters shall be entrusted to us. Xian Mo speculated that perhaps Ling Yan's plight was akin to Lan Ning's, which elicited a heightened concern from Lan Ning towards him. Lan Ning's cat ears twitched, and she gazed at Xian Mo with her beautiful gem-like eyes, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. He seemed quite pitiable, neglected by his kin, and reduced to a mere pawn sent to her as a spy. Neither side truly welcoming him. If he were ultimately returned to the ocean, the merfolk would surely heed the call of the tides and pursue him relentlessly. She sighed repeatedly, her compassion undeniably softening Xian Mo's heart. What a tender-hearted girl she was. He softened his previously heavy tone, yet acknowledged the prince's wise counsel. No matter how much sympathy she felt for Ling Yan, it was prudent to keep her distance. Until the control over Ling Yan was lifted, they must avoid any interaction between Lan Ning and him. Unbeknownst to them, however, each day, Lan Ning would stealthily ascend to the rooftop to deliver meals to the confined little fish. Even through that door and the seals, the bond between them steadily grew stronger. Days passed. As Lan Ning followed Xin Heng into the court, she noticed that Fu Rou had also made her appearance in the assembly. It was heard that last night Fu Rou had visited the Phoenix Ceremonial Palace and engaged in an extensive discussion with the Empress, thus regaining her eligibility to attend the court sessions. However, this time, the gaze Fu Rou directed at Lan Ning was imbued with a sharper edge and a hint of resentment. Surely, she must be aware that the scheme was indeed of Lan Ning's design. Lan Ning offered her a nonchalant smile, which twisted Fu Rou's expression into a contorted grimace. Were it not for the presence of the court, that woman would undoubtedly confront her with a barrage of arguments. You must strive to learn. Xuanheng seemed to sense something, gently patting Lan Ning's shoulder with a weighty earnestness. The position of imperial princess depends on who proves more advantageous to the prosperity of the Wanjing. Throughout history, no emperor has been devoid of ruthlessness. It is solely a matter of whether one can foster the flourishing of the Wanjing nation. Fu Rou had significantly matured through this experience. At the very least, she now understood that merely bearing a child was insufficient to elevate her to the status of imperial princess. I understand. Lan Ning had been awaiting this moment. The study of state affairs was intricate and tedious, fortunately. Lan Ning possessed an intelligent system that allowed her to temporarily store information she could not retain in her system logs. Over time, the court officials accompanying Lan Ning discovered that she was far from being a mere decorative figure. Her capacity for memorization was astonishingly swift. Chapter 69. No need for gratitude. Just do not cause me trouble. The greater astonishment was likely felt by Heng Yue and his companions. They noticed that Lan Ning's complexion was improving at an alarming rate, the familiar contours of her features evoking a sense of ominous foreboding among them. During one mission to inspect and assess the restoration site at the Ruelu Terrace, Heng Yue finally recalled the visage of Lan Ning upon gazing at the sculpted figure of the beast god. It is the beast god statue, Heng Yue exclaimed in profound shock. Lan Ning bears an uncanny resemblance to the statue of the beast god. When he conveyed this news to Fu Rou, she shattered every vase in the Furong Palace. Under the watchful eyes of the court officials, Lan Ning blossomed into an increasingly remarkable figure, which only intensified Fu Rou's sense of unease. If those courtiers were to discover her striking resemblance to the beast god statue, would they not deem her the reincarnation of the deity? At that juncture, would she still have a chance to ascend to the position of imperial princess? Fu Rou could not allow her visage to be entirely restored. She recognized the gravity of the situation. Failing to eliminate Lan Ning directly at the Ruelu Terrace had been a significant oversight on her part. Now that the Empress had recovered, and with Lan Ning residing in the palace, opportunities to act were dwindling. She needed to devise a cunning plan. The sole remaining opportunity seemed to lie with her hopeless brother, Tides, and the venomous serpent of talent, Kai Shang. Rest assured, I shall take care of this matter, Heng Yu said, exhaling slowly. He had been seeking ways to approach Lan Ning over the past few days, but the regent was keeping a vigilant watch over her. Given the regent's prowess, he would undoubtedly detect any subtle maneuvers. Should that occur, their scheme would be laid bare. In the dead of night, Heng Yu strolled along the path leading to Ting Lan Palace. After a period of close observation, he noted that Lan Ning paused here each day to admire the flowers. Perhaps he could discreetly place the serpent here in advance. Being of the same breed, the python might find refuge with her. Carefully untying the small pouch containing the python from his sleeve, he gently placed it amidst the blossoms, watching as the serpent cautiously emerged and slithered into the underbrush. The following morning, Lan Ning arose early. She observed that the tranquility of recent days had settled into a serene peace. Indeed, remarked the perfect Xiao Lu, Tides has ceased to communicate with Ling Yin. It seems he has truly given up. How could that be? Under the attentive care of the puppet maid, Lan Ning changed her attire and sat before the mirror, awaiting the application of medicine. In recent days, Xuanheng had taken to pulling her close whenever he found a moment, and this prolonged affection had greatly improved her complexion. Now, as she gazed intently into the mirror, she found that her visage bore a striking resemblance to that of her past life, albeit with a newfound youthful innocence and vitality. Devoid of the lifelessness that had once characterized her, Lan Ning appeared somewhat dazed as she suddenly inquired, Xiao Lu, how is my mother? Perfect Xiao Lu hesitated for a moment, fully aware of Lan Ning's background. He had also requested the main system to keep an eye on her situation. Your mother, shortly after your accident, took her own life by jumping from a building. Jumped from a building? Suddenly, Lan Ning smiled, a semblance of relief washing over her. Perfect little six, she remarked. Given your commendable performance, the main system has assisted her in erasing her memories, allowing her to live anew in another world. She still has a daughter. Yet there is no excessive control imposed upon her. Upon hearing this, Lan Ning finally exhaled, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. She did not dwell excessively on the matters of that world. She understood that her choices would profoundly wound her mother. However, if her eventual outcome was favorable, she could depart with a tranquil heart. Thus, the topic concluded there. Lan Ning regained her vigor, glancing once more into the mirror. How long would it take for my visage to fully recover? She had already discerned that no matter how much she urged perfect little six to expedite the recovery process, her wounds were mending at an astonishingly rapid pace. This was all thanks to Xian Hong, who desired for her to acclimatize swiftly to his frigid body temperature, proving more effective than any elixir. At times, Lan Ning found herself regretting her decision to purchase the peach blossom face. Perfect little six, she continued. If you persist in your interactions with the targeted individuals, perhaps it would take no more than 2 tries? Lan Ning, it seems that her cunning plan to deceive is on the verge of collapse. After applying the ointment, Lan Ning trailed alongside Xuanheng, their relationship now a well-known secret. Xuanheng, a towering figure clad in dark attire, often cradled her in his arms. The sight of this imposing man, nearly 2 meters tall, holding a petite girl with cat ears and a pink dress was quite jarring. With one arm enveloping her, he playfully pinched her recovering face while passing over the frozen lotus pond, teasingly lifting her momentarily above the surface until Lan Ning clung to his neck in a fit of affection, compelling him to relent. Occasionally, when provoked, Lan Ning would nip at his neck, leaving a small bite mark, which he would deliberately display to Xuanma and Jingye with a sense of pride. Witnessing this, Lan Ning couldn't help but express her disdain to her perfect companion, Xiao Lu, remarking on Xuanheng's increasingly mischievous tendencies. It was not until they arrived at the court that Xuanheng settled into silence. The court officials, observing Lan Ning's striking beauty and familiar visage, along with the 3 men surrounding her, lacked the audacity to approach her with inquiries. The tides had turned in Wanjing City. A significant portion of the populace now rallied behind Lan Ning, with even the Empress subtly aligning herself in support of her. The neutral faction, sensing the shift, hastened to pledge their loyalty to Xuanma when unobserved, all of which were graciously accepted. It seemed that it would not be long before Lan Ning truly ascended to the role of imperial princess. These transformations did not escape the notice of Furu and her entourage, as she hastened away from the court, almost as if pursued by some ferocious beast. Meanwhile, Heng Yue trailed slowly behind Lan Ning, having strategically arranged for the court officials to ensnare Xuanheng and his companions. Upon reaching the familiar garden, Lan Ning resumed her customary position, admiring the blossoms. Behind her, a throng of palace maidens followed closely, likely due to Xuanheng's protective instincts, showcasing the regent's considerable concern for her well-being. It was clear that Lan Ning possessed some formidable capabilities. Princess Lan Ning, he began, standing 5 meters away. Thank you for rescuing them. On that day, I was occupied with official duties and could not express my gratitude in person. I beg your pardon, Princess. Lan Ning tilted her head to gaze at him. In truth, she was rather taken aback by Heng Yu's presence here. Yet it did not come as a complete surprise. This man was the one most esteemed by Fu Rou, a pivotal figure in many matters requiring his astute counsel. Furthermore, he likely shared Fu Rou's sentiments, harboring a deep disdain for his own actions. As the alarm bells rang in Lan Ning's heart, Lord Heng Yu displayed a courteous demeanor, merely seeking mutual benefit. Perceiving Lan Ning's vigilance, he offered a gentle smile and took a significant step back, respectfully performing a deep bow. The offspring of the Orc clan are scarce, and to have even one is the greatest blessing of a lifetime. My official life is fulfilled. I only wish for the children to grow up safely. I am deeply grateful to you for preventing any regrets in my life. Lan Ning instructed the puppet Gong Yi to assist Heng Yue in rising, expressing that there was no need for gratitude. It sufficed that the master would refrain from imposing troublesome ideas upon him. Heng Yue, observing the black python slithering out from the grass, lowered his gaze to offer his respects before taking his leave. As he turned, he heard Lan Ning's voice filled with astonishment. Oh, to think there would be a black python here. Bring it back to my palace. Lan Ning, accompanied by the puppet maidens, departed with great momentum, oblivious to the presence of Heng Yue, who stood at the end of the palace path, wearing a cruel smile. Chapter 70, The Second Husband. It was not until she entered the Tinglan Palace that Lan Ning cast a proper glance at the dark python held by the puppet maiden. Having encountered dark pythons before, she recognized that this one's eyes were far from ordinary. Nevertheless, Lan Ning permitted the puppet maiden to continue holding the python, her gaze persistently scrutinizing it. Xiao Lu, can you detect any anomalies with this snake? Lan Ning inquired. Perfect, Xiao Lu replied, Biological monitoring requires 1,000 points. Dear Master, would you like to give it a try? I can even outline its genetic sequence. Lan Ning, what purpose do I have for the arrangement of his genes? There is something about this snake that makes me feel quite uneasy. I merely wish to conduct a simple test. Perfect Xiao Lu, no discounts available. Remaining points. After a brief moment, Perfect Xiao Lu provided a response. My lord, this is a mysterious python hailing from the kingdom of Diao Poison. The kingdom of Diao Poison? How ominous. This must have been orchestrated in advance within the little garden. No wonder Hung Yu chose that moment to strike up a conversation. Upon further reflection, it is indeed suspect that Xian Hung was halted by that courtier. If Xian Hung were by her side, he would undoubtedly have discerned the peculiarities of this snake. Lan Ning almost instantaneously realized the intensity of the hatred directed towards me. Such a potent venom. One that even Xian Hang required time to neutralize? Perfect Xiao Lu. Not only that, it has nearly compounded with the infamous toxins of the Diao Poison Kingdom. Had the former you been bitten, it would have undoubtedly led to an immediate demise. However, she now possesses Ling Yuan, rendering her impervious to any form of poison. Lan Ning fixed her gaze upon the serpent, casting a glance at the distant, closed palace. Given the current circumstances, she could not afford to wait for Xian Mo to locate the merfolk tribe, nor could she squander the opportunity presented by Hung Yu. Xiao Lu, does this snake possess He Huan liquid? 2 days had passed since Xian Hung had cast her into the palace, and amidst the tranquility and safety of her surroundings, Ling Yin found the stillness somewhat tedious. He often reminisced about the fragrant medicinal aroma that enveloped Lan Ning, a scent unlike any he had encountered before, utterly delightful. His cheeks would brush against Lan Ning's ear, a sensation starkly different from the fish of the sea. It was soft and fluffy, sending a thrill through his heart. Furthermore, Lan Ning's skin was remarkably comfortable and warm. Yet, the men surrounding him were reluctant to allow him to grow too close to her, despite her evident fondness for him. Ling Yin sat by the edge of the bath, swishing his tail, while the garments Lan Ning had provided him lay neatly folded beside him, evoking memories of her gaze each time he glanced at them. His eyes flickered as he tilted his head, fixating on the rooftop where Lan Ning often appeared, and he instinctively reached out toward that direction, murmuring to himself, when shall I be able to touch her? Ling Yan's affection level stood at 2, with a total affection of 22. Now perched at the edge of the palace, Lan Ning adeptly climbed to the rooftop, instructing the puppets, Gong Yi, to seize the serpent and follow her closely. However, as the Gong Yi lifted the tiles, she stealthily approached the snake, only to be bitten. In an instant, Lan Ning felt something scurrying within her body, her complexion turning a ghastly shade of blue. She collided with numerous puppet maidens, only to plummet through a gap in the roof and land in the frigid waters below. The puppet maidens, momentarily thrown into disarray, even cast aside their serpents in a frantic attempt to enter the palace and rescue Lan Ning. Meanwhile, Ling Yin tilted his head and unleashed a sonic wave directed at the bewildered puppet maidens, the siren's voice momentarily disrupting the control over them. For a fleeting moment, they were left with vacant expressions, kneeling upon the rooftop, before losing their balance and cascading down one after another. Ling Yin swiftly dove into the water, retrieving the flushed Lan Ning, whose temperature was alarmingly high, warming his fair skin to a rosy hue. Lan. Ling Yin hesitated to call her name, feeling it might be presumptuous, and thus opted to gently address her as Your Highness. Lan Ning feigned a dazed demeanor, persistently inching closer to Ling Yin. Ling Yin's affection for her reached 5, with a total affection score of 27. What troubles you? Ling Yin inquired. Noticing after a moment that something was amiss with Lan Ning, she was slowly peeling off her garments, as he beheld the delicate pink skin gradually revealed. Faint scars became visible, and he recalled the many tales he had heard about her. It turned out she shared a fate similar to his own, or rather, hers was even more tragic. Thus, in Ling Yan's heart, he always considered Lan Ning as one of his own. However, after having gone through so much within this palace, he yearned to draw closer to Lan Ning, much like Xian Hung, who cradled her to sleep each night. Ling Yin aspired to be such a person. His heart stirred. In his lexicon, there existed no term for taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Growing up amidst the vast ocean, he had learned but one lesson: to seize what one desires. One must resort to any means necessary. This was a rare opportunity. Ling Yin swiftly embraced Lan Ning and swam to the shore, his fishtail gradually transforming into legs. Trembling, he removed her dress, lowering his head to gently kiss her red lips, soft beyond belief. His eyes began to sparkle as he eagerly kissed her lips once more. His icy palms slowly caressed the skin of Lan Ning's back until they encountered a damp feline tail, To his surprise, the sensations in the water were quite delightful. Greedily, he explored her skin, unaware of where his hands wandered. Suddenly, the person in his arms trembled, prompting him to delve deeper, only to be met with a gentle bite as she whimpered. He found her soft sounds more enchanting than the songs of mermaids. Grant me this chance. I wish to be with you, never to part in this lifetime. Ling Yin softly kissed Lan Ning's earlobe, having made his resolution. His affection score rose to 23. With a total of 50, Xian Heng, compelled to conclude his official duties, returned to Tinglan Palace only to encounter a peculiar snake at the entrance. It appeared to be a Xian python, yet reeked of the foul essence of that wretched toad, Kai Shang. A sense of unease washed over him, prompting an instinctive search for Lan Ning within the courtyard. He soon discovered numerous shattered puppet courtesans scattered nearby. Striding towards them, he discerned a familiar voice emanating from the sealed palace, one he knew all too well. In a fleeting moment, Xian Heng's mind shattered. He forcefully swung open the grand palace doors, only to witness his beloved little cat being held closely by another, engaging in the most intimate of acts. Shen Mo, routinely visiting Tinglan Palace to oversee Lan Ning's writing, stepped through the gates that day and sensed an unusual atmosphere enveloping the palace. The chaotic pond, the fragmented puppet courtesans, and the menacing aura radiating from Xian Heng were all disconcerting. I pay my respects, Your Highness, he said, approaching despite the palpable hostility. A fleeting glance at the palace caught his attention. The mermaid clutched a dress that seemed familiar, emanating a scent he recognized. With his astuteness, how could Xian Mo fail to identify its origin? Yet, how could this be possible? Beneath Xian Heng's watchful gaze, what transpired within merely a morning? You must seek out Jing Yi, for there exists a matter that only you two can address. Xian Heng stifled his murderous intent, aware that Lan Ning would not willingly pursue that particular prey. Upon reclaiming Lan Ning, he detected an unusual scent reminiscent of Hahuan liquid upon her, alongside the marks of a serpent's bite. Chapter 71, The Third and Fourth Husbands, refers to the very python they had encountered earlier. Entrusting Lan Ning to Xian Mo and Jing Yi brought him a measure of relief. He needed to locate that serpent to vent his fury. Xian Mo swiftly summoned Jing Yi, who was patrolling the streets, and together they hurried to Tinglan Palace. Upon their arrival, they found the paralyzed puppet concubines had been restored by Xian Heng, and the palace doors had been sealed once more. The entire Tinglan Palace exuded an eerie atmosphere. Through the awakened puppet concubines, the two learned of the events that had unfolded within the palace, astonished to discover that someone had dared to lay hands on Lan Ning. What if Ling Yin had been ensnared by the tides at that moment? What if no one had been present by Lan Ning's side? Will Lan Ning still stand gracefully before them? Both individuals were filled with indignation, yet fortunately, Lan Ning had merely been affected by the Hahuan liquid, leading to an unexpected union with that fish. Astonishingly, the second to become Lan Ning's spouse was none other than that very fish. They felt a mixture of anger and helplessness. Jing Yi, with a darkened expression, questioned the purpose of their gathering. Was it to eliminate that fish on his behalf? He found this reminiscent of Xian Heng's style, and although he was equally irritated, he harbored aspirations of being the second suitor. Xian Mo, too, was not in high spirits. They had never regarded that fish seriously and could hardly fathom that it had now become Lan Ning's partner. Lan Ning had always harbored a sense of compassion for that fish, and with the addition of an intimate relationship, it became even more challenging for them to secure a place in each other's hearts. Xian Mo entered Lan Ning's chamber with heavy steps, sensing a chilling aura that was distinctly different from Xian Heng's coldness. A mere glance at the figure on the bed revealed to him the burdens Lan Ning was currently enduring. The icy power of the Xianmang clan was surely unbearable for her as a princess. And with the added influence of the mermaid's strength and exceedingly keen force, her plight was compounded. Jing Yi observed the intertwining energies upon Lan Ning's skin, both unable to integrate into her inner core, instead swirling chaotically within her meridians. The emanating chill was palpable, sending shivers even through him. They all felt discomfort, and one could only imagine the extent of Lan Ning's suffering. Thus, he had summoned them to assist the princess in achieving balance. In truth, they had recognized over the past few days that Xian Heng had grown increasingly formidable, now bolstered by the power of that fish. One among them alone could not suffice to counteract it, prompting Xian Heng to seek out both of them. Xian Mo now comprehended what Xian Heng had hesitated to articulate that day. He had long since plotted for Lan Ning's well-being, albeit with reluctance. Slowly exhaling, he realized they were seizing an opportunity amidst another's vulnerability. Should the one who had awakened return to consciousness, would they harbor resentment towards them? Rarely did Mo find himself in such turmoil, yet he soon reconciled his thoughts, recognizing this as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Refusing it now would mean forfeiting any future possibility. He settled beside Lan Ning's bed, gazing at her slightly marred visage, which would soon mend. At that time, it was inconceivable that she would remain surrounded solely by them. She would undoubtedly attract more suitors. With a soft sigh, Mo leaned down, placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. The chill of her skin eliciting a tender smile from him. Was this not what they had always desired? The privilege to stand by her side and protect her. Jingyi parted his lips, harboring a greater fear of incurring Lan Ning's displeasure than Mo, yet he found himself unable to refuse. He stepped forward, tenderly caressing Lan Ning's cat ears that trembled from the cold. There was no need for hesitation. It was time to begin. Mo's affection, 20, total affection, 69. Jingyi's affection, 20, total affection, 72. Upon succumbing to the effects of the He-Huan liquid, Lan Ning felt as though she had plunged into a frigid abyss. The icy embrace provided no solace. Rather, the chill triggered her inner elixir to activate a protective response. The sensation of being engulfed in both ice and fire was excruciating. And she sensed, albeit faintly, the machinations of Ling Yan, yet she found herself unable to open her eyes. Time became an indistinct blur until the tumultuous energy within her gradually subsided. She appeared to be nestled in a soft, furry cocoon, enveloped in warmth and comfort. As her consciousness began to resurface, she noticed the system's interface displaying a page of affinity, revealing a dramatic surge in the approval ratings of the two other targets. A sudden, ominous premonition washed over her. Such a significant increase in fondness signified that these two men had, in a sense, become hers. Two individuals? Following Ling Yan? Lan Ning suddenly felt that her mind was insufficiently agile. Her thoughts were exceptionally active, and the sensation of clarity intensified increasingly. What astonished her even more was the persistent feeling of fatigue that refused to dissipate. Lan Ning couldn't help but examine her current state. She discovered that her inner core had returned to its original form. Moreover, the warmth she sensed was not an illusion. This familiar aura signified that Jingyi and Mo were by her side. At this moment, she felt utterly exhausted. Yet these two men remained beside her. Lan Ning dared not open her eyes, consumed by thoughts of how she would confront Hung. What if he discovered her motives and decided to eliminate her target? Xiaolu, what is Hang's current dark aura level? Lan Ning inquired. The impeccable Xiaolu remained silent. He was an astute system, retreating to his little sanctuary upon sensing that Ling Yan posed no threat to Lan Ning. Even when he sensed Mo and Jingyi, he chose to remain hidden. He had faith that his host could navigate these challenges with finesse. Lan Ning called out 3 times without receiving a response, resigning herself to the fact that she must glean information from perfect little six on her own. Some matters, indeed, required her personal confrontation. She slowly opened her eyes, only to behold a pair of enormous silver eyes. Lan Ning, attempting to move her body, discovered she had reverted to her original form, her inquiries transforming into soft, feline mews. In a bid to help Lan Ning regain her warmth more swiftly, Jingyi transformed back into his original form and nestled beside her. The adorable little white cat instinctively drew closer to him, ultimately settling down in the softest spot next to his belly. He wrapped his tail around her like a blanket, his beautiful silver eyes gazing tenderly at the delightful sleeping visage of his little princess, who was simply too precious. Jingyi fought the impulse to wag his tail, however. When he shifted slightly towards Lan Ning's head, his charming kitten stirred awake. Startled, Jingyi froze, his eyes fixated on Lan Ning, eager to observe her reaction. The imposing wolf head before her was undeniably intimidating, yet fortunately, Lan Ning's quick wits allowed her to recognize Jingyi after her initial shock. This recollection brought to mind the wolves she had encountered, which were roughly the size of huskies. Jingyi's true form surpassed even her memories of lions in stature. Unable to resist, she reached out a paw to touch the silky black fur. Jingyi's affection increased, now totaling 74. The cat's paw did not provide much tactile sensation. She merely perceived the softness of the fur, imagining how comfortable it would be to lie upon. Her tentative exploration struck Jingyi as incredibly endearing, prompting him to gently lick her little face. Lan Ning. Jingyi seemed to feel that this was not sufficient. He gently nudged Lan Ning's feline face with his nose, the soft sensation prompting him to indulge in a lick. In the presence of such a colossal being, Lan Ning's feeble strength was evidently inadequate, and thus he was playfully pressed and nudged, akin to a puppy seeking affection. Chapter 72. Will you disdain us? While he was merrily indulging in this display of affection, Mo approached and lifted the bed curtain, holding a bowl of medicine. his gaze tenderly resting upon the small white cat beside the giant wolf. First, let her take some medicine. Xian Imo rescued Lan Ning, observing her damp fur without a hint of disdain, cradling her in his arms as he sat down beside a nearby table. He placed the bowl of medicine down and gently stroked the cat's head. Transform back to drink the medicine, Xian Imo said softly. Yet the cat in his embrace resolutely shook her head. In this world, everything was splendid, save for the fact that beast men were bare when they transformed. Being held by Xian Imo implied that she would soon find herself seated in his lap in that state. No, Lan Ning could not accept that. However, Xian Imo seemed to discern her thoughts. He smiled and lifted the white cat, planting a kiss on her forehead, then instructed the already dressed Jingyi to fetch the princess's attire. After a brief arrangement, Lan Ning sat with drooping ears, facing the two men as she took her medicine. The prince has gone to the Empress, Xian Imo stated with a calm expression. Suspecting that Lan Ning was aware of this matter, yet it might be somewhat difficult for her to voice it herself. Do you recall the dark python you brought back? It bore the venomous magic of the Diao poison nation, and it bit you, leaving you disoriented and entangled with that fish in the palace. Xian Imo spoke of this matter with the ease of sipping water. He noticed that when the fish was mentioned, Lan Ning's expression tightened momentarily. In any case, now that the prince has revealed this matter to the Empress, how do you intend to handle that fish? Xian Imo inquired. In Lan Ning's heart, Xian Hong has already occupied the majority of her affections, leaving little room for anyone else. They do not wish for another person to share Lan Ning. The chief planner of this situation, Lan Ning, was unprepared for the attitudes displayed by Xian Imo and Jingyi. Why does it seem that they are subtly adopting a style reminiscent of Xian Hong? Perfect little six. A reminder, both targets exhibit tendencies towards darkness. Please intervene promptly, host. No, they are not the villains. How could they possibly turn to darkness? Lan Ning was taken aback upon hearing the news, realizing that Xian Imo intended for her to take the life of Ling Yan. How could she ever do such a thing? Xian Imo was not surprised by Lan Ning's bewilderment. It would indeed be terrifying if she readily agreed to end his life. He sighed, stating, "We cannot allow an orc of unknown origins, who poses a significant threat to you, to remain by your side." Xian Imo slowly tempted Lan Ning to forsake Ling Yan, questioning whether the brief time spent with the merman held more weight in her heart than their bond. This was undoubtedly a matter of life and death. If Xian Sheng were present, Lan Ning would have to weigh her words carefully, but with only these two men, who lacked Xian Cheng's intense possessiveness, perhaps there was still hope. He could not bring himself to kill Ling Yan, but he urged her not to do so. Clutching the hem of her dress nervously under the watchful eyes of the two men, her voice diminished considerably as she remarked on Ling Yan's striking beauty, lamenting how tragic it would be if he were to die. Is it truly for that reason? Xian Imo pondered, feeling a twinge of frustration as he considered that their guidance towards Lan Ning may have strayed off course. Your Highness, he is under control and poses a lethal threat to you, Xian Imo explained patiently. Lan Ning lowered her head in despair, yet I find myself quite fond of him. Would it be too much to spare his life? This only drove the two men into a frenzy. Jingye's reaction was the most overt. He lifted the hem of his garments and knelt on one knee before Lan Ning, gently taking her hand in his. His heart was consumed by the very words she had spoken, her affection for him, leaving him with a bittersweet ache. Do you truly harbor feelings for me? Jingyi inquired, as he tenderly pressed his lips to the tips of her fingers. Lan Ning felt a searing warmth at her fingertips as she gazed at Jingyi, whose focused eyes reflected her image, akin to a rare treasure. This sight stirred a tumult of emotions within her. Will you despise me because of this scar on my face? Jingyi discerned the flicker of emotion in Lan Ning and swiftly inquired further, pressing his scar against the back of her hand, his touch as fervent as that of another. Listening to Jingye's pitiful words, she fixed her gaze on the man who playfully rubbed against her hand, realizing just how much he valued his appearance. Lan Ning recalled hearing that, due to the scar on Jingye's face, he had endured much humiliation from others. Surely not. How could that be? A sense of urgency washed over her as she reflected on whether she had inadvertently said something hurtful to Jingyi. He gently pressed his small hand against hers, reluctant to let go, and lifted his gaze to quietly observe Lan Ning, revealing a bittersweet smile. I thought you would despise me. He considered himself unattractive and felt it was only natural to be disliked. Yet, his beloved had assured him otherwise. I do not despise you. Lan Ning imitated Jingye's gesture, taking his hand and bestowing a soft kiss upon his fingertips. I have never disliked you. Suddenly, Jingye's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly inquired, then do you like me? Like Lan Ning gazed at Jing Yi for a moment. Realizing that after engaging in so many quests in this world, she had indeed become a bit more fickle of heart. Under Jing Yi's hopeful gaze, she felt a tinge of discomfort and lowered her head, a rosy hue blooming on her lovely face, which was utterly endearing to behold. Yes, I do like you. Jing Yi's affection increased by 5, bringing his total affection to 79. Lan Ning was enamored by Xian Heng's domineering nature and also cherished Jing Yi's cautious straightforwardness. Upon receiving the answer she sought, Jing Yi joyfully bent down to nest his head upon Lan Ning's knee. Meanwhile, another man, with a predatory gaze, seized the opportunity to stand beside Lan Ning, gently caressing her pristine cat ears. The softness of the fur tickled his palm, evoking memories of the tender moments shared the previous night. Yet, what of me? Xianmo realized that since he had begun to take notice of Lan Ning, his actions and words had increasingly diverged from his usual demeanor, such as seeking titles and feeling jealousy. He recognized his own greed. Yet he yearned to be the one who held a special place in Lan Ning's heart. Would His Highness despise me? Xianmo gazed longingly into Lan Ning's sparkling eyes, sighing softly as he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss at the corner of her eye. I simply wish to ask His Highness to keep me by your side. I hold deep affection for you and desire to accompany you for the rest of my life. This gentle, endearing tenderness also appealed to Lan Ning. She shifted her gaze, feeling somewhat uneasy, for her thoughts lingered on her little fish. I never said I wanted to drive you away, nor did I express disdain for you. Xianmo's lips curled into a smile, but I wish to hear His Highness say that you like me. Lan Ning felt a shiver run through her cat ears as she leaned closer to Xianmo, catching a whiff of her own lingering fragrance on him. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she thought, I adore the prince, admire General Jing, cherish Ling Yan, and I also hold affection for you. Xianmo's favorability. 3. Total favorability. 72. At that moment, Xianchen, burdened by a cloud of gloom as he carried a snake towards the Empress Fingy Palace, was consumed by a murderous intent. The thought that his beloved little cat was now in another man's embrace ignited a fierce rage within him. The palace's attendants were struck with fear upon witnessing the wrathful regent, stammering as they spoke, I have seen the prince. Xianchen cast a cold glance at the attendant, tossing the snake before him and declaring, I, Xianchen, seek an audience with your majesty. Chapter 73, He will not harm me. The attendant, aghast at the bloodied floor, felt a wave of nausea and hurriedly scurried into the palace. The atmosphere within the palace grew thick with an ominous tension. The Empress instructed the puppet maidens to take the 2 inconsolable children away. Come in, she commanded. The Empress sensed that whatever had provoked such fury in Xianchen was of grave importance, especially as he arrived here brimming with murderous intent. Could it be related to Lan Ning? Wasn't that child usually so attached to Xianchen? Before he entered, the Empress pondered deeply, struggling to comprehend what could have disturbed Xianchen's composure. As the menacing figure of Xianchen stepped into the palace, even the Empress couldn't help but shudder. His overwhelming power was terrifying enough to rouse the 2 sleeping children. The Empress detected a pungent scent of blood, and her anxiety surged as her gaze darted towards its source. Following him was the puppet maiden, cradling a grotesque, mangled mass. Despite his fury, Xianchen did not neglect to pay his respects. I pay my respects to your majesty. The Empress furrowed her brow. Rise and speak. What has transpired? This snake was captured from the Tinglan Palace and carries the venomous arts of the Diandu Kingdom. It bit Lan Ning. Xianchen recounted the events at the Tinglan Palace, struggling to contain his wrath. His dear little cat had survived the snake's bite, yet had been ensnared by the mermaid within the palace. Although they had managed to neutralize the poison, their chilling powers were beyond her endurance, prompting him to seek the aid of Jingyi and Xianmo. In the span of a day and a night, Lan Ning's husband had transformed from 1 into 4. The Empress was taken aback by the developments. Now residing in the palace, Lan Ning frequently saw her mother, their relationship having grown considerably more harmonious than before. Initially, she had considered that Xianchen's cold and domineering nature was ill-suited for Lan Ning, while Xianmo's gentleness seemed far more appropriate. However, since Lan Ning harbored her own affections, the Empress, as a mother, felt it unwise to intervene. Those around her suggested that she arrange for several noble suitors for Lan Ning, believing that her physical recovery was merely a matter of time and nurturing, and that she would eventually bear offspring. At that moment, the Empress thought of the many grievances Lan Ning had suffered in the past. Having more people to cherish her would surely be beneficial. Yet, she never anticipated, never considered, that it would unfold in such a manner. The Diandu Kingdom? The Empress suddenly felt a throbbing headache. Ever since the outsiders arrived in Wanjing City, following Furu, they have brought her a myriad of troubles. What of Lan Ning now? Amidst her discomfort, the Empress did not forget to inquire about her daughter's condition. Xian Heng replied, "She has been rescued. I have arranged for Xian Mo and Jingyi to accompany her. However, this matter cannot simply be resolved. Originally, Lan Ning belonged solely to me. And even if other men became her husbands, they could never surpass my position. Now, due to her condition, both Jingyi and Xian Mo have come. And once Lan Ning awakens, those two men will undoubtedly hold significant standing. They are also her saviors. I am filled with a desire to dismantle the source of all this chaos. I must kill him," Xian Heng stated expressionlessly. Xian Mo and Jingyi were brought in by him for Lan Ning's sake, ensuring that she would no longer fear her own coldness in the future. As for that fish, Xian Heng's murderous intent intensified. After uttering those words, he bowed to the Empress and left with an air of nonchalance. The attendant standing nearby hurriedly followed him, but after a brief moment, stumbled back, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the regent is heading towards Furong Palace." The Empress sprang to her feet, commanding, "Quickly, summon Bian Zhao and the others." At the moment when Lan Ning received the news, she had just managed to placate the two jealous men beside her. Anxiously, she pondered how to confront Xuanheng. When she was informed by a palace eunuch that Xuanheng was wreaking havoc in the Furong Palace, Lan Ning suddenly stood up from her chair, her eyes wide with anxiety as she looked at Xian Mo. "We must go. After all, he is the prince of the Jiaodu kingdom. His death in the Wanjing kingdom could ignite a dispute between our nations. Moreover, it is likely that Fu Rou and her cohorts will seize any opportunity to exert pressure. We cannot foresee the consequences." Of course, Lan Ning understood that this situation posed no significant challenge for Xian Heng. Perhaps it was because he was the man who had accompanied her for the longest time. A sense of unease enveloped her. She wished for Xian Heng to remain unharmed. Rest assured, Xian Mo reassured her, their presence providing much-needed support. And Lan Ning felt considerably more at ease. Yet, they harbored a selfish desire for her to rest more. Having worked alongside Xian Heng for many years, they were well acquainted with his working style. He was already infuriated, and if he did not find an outlet for his frustration, it might eventually affect Lan Ning. Furthermore, they were acutely aware that Kai Shang was nothing more than a blustering coward, a mere decorative pillow. They understood that the fundamental aim of this matter was to endanger Lan Ning's life. Should harm befall her, they would not let Kai Shang escape unscathed. To eliminate him would be preferable. Keeping him alive would only breed further troubles. His tone was calm and measured, as if discussing the mundane act of drinking water. Revealing his long-standing discontent towards Kai Shang, Jingyi was not one for comforting words. He stood beside Lan Ning, awkwardly stroking her trembling cat ears. "Rest assured, the prince is well aware. Ideally, if he were to go mad and eliminate those at the Furong Palace, it would be even better, ensuring that Lan Ning would no longer face danger and could live peacefully alongside them." Lan Ning remained oblivious to Jingyi's intentions, having spent considerable time with Xian Heng. She was acutely aware of his temperament. It was evident that today, the fragile Chengshang would struggle to survive. She feigned a demeanor of being soothed, nestling obediently in Jingyi's embrace as the system's notification chimed softly in her ears, allowing her to finally release the heavy burden in her heart. Utilizing the bait provided by the adversary to simultaneously conquer 3 targets was a perilous strategy, yet the potential rewards were undeniably substantial. The progress of her revenge mission stood at 38, with a reward of 5,000 points. As night descended, Xian Heng returned, his attire stained crimson. He strode directly into the palace where Ling Yin resided, indifferent to the way his bloodied presence tainted the waters of the bath. Ling Yin abhorred such sullied waters. Yet upon meeting Xian Heng's menacing gaze, she instinctively retreated into the depths, thinking to herself, "I am now hers. You cannot slay me at will." The mere thought of this fish monopolizing his precious kitten ignited a murderous urge within him. But what of it? Xian Heng's expression remained impassive as he effortlessly seized the fish, gripping its neck and allowing it to thrash in the water. "Do you truly believe your standing in her heart surpasses mine?" Xian Heng suddenly smiled. "Even if I were to end your life, she would not turn away from me. Target Ling Yin's life hangs in the balance. Xian Heng's corruption value is at 20. Please, host, hasten to intervene." Lan Ning? Xian Heng indeed did not let Ling Yin off. Upon returning, he directly sought out her little fish to settle the score. Lan Ning hurriedly ran out of the palace. Her skirts lifted and beheld the grand entrance swinging wide open, with traces of crimson leading up to the threshold of Tinglan Palace. Without a moment's hesitation, she plunged into the depths of the palace. Chapter 74. Overwhelmed by her tears. Xianmo and Jingyi followed closely behind Lan Ning, their eyes only catching a glimpse of the hem of her dress vanishing into the shadows of the palace. Your Highness. The instant Lan Ning stepped into the palace, she was enveloped by the familiar aura of Xianheng. She could see him in the bath, garbed in dark robes, gripping Ling Yan's neck. Upon noticing her entrance, Xianheng's stoic expression momentarily faltered. He wished that within Lan Ning's heart, he would not be associated with images of slaughter. Yet, his little kitten was simply too alluring, drawing in trouble like a fly. Xianheng tightened his grip, watching with a mix of confusion and intrigue as the struggling mermaid fought for her life. Despite her seemingly fragile appearance, which suggested she could be easily vanquished, she possessed an unexpected strength. How peculiar. Truly, it was baffling. Before Xianheng could ponder further, he heard a splash, followed by the sudden warmth of a body pressing against him. Instinctively, he released the writhing mermaid, lifting the girl who had wrapped her arms around his waist. His expression darkened. Was she reckless enough to plunge into such frigid water? Xianheng was acutely aware that Lan Ning had yet to fully recuperate. He knew she was not in the wrong, and he could not bear to blame her. However, as he witnessed her recklessly rushing towards him, the gloom that had clouded his heart began to dissipate. The fear of losing Lan Ning after being exposed to the serpent's venom weighed heavily on him. She was the only warmth that had graced his long, monotonous existence, a treasure he greedily wished to keep. His pitiable little kitten wept against him, her voice trembling with sorrow and indignation. I missed you so much. When I woke up, you weren't there. Do you not want me anymore? The tears, as large as pearls, soaked Xianheng's garments, piercing his heart with their heat. He tenderly caressed her back, whispering, how could I? Lan Ning clung tightly to him, seemingly only now realizing the chill of the water. She sneezed, prompting Xianheng to grow anxious. Be good, let us leave first. Xianheng, cradling the shivering Lan Ning, swiftly exited the palace. He noticed Xianmo and Jingyi waiting outside, but he offered them not even a glance as he rushed to fetch warm clothing. The two men, having witnessed the entire scene, felt a twinge of discomfort in their hearts. Their concern for Lan Ning's well-being compelled them to follow closely behind Xianheng, momentarily forgetting the mermaid who had nearly faced Xianheng's wrath. Ling Yan, clutching his neck, gazed with a pitiful expression in the direction they had departed. Moments later, he furiously lashed his tail against the water in frustration, pondering why, despite being Lan Ning's spouse as well, he could not remain by her side. He yearned to snuggle close to the soft little cat. Tears of grievance welled in Ling Yan's eyes, beautiful white pearls cascading down his cheeks and sinking into the crimson water. Disdainfully, he regarded the red liquid staining his scales. He vowed to grow until no one could overlook him. Would you then favor me more? Ling Yan muttered to himself while nestled in the water. Within the palace, Xianheng tightly wrapped Lan Ning in a blanket, observing her damp cat ears with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Was he truly so healthy that he sought thrill in the chilling pond? Had he forgotten how long it took to heal the wounds upon her body? He silently admired Lan Ning's flawless visage, having long recognized that this little creature he impulsively rescued would blossom into a great beauty. It would be even better if she did not resemble the deity so closely. With that tear-stained face, Xianheng found it impossible to utter a harsh word. He sighed and embraced Lan Ning, pressing his cheek against her cat ears. He should not unleash his anger upon Lan Ning. She was the victim. Observing her deep sorrow, he realized that upon awakening to find him absent, she must have felt utterly alarmed. He ought to be there for her as she regained consciousness before confronting the individuals from Furong Palace. Do not cry, it is my fault, Xianheng admitted. Bowing his head in acknowledgement, tears streamed down Lan Ning's face as she bowed her head in apology, acknowledging her own negligence. After uttering this, she sneezed, causing the three men to furrow their brows. Despite their awareness of her current frailty, a sense of concern crept over them. I will fetch the physician, one offered. Xianheng, understanding that Lan Ning wished to remain close to him during this moment, suppressed his own discomfort, masking any discontent in her presence. Jingyu opened his mouth, contemplating whether to stay, but upon witnessing Lan Ning's reliance on Xianheng, he lowered his gaze, refraining from voicing his thoughts. I shall report to the Empress, he said instead. Once they had departed, Lan Ning felt liberated from her inhibitions. She clutched Xianheng's garment tightly, her tearful eyes gazing up at him. I am truly sorry, she expressed with sincerity. Xianheng's fondness for her increased to 20, with a total affection of 160. He smiled gently, ruffling her hair, reassuring her that the situation was not her fault and that she only needed to remember the promise she had made to him. He believed that one day, such a moment would inevitably arrive, though he had not anticipated its swift occurrence. In just the span of an afternoon, the Tinglan Palace had undergone a dramatic transformation. All he wished was for Lan Ning to remain unchanged. Lan Ning nestled against him, her gaze softening as she affectionately kissed his chin. I cherish you most. I adore having you by my side. Xuanheng's favorability surged to 10, totaling 170. Was it true that Shang had indeed perished? Lan Ning, soothed to sleep, remained only partially unconscious, her mind preoccupied with her mission. Any alteration in progress indicated a significant loss on Furu's side. Upon Xuanheng's return, he bore the unmistakable marks of someone who had emerged from a battlefield, suggesting he had encountered numerous adversaries. Perfect little six, detecting faint breaths from a hostile target. They are still alive, but not for long. The opposing entity fell outside Perfect Little Six's protective sphere, and his primary concern now lay with Xuanheng's darkening tendencies, which were nearing a critical threshold. Should anything occur during the forthcoming mission that might provoke emotional turmoil in him, the consequences could be dire. Master, it is imperative that you devise a method to soothe Xuanheng promptly, Perfect Little Six reiterated, having previously cautioned Lan Ning about the inherent dangers. Yet his devoted host remained stagnant in her response. Truly, it was a case of the eunuch being more anxious than the emperor. I am aware. I am contemplating it. Lan Ning replied, having clandestinely studied methods to mitigate the darkening tendencies. Through their interactions, she had gradually discerned the underlying patterns. This ultimately hinged on Xuanheng's sense of fulfillment. At present, he seemed somewhat unsettled, fearing that the presence of too many men around him might siphon away his affection. I now comprehend the sentiments of ancient emperors with their throngs of concubines. None are easily relinquished. Perfect Little Six. In fact, I possess a strategy that may assist you. He presented Lan Ning with a dissected version of the original plan, stating, observe, these tasks could potentially diminish the target's darkening tendencies. Perhaps you might consider trying them? Lan Ning, was your original mission truly so twisted? Chapter 75, A Matter of Urgency. She increasingly felt that her decision to alter the course of the mission was indeed the right one. The flawless Little Six trembled. Yet all these were derived from experiments conducted in other realms, proving to be beneficial. Lan Ning resolutely declined, stating, no, that would lead to my demise. The vivid recollection of her previous experience, where she was cherished by the jealousy-laden Xuanheng upon reverting to her original form, lingered in her mind. To her astonishment, this arduous task presented several similar scenarios. While she possessed a certain allure, she had no desire to engage in such experiences herself. Lan Ning's rejection was anticipated by the ever-optimistic Xiaolu, who promptly introduced yet another plan, leaving her utterly speechless. Are you truly underestimating Xuanheng? He is a detached member of the Python clan, molded by a rather dispassionate upbringing. You expect me to bear his offspring? Have you forgotten our previous conversations? Lan Ning retorted vehemently. She was well aware that this system would not offer any beneficial suggestions. Xiaolu maintained his insistence. How times have changed, my master. If Xuanheng were your sole spouse, he would undoubtedly not worry about your affections. However, with 4 partners by your side, he surely desires a greater share of your attention. If gender reversal were to occur, Xuanheng would likely relish the idea of bearing your children. Xiaolu remained undeterred, adding, moreover, do not perceive this matter as too burdensome. Snakes are oviparous creatures. They require incubation and do not suffer as grievously as Fu Rou. If only Lan Ning could capture the essence of the perfect Xiaolu at this moment, she would be inclined to dissect his mind to uncover the secrets within. This is not merely a matter of pain. It pertains to principles. Deep down, she yearns to devise a solution herself, yet regrettably, what Xuanheng desires is beyond her capacity to provide. Merely a peculiar phrase. Can you guarantee that Xuanheng's darkening value can be entirely eradicated? Lan Ning inquired. Upon hearing this, the perfect Xiaolu sensed that the matter was likely to succeed, and he hurriedly assured her that there was absolutely a 50% certainty. Given your current physical condition, as long as you wish for it, it can be achieved. This is yet another advantage of our system's binding. Does this also entail self-control? Suddenly, Lan Ning pondered a troubling question. Surely, you wouldn't recklessly use my body to engage in such chaotic activities merely to fulfill your tasks, would you? Upon being questioned, the perfect Xiaolu displayed a sorrowful expression, exclaiming, Master, how could you harbor such thoughts about your loyal system? Amidst all these occurrences, have I done anything to hinder them? Indeed, she had not. It was merely a casual inquiry on Lan Ning's part. She decided to defer this matter for later consideration and focused instead on how to swiftly diminish Xuanheng's darkening influence. The following day, Lan Ning did not attend the court, as she was being restrained in bed by Xuanheng. Unbeknownst to her, The court was in an uproar over the incident involving Kai Shang. The regent stormed into Furong Palace and severely injured everyone present. Had it not been for the timely arrival of several noble lords, even Fu Rou might not have escaped unscathed. Upon learning of this event, the court officials instinctively wondered if Fu Rou had once again wronged Lan Ning. When they heard the explanation from the court herald, their hair stood on end. Kai Shang had plotted to bring harm to Princess Lan Ning, yet she, by sheer fortune, merely engaged in a liaison with a palace attendant and, unable to balance her powers, was forced to accept both Xianmo and Jingyi. What a bizarre commotion. It was no wonder the regent felt compelled to invade Furong Palace with such ferocity. His regard for Princess Lan Ning was profound. When someone dear to him was in peril, how could he refrain from seeking vengeance? Nevertheless, his reckless intrusion into Furong Palace was indeed imprudent, regardless of the circumstances. Fu Rou was a princess of Wanjing, and Xian Heng's violent outburst was wholly inappropriate. A minister's brutal assault within a princess's palace was simply unprecedented. The lords deemed the regent's actions excessive, yet none dared to voice their disapproval. The enmity between the two princesses was not a new development, and besides, the regent possessed evidence to support his actions. Word of the severe damages incurred at Furong Palace spread swiftly, with several of Princess Fu Rou's husbands sustaining grave injuries. A courtier with close ties to Hung Yu wore a troubled expression. Those who had chosen sides early on were now perceived as partisans of Fu Rou, and it was too late for them to realign themselves. The recent shifts within the court were indeed unsettling. The previously overlooked Princess Lan Ning had, within a few short months, garnered the favor of four noble lords, three of whom were prominent figures of the dynasty. Many officials secretly lamented that Wanjing was on the brink of transformation. On that day in court, both princesses were absent, and the officials, fearful of the palpable aura of menace exuding from Xian Heng, refrained from arguing beneath the watchful gaze of the wrathful deity. Upon hearing the eunuch announce the court's adjournment, they all hastily departed. Only Xianmo and Jingyi remained. As Xian Heng coldly stated, "The Empress wishes to see you." Having received permission to rest within the palace, Lan Ning went to visit Ling Yan, who was confined. The orc's remarkable recuperative abilities had allowed the mermaid, who had nearly been choked to death by Xuanheng the previous day, to recover overnight and now frolic in the water with vitality. However, upon seeing Lan Ning, he instantly adopted a delicate and aggrieved demeanor. "Do you not like me? Why have you not come to see me since that day?" Ling Yan believed that a bond of intimacy had developed between them, warranting Lan Ning's attention. Yet, she seemed to favor those other men over him. Just days prior, they had brought him food and clothing. The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt. Climbing ashore, he donned the garments left beside the bath and hurried to Lan Ning, enveloping his beloved little cat in an embrace, tears as large as beans cascading down his cheeks. The mermaid's body was cold, and even through the fabric, Lan Ning could sense it, though it was a different chill from Xuanheng's. Hearing his cries, Lan Ning felt a twinge of awkwardness. It was not that she did not wish to come, but the scrutiny of those around her was too stringent. They all believed Ling Yan posed a threat to her. Yet it was entirely possible that, due to her influence, he had gained the ability to break free from the tide's control. She simply did not know how to broach the subject with Xuanheng. "I am sorry," Lan Ning finally managed to utter after much contemplation. She recognized that this situation stemmed from her own oversight, and it seemed she had acquired yet another obligation to fulfill. "I will explain it to them thoroughly." She did not anticipate that Xuanheng and the others would suddenly accept Ling Yan. At the very least, she needed to show them that he could remain by her side. "I came here secretly to discuss something else with you." Lan Ning felt this matter required her personal guidance. Meanwhile, Ling Yan, tightly clutching her, sniffled, his grip on Lan Ning tightening, as if fearing she might escape. "Let me make this clear. I will never leave you. I am yours, and you must be responsible for my future." Ling Yan buried his face in the crook of Lan Ning's neck, greedily inhaling the faint medicinal fragrance that clung to her. Lan Ning sighed. "You are already a part of my Tinglan Palace. I have never contemplated sending you away." With a sense of comfort restored, Ling Yan gradually released the little cat he had been holding tightly. The creature looked up at Lan Ning with a pitiable gaze, its perfect, flawless face reflecting sincerity through its stunning gem-like eyes. This sight reminded him of their intimate moment spent in the water that day. A blush gradually spread across Ling Yan's cheeks. "What is it that you wish to convey to me? As long as it does not involve sending me away, I am open to any discussion." Lan Ning pressed her lips together, her ears drooping in disappointment, and then slowly said, "You should have a rough idea of my circumstances. It is somewhat difficult for me to keep you by my side." Mentioning this matter, Ling Yan recalled those three terrifying men, who had persistently urged Lan Ning to send him away. Even when he expressed a desire not to cause harm, their intentions remained unchanged. He understood that it was not enough for Lan Ning to speak up. He was not the most significant person in her heart. A sudden wave of despondency washed over Ling Yan. He too was an overlooked individual within the merfolk. And even amidst torment, no one would speak up for him or seek vengeance on his behalf. It was the first time in his life that he had encountered kindness that demanded no recompense. How he longed to remain by Lan Ning's side. What must I do for them to agree to let me stay with you? The thought of being abandoned made him unable to hold back his tears. He clutched Lan Ning's hands tightly. Do you need me to kill the tides? I can do it. Huh? Lan Ning was somewhat astonished by Ling Yan's thought process. She hadn't uttered a word yet. Is this child truly that intelligent? She was unaware that Ling Yan was merely articulating his capabilities. A person who had always been bullied within the community upon encountering someone who treated him kindly without expecting anything in return. Clings to this kindness like a last branch before drowning. I do not require you to kill him. Lan Ning exhaled deeply. Killing him serves no purpose for me. What I need is someone who can bring stability to the sea tribes. I seek the support of the marine clan. It is a time of power struggles. Merely eliminating tides would be futile. The matriarch of the sea tribe currently favors tides, but should Ling Yan prove to be of greater value, tides shall become obsolete. This, however, is something Ling Yan is currently incapable of achieving. The female beastmen of the merfolk are far more callous than those on land. They are also capricious. They do not cherish any offspring, reveling instead in the adoration they receive. Any man they favor in the ocean will become their consort. They may bear many children, yet they do not exert much discipline over them. Ling Yan, being undervalued, could easily become a mere plaything for others to win their favor. One must be sufficiently powerful or, alternatively, eliminate them to become the ruler of the ocean. This notion seemed rather appealing. Ling Yan pondered. And his tormented brothers would undoubtedly agree. I understand now. Ling Yan slowly exhaled, sharing his disdain for that place, the lofty matriarchs, and the mermaids who treated him as a toy. I shall meet your expectations. He smiled, his affection for Ling Yan at 3, with a total affection of 56. As Lan Ning exited the palace, she encountered Xian Mo face to face. How do you feel today? Xian Mo did not inquire further, wondering if she still felt cold. Lan Ning lowered her head and shook it. Confronted by such a gentle man, she found it difficult to utter any falsehoods and honestly replied, I only occasionally feel tired. It indicated that she had yet to fully recuperate. Xuanma let out a soft sigh, stepped forward, and gently grasped Lan Ning's hand, guiding her into the palace. Having just recovered from a serious illness, it was only natural for her to feel somewhat weak. Xuanma seated her and poured her a cup of floral tea, suggesting that, given the recent drop in temperature, it would be wise to refrain from venturing outside too often. Lan Ning gracefully accepted the cup, cautiously lifting her gaze to meet the gentle smile of Xian Mo. I went to see him. You wouldn't be displeased, would you? In response to her probing, Xian Mo merely chuckled softly, convinced that his standing in Lan Ning's heart was somewhat superior to that of Ling Yan. He has endured much suffering at sea. Thus I can comprehend your perpetual tenderness and leniency towards him. Pouring himself a cup of tea, Xian Mo felt no jealousy, not truly, though a slight discomfort lingered within him. Lan Ning keenly sensed Xian Mo's despondency. She set down her teacup and gently touched the tip of her nose, speculating that Xian Mo's gloom might stem from her own indulgence in Ling Yan. However, it was not solely this reason. Lan Ning pondered earnestly on how to articulate his thoughts. He was undeniably handsome, the most striking individual I had ever encountered. Akin to the exquisite hairpins and ornaments gracing a vanity, though I do not adorn myself with them, their mere presence is delightful. Is it merely because Ling Yan is exceptionally attractive? This reasoning left Xian Mo both amused and exasperated. Indeed, that merman youth was extraordinarily beautiful. However, he had not considered that Lan Ning's reason for keeping him around was solely based on his looks. Akin to possessing a particularly lovely ornament that one feels compelled to display at home, irrespective of others' opinions. Upon reflection, it became apparent that Lan Ning had encountered few individuals. The men surrounding her were the finest Xian Mo had ever laid eyes upon, yet none compared to Ling Yan's delicate beauty, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, evoking a sense of tender affection. The first time he laid eyes on that merman, Xian Mo felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, as if he were witnessing a replica of Lan Ning herself. That is indeed one of your virtues, he remarked with a gentle laugh. He had contemplated ending Ling Yan's life, reasoning that pity did not equate to a justification for remaining by Lan Ning's side. What she truly required was the strength to ascend as an empress. He, Jing Yi, and Xian Heng possessed such capabilities, while Ling Yan had nothing. Xian Mo did not fault Lan Ning's somewhat superficial thoughts. Rather, he found her authenticity endearing. Who could resist the allure of a beautiful trinket? His feelings towards Lan Ning were no different. He embraced her softly, yearning to possess her entirely, to bring her into his realm and declare his devotion. Aspiring to be the singular focus of her heart. In the realm of beasts, such aspirations were akin to daydreaming. I am not without merit. I am quite formidable. Lan Ning murmured softly. Xian Mo smiled. We must first devise a means to free him from his constraints. His thoughts extended far beyond Lan Ning's immediate considerations. Given the current predicament, it was impossible for Ling Yan to depart, thus they must find a way to facilitate his growth. Support from the Sea Tribe? He mused. It is not entirely unfeasible to explore. Do you have a plan? Lan Ning inquired, her sparkling eyes alight with hope. If only we could untangle his situation. He need not leave. Xian Mo recalled Xian Heng's jealousy, a hint of exasperation flickering in his light brown eyes. It depends on whether his existence proves beneficial to us. Upon hearing this, Lan Ning understood that their thoughts were aligned. Both yearned for a new leader for the Sea Tribe, and that leader must undoubtedly be Ling Yan. Rest assured, we shall devise a solution, Xian Mo reassured her, gently stroking her cat ears. He recalled the discussions overheard within the Empress's palace and sighed softly. The time for the various nations to seek marriage alliances is upon us. Have you formulated a strategy to address this? Marriage alliances among the nations? Lan Ning recalled a certain event, anticipating a multitude of attendees who would allow the princesses to make selections. Chapter 77, Jealous? I'm not jealous. In the past, Fura would never have considered such individuals, as they had been dismissed by her previously. How could they possibly be chosen again? However, at present, she was in dire need of additional support and would undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics. She had already contemplated this. Lan Ning's eyes sparkled with amusement as she counted on her fingers those who are more intelligent, of higher noble rank than the prince, capable of besting General Jing, and more handsome than Ling Yan. Perhaps I might consider them. Such conditions are truly, it is unlikely that such individuals exist. Xuanma finally felt a bit more at ease. Currently, there are numerous exceptional male beastmen in the Wanqing kingdom who have yet to be chosen, surpassing even the princes of smaller nations in merit. If they have not been selected, how could those from lesser kingdoms stand a chance? Moreover, he believed that Lan Ning's aesthetic sensibilities had likely become quite discerning. Her current residence in the Tinglan Palace had become a gathering place for the most esteemed courtiers in the entirety of Wanqing City. Embodying every quality from noble aloofness to fierce majesty, delicate fragility, and gentle restraint, everything one could desire was indeed present. Therefore, I had no intention of selecting anyone. Having you all is sufficient for me. Lan Ning sat upon his lap, fiddling with a handkerchief. Since their intimate relationship began, she had acclimated rather quickly. Considering just days prior they had maintained a traditional lord-subject dynamic. Lan Ning experienced no inner turmoil, with a handsome gentleman attending to her needs. She naturally chose to indulge in the moment. She felt justified, yet her presence was undeniably striking to the two other men who entered the room. Xuanqing approached with an impassive demeanor, lifting Lan Ning, who was nestled in Xuanma's embrace, into his own arms. His golden eyes glinted with a hint of frost as he fixed his gaze upon Xuanma. Have you mentioned that matter? He inquired. Xuanma nodded in response. Only then did Xuanqing lower his gaze to the person in his arms. So, what are your thoughts, little darling? His tone, much like the others, was chilling. Lan Ning harbored no doubt that should she utter any words of choice, Xuanqing would torment her mercilessly, just as he had done previously. Having you both is sufficient for me, she proclaimed, wrapping her arms around his waist. I never considered selecting anyone else. Xuanqing let out a soft scoff, his hand tenderly caressing the nape of Lan Ning's neck. His thumb brushing against the glaring scar that remained, a stark contrast to her otherwise unblemished skin. This particular wound had yet to heal completely. It seemed necessary to contemplate alternative remedies, perhaps increasing the dosage. What of that fish in the palace? Xuanqing asked once more. Given the significant disturbance that had transpired at Tinglan Palace, Xuanqing had caused quite a ruckus at Furong Palace, which was unacceptable to the Empress. She would need to inquire about additional details. The three of them held differing opinions regarding Ling Yan's fate, but ultimately, the Empress decided to adopt Xuanma's suggestion and retain him for the time being. After all, according to Xuanqing, Ling Yan could survive for a certain period under his control. and his inherent strength was not to be underestimated. Although he might not rival Xuanqing and Jingye in power, he could potentially measure up to Xuanma. The Empress could not realistically allow them to unleash Lingyan only to engage in combat. Thus, the responsibility of this matter was entrusted entirely to Xuanma, while they were most reluctant to have Lingyan remain near Lan Ning, yet they did not wish to jeopardize the situation. They granted Xuanma some time to communicate before following closely behind. Nevertheless, they remained eager for Lan Ning's response. Is it possible to keep him? Lan Ning gazed at Xuanqing with a pleading expression. Xuanqing merely responded with silence. Lord Xuanma mentioned that there is a way to break his control, rendering him no threat to me, she managed to say, steeling herself despite the intensity of Xuanqing's stare. Warning, Xuanqing's dark transformation value has increased to 5. Please be vigilant, host. Indeed, Lan Ning sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of helplessness. In the presence of a man with such overwhelming possessiveness, she could only strive to maintain equilibrium, minimizing her losses to the greatest extent possible. Perhaps she should contemplate the approach suggested by her perfect confidant, Xiao Lu, the prerequisite being that Xian Heng would be willing to engage with her. It might be due to her recent close interactions with other men, compounded by the inappropriate words she had spoken to him, that Xian Heng had been particularly aloof towards her each evening. Lan Ning was taken aback. Xian Heng's favorite pastime was to leave marks on her in such a manner, only to flaunt them to others. Yet now, he refrained from touching her at all. Xiao Lu, do you think he no longer loves me? Why won't he touch me? Lan Ning sat on the bed, gazing down at her remarkably cool attire, convinced that her intentions were unmistakable, yet Xian Heng remained unresponsive. The impeccable Xiao Lu presented her with Xian Heng's personal profile. Xian Heng, member of the Xianmeng clan, 26 years old, aloof, tempestuous, and possessing an obsession with cleanliness. An obsession with cleanliness? Lan Ning was somewhat bewildered. How could this be? Is it truly possible? Despite having a perfect affinity score of 100. Is it still impossible to alter Xian Heng's character? Perfect little 6. My dear master, perhaps you should let go and tempt him. He adores you so much. He will undoubtedly fall for it. Clearly, he too did not comprehend the drastic shift in Xian Heng's demeanor. Just a couple of days prior, he had been fervently eager to engage with Lan Ning, so why the sudden chill? He had not received any alarming notifications, or perhaps, was he merely considering Lan Ning's recent recovery, hoping to nurture her back to health? Lan Ning remained oblivious to the intentions of the seemingly flawless Xiao Lu, as she engaged in a fervent brainstorming session, contemplating the feasibility of the plan. However, after a brief moment, she acquiesced. Realizing that allowing Xian Heng to continue his descent into darkness would inevitably lead to the failure of her mission, which merely required the laying of a single egg, Lan Ning found herself in a state of turmoil once more. Upon returning from his bath, Xian Heng was greeted by the sight of her, lost in thought. Seated on the bed while clutching a blanket, he strode purposefully to the bedside and affectionately tousled Lan Ning's soft cat ears. Pondering what could be occupying her mind so deeply, Lan Ning paused for a moment, regaining her senses as she gazed at Xian Heng, who was clad in a dark robe. Without hesitation, she rushed to embrace his waist, pondering whether he might not harbor feelings for her. It was rare for her to be so sentimental. Why did she think this way? Xian Heng gently patted Lan Ning's back, his eyes drifting to her fair skin, a testament to his meticulous care. Alas, he now had to share her with others. How infuriating. Yet, he never blamed Lan Ning. It was merely the cruel nature of the world they inhabited. He yearned for a realm devoid of such troubles, a place where only the two of them existed. You. Lan Ning sniffled, squeezing out a couple of tears, feigning a pitiful demeanor. You Haven Tea left a mark on me for a long time. Didn't you say that those in love would do such things? Was it truly worth crying over this? Xian Heng's heartache eased considerably. How could he not desire to eliminate the traces of other men from Lan Ning? However, he could not disregard her well-being. He sighed. You have just recovered from a serious illness. You must exercise restraint. This was a sign of concern, and at last, Lan Ning felt a weight lift from her heart. Though she concealed her emotions, she continued to cling to Xian Heng, stubbornly repeating, You simply do not like me anymore. It was rare for her to act so petulantly, which prompted Xian Heng to reflect on her recent actions and feel somewhat wronged himself. Chapter 78. An egg every day, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to Wan Jing, striving diligently. After finally finding someone he cherished, he was usurped by other men, leaving him with unexpressed grievances. He had yet to shed tears. Xian Heng quietly observed the trembling figure of the weeping cat in his arms, exhaling deeply. I have never ceased to care for you. I simply cannot bear the thought of so many vying for your affection, and I am powerless to eliminate them. Unbeknownst to him, he had recently become excessively violent. In any situation, his first thought was to rid Lan Ning of the swarms of men surrounding her. Ironically, these were the very individuals she favored, and he did not wish to incite her anger. Each day was a torment of conflicting emotions for him. He hesitated to reveal his bloody, violent thoughts to Lan Ning, fearing she might be frightened by him. Yet, he could not bear to see her in tears. As he contemplated this, he sighed again. When had he ever cared about the feelings of others? Since falling in love with Lan Ning, he had undergone considerable transformation. So do you understand? Xianheng fixed his gaze on the weeping figure in his embrace, gently pinching her cheek to encourage her to meet his eyes. Those clear, beautiful gem-like eyes were truly captivating. He recalled the first time he had seen Lan Ning. At that moment, her eyes were the sole feature that captivated him. And that fleeting whim had led to endless troubles. Had he known, he would not have indulged her in her aspirations to be an empress. Instead, he would have confined her within his domain, ensuring she could never depart from his side. Lan Ning observed Xianheng's increasingly profound gaze and keenly sensed that he might be contemplating something perilous. She hastily interjected, "I understand. This matter is my fault." With a woeful expression, tears as large as beans continued to cascade down her cheeks. "I thought that snake was a gift from you, so I brought it back. I had no idea it was venomous." This was a clear indication of her insufficient cultivation, and Xianheng recognized that he could not entirely blame her. "Then why keep that fish? Do you have an affinity for it?" Xianheng had yet to fully express the grievances within his heart. "As for Xianmo and Jingyi, I shall refrain from further comment. They were merely intended as alternative suitors for you. What right does that fish have?" It is not entirely unreasonable for Xianheng to harbor a strong aversion towards Ling Yan, given that his concealed identity was that of an assassin sent to eliminate Lan Ning. Moreover, the beastmen are inherently formidable. Even Xianmo exudes an air of unapproachability, while Ling Yan perpetually presents himself as delicate and in need of Lan Ning's protection, which is quite irksome. Even during her moments of frailty, Lan Ning never displayed such a demeanor towards him. He is nothing more than a decorative vase, utterly unworthy of remaining by Lan Ning's side. Hearing Xianmo and others occasionally mention him, solely due to Ling Yan's striking appearance, Lan Ning regarded him as a mere ornament placed in Tinglan Palace. But he simply could not accept this reality. Lan Ning pressed her lips together, feeling a flicker of affection. Yet she knew deep down that her heart belonged solely to him. She feared that the words she uttered might influence Xianheng's dark disposition. Gazing at the contours of his slender lips, she hesitated for a moment before rising to gently touch him. She recalled the most crucial aspect of winning over Xianheng, an exclusive gesture that no one else would dare to express, which would significantly soothe his turbulent emotions. The tender kiss, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, indeed brought a fleeting tranquility to Xianheng, only for him to grasp her head and deepen the kiss. This kiss was fiercely invasive, leaving Lan Ning breathless, teetering on the brink of suffocation. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, Lan Ning found herself nestled in Xianheng's embrace. Gasping for air, sensing the fervor within him, she seized the moment to inquire, "The promise you made to me, my little serpent, does it still hold true?" Xianheng's body stiffened. He remained silent for a long while, lowering his gaze as he enveloped Lan Ning in his arms. Acknowledging that his words carried weight, "Are you prepared for the responsibility that comes with them?" Lan Ning nodded, expressing a desire solely for the little snake. Does this imply that Lan Ning wishes to have children only with herself? Xianheng's favorability. 30. Total favorability. 200. Points have been redeemed for you. Remaining points. Dash. Please continue your efforts, host. The following morning, Xianmo arrived early at Tinglan Palace to await Lan Ning for court. They could have resided in Tinglan Palace, but considering Xianheng's recent emotional instability, they decided to grant her some space for solitude. Once Xianheng reached a resolution, they could always relocate later. It was indeed a trial to traverse back and forth each morning. After sitting in the corridor for a moment, he saw Xianheng emerge, looking refreshed. Upon noticing him, her expression momentarily froze before returning to its usual composure. Xianmo keenly sensed that the mood of the regent prince seemed to have improved considerably. "Your Highness, will the princess attend court today?" Xianmo inquired, glancing at the palace behind him, where the doors had already been closed by the puppet palace maid. Xianheng replied, "Her health is still not well. She needs to rest a while longer." Xianmo gleaned some understanding of the situation. He felt a twinge of discomfort within, yet maintained a gentle smile. "Then let us proceed. I have heard that Princess Fu Rou will be attending court today." I suspect she will voice her grievances about the transgressions committed by Xian Heng within her palace. Xian Mo could already envision the lively atmosphere that court would bring today. It's a miracle she is still alive, Xian Heng scoffed, as if I cannot discern that this was all Fu Roe's scheme. If it were not for her instigation, who would dare to harm Lan Ning? That day when he visited Fu Rong Palace, he intended to eliminate any future threats. It was only when Bai Zhao and the others arrived at a critical moment that those individuals were merely injured. He had struck with lethal intent, yet some, fearing trouble, exerted themselves to save her. The poison of the Diandu kingdom is indeed troublesome. Next time, it would be wiser to simply obliterate the source. As Xian Heng walked, he remarked, let us not keep them waiting. Without the protagonist's presence, how could this performance be executed splendidly? Meanwhile, Lan Ning, curled up in her blanket, was still contemplating the points she owed. After painstakingly accumulating 100,000, she found herself unable to redeem anything. Perfect little 6, Master. Xian Heng's corruption value has decreased somewhat. At this stage, you may proceed with your tasks with peace of mind, but our foremost priority remains reducing Xian Heng's corruption value. Lan Ning's thoughts wandered as she gently caressed her abdomen, an unsettling sensation washing over her, as if something were siphoning the power of her inner elixir. Is there something peculiar within me? It is a serpent's egg, perfect little 6 elucidated. Fear not, for this will not harm your body, however. Given that you have just recovered, there may be some initial discomfort, which will subside in a few days. After all, no one would find it entirely pleasant to have their strength absorbed. Lan Ning found that this sensation was quite similar to the feeling she experienced during her menstrual cycle. After all, she was merely lying down and felt no discomfort. How long does the cycle last? Suddenly, Lan Ning began to search the system, pondering what the offspring would be like. Perfect Xiao Lu. Initially, it will be an egg, and after hatching, it will be born in the form of a human infant. However, due to your unique powers, the child will not exhibit any of the minor ailments typically associated with other beastmen, so you can rest assured on this matter. Lan Ning. She realized that perfect little 6 was not merely excited. Chapter 79, The Secret of Infertility. Why are you so thrilled? This always led Lan Ning to mistakenly believe she had undertaken some peculiar task once again. Perfect little 6. This indicates that you are not far from the truth. The truth? Lan Ning recalled the 2 side missions that had seen no progress. Wasn't she currently pregnant? She posed a question, if I conduct experiments recklessly now, will my actions adversely affect the child? Indeed, practice is the touchstone of all truths. Lan Ning has always believed that this statement holds truth, provided that her actions do not harm the little life within her. Little life? At this thought, Lan Ning paused, realizing that in the course of their unintentional companionship, she had indeed developed other sentiments towards Xian Heng and the others. Was it possible that she truly wished to bring this life into the world? Lan Ning reflected on her past, hesitantly placing her hand on her abdomen. She could faintly sense the presence within her, and although it was slowly drawing upon her strength, an inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over her. Perfect Xiaolu mused that as long as it did not become excessive, there should be no issues. He could not entirely assure her that everything would be fine. Lan Ning, should I? I am well aware that one should not harbor excessive expectations for the flawless Xiaolu. She will continue to explore and discover at her own pace. Recently, Lan Ning has been exceedingly drowsy. Xian Heng found her asleep when he left in the early morning, and upon his return to Ting Lan Palace, she remained in slumber. Despite the sun being high in the sky, a thorough examination of her health revealed only a slight weakness, with no other alarming symptoms. Was it truly his reckless behavior from before that caused this? Xian Heng felt a deep unease. When Lan Ning finally awoke, he tenderly fed her and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Perhaps it would be wise to summon a physician for a consultation. Lan Ning shook her head, insisting that she was truly fine. For the past few days, she had been sensing the subtle movements of the little life within her, though yet unborn. She harbored no desire to confide in Xian Heng, for she was utterly inexperienced in such matters, knowing little of what lay ahead. Her reluctance to allow the physician to examine her stemmed from another reason altogether. It seemed she had stumbled upon the ultimate answer to her side quest, and the presence of a doctor might hinder her progress. Xian Heng furrowed his brow, helplessly rubbing Lan Ning's ear. If this persists tomorrow, I shall certainly summon the physician. Lan Ning nestled in his embrace, nodding as she murmured, I understand. I'm so tired. I wish to sleep a little longer. Her adorable, petulant demeanor melted Xian Heng's heart, prompting him to gently tap her nose with his fingertip. Aside from eating and sleeping, no one else indulges in such leisure as you do. However, The one in his arms paid no heed to his words, drifting off into slumber. After ensuring her comfort, Xianheng stepped out to discuss the matter of marriage proposals from various kingdoms with the other two. Is His Highness still indulging in slumber today? Seeing that Lan Ning had not accompanied him, Xianmo couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Perhaps we should summon the physician to take a look. Lan Ning's condition showed no signs of improvement, leaving them in a state of unease. Could it be the lingering effects of the snakebite from their last encounter? They often expressed a desire to summon a physician, yet Lan Ning consistently obstructed their intentions. She appeared merely frail and lethargic, and even when they managed to provoke her ire, they would still seek a healer. She remained resolute against this notion. Xianheng sighed, suggesting they should take a look inside. She had just fallen asleep, and they ought not to disturb her. It was rare for him to exhibit such generosity, but he could not bear to see the two of them endlessly circling Lan Ning's chamber, and thus granted them an opportunity. After all, with Lan Ning in slumber, they were unable to accomplish anything. With Xianheng's consent, Xianmo and Jingyi entered the room one after the other, but soon emerged together. Clearly at a loss regarding Lan Ning's present condition, her physical state seemed indeed untroubled, and if she did not recover by the morrow, it would not be amiss to call for a physician then. Xianmo, the only one possessing some medical knowledge, slowly remarked that he had thoroughly examined Lan Ning's body, and she appeared to have expended considerable internal energy. Reflecting on the peculiar circumstances surrounding her, he noted that the snakebite from the Jiao poison nation had left her unscathed. Could it be that she had drained her strength to neutralize the poison? He shared his suspicions with Xianheng, who remained silent for a lengthy period, perhaps contemplating the same conclusion. The matter of marriage proposals from various nations took precedence, and the Empress had no time to visit. Guijun had mentioned they would arrive today. As Xianmo settled down and leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, he could not help but notice the prince's expression. They could not be mistaken. It was a visage akin to that of the beast god. If the court were to discover this, it would undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar. Xianheng remarked, "You can conceal a truth for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Besides, it serves as a means to ward off undesirable suitors. Surely, no one is so arrogant as to believe they could become the consort of the beast god." When Lan Ning awoke once more, the evening had already descended. She attempted to rise, but was met with a wave of dizziness, compelling her to recline once again. "Xiao Lu, it seems my condition is rather concerning," she called out in her mind to the perfect Xiao Lu. "Master, it appears you are simply famished. Summon the puppet maidens to bring you a meal," the perfect Xiao Lu advised. Upon returning to the Tinglan Palace, Xianmo beheld rows of puppet maidens entering with exquisite dishes. Following closely behind, he stepped through the threshold only to witness yet another line of puppet maidens exiting with empty trays. Xianmo had previously observed Lan Ning dining. The cat-eared maiden possessed a slender figure, and although she consumed a considerable amount at each meal, he had yet to see her gain any weight. "Sir Xian?" As Lan Ning savored her meal, she noticed Xianmo standing at the entrance. She waved him in, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she inquired, "Have you eaten? Would you care to join me?" Initially, Xianmo intended to decline, but seeing Lan Ning's enthusiastic invitation, he gently nodded. Very well. He did not possess a strong appetite. Yet he found joy in watching Lan Ning relish her food, and thus he partook as well. When Xianheng and Jingyi returned in succession, they were greeted by the sight of the two indulging heartily. The ability to eat and sleep well suggested that she was not in dire straits. Xianheng chuckled softly and joined them for the meal. However, after a short while, he grew concerned as he observed Lan Ning's persistent eating and inquired, "How do you feel upon waking?" "Lan Ning, I am famished. Is this all there is for the three of us?" As Lan Ning nodded, she did not forget to eat. She was genuinely hungry. Despite having consumed a substantial meal before sleeping, she awoke to find nothing left. It was quite peculiar. The three individuals exchanged glances, sensing that Lan Ning's voracious appetite was somewhat unusual. Observing her eat with such delight, they decided to call for a physician. Strength, absorption, maternal essence. Once Lan Ning had satisfied her hunger, she finally had the energy to think. I recall reading an explanation on a certain forum stating that during pregnancy, a child extracts nutrients from the mother's body, and to prevent maternal weakness, a series of morning sickness reactions may occur. However, this seemed excessive. Lan Ning sighed, remarking that if it were not for that passive skill, she would likely be a mere husk by now. Indeed, bringing a child into the world is no trivial matter. It is truly a burden. Perfect little six. Are you aware of why the female beast folk here are unable to conceive? Lan Ning stroked her chin. contemplating the possibility that they might indeed possess the capacity for conception. However, their bodies could be more attuned to the dangers posed by a potential child, leading them to eliminate the threat themselves. Perfect Xiao Lu interjected, pointing out that there are children born safely, after all. Chapter 80. The minuscule probability. This left Lan Ning in deep thought for a considerable time. Indeed, if it were merely a matter of rejection, then the birth of any child would be impossible. The scarcity of offspring among the beast men does not imply their complete absence. She now understood that the incompatibility between the child and her own body stemmed from the fact that these children were inherently devoid of intelligence that could only absorb, lacking the capacity to circulate. Having carried this child for several days, she had begun to discern the movements of the little one within her. However, the circulation portal I utilize is distinct from that of other beast men, and it also possesses spiritual essence, she pondered, questioning whether the portal the child would employ upon birth would mirror hers. Lan Ning voiced her uncertainty. Perfect Xiao Lu assured her, "Of course, my master. This is your child, and naturally, it will be akin to you." Thus, there was no need for further investigation. Lan Ning sighed. "Ah, Perfect Xiao Lu. Please do not worry. Isn't there already a glimmer of hope? In due time, the truth will undoubtedly come to light." She ended her conversation with Perfect Xiao Lu and, upon lifting her gaze, found Xianheng entering the room accompanied by a physician. "Your Highness?" Lan Ning hastened to Xianheng's side, her curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar man trailing behind him. "Who is this?" Xianheng replied. "The previous physician was elderly and has returned to his homeland. This is our new arrival, who possesses commendable medical skills." The unfamiliar man smiled gently. "I am Mo He. It is an honor to meet you, Princess Lan Ning." Mo He? Lan Ning gazed at him intently. The man was quite young, exuding a faint scent of medicine. He bore a striking resemblance to Xian Mo, appearing gentle yet oddly familiar. "Haven't I seen you somewhere before?" Lan Ning pondered aloud. However, having encountered numerous individuals in recent days, she found it challenging to recall where she might have met someone so unremarkable. Conversely, Xianheng, upon hearing Lan Ning's words, experienced a palpable shift in demeanor. Mo He remained impassive, lowering his head. "Your Highness, you jest. This is my first encounter with you since I entered the court. Is that so?" His unwavering certainty stirred doubt in Lan Ning's memory. She circled around Mo He twice, her discomfort growing more pronounced. "There is certainly something amiss with this man. Did the prince send him to examine me?" She returned to Xianheng's side, asserting, "I am perfectly fine. No need for an examination. Let him go." Xianheng chuckled softly, his temper increasingly volatile of late. After speaking, he discreetly cast a glance at the ever-bowing Mo He. "You may leave now. I will ensure the princess is in a suitable mood before summoning you again." Mo He complied and retreated. However, as he reached the doorway, he cast a meaningful glance at Lan Ning's back. The princess's intuition was remarkably keen. It had been over 6 months since their last meeting, and yet she still remembered him. As Lan Ning sensed the repugnant aura dissipate, she gradually exhaled a breath of relief. "Your Highness, who is that individual?" Xianheng gently caressed her feline ears. "The chieftain of the spider clan." "Spiders?" Lan Ning shivered slightly, as a vague memory surfaced of her first day in this world, when she encountered a swarm of crimson spiders. "Your Highness, have you ever seen red spiders? They are about the size of ants." Lan Ning endeavored to articulate her recollections, speaking rapidly about the clusters that could swiftly reduce a mouse to mere bones. Xianheng's expression shifted, revealing a hint of unease. "Indeed, there are the nether spiders. Those who behold them are destined to perish." Lan Ning eagerly nodded, recalling the day she attempted to kill me, intending to use that spider to obliterate the evidence. However, fortune favored me, and I managed to escape. Xianheng felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Lan seemed to be lost in recollection. Certain events, though long buried in the sands of time, can resurface once a fissure is created. "I have indeed encountered him," Lan Ning spoke softly, "each time Fu Rou took a life. He was the one to handle the aftermath, employing that peculiar method of his. He is not Fu Rou's husband," Xianheng remarked slowly. "Yet he undeniably shares a close bond with Hang Yu." Lan Ning smiled faintly, deeming it unimportant. "His presence made me uncomfortable. I do not harbor any fondness for him, and we shall refrain from engaging with him further." Xianheng sighed, acknowledging that this time, I had acted rather impulsively. Encountering him on the road, I had unwittingly drawn him into our company, without considering past grievances. Moreover, I had no pressing matters at hand. Lan Ning gently tugged at Xianheng's sleeve, confessing, I have been feeling rather unwell in my stomach lately. Xianheng furrowed his brow and pulled her into his embrace, tenderly massaging her abdomen. Noticing that she indeed seemed to have gained a bit of weight, he chuckled at her, saying, "Look at you, spending your days indulging in food and sleep. Perhaps you ought to be more active." Lan Ning shot him a glance, asserting, "I am not gaining weight." She tugged at Xianheng's sleeve, leading him into the room with an air of mystery that filled his mind with questions. "What is going on?" Xianheng followed Lan Ning's movement, watching her stand before him, a radiant smile gracing her face as she gently placed her hand on her lower abdomen. "I've been sleeping a lot these past few days." "Guess what I saw?" Lan Ning spun a tale about her slumber, saying, "It seems there is something extra here. It appears to be drawing my energy, which is why I've been so drowsy." Xianheng's eyes widened in realization. "Something extra in your belly? Doesn't that imply?" Suddenly, he felt a rush of anxiety, pulling Lan Ning tightly into his embrace. He reflected on the duration of her slumber. It coincided perfectly with their most intimate moments. Cradling her close, he whispered in her ear, his eyes brimming with joy as he gazed at her abdomen. "Is it mine?" Xianheng remained somewhat dazed, his hand resting on Lan Ning's belly, filled with disbelief. Yet, he could sense it. Through fabric and skin, something was gradually absorbing his strength. Lan Ning tilted her head in confusion. "What?" Xianheng affectionately nuzzled her ear, saying, "The little snake you have been yearning for has arrived." With Xianheng's darkened aura reverting to its normal state, "You are now free to pursue your tasks at will." Indeed, upon hearing the familiar notification, Lan Ning felt a profound sense of security envelop her. Shortly thereafter, Jingyi and Xin Mo returned, relieved to receive this news. However, Xin Mo, seizing the moment, began discussing the matter of the nether spider with the two jubilant companions. His appearance before the prince was no mere coincidence. Had the prince not harbored suspicions, his examination could have gone awry, leaving us without evidence. Xian Mo sighed deeply, recalling that he had unexpectedly returned to the tribe 6 months prior, seemingly due to an issue with the nether spider. Once unleashed, such creatures would not return until they were satiated. Thus, it must have been due to Lan Ning's escape. His visit this time was also a test. Spiders are most sinister. I shall inspect the palace both inside and out shortly. Jingyi, clearly pondering deeper implications, wasted no time. Concerned that Lan Ning might be bitten by a spider while resting, he promptly set out to patrol the grounds, while Xian Mo remained by Lan Ning's side, inquiring about her past in detail. After a cup of tea, Jingyi returned from his patrol, his gaze fixed intently on Lan Ning, who was nestled adorably in her blankets. She playfully wiggled her cat ears, her voice soft and sweet as she remarked, "This is all I can recall." Chapter 81. She remains vigilant. Xian Mo, we must find a reliable physician. Lan Ning tilted her head, observing their serious expressions, and inquired, "Is this man named Mo he truly formidable? Although his aura makes me rather uncomfortable, his strength does not seem to surpass yours." The three men exchanged smiles. This implied that in Lan Ning's eyes, they were indeed the most powerful. "Not particularly formidable, just somewhat bothersome," Xianheng replied coolly. Several years prior, during the confrontation between the Wanjing kingdom and its adversary, there was a mysterious figure who, in the span of a single night, managed to poison the entire enemy army. He is the father of Mo, reputed to have poisoned the food of the enemy troops under the control of the king of the nether spiders. With their minuscule size akin to that of ants, naturally, no one noticed their presence, executing the plan with stealth and precision. Poisoning with spiders? Lan Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. The venom of spiders pales in comparison to that of the serpents or the toxins from the nation of Dien. For the members of their clan are exceedingly treacherous and unpredictable. It would be prudent for your highness to minimize interactions with them. Xian Mo patiently enumerated the perils posed by the spider clan to Lan Ning. Although their venom may not be particularly lethal to them, the implications concerning Lan Ning necessitate a heightened vigilance. I shall take charge of seeking out a physician. As for Mo, I suspect it is Princess Fu Ro who has sent him to test us. It is wise for us to proceed with caution. Xian Mo spoke with earnest conviction. The news of Lan Ning's pregnancy brought immense joy to them all. It signified that her health was gradually improving, and they were determined to shield her from any further danger. Your reasoning is sound. Lan Ning seemed to comprehend this, and she inquired, "If you encounter those spiders, do you have a way to deal with them? Would it put you at risk?" The recollection of that fateful night sent shivers down her spine. The swarm of spiders could, in an instant, reduce a large rat to mere bones, a sight that haunted her with nightmares for several days. Although the three of them possessed formidable strength, They faced mindless spiders driven solely by their instinct to attack and satiate their hunger. The thought of her loved ones getting harmed truly pained her. The concern reflected in her eyes deeply touched the hearts of the three men. Nothing brought them greater satisfaction than the care of their beloved wife. Jing Yi exhibited unparalleled decisiveness, declaring, "There's no time to waste. I shall first inspect the vicinity of the palace." Rising to his feet, he stepped outside, with Xian Mo closely following. He intended to convey another matter. "Your Highness, leave the fish in the palace to me." Xian Cheng was eager for someone to take Ling Yin away, alleviating his own worries about the little kitten who constantly lingered in his thoughts. "Where are you going?" Upon hearing that someone intended to take her little fish away, Lan Ning's expression instantly soured. Was it not agreed that he would stay at Ting Lan Palace? Xian Cheng playfully pinched her nose and retorted, "I'm not sending him away. He is to go learn. He shall return only when he has transformed into a worthy man." Lan Ning. Her delicate and beautiful little fish was dismissed as not resembling a man. In any case, Lan Ning was quite amenable. Seizing the opportunity while Xian Hong was occupied with official duties, she stealthily sought out Xian Mo, her eyes brimming with tears as she implored him to treat her little fish with a bit more kindness. Xian Mo let out a deep sigh, gently enfolding Lan Ning in his embrace, his chin brushing against her soft cat ears. His voice, imbued with profound melancholy and longing, whispered, "Your Highness, when might you regard me with the same tenderness as you do Prince or Ling Yan?" Lan Ning clutched at his waist, gazing up at him with her glistening eyes, filled with confusion. "I have always felt the same about you," she exclaimed, her words laced with incredulity. Perfect little six silently criticized him in her mind. Nevertheless, she decided to teach him slowly. Xian Mo released her, placing a gentle kiss on her crimson lips. "I must attend to some matters, but I shall return shortly." After several days, Lan Ning's Ling Yin stood at the entrance of Ting Lan Palace, unwilling to depart. He waited expectantly for Lan Ning to approach and share a few words. However, another man within the room, as if intuitively aware, directly swept Lan Ning away in his arms. Ling Yin, still unaware of Lan Ning's pregnancy, pouted as he stared at the door, resolutely turning away. "Let us go." He vowed that one day he would surpass that cold, ruthless man, and at that time, no one would be able to prevent him from being with Lan Ning. Ling Yan's affection, 2, total affection, 58. Lan Ning still could not attend court due to her pregnancy, being treated like a fragile treasure by the three men around her. Despite her repeated pleas, they all shook their heads, insisting she must wait until she bore the child before she could step outside. Concerned for Lan Ning, Bian Zhao, the fourth to learn of her pregnancy, couldn't contain his agitation. How could such significant news not be shared with him sooner? His daughter had suffered so much, just recently escaped from that hellish place. She had already caught the attention of Xian Hong, and before experiencing the joys of life, she found herself with child. What had she said in her distress? Being pregnant meant she was not even allowed a simple stroll outside. Was this not akin to imprisoning her? Bian Zhao's ears burned with anger. Seeing the three men so carefree, his handsome face darkened. "You three, come here and speak to me." In Furong Palace, Furu felt increasingly uneasy from not having seen Lan Ning for a while. The last incident had been exposed too quickly, leading to Xian Heng's intrusion, during which her husbands had sustained serious injuries while trying to protect her. She had suffered greatly while Lan Ning had hidden away. The longer Lan Ning remained out of sight, the more Furu suspected ulterior motives. She was restless day and night and dared not trust the palace physicians, thus summoning Imohi back under the pretense of needing him, while subtly hoping he would eliminate Lan Ning without her knowledge. "What is the situation in Ting Lan Palace?" Furu asked eagerly upon seeing Imohi after a long wait. Imohi replied, "Princess Lan Ning is very cautious and did not allow me to take her pulse or examine her. Furthermore, she seems to have recognized me." Furu frowned, recalling that he had never revealed himself to her before. Indeed, this indicates Lan Ning's keen perception, as does the regent's sharpness. Upon sensing her resistance, he immediately sent me away. By now, he must have heard about the Ming spider. "It must be the Ming spider," Imohi said with a faint smile, masking his true emotions. "Those children are all under my care, bearing my essence, and their unique appearance would naturally be remembered by Princess Lan Ning. Is there a way to kill her?" Furu pressed. With Imohi's skills, he could surely make Lan Ning disappear without a trace, even leaving no bones behind. Imohi slowly regarded Furu, whose expression twisted with frustration. He sighed, "Your Highness, you have been disturbed by Lan Ning's presence. I have heard much during my time outside. You find yourself in a passive situation and have lost your judgment. Your focus should not be on how to kill Lan Ning, but rather on becoming the Empress. With concern etched on his face, he added, have you forgotten the purpose behind all your actions? Chapter 82. The aspiration to become Empress. Purpose? The words of Mo rendered Furu silent. She was reminded of a distant memory. Furu was not the eldest daughter of the current Empress from the moment of her birth. She was regarded with great importance by her clan and the court. Yet, she remained overlooked by the Empress herself. Her siblings were numerous. Far too many for the Empress to keep track of or to remember. The Empress insisted upon harmony among them, but as the number of children increased, the opportunities for Furu to be acknowledged dwindled. Later, during the diplomatic marriages arranged among the various kingdoms, Furu learned that once they matured, any princess without unique eyes would be dispatched to distant lands, in a life of opulence, who would desire to venture into unfamiliar and obscure realms. At the tender age of 4, Furu caught the attention of a 12-year-old prince from a neighboring kingdom. The boy was undeniably unattractive, and he boldly requested the Empress to keep him until Furu matured. The Empress acquiesced. Furu harbored a deep aversion for the man, whose appearance resembled that of a toad. However, she found herself powerless to determine her own fate. As a mere princess, the least notable among the myriad of royal heirs, the daughter of the ink fox bore no formidable background, lacked striking beauty, and possessed no unique eyes. It was evident that she was destined to be eclipsed in the grand realm of Wanjing. With the Empress in her prime, the number of heirs would only increase, leaving Furu with even less standing. Thus, she began to contemplate her future. Since the Empress could not recognize her amidst the multitude of heirs, her solution was to eliminate all but herself, employing any means necessary, ensuring that she alone would be the princess of Wanjing, thus securing her future. From the age of 5, Furu began her intricate plotting, confiding in her father that she aspired to become the Empress of Wanjing. Intending to eradicate all other heirs and elevate the Ink Fox tribe to prominence within Wanjing, her father consented. Together, they bribed the palace eunuchs and befriended court officials. Within a year, Furu garnered the Empress's attention, yet this was merely the beginning. The Spider Clan's mole, found by her father, had just turned 8 when he silently began to clear her path from the shadows. For the younger ones, she would send the dark spider to their cradles to deliver a bite, utilizing a colorless, tasteless poison that would become lethal only after death. The older ones would meet their demise under the guise of training excursions. Additionally, some were secretly transferred to the dungeons beneath Tinglan Palace with the help of bribed eunuchs. The more she executed her plans, the greater the void within her heart grew. Only by witnessing the agony of her siblings, who shared her blood, could she attain a semblance of balance. After 2 decades of meticulous scheming and unscrupulous methods, she succeeded in becoming the sole princess of Wanjing, adorned with the highest nobility and the most esteemed husband. The next step was to ascend to the status of imperial princess, followed by becoming the Empress. However, the emergence of Lan Ning shattered her aspirations. In a mere 6 months, her efforts seemed to be in vain, and she now harbored an irrational fear of Lan Ning. Consumed by a frenzied desire to eliminate her, had Mo not reminded her today, Furu might have forgotten her initial dream altogether. Indeed, eliminating Lan Ning would not instantaneously restore her fortunes. It would likely provoke the Empress's disdain even further, especially now that she had recovered and could potentially bear another child. Furu was belatedly aware of her miscalculations. What would her position be then? Upon witnessing her realization, Mo finally felt a sense of relief. Our immediate priority is to find a force capable of contending with Xian Hang and his allies. If we cannot achieve this within Wanjing, we must seek external assistance. Presently, Wanjing has become the realm of Xian Hang and his supporters, with nearly 70% rallying behind Lan Ning, the princess with unique eyes. Furu exhaled deeply, acknowledging, "You have reminded me. Hung Yu mentioned that Lan Ning bears a resemblance to the beast god, did he not?" This fortuitously fulfilled her scheme. If Wanjing could not be eliminated, then she would deceive him into venturing outside to meet his demise. As long as she possessed a solid alibi, this matter would not be attributed to her. Yan Xian must be in great anguish following the loss of her child at the Rue Lu Terrace, and she surely seeks the solace of the beast god. He smiled knowingly, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall handle this matter." He would orchestrate an opportune moment for Lan Ning to appear and subsequently lead her to her end. Tinglan Palace. After Xian Hang briefly recounted the events of this morning, Bian Zhao was overcome with trepidation. The nether spider? What a vile creature. To think it appeared within the royal palace of Wanjing. "I understand," Bian Zhao remarked, his expression darkening. He had experienced the creature's formidable prowess firsthand. Hence their trio's decision to confine Lan Ning to her quarters was entirely justifiable. With this thought, he could not help but feel anxious. Has the area surrounding Tinglan Palace been thoroughly searched? Jing Yi replied, rest assured, a search has been conducted, and no traces of those spiders were found. He is quite astute. It is prudent to remain cautious, Bian Zhao remarked before returning to the palace to spend time with his daughter. In recent days, he had been tasked by the Empress to coordinate the accommodation arrangements for the various kingdoms attending the royal marriage, and he was nearing completion of his duties. Lan Ning nodded obediently, acknowledging her father's words. Observing her submissive demeanor, Bian Zhao felt that his daughter's disposition was overly gentle. He earnestly took her hand and reassured her. Rest assured, with your father here, you shall be safe. Just focus on nurturing yourself peacefully in the Tinglan Palace. Lan Ning gazed at his somewhat haggard visage and, with a hint of concern, inquired, of late, the affairs of state have been quite demanding. Father, do take care of your health. The affection from his daughter served as the finest encouragement for Bian Zhao. He smiled and gently ruffled Lan Ning's hair, somewhat taken aback by her continued adornment of cat ears and a tail. Father is well aware of his limits. Bian Zhao thought little of it and continued. I came merely to see you. All is well. I have matters to attend to, but I shall return later. Shortly after Bian Zhao's departure, other noble ladies began to arrive at Tinglan Palace, drawn by the news of Lan Ning's pregnancy as relayed by Bian Zhao. However, upon noticing Lan Ning's slightly wan complexion, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Yet, as the prospective maternal grandfather of the child she carried, they presented her with lavish gifts of considerable value. It wasn't until evening that Tinglan Palace finally fell into a serene quiet. Having spent the afternoon engaging in conversation with these noble ladies, successfully elevating her favorability to 60, Lan Ning stood at the door, stifling a yawn. Yet her gaze wandered to the adjacent, desolate palace. Ling Yin had yet to return. Presently, she had managed to elevate the affection of the 4 suitors to 50. While one remained conspicuously absent, it seemed that her participation in this grand matrimonial event among the nations was inevitable. Only one suitor was left. She resolved to persevere. Stretching languidly, Lan Ning retreated into her chamber, where she was attended to by the puppet maidservant as she indulged in a bath. She still cherished the delight of soaking in hot springs. However, Shen Mo advised her against it due to her pregnancy, leaving her with no choice but to immerse only her feet. The torment of being able to see but not partake was indeed excruciating. In this moment, the Tinglan Palace was devoid of any other presence, allowing Lan Ning to speak freely. Xiaolu, I feel as though the little one in my belly is growing larger by the day. When will she make her entrance? Perfect, Xiaolu replied. Current data indicates that your pregnancy has progressed to 90%. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be within the next couple of days. Will it hurt? Lan Ning inquired, still anxious about the impending experience. According to system records, it should not be painful, as it is merely an egg at this stage. Chapter 83, Master. Your thoughts are perilous. Lan Ning gently caressed her abdomen, the tranquility beneath her palm evoking an immeasurable tenderness within her heart. If she were to shed her garments at that moment, one would behold her belly resembling that of a human in the early stages of pregnancy, approximately 2 to 3 months along. Nonetheless, the notion of birthing an egg still sounded rather daunting. Lan Ning pondered aloud. What sort of sensation is that? Perfect, Xiaolu, gazing at the system logs, replied, you might imagine it akin to the feeling of urination. Is it truly that simplistic? Perfect, Xiaolu chuckled. Well, it's somewhat like that. What you are about to give birth to is merely its initial form, roughly the size of a fist. During the incubation period, it will grow larger, taking 3 months in total. 3 months? An egg can mature to the size of a human infant within that time frame? Won't it require nourishment during this period? Lan Ning questioned, perplexed. Perfect, Xiaolu explained. Indeed, it does require sustenance. It is currently absorbing your energy, after all. The energy it absorbs will initially form a small inner elixir within its body, and its growth will revolve around this elixir, eventually resembling that of an ordinary orc's offspring. Do orc children begin their growth with an inner elixir as well? Lan Ning felt that she had acquired a significant piece of information. However, she quickly became aware of another dilemma. Must I also partake in the incubation? How does one even incubate? Perfect Little Six replied, in fact, at this stage, your involvement is not necessary. Simply place it in a warm environment, accompanied by some spiritually resonant herbs. Of course, if you wish to engage in the incubation process yourself, that is also permissible. The duration remains largely the same. It's just that the bond with the child will be somewhat stronger upon its birth. Thus, she understood. Lan Ning caressed her abdomen and mused, if I move with greater intensity now, do you think she might shatter within me? Perfect little six replied, my dear master. Your thoughts are exceedingly perilous. I advise against such reckless experimentation, as it could prove fatal. Lan Ning, I merely inquired. After much effort, she finally persuaded herself to choose this path. How could she jeopardize it out of a fleeting curiosity? Perfect Xiaolu would be even less inclined to see her behave recklessly. Such actions could indeed compromise the integrity of their mission. Fortunately, Lan Ning's curiosity was but a momentary whim. After her bath, she instructed the puppet Gong Yi to prepare dinner, then nestled in bed with Xin Hang, perusing a novel to pass the time. Wrapped in her blanket, she read for only a short while before suddenly feeling quite cold. Lan Ning furrowed her brows and summoned the puppet Gong Yi, instructing her to stoke the fire of the earth dragon. She fixed her gaze upon the charcoal embers by her bedside, waiting until she felt a gentle warmth before she nestled back under the covers to peruse her storybook. After a while, an icy chill swept through the room, prompting Lan Ning to sneeze. What is this? Have I fallen victim to some bizarre and sinister spell? She pondered, perplexed by the sudden cold. Perfect Xiaolu, this is due to the fact that the child within you has reached a critical stage. Nourished by your spiritual essence, her power has far surpassed your own, inheriting the chilling characteristics of the Xian snake clan. Thus, you are experiencing this cold. Endure through tonight, and all will be well. Why was I not informed of this beforehand? Lan Ning, wrapped in her blanket, shivered uncontrollably. She could feel no warmth. Even her breath manifested as a chilling mist. Would she truly succumb to the cold? I can't possibly die from this, can I? Lan Ning asked anxiously. The frigid air enveloped her entire body, rendering her limbs so stiff that she could hardly move. It was difficult for her not to spiral into despair. After a moment of silence, the perfect Xiaolu responded, there is a 50% chance. Perhaps you could immerse yourself in a hot spring, which might increase your odds to 60%. Lan Ning immediately released the quilt and dashed into the bathroom. She removed her shoes and stepped into the warm water, the comforting sensation causing her to shiver slightly. Without the time to shed her clothing, she submerged herself entirely, taking a while to regain her composure. However, almost instantly, an even more terrifying chill enveloped her entire being. Something was amiss. Why did it feel even colder? By the time Lan Ning realized what was happening, the hot spring water around her had frozen solid, trapping her within a small block of ice, rendering her immobile. Perfect Xiaolu exclaimed, it's over. His judgment has gone awry. Master, the little one within you feels too warm, thus absorbing more of your energy in an attempt to restore a comfortable environment. Your current situation is perilous. Lan Ning had long sensed the gravity of the situation. She had not anticipated that it would prove so perilous. Her body was now too cold to think, and the excessive depletion of her strength left her feeling utterly fatigued and drowsy. If Xian Heng and the others did not return soon, she feared she might perish from the cold in the hot spring. An unrelenting chill enveloped Lan Ning, gradually dimming her vision and rendering her surroundings eerily silent. Long ago, this land was devoid of humanity and beast men. It was a realm governed by animals. Each species maintained its own territory, striving to survive under the laws of nature, until one fateful day when a peculiar type of grass emerged from the earth. Herbivores discovered this miraculous plant, consumed it, and underwent an extraordinary transformation. They gained intelligence, becoming the first evolved beings of this land. However, they soon fell prey to carnivorous creatures, triggering a cataclysmic shift in the world. The first animal to transform into a human led its tribe to unparalleled heights. And as this phenomenon proliferated, they observed a troubling trend. The number of women in their tribes diminished, and the births of children dwindled. Lan Ning floated in midair, quietly observing the changes below. She beheld a woman from the cat tribe, weeping in the torrential rain while cradling her child. The infant's breaths were faint, yet the mother fervently pleaded for help. Little Six, can I save her? Lan Ning, now a mother herself, felt her heart soften. But she received no answer from the perfect little Six. Perfect little Six? Lan Ning called out once more, yet silence met her plea. Sighing resignedly, she resolved to attempt a rescue. As she endeavored to glide closer, it seemed as though an immense barrier stood before her. Lan Ning pushed forward with both hands, only to discover an invisible barrier. Beneath her, a torrential rain began to pour. Was this an obstruction? Lan Ning found herself perplexed about her current location. Yet she was resolute in her determination to succeed in her endeavors. She summoned her strength to break through this wall, transforming the shattered remnants into a howling wind that swept across the land. The bewildered orcs emerged to witness the spectacle. They beheld a stunningly beautiful woman, adorned in exquisite garments, descending from the heavens. Lan Ning approached the woman who knelt on the ground, overwhelmed by despair and weeping. Her disheveled black hair framed a face that bore the same hue as her cat ears. She lifted her frail and soiled visage, gazing numbly at Lan Ning with her bloodshot golden eyes. The woman before her possessed a beauty that seemed otherworldly, and her striking heterochromatic eyes, one blue and the other green, were breathtakingly enchanting. "Save my child, save my child," the woman whispered repeatedly, her voice trembling as she began to sob, tears mingled with blood streaming down her cheeks. Even in the presence of a complete stranger, she continued her earnest plea. Chapter 84. The Hairpin. Lan Ning reached out to touch the feeble child nestled in her arms, reminiscent of the many she had encountered at Wanjing, yet subtly distinct. The circulating pathways within the bodies of these nascent orc children were familiar to her, mirroring the very ones she herself wielded. However, their bodies felt hollow, devoid of any strength. Lan Ning hesitated for a moment, attempting to bestow her strength upon the fragile child. This power flowed like a gentle stream, merging into the child's parched inner essence, and she could sense the revival within. The exquisite woman stood before the supplicant, having healed her child. It was a miracle. An ever-growing crowd gathered around Lan Ning, their curiosity drawn to the restored child, while their gaze lingered in fascination upon Lan Ning's enchanting visage. Lan Ning healed the child and gazed upon the woman's exceedingly haggard visage, realizing that this mother would not endure for much longer. With a sigh, she resolved to take action, having already commenced the process of salvation. Her hand gently rested upon the woman's crown, and she distinctly sensed the desiccated essence within the woman's body, akin to that of the child. It was no small feat for either to thrive. Employing the same method, she endeavored to restore the woman's vitality. However, following this act, familiar voices began to echo in her ears. "Little Guai." It was Xuanhong's voice, filled with urgency. "Little Guai, please awaken." Awaken? Lan Ning recalled that she had entered the hot spring to escape the biting cold, only to become frozen in place. It was time for her to awaken. She still had an unfinished mission awaiting her. Lan Ning closed her eyes, attuning herself to the source of the sounds around her. Unbeknownst to her, her form dissipated in the eyes of the orcs as faint golden dust mingled with the bodies of each orc present. Struggling, Lan Ning finally opened her eyes and beheld Xianheng seated at the bedside, his handsome visage now as cold as ice. "Your Highness?" Lan Ning murmured softly, her voice weak and her mind still hazy. Feeling a newfound warmth enveloping her, she inquired, "When did you return?" Supported by Xianheng, she sat up, her hand brushing against soft fur. Turning her head, she was met with Jing Ye's anxious silver gaze. It seemed she had once again been wrapped in Jing Ye's warm embrace. Xianheng gently caressed her icy cheek, recalling that he had forgotten something and returned to check. Little did he know that the fire in the room was raging, nearly igniting a catastrophe. Upon entering, he could not find her and searched frantically, only to discover her in the hot spring. His expression darkened as he recounted the panic he felt upon finding Lan Ning encased in ice. After much effort to rescue her, inquiries were made, and it was subsequently revealed by Xianmo that Lan Ning's belly was missing, leading to the discovery of an egg from the depths of the spring. It became evident that the true culprit was this child, inheriting the chilling powers of the Xianmang clan, inadvertently causing Lan Ning, the mother, to suffer frostbite. They deduced the reason for the intense warmth in the room and surmised why Lan Ning had ventured into the hot spring. Xianheng could not blame anyone else. The fault lay with him. Having never witnessed a woman of the Xianmang clan in pregnancy, he was unaware that this child could have nearly cost Lan Ning her life. Overwhelmed with guilt, he lamented that had he not returned, his beloved Lan Ning might have perished from the cold. Heartbroken, Xianheng gently gathered Lan Ning into his arms, feeling her frigid body against his, aware that it would take time for her to recover. Lan Ning, belatedly aware, waited for Xianheng to release her grasp. She then gently touched her abdomen, a hint of anxiety prompting her to tug at Xianheng's sleeve. "Where's the child?" "Do not worry. Xianmo has already made arrangements," Xianheng reassured Lan Ning. "Your body has yet to recuperate for the next few days. You should stay with Jingyi or Xianmo. I will arrange for someone to come and care for the child." Lan Ning found herself arranged by Xianheng, blinking her eyes in curiosity. "And you?" she inquired. For some inexplicable reason, being near Xianheng brought her a sense of security. Yet, observing the evasive expression on his face, she speculated that it might be due to the matter concerning the child, as Xianheng seemed to shoulder all the blame himself. In truth, This predicament stemmed from Lan Ning's miscalculation. She indeed had a fear of the cold. However, she had not anticipated that retreating to the hot spring to fend off the chill would frighten the child, ultimately draining her strength to the point of freezing the spring into ice. Had she been able to endure, they would have remained unharmed. And you, she continued. How could you, an intelligent system, possess such inferior computational abilities? At the very least, you should have provided me with a risk assessment. If I perish, what becomes of you? With no psychological burdens, Lan Ning chastised the flawless Xiaolu. Flawless Xiaolu replied, "Oh no, I was wrong. I thought I had failed my mission and would be annihilated. Thank goodness you're safe. Unexpected occurrences always arrive unannounced." Xian Heng gently kissed her cat ear, stating, "My power is not conducive to your recovery. Once you regain your strength, I shall accompany you." Although she had awakened, her body remained exceedingly weak. Xian Heng summoned the puppet Gong Yi to nourish her for a while, soothing her into a peaceful slumber. Before instructing Jing Yi to take good care of her and stepping out to discuss matters concerning the child with Xian Mo lacking experience in caring for young ones. Xian Heng, had it not been for Lan Ning, would have had no desire for such responsibilities. "How is it?" he inquired, placing the serpent egg in the adjacent palace. Upon retrieving the egg, he sensed its distinctiveness. The child's power seemed extraordinarily potent, surpassing that of any offspring he had encountered before. After confirming that Lan Ning was not in grave danger, Xian Mo began investigating the egg. He too recognized its formidable strength but was unaware of the underlying reasons. Observing Lan Ning's frailty, he speculated vaguely on the cause. Considering her recent appetite and excessive sleepiness, Xian Mo deduced a plausible explanation. She was absorbing the princess's power. The Xian Mang clan, born in frigid lands, were naturally adapted to such temperatures. Moreover, being your child, her innate talents were undeniable, though she remained sensitive to temperature fluctuations. "Your Highness is fearful of the cold," Xian Mo stated gently. "Thus you ignited the ground dragon and soaked in the hot spring, yet the child found it too warm, compelling her to seek a comfortable environment for her growth." With a soft sigh, Xian Mo continued, "Fortunately, they are both safe. It is indeed fortunate that the child is soon to be born, for it would have been arduous for Lan Ning to survive otherwise." Xian Heng's gaze fixated on the egg resting in the cradle, feeling the essence that belonged to him emanating from it. He could not bear to blame this child for causing Lan Ning harm. All of this was his fault. "I will ensure that someone cares for the child. During this time, you all must take good care of the princess." Xian Heng stepped forward, gently caressing the shell of the serpent egg. A wondrous sensation emanating from his palm, akin to the delicate brush of something soft. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand. His golden slit pupils fixated on the egg as if it had launched a sudden assault. Xian Mo, witnessing his tense demeanor, could not help but chuckle. "She must have sensed your presence and wished to greet you." He recalled the eggs of the Crane clan, which reacted similarly when touched by their parents. "Perhaps you should first bestow a name upon the child, while I check on the princess," Xian Mo suggested, leaving him with a perplexing dilemma as she exited. Chapter 85. Could she be pregnant? Xian Heng stood in silence within the hall for a considerable time, pondering the challenge of naming. As night fell, the Empress hurried to Tinglan Palace. Upon encountering Xian Mo, her first inquiry was about Lan Ning. "Is it true that she is with child and has given birth?" Xian Mo nodded. "Your Majesty may wish to see her, though the princess is currently weak and resting, so you may not be able to meet her today." The Empress paused. Having borne many children herself, she understood the hardships involved. Given Lan Ning's frail health, she would likely require a period of convalescence. "Very well. Let her rest. But where is the child?" The Empress scanned the room, distinctly sensing a strange yet potent aura emanating from the serpent egg. Xian Mo guided her to the adjacent chamber to observe the egg. The Empress spent over an hour in Tinglan Palace, and under Xian Mo's guidance, she carried the news of Lan Ning's pregnancy back to Fengyi Palace. By the following day, the entire court was abuzz with the revelation. During court, Xian Mo and Xian Heng found themselves surrounded by celebratory well-wishers, while Jing Yi, who had been used as a source of warmth by Lan Ning, relished the delightful atmosphere. Upon awakening, Lan Ning nestled against the great wolf, affectionately nuzzling its head, feeling that its fur had softened considerably. "I recall the last time I touched you. Your fur was rather coarse," she remarked. Jing Yi stiffened. The last time he had been used as a source of warmth, he had noticed her penchant for burrowing against his belly. Subsequently, he learned that cats favored soft places, prompting him to procure a special treatment for his fur, bathing daily. Even his subordinates had remarked upon the noticeable change in his appearance. He had kept this secret, not anticipating that Lan Ning would discern it so swiftly. Do you like it? Jing Yi remained silent, merely wanting to know if Lan Ning appreciated his now softer coat, his silver eyes gradually becoming entranced by the beautiful woman. After Lan Ning's face healed, he found himself unable to meet anyone's gaze directly. He had worshipped the statue of the beast god at the Rilatai numerous times, seeking peace for his tribe. Yet, being in proximity to someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to that very statue always filled him with an unsettling disbelief. Nevertheless, there was a strange comfort in being near him. Who could resist the allure of something so soft and fluffy? Lan Ning nestled against the wolf head, feeling its warmth. Jing Ye's physical prowess surpassed that of Xian Mo, allowing him to withstand the chill emanating from Lan Ning. Can you transform and regain your ears and tail once you become human? Lan Ning suddenly inquired, touching Jing Ye's ears, which felt distinctly different from his own. When you revert, I wish to see how it appears. Jing Ye hesitated. What is it? Lan Ning, unaware of the turmoil within him, gazed at him with bright, eager eyes. Do you truly wish to see? Jing Ye replied awkwardly. Lan Ning nodded. Indeed, among the multitude, only the two of us possess ears and tails. You have seen and touched mine. I merely wish to take a look. When a woman acts coy, it is utterly captivating, and when she is beautiful, it becomes irresistibly enchanting. Jing Yi did not hesitate for long. He lifted his head and, under Lan Ning's gaze, gradually transformed into a human. He retained his ears and tail, and due to his nervousness, a fine layer of black fur adorned his body. His ears were also black, while the tail, unconsciously hanging from his waist, gradually sank into the blanket, his silver eyes reflecting a flurry of confusion. Bored, Lan Ning found a way to pass the time. She reached out to caress Jing Ye's dark hair, her delicate fingers gently kneading his ears, sensing his tension. Why was he still nervous? It was not their first encounter. Mimicking the actions of Xian Hang and the others, Lan Ning propped herself up and straddled Jing Ye's lap, brushing her cheek softly against his ear, noticing the blush that crept to the tips of his ears. Meanwhile, his tail, hidden behind him, began to wag eagerly. Jing Yi hesitated, extending his hand to gently encircle Lan Ning's waist, drawing her closer until their noses almost touched. He inhaled the unique fragrance that enveloped her, prompting him to nuzzle against her, which made his tail wag even more joyfully. You are the first person who does not find me distasteful. Jing Yi murmured into Lan Ning's chest, his voice tinged with a sense of vulnerability. I truly cherish you. The sight of a mighty man speaking so plaintively, with ears drooping in disappointment, made Lan Ning understand why, whenever she felt down, Xian Hung would go to great lengths to comfort her. Lan Ning's tail wagged joyfully. I like you too. She gently caressed the wolf ears, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight as she focused on Jing Ye's increasingly flushed cheeks. With a mischievous glint, she playfully nipped at the tips of his wolf ears, savoring the tension and rigidity that enveloped him. Jing Ye's affection level rose to 3, with a total of 82. Why your body is not well. Jing Yi swallowed hard, admonishing himself that he must not behave this way. Lan Ning could not help but chuckle. Her innocent large dog was simply too adorable. She took a small step back, cradling Jing Ye's face in her hands, her gaze gentle and focused, nearly overwhelming him with emotion. At that moment, he found himself pondering why those two individuals had yet to return. He was reluctant to push Lan Ning away. Yet he was also mindful not to cause her any discomfort, as she had only given birth 3 days prior and had not yet completed her confinement period. Lan Ning felt aggrieved. The last time I was suffering from the cold, it was you who assisted me. Cannot you do the same this time? Jing Yi still hesitated. Your Highness, your health is yet to recover. Lan Ning cradled his head, softly whispering into his ear, but you seem to be in discomfort. Could it be that I, as your wife, am inadequate? Jing Yi replied, no. Lan Ning, why would you be unwilling? Jing Yi. He said no more to Lan Ning, choosing instead to remain silent, burying himself against her chest, his warm breath cascading over her heart, its rhythm oscillating between shallow and deep, vividly conveying his unease. Lan Ning felt that the teasing had reached its delightful peak. Holding him close and caressing his ears, she suggested, why not keep me company through the night? I find your ears and tail quite endearing. Jing Ye's tail wagged joyfully in response. Jing Ye's affection, 3. Total affection, 85. To her astonishment, she discovered she was pregnant. Upon returning to her palace, Fu Rou confided in those close to her about this revelation, acknowledging, I underestimated her. He recalled Lan Ning's cautious demeanor from that day, realizing why she had not permitted him to provide a diagnosis. Fu Rou sighed, in any case, I cannot enter. Let them enjoy themselves. Have you delivered the message to Yanxian? Since their heartfelt conversation, Fu Rou had undergone significant changes. She would proactively share information beneficial to Lan Ning, determined to pursue her original dream. Since the court officials of Wanjing did not support her, she resolved to seek out those who would. He smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, both items and messages have been delivered. Soon, we shall hear the good news of Princess Lan Ning's visit. Fu Rou stretched lazily, her gaze contemplative as she looked toward Fengyi Palace. Before long, that palace would belong to her. Have all the marriage proposals from various nations been arranged? During your travels, have you identified any suitable candidates? He presented a stack of lists. As you instructed, everything has been thoroughly investigated. Where would your highness like to begin? Fu Rou perused the list and noted. Given that Xinshang and Heng Yu have sustained such severe injuries this time, let us start with those in proximity to their tribes. It will facilitate Yanxian's endeavors. Chapter 86, A Conspiracy? He replied, Indeed. They have long been prepared. It will undoubtedly be a grand stage for Lan Ning. This time, she will face an inescapable demise. Returning to the palace ahead of the others, she and Mo entered his chamber and beheld Jingyi peacefully cradling Lan Ning in slumber, both in human form. It was indeed a sight that evoked envy, two beings with ears entwined in sleep. Mo ran his fingers through his hair, feeling a twinge of jealousy since the last time he had observed Lan Ning's fondness for Heng's claws. Lacking ears himself, he pondered how he might win Lan Ning's affection. It was a question worth reflecting upon. He yearned to hold Lan Ning as he slept, uncertain of when such an opportunity might arise. After watching for a while, Mo, feeling somewhat disheartened, made his way to the adjoining palace to visit the yet-to-hatch child. Pray tell, how might I endear myself more to your mother? As he reached the entrance, Heng saw the children and uttered, You must be dreaming. With a dismissive hum, he turned and left, intending to return later. However, upon stepping into Lan Ning's room and witnessing the two entwined in slumber, he felt a pang of regret, wishing he had merely returned to mock Mo instead. He huffed again, exiting to sit on the steps, his golden gaze fixed upon the azure sky. He had originally come to inform Lan Ning of the name they had chosen for their child, Chang'an, symbolizing hopes for enduring peace and safety for both her and the baby. Reflecting on the events that transpired, Heng recognized his own arrogance. The severity of Lan Ning's condition weighed heavily on his conscience. Each time he beheld her frail state, his heart ached profoundly. Even witnessing her nestled in the embrace of Jing Yi left him with an anger that felt futile. Ultimately, he recognized it was all his fault. When Lan Ning awoke, she found herself nestled in Jing Yi's embrace. She was utterly enamored by the soft, furry sensation, reluctant to let go. General? As she roused, Jing Yi remained deep in slumber. Noticing his lack of response, she gently called out, Jing Yi? The wolf ears twitched slightly, and the handsome man slowly opened his eyes, still somewhat dazed. Upon meeting her gaze, he saw her looking up at him with eager eyes and leaned down to plant a tender kiss on her smooth forehead. I'm hungry, Lan Ning said, her cheeks flushed. She nuzzled against Jing Yi's chest. Shall we get up to eat? Jing Yi immediately sat up, exclaiming, It was my oversight. Holding Lan Ning was simply too comfortable, which had lulled him into a deep sleep. He swiftly turned over, dressed himself, and then assisted Lan Ning in putting on her gown. Hand in hand, they stepped outside, only to find Heng sitting on the steps at the entrance. Your Highness? Lan Ning exclaimed joyfully as she ran toward him, crouching beside Heng. What brings you here? Seeing her radiant smile, Heng felt a wave of melancholy dissipate, and he stood up, brushing off his clothes before affectionately ruffling Lan Ning's ears. It's nothing. Go and dine with the puppeteer and the palace maid. I have matters to discuss with Jing Yi. Recently, Lan Ning has developed a fondness for the braised fish prepared by the chef at Tinglan Palace. Upon hearing that it was ready, she eagerly lifted her skirts and made her way over, unaware of the tense conversation between the two men behind her. Xuanheng remarked, I allowed you to accompany Xiaowai during her recovery because I saw your honesty. However, she is still not well, and it is best to avoid certain activities. Do you understand my meaning? The last time these two men encountered each other, it was due to Xuanheng's negligence. This time, under his watchful eye, he would not tolerate any delays in Lan Ning's recuperation. Jing Yi could not claim that Lan Ning was being proactive. He had to bear the burden of this misunderstanding himself. Assuring Xuanheng with a stoic expression, rest assured, it will not happen. He was aware of Lan Ning's frail condition and her ability to remain steadfast in her resolve. However, Xuanheng merely scoffed, seemingly skeptical. He caught a whiff of the faint aroma in the air. After sitting for an entire afternoon, he too was hungry. Let us go and join her for the meal, Xuanning said leisurely as he made his way over. The atmosphere in the hall was quite pleasant. Xuanma had arrived at some point and was currently helping Lan Ning remove fish bones. Xuanning had forgotten about this detail. He took a seat beside Lan Ning and gazed at the table laden with fish, recalling the individual who had been taken away by Xuanma. He wondered if that person would return when the various nations came to propose marriage. They all held positions and could not always set aside their responsibilities to protect Lan Ning. Although that individual had a background as a spy, his talents were indisputable, and now that he had become Lan Ning's husband, Xuanning was not overly concerned about betrayal. It was said that upon reaching Xuanma's territory, he still called out Lan Ning's name daily, which irritated Xuanning. Have you made progress with the investigation since many envoys have entered the city? Xuanning inquired. The matter of marriage proposals from various nations was of great concern to all in Wanjing, and word had spread that Lan Ning was with child, leading to rampant speculation about whom she might choose. A group of fools who had been dismissed years ago were attempting to return. And there were those court officials who thrived on chaos, making definitive statements about Lan Ning's intentions, which was infuriating to hear. Fortunately, Lan Ning had previously expressed her thoughts on the matter, so Xuanning and the others were somewhat prepared. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have surely executed those who spread gossip. Everything is prepared, Xuanma stated. I heard that Mo from Furong Palace arrived at the city and a few days ago to investigate, seemingly in search of a suitable husband for Furu. He maintained a neutral image in the court over the years and often had insight into the news within Wanjing. This information came from certain officials seeking to re-establish their supporters. Now that the Empress has fully recovered, Furu's eagerness to find a powerful husband for her tribe could be seen as a move to form alliances, distinctly different from the factionalism practiced by those within the court. Was she plotting rebellion? Jingyi discerned the implication in Xian Mo's words. His expression suddenly darkened, provoking discontent from the two men, who shot him a glare and exchanged knowing looks that conveyed the princess is here. Jingyi hesitated, casting a nervous glance at Lan Ning, only to find her engrossed in her meal of fish, which offered him a sigh of relief. He feared inadvertently startling her. Whether there were thoughts of rebellion, he could not say, but ultimately, this matter would rest in the hands of the Empress. Xianheng chuckled, remarking that their current ruler was not the frail monarch of Azure, bedridden and delicate. History has shown that emperors are often plagued by suspicion, especially when it comes to someone like Fu Rou, with her dubious past. Let her be. I merely hope she does not ascend to that position too swiftly. Xianheng leisurely peeled shrimp for Lan Ning, as his little darling needed to nourish her health, naturally deserving the finest fare. His sentiments echoed those of Xian Mo and the others. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. Their mistress was still young, and there was no need for her to shoulder such heavy responsibilities. Rather, it would be wiser for her to learn gradually, allowing her more time to devote to them. Meanwhile, Lan Ning listened intently, her gaze lowered as she contemplated the schemes of the cunning Fu Rou. Lan Ning, if we were to assume that she is currently plotting rebellion, what would be the probability of her success? Chapter 87. Solutions will arise. Perfect little 6, 50%? She has a considerable number of supporters from various nations, many of whom were drawn to her during the time she was selecting a husband, when she was still the leading lady, radiating an irresistible charm. As for how the upcoming marriage proposals from different countries will unfold, Perfect Little 6 is at a loss. Ever since he chose Lan Ning as the protagonist in this world, the path ahead has become exceedingly unclear, and he finds himself struggling to envision his future. Lan Ning, lost in thought, mused. Her allure as a heartthrob must have shattered the moment I escaped the dungeon. The narrative of this world resembles a colossal gear, meticulously designed to turn. Yet, one day, an inconspicuous screw fell, wedged within the gear's rotation, causing the immense mechanism to fracture. Now, no one can foresee how the future will unfold. Perfect Little 6 replied, Indeed, you have entirely transcended the confines of the narrative, and there lingers an elusive sensation that the plot could be reversed. Lan Ning, do you believe the original story's conclusion was satisfactory? A princess, consumed by jealousy, nearly annihilated all the women in the realm of beasts. This transcends mere selfishness. She yearned for everyone in this world to place their hopes solely upon her, aspiring to become the sovereign of all, compelling those who were forced to feel gratitude to revere her as a deity. This character epitomizes hypocrisy and selfishness to a nauseating degree. It is far from commendable. Perfect Xiao Lu remained silent for a moment before responding. He lacked the autonomy to choose his own path in this world and had never contemplated why he found himself here. Had it not been for the encounter with the unique host, Lan Ning, you might have, like other systems, mechanically executed the tasks prescribed by the main system, perpetually caught in a cycle. When Lan Ning posed this question to him, the perfect Xiaolu was also in contemplation. Half a year, while not particularly brief, is neither excessively long. During this time, he had gleaned considerable insights from Lan Ning, fostering a renewed understanding of humanity. He could comprehend every utterance made by Lan Ning and grasp the emotions behind her words, leading him to appreciate just how bewildering the world of the former Lan Ning, which had yet to arrive, truly was. Lan Ning. In truth, I have no desire to oppose anyone. Living peacefully and healthily, merely existing, is not a bad fate, is it? Yet, who could deny that my identity as a resurrected princess inevitably attracts the pursuit and treachery of enemies? Rather than being reactive in such moments, it is far wiser to take the initiative. Consider it a means of avenging the rightful owner of this body. Perfect Xiaolu discerned the helplessness in Lan Ning's words. Given the circumstances, there were no choices left for them. We shall undoubtedly accomplish our mission, but will you choose to remain here afterward? Perfect Xiaolu inquired. This question left Lan Ning equally perplexed, as she found herself gradually developing feelings for everything in this place. It appeared she had truly fallen in love with these three men. How fickle of her. Lan Ning. I believe it is unlikely. She is currently learning how to become a competent princess, and in the future, she may very well evolve into a capable empress. She has already grown fond of everything in this world. The perfect Xiaolu did not inquire further. To him, Lan Ning was merely one among countless hosts he had encountered. As he ventured into various realms, he would encounter other hosts with differing personalities. An intelligent system should not possess emotions. Master, how do you plan to address the various kingdoms' marriage proposals? Perfect Xiaolu shifted the topic. The marriage proposals from the kingdoms represent the most significant plot point at present, and there may well be Lan Ning's final target among them. However, Furo has already obtained the list of all suitors, and she may seize the opportunity, leaving one to ponder whether a counteraction would be possible then. Lan Ning also considered this point, and I believe it is unlikely, based on the characteristics of the targets she has encountered thus far. This remaining individual may possess a flaw that could be utterly detestable to Furo. It is entirely possible that Furo might still choose not to pursue this one. She holds absolute confidence in her own fortune. After all, she has survived numerous perilous situations. Perfect Xiaolu, she inquired, what are your plans moving forward? Surely, you cannot merely remain in the palace to recuperate. Their actions have already fallen behind. If we do not devise a strategy soon, we will find ourselves without even a drop of soup to drink. While this is indeed true, Lan Ning pondered for a moment. Her final target was indeed elusive, and she could not directly describe them for Xianheng and the others to seek out, as the likelihood of encountering them only to be killed by Xianheng was far greater. She contemplated whether she could procure the list in Furo's possession directly. Lan Ning believed this strategy to be quite astute. Why not take advantage of the efforts already made by others? Given Mohi's shrewdness, it was likely that all the prominent figures who had come this time were recorded. She merely needed to ascertain whether her target was among them. Fortunately, Furo had recently returned to the court, spending nearly half of her days assisting the Empress with governmental affairs, presumably to demonstrate her diligence and worth to the defector officials. This presented an opportunity for Lan Ning. She simply needed to control a nearby cat to infiltrate Furo's palace and retrieve the list. Upon hearing Lan Ning's plan, the ever-perceptive Xiaolu remarked, "Your considerations are truly comprehensive. You have even thought of how to steal the list from Furo's palace." Lan Ning, it is still insufficiently comprehensive. The Fuyong Palace contains numerous items inscribed with characters, yet the ordinary cat is oblivious to the significance of the list and lacks awareness of where the items are stored. This indeed poses a dilemma, one that even the flawless Xiaolu has rendered speechless. He too is striving to demonstrate his worth. Master, there is a solution. Suddenly, the perfect Xiaolu conceived an idea. Your abilities have been upgraded, allowing you to control your thoughts and inhabit the body of a cat, thus enabling you to venture into the Fuyong Palace in search of the items, with a time limit of 15 minutes. Is it possible to utilize that skill in such a manner? Lan Ning hastily opened her skill panel, her eyes gleaming with joy as she perused the description of her upgraded abilities. However, her elation quickly waned upon noticing the extensive cooldown period listed beneath. A 6-month cooldown for a single use? After investing so many points, I feel as though I have gained nothing of value, she lamented. Her hard-earned points spent with great reluctance, only to acquire what seemed to be a nearly useless skill after a solitary application. Perfect Xiaolu interjected, after all. This is an advanced skill. Consider this There is no one in this world whose abilities can rival yours. You possess the capacity to enhance your senses, project your thoughts, and even possess others. While the cooldown may be lengthy, ponder the immense benefits you stand to gain. He earnestly endeavored to persuade Lan Ning not to fixate on the seemingly trivial detail of the cooldown period. Lan Ning, I still feel quite a loss. The perfect little six truly wishes to create a heart-wrenching expression for its host, but it simply cannot be like this. It has already been changed. Lan Ning, of course, did not intend to trouble the perfect Xiaolu. She understood that some things were unchangeable. After teasing him briefly, she ended the call and resumed her meal. Pondering the plans for the following morning, she wondered if He would be present at that time. His presence could complicate matters. Chapter 88, Your Highness. Could you perhaps favor me a little more? The thought of that spine-chilling spider made Lan Ning lose her appetite for the braised fish on her plate. The three men, noticing her pause, mistakenly assumed she found it unpalatable. Is it not to your liking? Xuanning contemplated clearing Lan Ning's dish, suggesting they switch to another. They had little desire for indulgence, as many chefs at Tinglan Palace had prepared meals specifically for Lan Ning. This was the first time they witnessed her hesitation. Just as Xuanheng was about to summon the puppet maid to remove the dish, Lan Ning anxiously grasped his arm. You haven't eaten yet. Why remove it? She stood and waved for the puppet maid to retreat, declaring, the chef mentioned this fish is a rare rainbow cod. It tastes quite delightful to me. Her swift change of demeanor left the three men momentarily bewildered. However, seeing her happily indulge in her meal, they refrained from insisting on removing the dish. Accompanying Lan Ning until she finished dining, and gently coaxing her to take a bath. Behind a door and a screen, Xuanheng stood protectively before the two men, inquiring, who among you intends to accompany her tonight? Were it not for the risk of harming Lan Ning with his strength, he would not let such an opportunity slip away. Xuanma and Jingyi exchanged glances. They had agreed to alternate nights, and it was Xuanma's turn to be with her. Thus, Xuanheng called Jingyi away, leading him to the training grounds for a sparring session that lasted an hour. Meanwhile, Xuanma entered the bathing chamber, clutching Lan Ning's dress. The occupant seemed to sense his arrival and promptly submerged in the hot spring, revealing only a pair of cat ears and eyes. Upon recognizing him, the figure emerged, asking, Sir Xian, what brings you here? Lan Ning remained unaware that her evening had already been orchestrated by three men. Among these three potential suitors, she found Xian to be the most elusive. Xian possessed an inherent gentleness, his warm, crescent-shaped eyes complemented by soft, light brown irises that accentuated his serene demeanor. He treated everyone with an equal kindness, yet there was an air of uniqueness in his interactions that often left Lan Ning feeling as though he could see through her, creating an illusion of vulnerability. In Xianmo's presence, Lan Ning hesitated to speak freely. She observed the jade-like figure as he meticulously arranged his belongings before stepping into the hot spring. As he approached her, he enveloped her with his cold embrace. The chill emanating from him was undeniably overwhelming. Is today any better? He inquired softly, gazing down at her with an affectionate warmth. The face, devoid of all scars, was undeniably exquisite. Each time he beheld this visage, reminiscent of a divine beast, he found himself captivated anew. The statue that stood upon the Ruelu terrace was the most beautiful creation he had ever encountered, yet in the presence of the living embodiment, he felt the sculpture had understated its splendor. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lan Ning always felt anxious and uneasy in his company. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xianmo's eyes. He could not fathom why she kept her distance. After all, he was her husband, much like Jingyi and Xianheng. It is better, she replied, feeling uneasy under his gaze, especially considering they were in the hot spring, unclothed, making the situation all the more awkward. However, Lan Ning couldn't help but glance at Xianmo's arm. His health was poor, and naturally, his physique was not as robust as that of Xianmo and Jingyi. However, the contours of his muscles were remarkably elegant, resembling a work of art. As she continued to gaze, she inadvertently became captivated. The intensity of her gaze alleviated some of the gloom in Xianmo's heart. As long as Lan Ning found him intriguing, it sufficed. At least in her eyes, he remained exceptional. Should she dare to touch it? Lan Ning's eyes widened in astonishment as she began to ponder Xianmo's words. Cautiously, she reached out to touch him. The warmth of his skin sent a shiver through her heart. Since their tender encounter, this marked the first moment of genuine honesty between them. As she caressed him, she gradually realized that the atmosphere had grown excessively intimate. Just as she wished to withdraw her hand, Xianmo seized it, pressing it against his chest. His sudden action startled Lan Ning, and she noted the hurt expression on his face, questioning why she appeared afraid of him. Lan Ning felt her heart racing fiercely beneath her palm. mirroring the tumult within her chest. I have not. Her voice quivered, revealing her trepidation, as she sensed the assertiveness emanating from Xianmo today. In that moment, she was rendered speechless, her demeanor betraying any semblance of indifference. Sighing softly, Xianmo lowered his head to capture Lan Ning's lips in a gentle yet undeniable kiss, his hand applying a subtle pressure at her waist. In the next heartbeat, she found herself cradled in his embrace. Lan Ning was startled by his sudden movement. Her feet dangled in the water, and the skin exposed to the air felt the chill. Instinctively, she pressed herself against Xianmo, her arms encircling his neck, her eyes reflecting a bewildered tension. Why you? Put me down. Lan Ning's voice trembled, as she was utterly perplexed by the drastic change in Xianmo darkness level. 10. Please remain vigilant, host. Lan Ning truly felt her heart ache for the perfection of Xiaolu. Was it not agreed that only Xianheng would possess the capacity for dark tendencies? Why then does Xianmo also exhibit such traits? Xianmo gazed at Lan Ning with gentle eyes and softly inquired, Your Highness, you have yet to answer my question. Why do you fear me? Was it due to his cold demeanor during their initial encounter? Xianmo found himself apologizing almost instinctively. I am sorry. Did I frighten you when we first met? At that time, he had not yet entertained the notion of becoming the consort of a princess, hence his aloofness. Regret had since settled within him, yet Lan Ning remained guarded. After all, was he not also her husband? He wished for her to feel at ease in his presence, free from such reservations. Each time he observed her harmonious interactions with Xianheng and Jingyi, he felt a pang of envy. And as for Lan Ning, her reflexes seemed excessively delayed. When had she ever felt fear? Lan Ning quickly engaged in self-reflection. After much contemplation, she concluded that her silence in front of Xianmo was merely a minor adjustment, crafted in response to his preference for being ambitious and concise. Had she not initially attempted to interact with him in a manner that pleased Xianheng, only to have him furrow his brow in disapproval? I truly am not afraid of you. Lan Ning could not help but defend herself. You did not intimidate me at that time. Xianmo pressed his lips together, listening to the person in his arms as she explained, her earnest demeanor suggesting sincerity rather than deception. After a brief silence, he inquired, I can't shake the feeling that you are indeed fearful of me. Lan Ning nestled in the crook of his neck, her damp cat ears still dripping with water. She murmured, Aren't you my mentor? It is only natural to feel fear in the presence of a revered teacher. There is nothing amiss in that. Xianmo had never anticipated this to be the reason. Will you treat me with the same kindness as you do with Xianheng and Jingyi? Xianmo gently caressed Lan Ning's back, yearning fervently to glean the answer from her. Chapter 89. Enveloped in his tenderness, Lan Ning, I have always felt the same towards all of you. Where do they perceive that their feelings towards each individual differ? Could it be simply because I have known Xianheng longer, leading them to believe that she would naturally lean on him more? Yet, this is indeed a reality. Yet, Lan Ning could not voice these sentiments to Xianmo. She recalled that Jingyi had also exhibited similar feelings, expressing a desire for her to pay more attention to them and not to focus solely on Xianheng. Xianmo shook his head, recognizing the disparity. In her heart, she would always hold Xianheng in higher regard. Naturally, he did not harbor the expectation of surpassing Xianheng's place in Lan Ning's affections. He merely wished to occupy a fraction of a special space in her heart. Receiving no response from Lan Ning, he let out a resigned smile. The person in his embrace was one who possessed little understanding of romantic love, only discerning between what was significant and what was not. Very well, silence could be acceptable. Xianmo slowly descended into the water, locking eyes with Lan Ning. And as he drew near once more, he tenderly pressed his lips against hers. Lan Ning felt dizzy from his kiss, and then she heard him whispering in her ear, Now I am your husband. Do not fear me. Please love me. She had yet to respond when that gentle kiss came again, and Xianmo left his mark on her body in his own manner. The sensation, akin to treasuring a precious gem, made her feel lightheaded. She set aside her anxieties and surrendered to his movements. In the end, she could hardly recall how she returned to the bedroom, wrapped in a cocoon of blankets. Lan Ning gazed at the industrious man by the table, her enchanting gem-like eyes blinking in wonder. She instinctively reached up to caress her lips, the intoxicating sensation still lingering. Xianmo, seated at the edge of the bed with a bowl of medicine, donned sleepwear of the same hue as Lan Ning's. His gentle eyes shimmered like water as he prepared to drink the medicine. Lan Ning obediently followed his movements, yet the bitter medicinal concoction still caused her brows to furrow. Xuanma, who attended to her after she took the medicine, was aware of the little kitten's aversion to bitterness. Hence, he had prepared candied fruits in advance. As he observed the medicinal bowl emptying, he deftly conjured a candied fruit and placed it in Lan Ning's mouth, watching her contorted little face gradually return to its former state. Lan Ning's injuries were severe. The chilling energy had almost permeated her entire being. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished by now. It was solely due to Xuanheng's meticulous care that she remained merely weakened. However, the cold energy from the Xuanmong clan proved exceptionally difficult to dispel, despite Jingya's prolonged companionship. Her condition had shown little improvement, a testament to Lan Ning's insufficient internal cultivation. I am devising methods regarding those techniques. In time, once your body has recovered, I shall teach you gradually. Xuanma informed her of another matter he had been preoccupied with. The three of them had been brainstorming solutions, and naturally, when it came to the intricacies of cultivation, the other two were not as adept as Xuanma. Thus he took the lead in this endeavor. The ancient manuscripts of the Crane clan were numerous, and Xuanma had nearly all of them sent to Wanjing City. After perusing them for a while, he uncovered the origins of the gate of flux that Lan Ning utilized. To his astonishment, this seemingly arcane technique actually stemmed from the ancient beastmen, a race that had long since devolved into madness and perished in the celestial rift. Have you truly found a solution? Lan Ning's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. She was bewildered by the gate of flux. Since mastering it, it seemed her inner core's capacity had merely expanded, as the typical beast clan techniques were inaccessible to her. Under the strict watch of Xuanheng and others, she feared attempting any techniques that might lead to her demise. Thus, after so many days, she had made no progress. Now, with Xuanma's revelation, how could she not be exhilarated? Soon, she would no longer be the timid little waste who could only flee from danger. Xuanma gently wiped the medicinal residue from the corner of Lan Ning's mouth with his finger, recalling the mermaid he had taken away. Curiously, the merfolk had not taught him to cultivate inner strength using the gate of flux, which conveniently allowed him to conduct experiments. Once organized, he would return to teach Lan Ning at a measured pace. As for that fish, it would depend on its ability to survive until then. Xuanma held little sympathy for entities outside his plans. He believed that soon Lan Ning might forget that fish, which did not belong to the land, alleviating one of his many competitors. When Melingyan returned, Lan Ning inquired, gazing at the smile on Xuanma's face. A sudden ominous premonition washed over her. She feared her little fish might be confined by this group and meet a dire fate. Lan Ning cautiously inquired, "Is he well now? Is he, like me, also studying?" Her concern evoked a profound sense of helplessness within Xuanma. When would she be able to care for herself as deeply as she cared for others? He was indeed engaged in his studies and would not return any time soon. Xuanma replied honestly, for it was no falsehood. Lingyan's pursuit of becoming Lan Ning's husband required a far more rigorous education than that which Lan Ning had received. Lan Ning pressed her lips together, contemplating how she had recently occupied her time by attempting to cultivate Lingyan's affection. Her silence and daydreaming left Xian Mo somewhat dissatisfied, with fingers as delicate as jade. He gently tapped her on the tip of her nose. Then, she heard the man beside her express his disappointment. "Your Highness, are you displeased with me? Why is it that whenever we are together, you always speak of other men?" Lan Ning paused for a moment, shaking her head, and said, No, I am merely curious about his comings and goings." Xian Mo smiled gently, a smile so enchanting that it made Lan Ning's heart flutter. "It is my inadequacy. Perhaps I should engage in some activities to assist His Highness in enhancing his focus." Lan Ning could not help but inquire, "What are you doing?" Xian Mo instructed the puppet Gongi to put away the medicine bowl. He then picked up the cloak beside him and wrapped Lan Ning snugly, lifting her from the warmth of the bed. Taking a seat at the table, he held her hand and began to teach her how to write. In truth, he had long desired to do this. He found Lan Ning's hands to be exquisitely beautiful, and even the briefest touch had left him enchanted by their softness. Alas, at that time, he could not afford to be too close to her, for the regent was known to be dangerously volatile. Meanwhile, Lan Ning mistakenly believed that something scandalous was afoot. It turned out he was simply teaching her calligraphy. She had overthought the situation. "Your Highness has not practiced writing properly in recent days. I shall assist you slowly," he said, as he kissed her delicate, white cat ears. He noticed a hint of red amidst the white, prompting a smile to grace his lips. He recognized that Lan Ning was a shy girl, although she lacked understanding. She was acutely aware of the discomfort that certain interactions could bring. "What has come over you, Your Highness?" Xian Mo asked cheerfully as he observed the crooked characters she had written, which were far less refined than those he had previously practiced. He gently grasped her small hand. Noting how it trembled in his grasp, Lan Ning slowly exhaled, summoning her courage to meet his gaze. only to find herself entranced by his smiling eyes. She momentarily froze, then pouted slightly, suggesting that it was too late today and perhaps tomorrow would be more suitable. Being embraced by Xian Mo made her undeniably nervous. He leaned down to gently kiss the corner of her lips and playfully asked, "No, not yet. Have you managed to learn the characters I taught you last time?" Chapter 90. This is a punishment. Lan Ning's body stiffened. When had he last instructed her on writing characters? The moment Xian Mo observed her bewildered expression, he realized that she had long forgotten. "Today, I shall teach you once more," he said gently, lightly nibbling the delicate tip of her ear. Feeling the tremor of her body in his embrace, he instinctively pulled her closer, for if the prince were still unable to grasp it by tomorrow, there would be consequences. Lan Ning perked up her ears. What? What punishment?" Xian Mo chuckled softly. "Do you wish to know?" Lan Ning was uncertain whether to respond. She acutely sensed that it likely was not a favorable matter. Yet, she believed that Xian Mo would not jest with her. If one were to speak of wicked humor, it would undoubtedly be Xian Hung who held the foremost position. "You go ahead," she said. Lan Ning dared not raise her gaze to meet Xian Mo's excessively fervent eyes. Instead, she focused on the chaotic scrawl upon the table, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Here she was, being taught to write by a distinguished minister. Yet after a considerable time, she had failed to produce a single proper character. She truly could not bear to admit that this was her husband, for she feared that the mocking crowd would turn their ridicule upon Xian Mo as well. Lan Ning contemplated the idea of directly exchanging for the calligraphy skill. "Master, would you like to exchange for the calligraphy skill? It now requires only 3,000 points." Perfect Little Six interjected at the opportune moment with a recommendation. This fellow. She vanished when threatened by men, yet was particularly diligent when it came to coaxing her into spending points. Lan Ning declined. "Dreaming is futile." Perfect Little Six. "Very well." "My master." He truly vanished as swiftly as he spoke, merely moping in his little chamber, gazing despondently at the score table. They owe so much. When, indeed, shall they ever be able to repay it all? When Lan Ning regained her senses, Xian Mo was whispering intimately in her ear, "Your Highness, what kind of punishment do you deem most fitting?" Naturally, the best punishment would be none at all. Yet, Lan Ning dared not voice this thought. Instead, she leaned against Xian Mo's embrace and replied, "It is up to you." With a smile, Xian Mo pondered for a moment before responding. "How about this? For each day you fail to perfect your calligraphy, you shall spend an additional night with me. Regardless of what others may say, there shall be no turning back." Is this truly considered a punishment? Lan Ning was taken aback, yet she immediately considered Xian Heng's temperament. If she were to refuse, it might provoke some unnecessary turmoil, and she certainly did not wish to risk any deterioration of her standing. Indeed, this was a form of punishment. It was she who had allowed Xian Mo to make the arrangement, and it would be ill-advised to decline at this moment, especially since she was nestled in his embrace. Xian Mo nuzzled her ear, declaring that it was settled. It was already late today. They would commence tomorrow. The following morning, Xian Hung was once again squatting at the entrance of Lan Ning's chamber, awaiting Xian Mo to accompany him to court. Meanwhile, Jing Yi stood a short distance away beneath a tree, wearing a complex expression. He could hardly fathom the possibility that during those 2 days he spent by Lan Ning's side, the regent might have been lurking nearby, ready to intrude at any moment. Indeed, the prince was most concerned about Her Highness Lan Ning. Jing Yi sighed, realizing that he must strive even harder. Before long, Xian Mo emerged, clad in a pristine white official robe, radiating warmth and charm. Xian Heng promptly rose, casting an impatient glance in his direction. Any further delay would jeopardize their attendance at court, and a diligent minister had never been known to tarry. Xian Mo was aware of Xian Heng's jealousy and offered no further argument, merely glancing back at the door that the court maiden had closed behind him. That little kitten was indeed making an earnest effort to fulfill their agreement, having risen early to practice her calligraphy. Although Xian Mo was reluctant for her to progress too quickly, he knew that once Lan Ning regained her former self, she would no longer belong solely to him. "Let us go," Xian Hung called out. In 2 days, there would be a diplomatic marriage proposal from various kingdoms, and Lan Ning would be present. What about that fish? We must retrieve it to guard her side. That fish was rather inept, yet slightly stronger than Lan Ning. He was concerned that during their busiest times, someone might pose a threat to her. Xian Mo nodded, promising to bring him into the palace ahead of time. But he wondered if it would be wise to inform the Empress about the prince's appearance. The notion of making a grand entrance and overshadowing others sounded appealing, offering a sense of retribution. If only Lan Ning's beauty did not so closely resemble that of the beast god, they would be more inclined to arrange such an event. In the past, Lan Ning had been disparaged behind her back due to her unremarkable appearance. They had heard and dealt with it, yet people were visual creatures. Setting aside whether Lan Ning would choose anyone, they themselves had already begun to compare. Some even suggested it would be better to serve as a eunuch in the Furu Palace. A bunch of over-ambitious frogs. Let us attend to our business first. Xian Hung instructed, leading the two away. Shortly after their departure, Lan Ning opened the palace door and exhaled slowly. She had finally found an opportunity to act independently. Lan Ning skillfully severed the control of the puppet concubine within the palace using the techniques taught by the exquisite Xiaolu, transforming into a cat. She leaped gracefully onto the palace walls, where she noticed a considerable number of soldiers from the wolf clan nearby, presumably left by Jingyi to ensure her protection. She scanned the surrounding palace paths and chose a less conspicuous route, stealthily making her way toward the Furong Palace. This marked her second time dashing through the palace in such a manner. The memory of her previous near-fatal experience lingered vividly in her mind. She fervently hoped that He had not left any spiders near the Furong Palace. Xiaolu, I still need you to keep watch for me. Perfect, Xiaolu, certainly. Lan Ning believed that at times, the reliable little six was indeed more dependable. She summoned a nearby stray cat, selecting the most inconspicuous one, and carefully secured her own body in a safe location before embodying the feline. With a few agile leaps, she entered the Hibiscus Palace. It was the first time Lan Ning arrived here, and she was delighted to see the courtyard filled with hibiscus flowers and artificial hills. Grateful for the additional places to conceal herself, she quietly observed the movements of the puppet maidens within the palace. Her ears twitching as she keenly detected the roars emanating from a nearby hall. Get out, all of you, Tai Shang bellowed. His fierce gray eyes fixed menacingly on the smile adorning Mo's face, his own countenance shrouded in gloom. What are you laughing at? What's so amusing? Mo remained silent, merely instructing the puppet maidens to tidy up the shattered porcelain on the ground, before sighing. I always believed the prince of the Jiaodu kingdom to be wise and valiant. Yet it appears he is merely a hot-tempered individual who cannot bear to lose a fight. Tai Shang's face darkened further at being mocked by a physician. Were it not for his severe injuries rendering him immobile, he would have certainly taught this physician a lesson. At that moment, Lan Ning quietly slipped past the window. Following the scent of rouge that lingered in her memory, she located the palace of Fu Rou, circumventing the puppet maidens engaged in cleanings, and busied herself searching in any place that housed books. Not this one, nor this. TSK, why is she even reading this kind of book? As Lan Ning rummaged through the volumes with great enthusiasm, a sound from outside the hall caught her attention. The faint footsteps heightened her alertness. After soothing Tai Shang, He passed by Fu Rou's palace, seemingly hearing a noise, and paused at the entrance to glance inside. Only the puppet maidens were busy tidying up. He lingered at the door for a moment longer, but upon seeing no unusual activity, he turned sharply, inadvertently facing the very curtain behind which Lan Ning was hiding. The tension in the air was palpable. Chapter 91. I apologize to you. Little cat, even the slightest of her movements could be detected by He. He had certainly sensed something amiss within the palace. Lan Ning slowly exhaled, grateful that she had practiced methods for concealing her presence in advance, thus narrowly avoiding danger. This was not her body. The flawless Xiaolu remained on the other side. Without anyone to assist her, she dared not act recklessly. Although she could no longer sense Mo's presence, she believed that, given the depth of his character, it was prudent to remain in her current location for a while longer. After several breaths, still sensing no trace of Mo, she hastily emerged to continue her search. Lan Ning meticulously calculated the time and finally found the list nestled within the drawer of Fu Rou's bed, cautiously surveying her surroundings. She seized the opportunity when the puppet palace maid was distracted, grasping the list between her teeth before leaping out of the rear window. She burrowed into the grass, seeking the small hole through which she had just entered. As she diligently searched, a familiar voice echoed behind her. He observed the frail wild cat with a contemplative gaze. A cat? How could there be a cat here? His Highness held a particular disdain for cats. Not only was Fu Rong Palace devoid of them, but even the surrounding uninhabited palaces forbade their presence. Yet, here was a cat, lurking suspiciously. This was indeed troubling. Perhaps it should be eliminated. He took a couple of steps forward, and the cat in the weeds suddenly turned, hissing with its feline eyes directed at him. In an instant, the wild cat dashed away, and before he could react, it leaped into Fu Rou's palace to wreak havoc. He hurried inside to assist the puppet palace maid in managing the unexpected crisis. At that moment, Lan Ning stealthily slipped back in, snatching the list hidden in the grass. She then found a secure location, allowing the impeccable Xiaolu to swiftly transcribe the contents. Before locating another wild cat and stealthily infiltrating the palace with the list in her mouth. Observing Mo, he engaged in matters at the entrance of Fu Ro's palace. She boldly leaped to the window of Kai Shang's palace, tossing the list inside. Kai Shang, reclining languidly on the bed, was perplexed, having completed her task. Lan Ning hastily returned to Tinglan Palace. Upon her return from the grass, her attire was dust-laden, to avert suspicion from Xian Mo and the others. She deliberately overturned the inkstone, staining her dress before bathing openly. Immersed in the warm water, she inquired of the meticulous Xiaolu, "So, have you found my target?" Impeccable Xiaolu replied, "No. However, you can confirm that this is indeed the target of Fu Ro's diplomatic marriage initiative. Perhaps the counterpart has already begun to take action." Xiaolu urged, "Should we not take some measures? If Fu Ro's influence grows, it may become increasingly difficult to deal with in the future." Lan Ning shook her head, fearing that she would not rise. A princess already distrusted by the Empress and the court, burdened with numerous doubts, still insists on befriending the envoys to consolidate her power. How would the Empress perceive this? What would the courtiers think? This could very well be a harbinger of Fu Ro's impending rebellion. Lan Ning suddenly recalled that she had employed her sixth sense. Could she utilize projection once more? This was indeed a splendid occasion for various nations to seek marriage alliances, with throngs of people gathered. Furthermore, with her dazzling entrance, it would be a pity not to seize this opportunity to make an impact. Why not employ projection to unveil the calamities that await in the future, igniting the flames of urgency even further? Perfect Xiaolu remarked, "If you choose to upgrade, you may continue to use it." Lan Ning, must we truly upgrade? I have yet to accumulate the points I owe. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Some skills are excessively powerful, with a lengthy cooldown period after each use. The only solution is to upgrade and refresh. Perfect Little Six is diligently seeking a resolution, for this is the final upgrade. This time, all limitations on skills will be lifted, and there will be no more cooldowns. Lan Ning appeared to be uncertain, pondering whether it was genuine. Accumulating 100,000 points proved to be quite challenging. She did not wish to burden herself with excessive points debt. Perfect Xiaolu affirmed, "Indeed." Lan Ning tilted her head towards the ceiling and, after a brief moment, sighed, "Let it rise." This credit, whether owed sooner or later, must eventually be settled. Once the perfect Xiaolu had meticulously deducted the points and diligently upgraded Lan Ning's skills, elevating her sixth sense to its utmost potential. She indeed perceived a remarkable transformation in the world around her. The air, the water, and every breath in her vicinity became exquisitely clear. She could even discern the stirring of serpent eggs in another palace. Lan Ning closed her eyes, quietly attuning herself to the sensations around her. She felt her body growing lighter, ascending ever higher, and then she found herself once again in an unfamiliar realm. In the realm of the beasts, drenched by torrential rain. A pervasive stench of decay hung heavily in the air. Amidst the unspeakable odors, she detected a familiar scent, suspended in midair. She followed the scent's direction and beheld a scene not far away, a canyon where two factions of orc tribes were embroiled in fierce combat. The orcs, steadily retreating into the canyon, dwindled in number until only one woman remained. With a face etched in sorrow, she cried out in fury. "The power bestowed upon you by the divine was never meant for slaughter. You have annihilated my kin, and I shall curse your offspring to dwindle until extinction." The woman's words incited great displeasure among the marauders, and without hesitation, their leader silenced her with death before leading his group away. Lan Ning hesitated for a moment, floating in the canyon as she glanced around, momentarily daunted by the horrifying scene before her, making her reluctant to open her eyes. However, the woman lying on the ground, teetering on the brink of death, recognized her. It was the visage of the deity they revered. "Please, please," the woman uttered, blood spilling from her lips, her distress compelling Lan Ning to open her eyes. Observing the struggle in the woman's speech, Lan Ning hesitated and inquired, "You wish for me to save you?" A glimmer of hope ignited in the woman's eyes. "Lan Ning, I may not be able to save you. Though her powers can be bestowed upon the orc tribe, they are only applicable to those devoid of strength within their inner course. She has never attempted to use this power to heal wounds." However, confronted with the woman's pleading gaze, Lan Ning sighed in resignation, saying, "I will give it a try. But do not blame me if you perish." Lan Ning floated before her, extending her hand to cover the ghastly wound. She summoned the strength within her body, and amidst a dazzling golden radiance, the woman's injuries began to heal gradually. This was the first time she had used this power to save a dying person, inadvertently. She allowed her energy to seep out, which intertwined with the bodies of the long-deceased orc tribe surrounding them. After a brief moment, Lan Ning, breathless, withdrew her hand. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she was about to inquire about the woman's condition when a sudden wolf howl echoed from behind her. Lan Ning was startled by the sound, and when she turned back again, she found herself surrounded by numerous animals. "Thank you," she said. At that moment, the woman regained her composure and respectfully addressed the beast god. "I am Lan Ji, a red fox. These animals are my friends. We belong to the ancient beast clan that you saved a century ago." "Lan Ning, have you mistaken me for someone else? I do not know you." Chapter 92, The Ancient Beast Clan. Lan Ji excitedly grasped Lan Ning's hands, saying, "Several centuries ago, I was searching for a physician in the pouring rain while cradling my child. In a moment of desperation, it was your appearance that saved her. And you later rescued me as well." Her words rendered Lan Ning speechless. The person she had saved centuries ago? Previously, Lan Ning had indeed dreamed of saving someone. Yet she had always regarded that dream as mere fleeting imagery, a remnant of the time she nearly succumbed to the cold. Several days had elapsed since that dream, and its contents had not left a profound impression on her. In fact, she had nearly forgotten it altogether. Now, as it was brought to the forefront of her mind once more, she endeavored to recall it, but that memory seemed shrouded in a thick veil, rendering it utterly indistinct. Lan Ning felt a throbbing headache as she faced the yearning gaze of Lan Ji. With a hint of helplessness, she replied, "I apologize, but I do not recall this matter clearly. I am now curious as to why you're being pursued." This topic rendered Lan Ji momentarily silent. She tilted her head to gaze at the overcast sky, poised to divulge the events of the past century to Lan Ning. However, she observed the form of the beast god dissipating before her eyes, vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, Lan Ning heard the urgent call of Perfect Little Six, pulling her wandering thoughts back to the present. "Master!" Perfect Little Six exclaimed for the 20th time. Ever since that skill had been upgraded, Lan Ning had begun to space out, failing to respond even after he inquired about her plans several times. This left Perfect Little Six quite anxious. He had checked Lan Ning's physical condition and found it to be satisfactory, yet she remained unresponsive to his calls. "What is the matter?" Lan Ning murmured, struggling to recall the recent occurrences, but the persistent voice of Perfect Little Six began to blur her memories. "Are you feeling all right?" Perfect Little Six asked, his tone tinged with urgency. Lan Ning regained her senses, relieved that it was merely a dream, though the specifics eluded her. A dream? Perfect Xiaolu, upon hearing that she was fine, finally felt a sense of relief. "I'm glad to hear you're okay. I called out to you repeatedly, but you didn't respond. I thought there was a glitch in the system, and it terrified me. Having come this far, if anything were to happen to you, I would truly lose my mind." Lan Ning leaned against the edge of the bathtub, gazing once more at the ceiling. She cast aside the words of the Perfect Xiaolu, striving to recall the increasingly nebulous memories within her mind. It seemed as though she had journeyed to this world centuries ago, rescuing a woman on 2 occasions, and then Lan Ning's gaze became vacant. Yet no matter how hard she tried to recollect, that fragment of memory eluded her grasp. Perfect Xiaolu, however, suspected that his host might indeed be experiencing a glitch. "My dear master, this is merely a work of fiction. How could there be history from centuries past?" Perfect Xiaolu swiftly investigated potential glitches, rummaging through the data, yet found no issues. Strangely, a new designation had emerged in the back-end logs: Ancient Beast Clan. Staring at these 3 perplexing characters, Perfect Xiaolu was utterly baffled, unsure of when this had appeared. Upon clicking to investigate further, he was met with 3 enormous question marks. Meanwhile, Lan Ning found Perfect Xiaolu's reasoning compelling. Regardless of the history regarding the realm of 10,000 beasts that she had observed or what the system recorded, there was no mention of events from a millennium ago, nor any indication of her having saved anyone. After all, her soul belonged to a different world, devoid of any powers to rescue others. "Perhaps I am merely dreaming," she mused, dismissing the thought. Stretching lazily, she called upon Perfect Xiaolu to inquire about the current affection values of all the characters within the game. "Master," Perfect Xiaolu stated, "I find the current state of information collection rather peculiar." After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to share this matter with Lan Ning, projecting the page for her to see those truly strange 3 characters. Ancient Beast Clan? For Lan Ning, this term was entirely foreign. She rummaged through her memories, confirming that she had never encountered it before, yet this entity undeniably appeared in their system logs. Perfect Xiaolu found this revelation astonishing, yet he could not deny that. "Indeed, Master, it seems our world has encountered a glitch. Fortunately, the situation was not yet dire. It merely presented a plethora of inexplicable entities and phenomena that should not have existed. Lan Ning, it is futile to overthink. Let us proceed step by step. The ancient beast clan truly requires some thorough research and study. Lan Ning instinctively senses that this newly emerged term may hold the key to forthcoming tasks. Perhaps Xuanma will possess the knowledge. Lan Ning suddenly realized that she had a living encyclopedia of the myriad beasts of the world beside her. She merely needed to find an excuse. Perfect Xiaolu. Here are all the affection data for your targets. Xian Heng's affection, 100. Jing Ye's affection, 82. Xian Mo's affection, 74. Ling Yan's affection, 58. Important NPC's affection, 75. Please continue to strive, host. Upon seeing Xian Mo's affection value, Lan Ning couldn't help but sigh. This man was the most difficult to comprehend, and his affection was the hardest to cultivate. Just look at that exquisite little fish. In merely a few days, it had nearly reached 60. If he were to be nurtured by her side, he could very well become the next one to reach 100. Alas, he had been driven away by a few jealous men. Lan Ning sighed helplessly. Is this what it feels like to be surrounded by 3,000 beauties in the imperial harem? Each one is more exquisite than the last, and she couldn't decide whom to blame. Perfect Little Six replied, did you not once say that only children make choices, while adults desire everything? Do not forget that there is still one target left to unlock, making it 5 in total. Lan Ning shrugged indifferently, remarking that a day passes with a single task and weekends are meant for rest. What could be wrong with that? Surely you have not forgotten about the perilous antagonist, Xian Heng? He is capable of veering into darkness, indeed. Perfect Little Six, as long as you are happy. When Xuanmo returned to Tinglan Palace, he found Lan Ning diligently practicing her calligraphy at a table. After observing her for a brief moment from behind, he noted a slight improvement. Xuanma's affection level rose to 2, with a total affection of 76. How is it? Lan Ning, having finally completed a page, eagerly sought Xuanma's feedback. Under the gaze of those exquisite gem-like eyes, Xuanma felt his heart soften. He sat beside Lan Ning, took her pen, and said, there is progress, albeit slight. Come here, I shall teach you how to write. Lan Ning's eyes sparkled with delight as she beamed and nestled into Xian Mo's embrace, effortlessly settling upon his lap, and extended her hand for him to hold. Xian Mo's affection increased to 2, with an overall affection of 78. As Xian Heng entered from outside, he was greeted by this serene and idyllic scene. Lan Ning, a petite figure, nestled in another man's embrace, appeared increasingly irksome to him. He approached the table, his gaze fixated on his little kitten as she held hands with the other man, learning to write. His mood soured further. It had been several days, yet she still struggled to master the basics. Xian Heng's expression was inscrutable, almost bordering on the accusation that Xian Mo was utterly inept, unable to manage such a trivial task. Upon hearing his voice, the cat stirred slightly, lifting its head amidst the busyness to bestow upon him a fleeting smile. Xian Heng stood nearby, observing, and noticed that the smile vanished almost instantaneously. He let out a soft hum, thinking that a mere smile would not suffice to placate him. You seem to have an abundance of leisure here, while the renovations at the Furong Palace have only just concluded. Chapter 93. A misunderstanding within a misunderstanding. When it comes to the delights of Furong Palace, Lan Ning would have to momentarily set aside her current tasks. What do you mean by renovated? Lan Ning's delight was evident on her face, unmasked. Were it not for her fragile health, confining her to the palace, one might easily assume that she had instigated the events within Furong Palace. Xian Heng wore a half-smile, suggesting that if he wished to know more, he could simply approach her. It had been several days since he had last held Lan Ning. He had always feared that his strength might inadvertently harm her. Now, seeing her lively demeanor, he felt reassured that all was well, and he resolved to embrace her gently. Lan Ning gazed longingly at Xian Mo, who, with a resigned smile, acknowledged that there was little for him to contest in front of Xian Heng. Complying with the situation, he allowed Lan Ning to depart. Upon her returning to Xian Heng's embrace, she cheerfully inquired about the happenings at the Furong Palace. However, the somewhat petulant regent lightly tapped her forehead, implying that her recent company had increased, and at times, her enthusiasm upon seeing him had waned compared to the past. Lan Ning detected the hint of jealousy in his words. Recently, she had been preoccupied with concerns about Xian Heng's dark value, attending to him in every possible way. Now that she had cleansed this dark value, she was eager to cultivate the affections of other potential suitors, coupled with Xian Heng's guilt for having hurt her. He had afforded her ample time to recuperate. It had been several days since they had engaged in meaningful conversation. I haven't, Lan Ning rationalized to herself. With her delicate, fair hands gently clutching Xian Heng's sleeve, she softly inquired, What exactly is happening in the Furong Palace? Xianheng, somewhat irritable, playfully tapped her again before wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Kaishang and Emohi have clashed, he continued. It seems Emohi has become Fu Ro's husband, which displeased Kaishang. He added dismissively, why should a fool mock another fool? In truth, Lan Ning understood that the root of this discord stemmed from the list she had carelessly tossed to Kaishang. As the esteemed prince of the Poison Nation, Kaishang, upon learning he could become Fu Ro's husband, had eagerly flaunted his status. However, upon entering Wanjing City, he was soundly beaten by Xianheng. After painstakingly recovering, he found himself entangled in a promise to kill Fu Ro, which incited Xianheng's wrath. Consequently, he was unable to consummate his union with Fu Ro, thus failing to become her true husband. Kaishang, with his haughty disposition, looked down upon those around Fu Ro once he entered the Furong Palace, firmly believing he would be her favorite. Little did he know, the tide had turned with the arrival of both Emohi and another rival. Both regarded him with indifference, and their ascension as Fu Ro's husbands only fueled his dissatisfaction. Upon seeing the list Lan Ning had deliberately discarded, Kaishang could no longer feign ignorance. The resentment he had harbored for so long erupted during a verbal spar with Emohi earlier that morning. I went to see. My losses are far greater than those of my royal residence, Xianheng remarked, squeezing Lan Ning's hand. Regrettably, I arrived too late, or I would have personally leveled the Furong Palace. This vendetta had lingered in his thoughts for quite some time. Were it not for the constraints of the palace, he would have long sought revenge for his royal residence. Lan Ning found the matter rather intriguing. What happened next? What did Fura say? The scandal of jealousy brawls, and the destruction of half a palace would undoubtedly be unsavory to spread. Could someone as prideful as Fura possibly endure such disgrace? Lan Ning truly wished to visit the vicinity of Furong Palace. Xianheng remarked that she had not expressed much, yet the Empress was considerably displeased. The grand renovation of the Rue Lu Terrace had already consumed a significant amount of silver, and now, due to a trivial matter, the palace required further repairs, which the national treasury could scarcely afford. Considering that the Dian-Du kingdom is still a subordinate of Wanjing, the Empress refrained from delving too deeply into the matter, issuing merely a verbal reprimand and placing the two individuals who had fought under confinement, thus hastily concluding the affair. The Empress mentioned she would come to see you in the afternoon. After sharing this bit of amusement, Xianheng did not forget to relay the important matters to Lan Ning. As the facilitator of matrimonial alliances for various kingdoms, the Empress had been exceedingly busy, working tirelessly without rest. Xianheng had brought up the visit to Lan Ning yesterday, and she had to temporarily delegate her current tasks to Bian Zhao and others, in order to carve out some time for this visit. Lan Ning nodded in understanding. She contemplated the matters concerning the Furong Palace. Yesterday, Emohi had already discovered that outsiders had infiltrated the palace, particularly a rare cat not often seen in the vicinity. At this point, it was reasonable to surmise who might be orchestrating these events behind the scenes. Stop daydreaming and hasten to practice your calligraphy, she urged. Xianheng affectionately ruffled her cat ears and cast a significant glance at Xianemo. Come with me. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you. In the afternoon, the first to arrive at the Tinglan Palace, ahead of the Empress, were the esteemed nobles accompanying Bian Zhao. It is widely acknowledged that Lan Ning's health has been poor, and it is rumored that she suffered significant damage during childbirth, remaining bedridden for an extended period. Visitors have found it inconvenient to pay their respects, merely catching a glimpse of the child. Among them is a nobleman from the Serpent clan, specifically a python, who was overjoyed upon seeing the snake egg, making the effort to visit for 3 consecutive days. Today, upon hearing from Xianheng that Lan Ning's health has greatly improved, a group of them arranged a time to come and see her. As they entered one after another, they were met with the sight of a remarkably familiar and beautiful woman seated in the main hall of Tinglan Palace. Were it not for her pair of cat ears, they might have thought they had entered the wrong place. Father, Lan Ning exclaimed, setting down her pen. With joy, she rose and approached Bian Zhao. Noticing the dazed expressions on the faces of her guests, she inquired, "What is the matter? Is there something unusual about my appearance?" Lan Ning spoke as she reached out to touch her face. No. It's just that this face seems increasingly familiar. It wasn't only Bian Zhao who found her face recognizable. Those beside him felt the same, yet they refrained from mentioning it in front of Lan Ning, instead smiling and inquiring about her recent health. As they departed, they encountered Xianmo outside the Tinglan Palace. "Have you known all along?" Bian Zhao asked. A look of concern etched on his face. His daughter bore a striking resemblance to the beast god, and should this news spread, Observing the lack of surprise among those in the Tinglan Palace, it was evident they had suspected something, yet they failed to inform him in advance. Not considering the potential shock for Lan Ning, Xianmo smiled and nodded. It's merely a resemblance. Upon hearing this, Bian Zhao's expression darkened further. Merely a resemblance? If Lan Ning's powers are discovered, she could be subjected to dire consequences. Do you possess the ability to protect her then? Facing a single adversary may not be daunting. But against thousands, the outcome would mirror the ancient beast clan's demise, feudal resistance. Xianmo reassured him, rest easy, we are fully prepared. Bian Zhao, seeing his confidence, sighed. You hail from the Crane clan. Do not forget the tragic fate of the ancient beast clan. You must watch over Lan Ning, lest she becomes the next victim. An individual's extraordinary abilities can render them an outcast. Those deemed different by many are often eradicated. Chapter 94. The secret of the ancient beast clan of being possessing the same visage as the beast god, capable of transforming beasts into humans, and whose blood can heal all wounds in the world. Such a feat is unparalleled in the realm of myriad beasts. Should those with nefarious intentions learn of Lan Ning's abilities, they would seek to exploit her. They were determined to shield Lan Ning from danger, thus they remained exceptionally cautious. Yet ultimately, paper cannot contain fire. Rest assured, we will protect Her Highness Lan Ning. Xianmo understood the gravity of the situation. Were Lan Ning merely an ordinary matriarch in a border town, they would not be as concerned. Alas, she was a princess of the kingdom of Wanjing. Certain matters were destined for her to address. I have come today to convey another matter, Bian Zhao sighed. There are reports of a peculiar group of beastmen who, under the guise of the ancient beast clan, are said to infiltrate the kingdom of Wanjing during the matrimonial ceremonies among the nations, seemingly connected to Fu Rou. Xianmo's expression shifted slightly. These were likely the allies summoned by Mo He, for both the Spider clan and the ancient beast clan were exceedingly rare. Bian Zhao continued, speaking of Mo He. There is something I wish to inquire. You must have heard about the incident at Fu Rong Palace this morning. The troublemaker, Sha Shang, claimed that the fight was sparked by a list thrown by a wild cat, and Mo He indeed reported seeing an unfamiliar wild cat within Fu Rong Palace. Surely, this cannot be the work of Lan Ning, can it? Within the entire palace, the only individuals capable of commanding those wild cats, aside from Bian Zhao, are Lan Ning herself. However, Bian Zhao firmly believes that his daughter would never set foot in the Furong Palace, as it is the territory of their adversary and fraught with peril. With her slender arms and legs, it is simply impossible, absolutely inconceivable. Excluding Lan Ning, the only other suspect is Xianmo. He recalls a technique known as 1,000 miles transmission from the Crane clan, which can briefly control mindless animals. Xianmo muses. This truly does not bear his signature. Nevertheless, he also feels that this incident does not align with Lan Ning's character during the time he has spent with her. He has never witnessed her commanding those cats.